It's attack for this, just the pass. Penny's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome back, trainers. We are live from Gdańsk in Poland for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships Day 2. And just like the sparkling amber that Gdańsk is famous for, this is also the largest reserve of pro Pokemon players in the world right now. Look at them go! They're all kicking off the day with some sparkling smiles. And we are also ready to welcome you into our Day 2 proceedings. And the trainers have already begun. We are raring up and getting ready as well. Of course, my name is Amy Worsley. I am joined by the fantastic Joe Bernard, Alex Dow, and Jesper Eriksson. How are we feeling today? Are we ready for Day 2?
Absolutely ready. Yep, those players, we were just going over those top tables. That's what you were watching there in their round 10. In the midst of things right now, Tord Reklev's currently 9-0, our top seed in the room. Lots of other great talent at the top as well. Some players that we did feature yesterday, some that we didn't. So we're going to get to see plenty more great players today.
Honestly, and we weren't short of it yesterday either. We've got so many incredible players who are really battling it out, some with new decks, some with old. We've got so many surprises to come your way today. But not just here, we're going to have many more surprises as the season unfolds in our other locales.
Yep, some fantastic locations that we've known about for some time now. Remember, this is only the 3rd stop of our European circuit. Fantastic place to be once again, of course. But we're in this format now where we've got so much to look forward to. Sao Paulo, that Latin America International Championships is just around the corner.
And I do imagine a lot with the decks that are coming up today as well. I mean, Tor starting 9-0 with that Terrapagos deck. Not had the greatest showing so far in the format, but we also do see some new variants of Palkia, Noctowl, Terrapagos as well, which personally I'm looking a lot forward to.
Yes, we've seen so many different variants and a lot of players kind of coming through with this Terrapagos today. I'm really excited to see if how many turtles end up pacing their way into our top cut today, because I feel like it's time to shine finally.
Yeah, we knew it was good, we knew it was consistent, but it does have some dodgy matchups out there, and some of the top table matchups are Regidrago V-Star, and that's typically not the easiest one for it, so we have to see how it can navigate those top tier matchups.
Absolutely, and you know, to get to the top, you get some fantastic prizes, of course, but the main thing that we're looking forward to our players gaining today is those championship points.
Exactly, 350 championship points on the line, of course, as well as an automatic qualification to Worlds in Anaheim next summer, on top of a lot, of course, free booster boxes on top of that. Can't never forget that. But also these valuable championship points, of course, as we're talking about, to get yourself into that top 125 in Europe, which, of course, grants you an invite to the World Championships.
Absolutely, and not forgetting that our champion today will also secure themselves an automatic invite, but also a lot of cash.
Yeah, absolutely. The winner of this tournament in a Masters event will be taking home $10,000. An absolute humongous amount of money, life-changing for many people sometimes. And of course, you already mentioned, Jesper, the booster packs as well. This trickles down all the way through from first place all the way down to the top 64 that we're just showing here, but also down to top 256, and sometimes when tournaments are a little bit bigger, sometimes top 512 as well.
Yeah, every player today is coming home with at least boosters, and then with a few more wins under their belt today, they'll be in that cash.
Oh, that must feel so good, being in day 2 and knowing that you're not going home empty-handed no matter what. Your efforts thus far have earned you some booster packs, and we can carry on enjoying Stellar Crown for what it really is, a stellar set.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that we're the trading card game and the TCG just to get more and more booster packs is always, everyone loves opening them, right? Everyone has such a great time, and that's what a lot of us are here for, to enjoy the Pokemon scene. But at the same time, those players in day 2, they're going to be going for that money. And
I really welcome those packs filtering down to those lower placements. It means even I can open some from time to time.
Well, looking at our day 2 Swiss rankings, there are so many familiar names, and we know that these players are doing great today, as again, we saw them just on the top tables a moment ago.
Yeah, and of course we had, of course we mentioned Tor Reklev, 9-0, but also we did feature, for example, Caleb Rogerson yesterday, who's also 8-0-1 with Terrapagos Noctowl as well. And of course, as I mentioned, Palkia, Terrapagos Noctowl, they're at the 5th seed with Oscar Madison at 8-1 as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of fantastic players there. Ones that we've seen on streams in previous tournaments, ones that we've seen on streams in these tournaments. I mean, number 6 there, James Cox, our Lille regional champion, looking to go back-to-back with the Regidrago again.
And there's a couple of sneaky Iron Thorns in there. Sam Taylor, 801 Iron Thorns. Toby Clark in there as well with a 711 record. Has been playing these sorts of archetypes for a while, so definitely accustomed to archetypes like this. So wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him climb as well today.
Definitely one to watch, as, it's the World Championship deck right now. It is Iron Thorns is the World Champion, so can it continue to steal titles from us? Can it continue its rampage?
Yeah, it's one of those decks that it finds itself in a really sort of wide meta. Sometimes just has to find the right tournament to take that kind of deck to. And at the moment, when there's players who have been very accustomed, as Joe's already mentioned, to being able to play such an archetype, they're going to play it so well, right? They're going to make sure they make the right choices. And then with the small little tweaks in the lists and the changes in the deck, sometimes it can take you really far.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about, is going far today. We want to go the extra mile. These players need to stay in that top 125, as we discussed yesterday. It's very important that they keep up the momentum this early in the season.
Yeah, at this point, you can face someone else who's also vying for that top 125, so pushing them down in many ways actually helps you out even more, not just today, but throughout the rest of the season. There are some players to watch. We highlighted them yesterday. Luke's the one remaining player still in the mix with that gouging fire. Last time I checked, he was 7-2, so he has to go pretty flawless today if he wants to make it into that top cut, but he did get that top 16 placement with the archetype a few weeks back in Lille, so he's looking to do one better today.
As he valiantly showed on stream yesterday, of course, that gouging fire maybe doesn't run out as well if he can grant himself either the third top 16 finish in a row or maybe even a passage into top 8. We will see.
Yeah, and just Michael Davison and Joshua Vanova shoulder as well. They may not have had the tournament that they would have liked here in Gdańsk, but we know they're very strong players. They know they've had fantastic finishes already this season, and there's so much more to come from them.
And if we look at the rankings of those players, we can see they're the best of the best. They were, you know, top 20 of EU and NA right there. And with Luke continuing in this tournament, looks like he's going to be going up and above that 12th place. So he's going to steamroll above some of the players below him in the rankings for certain.
Yep, that's where you want to be. You want to give yourself that nice buffer as well, because there's this tournament, but then also outside of Europe, there's still the LAIC, which goes towards our EU International Travel Awards. So you have to make sure that you give yourself a nice cushion, a nice buffer, in case a lot of players start leapfrogging you at the LAIC.
Exactly, but getting into it here in Gdańsk, bringing it back, our day 2 is shaping up rather spectacularly. I am floored seeing the changes that have happened from day 1. So what kind of decks are we looking at right now?
Well, of course, we have the day 1 analysis here. Of course, as said, Raging Bolt again, biggest deck, together with Lugia V-Star as a close second place. Regidrago V-Star having won the Lille Regional Championships. Of course, Charizard is still out there somewhere. And Dragapult, as we've mentioned on the stream. But we didn't see a lot of Palkia yesterday, especially on the stream. Palkia with Dusknoir, which was a fan favorite at the last Lille Regional Championship. Of course, piloted by Stefan Ivanov. But we have seen loads of actions from every single deck today, and it was quite unfortunate we didn't get to showcase every single deck.
Yeah, absolutely. What's really interesting is that there's only 2 decks there that were above the sort of 10% range as well. We continue seeing the best of the rest of day 1. Of course, there's loads of these decks which needs to find itself in the meta, in the right crowd, in the right matchups. Terapagos there was at the 6%, just 85 players of all of the players from Gdańsk Regional Championships this weekend. But we know, we've seen, as we've had a little look through the top tables, that is there and thereabouts.
Yeah, they really are floating to the top right now, those Terapagos. Also, quick note on both the Gardevoir and the Iron Thorns. That's a combination of decks, actually. There's Gardevoir Banette as well as Iron Thorns Dragapult into that mix as we get into that day 2 of the graphic. Terapagos shoots up to our most represented deck in day number 2. Raging Bolt holding pretty firm, but it looks like a lot of the stage 2s had a tough time. Gardevoir doing just about good enough, but the Dragapult EX and Charizard EX both having a pretty poor day 1 to day 2.
Yeah, especially when we're seeing that Terapagos is 9-0 currently with Tor Reklev, of course, and we're also seeing Raging Bolt not quite Raging Flop yet, as we'll see throughout the tournament, but Lugia still kicking up there, going from 12% down to 10%. Of course, Regidrago V-Star slightly ticking up in percentage play, which of course is great to see when we have that winning Lille as well.
200 players played Raging Bolt in our day 1, and it has filtered down to the best of those Raging Bolt players. But moving on to the best of the rest, many of these decks are still fighting for a place in the finals.
Yeah, we see a lot of these kind of control archetypes here as well. The Snorlax control and Mimikyu control both actually, you know, converting in sort of similar percentages to what they had in the day 1 meta breakdown. I know there's a deck close to myself, Jesper, and Joe's hearts here with the Terapagos Noctowl list. It's more kind of a Palkia Terapagos Noctowl. There's a sprinkling of a few different unique cards in there as well, but a biggest fall off there for the 2 rare candy decks of Charizard and Dragapult.
Yeah, absolutely huge, which is really surprising because we've seen so much success from those decks recently. And this finally feels like the graphic that I was kind of expecting at the start of the format, but strangely enough, it's taken all of this time to find that perfect mix of cards.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. A lot of people expected Charizard to be even better going into this format with the addition of Briar, but it doesn't seem to be great for it. It seems to be a volatile field. So many other archetypes punishing stage 2s right now. It's really tough out there, and I'm really surprised by Dragapult as well. It's made back-to-back finals in Europe, but overall the masses are not succeeding with it so far.
Absolutely, and you know, our caster predictions really show the kind of volatile nature of the meta right now.
All right. I feel like I'm a bit targeted here with that rare candy. Yeah, I mean, I went with Terapagos, which is obviously flying very high right now, so I'll take that for the moment. We'll try and use the rare candy to talk a bit more about the Gardevoirs and the Dustoirs, which are doing fantastically well as well, I think.
I mean, I, of course, went with Lugia, which is still soaring into top. So hopefully we'll see some Lugia in our top cut as well to represent. And, of course, Blood Moon is just splashable in so many decks.
You do have your Blood Moon in the Terapagos deck as well, so that's even more points for you. But, of course,
true.
I'm still gathering towards my Raging Bolt players and my Regidrago V-Star players, of course, to carry ahead the Regidrago V-Star and the Ogre Pawnee X.
Yeah, and I'm kind of getting bailed out. I put Palkia there thinking it was a great combination with Dustoir. That's not doing great, but fortunately there are some pilots out there combining it with Noctowl, and of course Noctowl's so versatile, so powerful. It's in Terapagos, it's in Regidrago. I was covering my bases with that one. I just love that card.
I feel like all of us have definitely a really strong caster prediction in our own right into this day 2 with all of our predictions. I think Jesper's kind of on the way to that big bailout, so we'll see how we go.
I think we're all going to win apart from Jesper. Calling it out.
You need to be
I
bailed
picked the
out, bud.
safest not to lose, okay? That's what I tried for.
Well, looks like the riskier decks might be paying off for us this time. You never know, but it's never a bad thing going for the deck that just won, right?
Exactly not. And we see again, James Cox may be doing the two-peat. I mean, if he does, then it seems quite likely that I will win that. So let's just figure out.
Again, you've got such fantastic pilots of these decks that we can rely on them again and again to be this consistent, especially when the format hasn't changed a lot, and yet there are still new challenges coming our way.
Yeah, it doesn't make too many new additions in decks to add a lot of nuance to the matchups. Even just changing one stadium card in Regidrago with that recursion effect, you can get lots of activations of just one card in your list, and that Noctowl is such a good innovation, specifically for Regidrago as well, which also changes the dynamics of a lot of matchups.
Massively, exactly. And you're so right in that the nuances are what change everything and why we might see a different champion or quite the same. It really could go either way, but the only way to find all of that action is to go to pokemon.com/broadcast to make sure that you're following all of the correct channels. Make sure that you bookmark that page because you can jump back and check who if your favorite casters are on any of the events, see if you want to attend them for yourself, and of course get all of the updates, and make sure that you're following us on all of our social media as well as our YouTube and Twitch channels, where of course the fantastic live stream takes place to bring you guys all of the hottest action from the lovely Poland. So don't forget to give us a follow. But now it's time, with glittering hearts full of aspiration, we're ready to wash onto the shores of day 2. Be prepared for rocky waters, trainers. We will see you soon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, trainers. My name is Amy Worsley, and I'm joined by the fantastic Jesper Eriksson as we catapult ourselves into Day 2. How are we feeling about that?
After yesterday's action, I cannot get more excited just to see more Pokemon today as well. And, you know, we have great players, great decks, of course, and I know, just overall, looking forward to the action today.
I thought you were going to say in great casters, but hey, I mean...
That too, all right? That too.
No, it's a fantastic event so far, and we've got so much more where that came from. So don't forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on any of your social media when you're interacting with us. And don't forget that we like to share some of your interactions on the show. So if you would like to get involved, use hashtag #PlayPokemon whenever you're tweeting about your experiences, whether you're here at the event or watching at home or sneaking a peek at work.
And yeah, and speaking of, you know, community posts yesterday, we did see a great one with you as a subject.
Oh, yes?
That was great, about Iron Thorns, but we're getting on to something in terms of community. Yesterday, I won against you 2-0 in the community prediction bracket.
All right.
So I thought you'd get another chance. I sold Bibaro very well to the community.
You did. And you know, it had been a fantastic card for a very long time in our format.
Yes.
We love anything that's INO-proofing us. We love not being knocked out for multi-prizes. So I'll give you that. But we've got 2 more on the docket now in Lumineon V and Mew EX.
Yeah, both are great cards currently. Mew EX is more so played in the aggressive decks, where Lumineon can be played much into these, you know, setup decks where you need to Lumineon for your Arven. We saw that with Dragapult yesterday, of course. But many decks that play Lumineon also do get to play Rotom at the same time. Rotom being knocked out was perhaps not good if we want to combine the eventual champion into a deck. But we don't have to speak about champions in this bracket yet. We need to solve out the top 8 of this bracket still.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Indeed. And so, with that, you, Jesper, are going to have Lumineon.
All right, so I'm looking forward to that. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
You can have Lumineon. So, are you ready in 3, 2, 1?
If you want to set up your deck, and if you're playing Arven in your deck, you might just have to play Lumineon, just to make sure your Ultra Balls can turn into Arvens, that turns into Body Puffins, and there you go, you've set up for turn 1. Maybe you can also play that in concoction with something like Rotom, so you can save your Lumineon for late game, and you know what Lumineon gets in the late game? Boss's Orders. Gets you any supporter you want when you play it down, and you know what? To get rid of that pesky 2-pricer on the board with only just 170 HP, you can play Collapse Stadium, or Professor Turo, or Penny in your deck. That's all I needed.
Well done. You're in time. Well in time, in fact. you had 5 more seconds there, but fine. No, very well done. Very well done.
In terms of all of this, I mean, I just want to make sure you don't get extra time to think about it, because then we're similarly disadvantaged here. So, Amy, I'll count you in now.
Okay.
You'll have it in 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Okay, so Mew EX is not only a fantastic draw supporter, but also a great attacker in its own right with genome hacking. So you can copy, let's say, your opponent's Radiant Greninja and do 90 damage to 2 Pokemon. You can use it to draw cards to stabilize your engine. And we saw Luke Kirkham use this to great effect with Gouging Fire yesterday. So realistically, Mew is a 2-in-1 package, allowing you to always draw more cards. Free retreat, so you could use it as a pivot. You've got 3-in-1. It's a triple threat.
You stayed within 27 seconds. Good job.
I
And you know
like
what?
that. We're getting used to this.
And you know what? I think you probably heard my sales speeches yesterday because you practiced.
Oh, thank you.
So, you know, with Amy, both Amy getting taller overnight as well as getting to practice her sales speeches, I think that's actually a quite solid one. So we're going to have a competition here.
Absolutely.
I love these competitions. And you know what? I might just even vote for you in that case because, I mean, I do like Miyu as a free retreater, of course.
Absolutely.
And you can play it down, as we're talking, Iono-proofing yourself, making sure you get to draw these additional cards is super important to do. But then again, why not just get a supporter to do that for you? Where you can search specific cards, like Arvin, for example. So, therefore, I do
There is a really good
like
argument. A really, really good argument for both. And I feel like there really is a case for both Pokemon here. Both are useful in their own ways, but I feel like with Mew being able to be used in multiple ways, the only thing I might give you with Lumineon is you can also Forest Sealstone with it.
That's fantastic because Mew, of course, EX versus Lumineon being a V Pokemon, yeah, Forest Sealstone is quite a broken effect, honestly.
Exactly.
And when we're putting that into context, that's where Lumineon might get some plus points there on top of, you know, searching these supporters. You know, we've always seen this Ultra Ball for Lumineon, for Boss's Orders, wrap up the game with Bloodmoon Ursa Luna as your caster's pick, of course.
Absolutely.
So that fits perfectly in together with what you want to do as your caster's pick. So maybe you should have actually had Lumineon in that case.
There is really good arguments for both of these. I actually think this is, for me, I don't know which one I would pick because I think they are so close. So I'm expecting this to be a close vote. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys at home have a different idea about which one of these you think is the best support Pokemon.
It also depends on what deck you like to play, because if you like to play Charizard, you're picking Lumineon every day.
Oh, yeah.
But if you like to play something like Miraidon, perhaps, you're picking both. So simultaneously, like Mew and Lumineon play together in loads of decks together. And, I mean, it gets close, right? Palkia, Dusknoir is one that plays Mew as only Mew, not Lumineon, perhaps, mostly. So it's getting quite close in terms of what you'd like to do with them. It also depends on your strategy. Or are you aggressive? Or are you a setup deck? Because if you're a setup deck, you're playing Lumineon. If you're an aggressive deck, you're playing Mew to gather these extra cards to make sure you can get to play, you know, Rare Candy Dusknoir if you're playing Palkia. If you're playing Miraidon, you can perhaps draw into these electric generators. And that just has set your strategy up.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what these cards are helping us do in this format. And we have these tried and tested methods and these combos that we know so well. And we know that Lumineon is for the Arvin, for the Buddy Poffin, for the Forest Sealstone. And then we can put the Forest Sealstone on the Lumineon. And all of these combinations become so ingrained in deck building as well. So it's something that everyone takes into consideration. Which support Pokemon or which combination of support Pokemon is going to make this deck shine.
And that's also why that I am actually dreading to see the result of this community bracket, because all of these Pokemon, maybe not B-Barrel currently because Charizard has been flushing off the map a bit currently, but all of them are great in their own rights.
So much so.
So that's why that, you know, just because, let's just say that, for example, with Lumineon won the whole bracket, just because Lumineon won doesn't mean it's great for your deck back home. So you also have to consider testing with these different results. And we do have the results. And congratulations, Amy.
Oh my
Good
goodness.
job.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad.
I must add, that was a tight win.
I don't have to shrink again. That was tight, though. No, we were saying both of them, I respect both Pokemon so very, very much. And so I think they have been, you know, undeniably strong in this format.
Oh, yes. And also just past formats, right? We've seen the effect of Mew have been there before. And we've seen that, you know, Lumineon effect being stuff like Jirachi EX in the past, right? Where even though back then it was a squishy 90 HP EX Pokemon, still gave up 2 prizes. We saw a lot of play with it, even though it was just, you know, still back then it was Lysander fodder.
Yes.
Now it's Boss's Orders fodder with Lumineon because, of course, the Pokemon have gotten stronger since the past. But then again, I mean, both are strong in their own right. I don't blame the chat for picking Mew.
Not at all. And Mew is, of course, a bit of a fan favorite as well. I wonder whether there were some of you voting because you prefer Mew over Lumineon, even though our lovely nautical theme.
I guess they do have 151 reasons why.
Oh, very good. Very, very good. No, honestly, they're both great choices. And we have a format that really thrives off these support Pokemon. And although Pokemon like Bibarel isn't particularly relevant right now, it's had such a fantastic history and made it into so many decks for such great reasons. So
I mean, just
honestly,
the effect itself in Bibarel, right? We've seen Octillery in the past where a lot of players are thinking about, you know, Shaymin EX was kind of this the Dene, Gemini X,
the
Crobat,
Dene.
these effects drawing up to 6. We don't have it quite currently, but you know, B-Barrel drawing to 5. A lot of one-pricer decks uses B-Barrel because of it's a one-pricer deck centrum. And then we also had that in the past with, you know, Artillery, played together a lot with Zoroark in the past as well. So that's also, you know, depending on what deck you like to play. Do you want to play a one-pricer strategy? Then B-Barrel, for example, fits quite well into your strategy. Whereas if you want to play a two-pricer and you want to be aggressive, of course, Squawkabilly, as we do see now in something like Miraidon, fits perfectly.
Absolutely, and something that we hadn't considered this weekend necessarily is the strength of Pokemon like Curlier, because we don't have that on our community choice bracket, but I'd argue that this weekend specifically, we've seen the rise in more and more decks using Curlier as their engine. So we've been able to see it using that trade ability that we're very used to in Refinement to discard one and draw two. And because you can do this multiple times, you can build that bench, you can build that engine. But what we haven't seen much of is using it with Recon Directive with Dracloak, which we thought was going to be super powerful because of the rise of Curlier. But I just haven't seen much of it yet.
I mean, exactly. We've seen the Recon Directive and the effect in multiple times in the past, right? We had Pokédex back when I started playing 2007. We had Yuxi Level X about the 2009 to 2011 era. And then, of course, we've had now that too. So it falters in there. And of course, the refinement effect, the trade effect, right? We've had trade twice. And of course, Zoroark GX was ruling the format, even though you had Buzzwole GX back in the day for knocking that out. I mean, then they played Mew to counter the Buzzwole back then. So Mew was also a great support Pokemon back then.
Very true.
So you see, all of these Pokemon, all of these abilities are super great. And honestly, we could probably had a top 16 bracket with all these effects.
Honestly, yes. I think one that you were particularly fighting for to be in that bracket in the first place was Tatsugiri, actually.
Exactly, because, you know, again, Luminion's great, but it's a two-price you put on the board. You know what Tatsugiri does? If you put a rescue board to it, go up there after you get knocked out, get the supporter you need from the top of the deck, though, so it's quite unsafe in some ways. But you can get the supporter that you need, and then you can go ahead with it while being a one-pricer. Of course, 70 HP so you don't get knocked out by Dragapult on the bench. That's really important.
That's so important.
And of course, you know, supporters are what fuels your deck.
Yes.
Boss's orders wins you games most times. And, you know, there's just too many effects to think about where it could just change games in an instantaneously effect. And, you know, all of these great support cards, I mean, we could also put, you know, Dracloak on there. That was a good one.
Yeah, right?
So, I mean, yeah, we should have probably made a top 16 bracket here.
We should have done a bigger one. The Tatsugiri on a skateboard image in my head is one of my favorites, honestly. Like, can you imagine him just doing a little kickflip back to the bench?
I mean, it's probably easy to do a kickflip underwater, right? So.
Oh, that's so true. So true. Tatsugiri's got skills, but it's a fantastic Pokemon. And in that respect, it works very much like Mew EX with the essentially free retreat from the rescue board. So,
I mean, unless there's pesky jamming towers or lost vacuums out for you. And we do have a lot of lost vacuum and jamming tower. Of course, you know, these Regidrago V-Star deck usually play a 1-1 split of Temple of Sinnoh to hate on the Lugia decks.
Yes.
And one jamming tower to get rid of these, you know, Bravery Charms and these secondary effects, right? Also stops for Sealstone on that top effect, so that's also very good if you can get Jamming Tower into play very early, and you can kind of like halt a lot of these setup decks as well, because they are using for Sealstone for the effect.
Yeah.
And of course, the rescue board, super nice to 8 retreat, but then again, if there's a Jamming Tower out there, you can't do that.
And Jamming Tower and, like you say, Temple of Sinnoh have been coming more and more into these decks in the last few weeks. We've been seeing loads of decks putting them in after Dortmund, after Lille. We've been seeing more and more and more. Temple of Sinnoh not only hurting Terapagos as well as Lugia, which kind of felt like a secondary effect. It was put in there for Lugia, but then actually Terapagos is like, oh no, I used double turbo energy, wait.
But then again, of course, we're thinking about Terapagos. They play a bit more stadiums, of course. With the Area Zero, they're playing 3 to 4 Area Zeros, maybe even Chorus Tenacity to get out of that effect from the Temple of Sinnoh. Of course, upcoming here, we don't only have the Masters TCG tournament this weekend, we also do have the juniors and seniors. And of course, we do have some graphs over there, day 1 and 2. Of course, juniors day 1 here, a lot of Raging Bolts.
So much,
and
just like Masters.
Charizard is way more played in juniors than we've seen in Masters, of course. We just went over it on the couch in terms of how Sart did. And, you know, these past regional Sart hasn't been doing that great. You know, in Dortmund, it flushed a lot of the decks into day 2. Of course, there are a lot of them playing. They're bound to make day 2, some of them. But of course, we saw it fall off into day 2.
We did, but Charizard, clearly more juniors have chosen it as their first partner Pokemon because they're piloting it to perfection. And we do see the deck analysis for day 2 with juniors. Only 2 of those first partner Pokemon made it through. But I tell you what, I was not expecting Ancient Box to be up there in the higher half of the bracket after not loads playing it yesterday, but it was on our day 1 bracket.
You know what? Even Ancient Box has not made it onto our graph for Masters. I think it's actually under unclassified on our bracket, so that's even worse. So it just looks like, you know, Ancient Box has really fell into the juniors' hands, and you know what? That's another one pricer deck that does pretty good. And of course uses Radiant Greninja, which of course is another one of these support Pokemon. But, you know, I can't quite call Raging Bolt for Raging Flop in juniors because it's Raging Best.
I love it. 10 juniors continuing to rage on, and the seniors were following suit in day 1 with another really great showing from Raging Bolt.
I mean, again, not even Rage, it's Raging Best again, right? And they're, of course, having Regidrago V-Star on it, which, of course, Raging Bolt massively flavored into Regidrago V-Star if everything goes as they want to as the Raging Bolt player. Sorry, Charizard still there.
Yep.
Lugia V-Star also doing great. You know, these aggressive decks are doing really well, but of course we do see Tropico's Dusknoir and Origin Form Palkia V-Star with the Dusknoir, which we've seen pilot before.
Yeah, and is doing fantastically in Masters, but clearly not so much in our juniors bracket. I love being able to compare and contrast.
And of course here we have the day 2 then. That was just the day 1 graph we looked at, but you know, Palkia kind of went off the map. We got Mimikyu Control getting in there, and of course Gardevoir EX bringing it in. So if Alex was doing his caster's pick into day 2 here, he would have Arcane decks in both Charizard, Tropico's Dusknoir, because of course you have to Arcane Dusknoir, and perhaps even Gardevoir if they're playing a speedy variant.
Oh, we'll have to tell him later that he was clearly accidentally getting mixed up with the seniors bracket, not the Masters.
I think it's because Alex getting quite a bit old here, right? He's probably forgetting we're doing Masters for this one, but I mean, I'll let it slide. I can give him half an extra point for that.
Oh, okay. We'll let him have it just because he's doing well in the seniors bracket for his caster prediction. But I love being able to compare and contrast because don't forget, we of course have the juniors and seniors battling it out again today. So we're going to see a champion in those brackets as well as our Masters.
So yeah, of course, we're not only crowning the one Masters regional champion, of course, the juniors and seniors are also fighting out for these valuable championship points, which also can gain them travel awards and stipends towards EYC happening in February. So it's, of course, they're playing essentially for the same prizes that the Masters will get to. Of course, we're not showcasing them as much, but of course, we do have to mention them because a lot of these players that come from juniors and seniors, they go up to Masters and they just rage on and they still compile into great players at the end of the day. So, you know, there's a lot of these players, you know, we've seen them coming up from juniors and seniors into Masters, and they're just going on with their business.
They are the future of our game, and many of the Masters that we have seen do so well have leveled up from juniors and seniors and gone that whole mile. So when we look at them and believe, then this is what happens, and we see them on these Masters Swiss rankings right here. This is the current show.
And of course, we have Tort all the way at 10-0. Of course, a new master in this regards is Daniel Magda from the Czech Republic, 9-1 as well with Regidrago V-Star. So that's really great for my caster's pick. And of course, Mateusz Laskiewicz we saw yesterday with Gardevoir. So of course, a lot of these decks are really, really good. Of course, Caleb, also one of the younger brackets. He has been making a storm since getting into Masters. Of course, last season, 2nd place at Charlotte Regionals, where they had, I believe, the combined youngest finalists ever at a regional championships, where Gabriel Fernandes took that out there with his Giratina V-Star deck against Caleb Rogerson's Charizard deck. So Caleb Rogerson is one of my Charizard boys, of course.
Yeah.
And we've had, you know, James Cox has also, you know, been playing through these younger age divisions before, as well as Oscar Mass and I remember we both played in Juniors Nationals in Denmark in 2008.
I love that so much. I don't know how you remember all of these years, Jesper. I'm in awe of it, honestly. I do not know how you do it. But not only do we have so many fantastic Masters, but we also have a really international cast today.
Oh, yes.
And in those Swiss rankings, in fact, we have so many people from all over the globe, and they are treating us with some of the best and highest level gameplay in the world. So don't go anywhere, because we have so much more to bring from these fantastic players who have graced us with their presence here in Poland.
Oh, yes, of course. And I mean, I'm just looking forward to more action. I just can't wait till we see some great games today. Of course, me and Joe were talking about it are we going to see a comeback better than what David did with his Gardevoir deck yesterday? That's something that remains to be unseen, but it's going to be a tough one to beat.
Well, I did bet you yesterday that I thought that there was going to be a better comeback, so I'm crossing my fingers and toes and hoping that that might come about, because there's a lot of good comeback decks in this format, right? There are so many decks that really kind of pride themselves, especially Dragapult, when you're thinking about it, who can quite happily take all 6 prize cards in one go if they set it up right. We've got Briar in the format now, bringing those extra prize turns for when you've got a terrestrial Pokemon in play. So we've got extra opportunities in the thousands for that to happen, and Gardevoir was one of probably my least likely picks to be able to make a comeback like that, because you don't have as many of those effects. So I think there are plenty of decks that can still pull off an insane comeback today.
But if you are to write a script for how to make a comeback, right?
Oh yeah,
has to start somewhere, right?
That's how you do it.
Iono is a great pick, and then something that can hit the bench. Because if you drag a Pokemon up into the actives that perhaps has a higher retreat cost, we saw that yesterday with Regidrago V playing against the Regidrago V-Star deck. If you item lock them simultaneously, no switch, no Prime Catcher. So that means you can stick it up there with the Everlasting Darkness we saw with Bayonet, where we can also see that happening where you can Iono your opponent, you can put something like Screamtail into play if you're playing Gardevoir, and you can hit the bench for these knockouts and take out their engines. And of course, as said, car doesn't run without his engine.
Absolutely not, and that's what it's all about. And we've got so many decks that run so well like that, and when you get set up and you're really rolling, it's hard to stop that momentum.
And of course, I mean, that's where, you know, these Gardevoir decks are really good at stopping that momentum, of course, using one prize attackers all the time. So you need to string out your opponent's resources so much for them to knock out the attackers continuously while they're taking you up with one prize Pokemon. For example, using Drifloon with Bravery Charm and Monkey Dory on the bench to move up and do something like 330 damage. That takes out Dragapult, by the way.
Exactly.
And it also takes out Charizard EX. So there's a lot of these, you know, one prize attackers with these certain combos that get together and make sure that you can take these games out with one prize attackers, of course. And don't forget, also, you can also play these big 2-prize Pokemon that have a lot of HP and then get attacked multiple times because they're hard to take out in one shot as well. So it's also, you know, combining these things together, there's thousands of ways to make a comeback.
There are absolutely so many, and you're right. We've got that duality between really great single prize attackers right now, but also having these really gigantic HP totals, which can be manipulated. We've seen so many Bravery Charm this weekend.
Hero's Cape?
We've yet to see a Hero's Cape on stream, I believe, but we did see those big knockouts coming through with things like that Screamtail we saw yesterday, mopping up that game. Being able to hit that bench is so important right now more than ever, as there is less protection on the bench because Dusknoir is not bothered by the effects of our lovely Manaphy.
Exactly, and you know, that's also a thing that you could do with this Palkia deck that we were talking about in Leo as well. You know, perhaps Manaphy blocks Radiant Greninja attack in the bench. You know what you do? You just you use Dusknoir, Candy into Dusknoir, you take out the Manaphy with the Dusknoir, and suddenly bench wide open.
Absolutely.
You can just make sure you take out these setup Pokemon from the opponent and make sure that you can win by just removing their setup, and your opponent just have no options left.
And I think that's why we were talking very much early in the season about the checkmate potential of these kind of support Pokemon like Dusknoir. Being able to checkmate your opponent by saying, I'm going to take out all of your support Pokemon before you can set up, means that engine never gets going, means that, well, you just can't play the game. So Pokemon like Dusknoir, if you leave them alone and let them do their thing, can be devastating to your game plan.
It also just looks like Dusknoir is the perfect way to disassemble a car actually at the assembly line, right?
Absolutely.
So we can take it out there, but we do have our players, our 10-0 player toward Reklev. We've seen him time and time again. Even yesterday, he couldn't escape our cameras, even though he wasn't on the stream itself.
No.
Of course, versus Mateusz Laskevich. He was on stream yesterday, and we saw a beautiful game from him. Of course, toward Reklev, 5-time international champion, world's finalist, top 4 at Worlds. He has so many accomplishments, we can't even list them all.
You don't get accolades like that for slouching around. You get them by working hard and being the best of the best, arguably one of the best players in our format. But Mateusz, equally a very, very well-established player at this point. Will he be able to defeat the gargantuan god of Pokemon?
I mean, we can say he is we have back in the past, we call Israel Sosa the Prince of Dark. Now we call Mateusz the Prince of the Darkness, with the everlasting darkness going on there, of course, making sure that he can item lock his opponents out of fruition. And of course, it's going to be difficult for Tord to deal with. Of course, when Tord's playing Terrapagos, he needs these Buddy Puffins to set up, Reklev needs to pitch out, and of course the Knockdown Search out trainer cards, but those are only the supporters and the stadiums he gets to use. So it's actually a really important matchup here, because if Tord goes first, these Reklev into Dusknoir can actually disrupt the effect of Mateusz setting up a Shuppets, which means that it's going to be really hard for Mateusz to set up if Tord goes first. But if it go the other way around, that is, Mateusz gets a turn to breathe, because of course the Terrapagos EX cannot attack on your first turn if you're going second.
Yeah, this matchup could go either way. It really depends which player gets that engine set up first, because as we were saying, that's the key to this format seemingly, and both decks rely on getting set up nice and early, getting those essential puzzle pieces, putting them together, and we know both of these players very well, and they will meticulously, absolutely positively manage to sequence so perfectly that we will see the game of a lifetime here.
I mean, we've made sure to pick on stream here, but of course Mateusz masterfully piloting that Bayonet Gardevoir, known for it on social media. I mean, I remember at Lille that if I saw Mateusz, I was gonna cry if I was playing Lost Box, because if he had on that shot pit, if I go first, I can't play my Mirage Gates. If he goes first, I might as well just scoop it up, because the item locks me out of there. So we got to pick the cream off the crop here. Of course, Mateusz, one of the best players I've seen with Bayonet Gardevoir in my all honesty, both in online tournaments as well as just, you know, these physical tournaments, and Tord, arguably the best player of all time.
Absolutely. On 10-0 and 9-1-0, both of these players have had a fantastic run thus far in the tournament, and this is not their stopping point. One of them is going to continue to rage on with this fantastic result, but both of them have a shot at the top spot.
Of course, both of them, Tord is looking to, you know, win an extra regional championship. Tord's never getting, like, he's always hungry for these events. And, you know, speaking to Tord and talking with Tord about different things, he is playing Pokemon non-stop. He never plays, or he never stops playing, and he never stops thinking about Pokemon. He wants to make sure he's on top all the time. We do see a bit of a glimpse of the starting hand for Tord. Pretty good for him, actually.
But
one thing I'm looking forward to here, who goes first?
Ah, yes, it's very important, as again, in this format, that first coin flip can really set the pace of the game.
We do get to see some prize cards. Free energy prize from Mateusz on top of a Curly Gardevoir and a counter catcher. So pretty stable prizes besides the energies. But Tord, as far as I know, plays 101 Pidgeot. That Pidgey's prized. So that means if we don't see a heavy ball on turn one, we might not see a Pidgeot at all.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that could be huge. We saw the power of Pidgeot yesterday in many of our games, especially in this Terrapagos list. So it could get a little bit dicey.
And especially, yeah, when we're seeing this Mateusz going first, so this means likely Tord would only have one turn of items, which we might not even see a Dusknoir being played this game. And he starts to shop it, which makes it even easier for Mateusz to make sure that he can get the item lock going on. Of course, we did see him use the shop it to attack yesterday. Did see him flip heads twice to win the game in the end. But as we also discussed, what if you put tails in that shop it? That has huge effects on the game, but luckily for him, yesterday he didn't.
No, luckily the coin flips were on Mateusz's side, and we'll have to see whether they continue today or whether they don't need to rely on those at all. And, you know, being able to set up the Bayonet right away and going in with Everlasting Darkness. So once again, going on with a very meticulous prize check, making sure that all of the essential puzzle pieces are here. Now, of course, we have quite a few energy prized, but that's not too much of a problem for Gardevoir and Bayonet in this stage, as you do have quite a slow and steady setup.
And one funny thing that I do spot from the list that Tord's playing, of course, he's playing 2-1 Dusknoir, it seems, and 1-2 Pidgeot EX.
Oh, 1-2.
So, with the 1-2 Pidgeot EX, because if you're prizing your Pidgeot EX, you can't dig it out of the prize cards.
No, of course.
There's no heavy ball for that. So what Tord has been thinking is that, wait a minute, if I prize my Pidgeot, I can heavy ball that back, but if I prize my Pidgeot,
that's no good.
So that's why we have to play two. And of course, the 2-1 Dusknoir typically, oh, that's actually two Pidgeys. Never mind, it's just two different arts.
Two different Pidgeys, aww. Well, you know what? It's still good to have the heavy ball potential. And we have seen so many 1-2 lines in this event, and it's, you know, we're not shy of them. It absolutely has logic to the considered madness. But into Tord's turn, here we go. His first presentation on our stream this weekend, but has been absolutely annihilating the competition on a solid 10-0 record. going ahead and playing that nest ball, of course, we get the first deck search. And looks like he's eyeing up that Terrapagos, which I think is an absolutely fair statement. We need a terrestrialized Pokemon in play for this deck to function.
Of course, and he just wants to search out all the parts of his engine that he needs, because as we've been speaking so much about, you know, this everlasting darkness, if it sets in, perhaps for this matchup, it's going to be everlasting. So we have to make sure we get that set up in the turns we have items. That's why Tor is going through everything that he can to make sure that he sets up properly. Now, when we're looking at the list as well for Tor, he also plays stuff like, you know, Fortin, Briar, Turo, and he plays Penny too.
Penny?
Which Penny is a new sort of, you know, put into these Terrapagos lists. Of course, Penny, unlike Turo, takes back a basic Pokemon, but also all the cards attached.
Yeah.
Which means you get to save these double turbo energies, whereas if you play Professor Turos, you would be discarding that double turbo. So it's
that's no good, right?
It's quite an economical solution here from Tord, actually. And of course, playing the Prime Catcher to make sure Terrapagos gets into the active before it's too late.
Here we go, and then in with the Professor's research. Let's see if we can continue, but of course we can't use our Fan Rotom yet, so
I mean, we'll still get to use the Fan Rotom now and make sure, but he just wants to make sure. The reason why playing Professor's Research first is because he wants to be drawing some of these basic Pokemon after. So he's sequencing it the way that he wants to hit basic Pokemon. Therefore, he goes ahead and researches first, and then after on the Fan Rotom, if you hit some of these basic Pokemon, you can go ahead and Fan Rotom for something like the Noctowl, which can keep your stream of supporters going. Because, of course, as we touched on, Professor Turo, Penny, Fortune, and Boss might actually be super important for this matchup, because if Mateusz wants to stick something into the active, Penny and Turo could get that out of there. And of course, you know, Fortin can also, if there's enough damage put into playing a Pokemon, you can actually Fortin it into a softer Pokemon, get that knocked out, and actually use the knockout as a retreat.
I love that. And here we go. Fan calling for all our friends. So we'll see which Pokemon Tord decides to take. You can take 3 colorless Pokemon. So of course we can go for another Fan Rotom, and we're going for Hoothoot and a Noctowl. Noctowl being so imperative to the strategy. And in with a Buddy Poffin for more friends.
Exactly. And one of the friends he did discard though off the research was Bouffalant.
Yeah.
In this matchup, Bouffalant's actually really, really nice because
That's
of
what I was
course
thinking.
Everlasting Darkness does 30.
Not with Bouffalant.
No, with Bouffalant actually does nothing.
Bouffalant sets up that curly wall and says, no, you don't. You can item lock me, but you can't do no damage. And that is essential to Mateusz's strategy, as we saw with his game yesterday. Placing that gradual damage eventually led to victory.
Exactly. We did see it yesterday with the Peter trying to use Regidrago V-Star to copy Goodra, much like the same effect with Bouffalant is, but Bouffalant has to retreat. That's why we need the Turo and the Penny if Mateusz decides to try and lock these Bouffalants into the active. And we see Bouffalant being picked up. Toro recognizes this guy is important for this matchup.
Yeah, I need him. I need my friends. We need as many Pokemon as I can to increase the, I would say, you know, you're essentially increasing HP, but you're actually reducing the amount of damage your opponent is doing, which is arguably even better.
And we're filling up, of course, Tort not benching the Bouffalants yet. Reason why is, of course, if Mateusz counters the Area 0, Tort would just go ahead and discard something like the Fan Rotom, and then there would be no damage done. Of course, he wants to wait until these Noctowl evolve, because as soon as you use the Noctowl, it doesn't matter anymore. No. So therefore, he wants to, you know, save these in hand. And it's a great strategy he has, because he has Noctowl in hand. So if Area 0 gets countered by another stadium, he can go ahead and Noctowl, get another Area 0 out, and we can get to play the stadium war that's going to go on between these two decks.
And moving on, of course, to Mateusz's turn as we continue to set up this rampant deck that is really going for it. Here we are with that Curlier engine that we were just talking about.
And there goes the Bouffalants back into the bottom of the deck. You know what's wrong with that?
What's
if they're
wrong?
At the bottom of the deck, you can't find them off of research.
Oh, I'm so sorry, no!
And if the item lock gets into effect this turn, it's going to be pretty tough to shuffle the deck unless Mateusz gives away a Artisan to do that. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But he does have quite the stellar setup. Even decides to discard Buddy Poffin after on this refinement. Goes for the shoes. Let's see if he can hike into some cards.
Ooh, okay. Yep. Psychic Energy's great to discard this deck. And we're going into another Trekking Shoes. We're trekking away.
You know, you always hit a Trekking Shoes on Trekking Shoes. That is a norm at this point.
That's the rules. That's how it goes.
I mean, if you're playing 4 Trekking Shoes, you play Trekking Shoes. You hit them simultaneously.
Yeah,
that is how the
That's
game
how it
is.
works.
So we do see the retreat, and the everlasting darkness is going to set into effect.
We are online with that item lock. Tord is no longer going to be able to play any of the item cards in his hand, which he has quite a few. He's a plethora of choices. We're still going to be able to play Noctowl to get trainer cards, so we can grab supporters, but not much else.
We see the Artisan for shuffling a deck, and actually gives away a Bouffalant, perhaps. So what Tord knows, Bouffalant is at the bottom of the deck. So actually, we can't shuffle because we're full bench, so never mind there. But we do have the double turbo energy, and we do have a Professor's Research. Great draws off the Iono because Tord needs this energy to attack. Bear in mind, he only plays the 4 double turbos. It's only energy in the deck, so it's crucial that you hit them to fire off these attacks.
But what's next? What's next for Tord? What are we trying to achieve from here on out? Because those Noctowls, if we choose to play them, aren't going to be able to get any item cards to use. So what do we need instead?
We're looking for, these defensive supporters like Professor Turo and Penny, of course, because here we have the Terapagos essentially two-hit knockouting. Of course, the Monkey Dory is in place, so that means that if the Monkey Dory transfers some damage off, we see the Luminous Energy, so it's probably going to do that. It transfers some damage off, so it means that the Bayonet has essentially 150 HP left after the Monkey Dory is used. We're not going to be able to use 2 this turn, of course, because there's no way of accelerating Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory. So we see another Iono. Of course, Tord's going to look what he puts at the bottom of his deck. Very mindful of what's there, but as soon as there's 30 transferred from the Bayonet, it goes from 130 to 100, so 150 HP, which means that Tord needs Area 0 and additional bench Pokemon to take the knockout next turn.
Mateusz is once again disrupting Tord, like you say, and that's so crucial to his entire format, to this strategy particularly, and he's got a pretty strong hand. We've seen that Luminous that was played this turn, so we can only get the double monkey online next turn, but we're gonna go ahead and start moving damage onto that Pidgey.
It's great to build these knockouts because, of course, Pidgey only 60 HP and Tord has no Area 0, which actually plays straight into Mateusz, and I believe, did he have Turo in this hand or was it the last hand?
Yes, Turo in this hand. Mateusz does have that Turo.
Oh no, because that means that all of this damage, 2 attacks essentially gets washed off the Bayonet. And of course, we can get to use the Monkey Dory first so we can make sure we get usage of the damage. So we can actually take a knockout on the Pidgey, making sure that Tord's not going to get Pidgeot into play this game, as well as getting rid of all this damage off the Bayonet, which is going to be crucial.
It really puts pressure on Tord, and being able to item lock on this turn specifically is so strong. And Mateusz is doing absolutely everything in his power to make sure that that Bayonet is sticking around, not giving up any prize cards to Tord, disrupting where the perfect moment really does present itself. And there's the extra Monkey Dory online.
Oh, we have some monkey business going on here, Amy, because maybe he doesn't want to grab the knock on a Pidgey. He can start setting up these Hoot-Hoots, because essentially the Hoot-Hoots are what makes sure that Tord can actually get to play this game by grabbing the supporters. So it's really about making sure that he can ramp up the damage here. Of course, like Monkey Dory first on the Terapagos. He wants to get rid of it, and there comes the Turo.
Just like yesterday, once again, all of that damage going to waste.
God of our EX coming in.
Oh, and look at that
monkeys away the damage. And you know what? Mateusz got some good monkey business going on here, because all of this damage is starts ramping up. And, if Tord does not find a way to, get the additional energy, he'd put 2 energies on the bottom of this last Iono. So it's about for Tord to see if there's any way he can actually get to shuffle his deck and try to, make sure that they're in a random place instead of just being at the bottom. But Tord just goes ahead and attack. Basically has a handful of blinks.
Both of these players are playing really fast right now because they know exactly what position each of them is in. Tord knows his outs, he knows what he needs to get, and they're not coming up right now. Mateusz, on the other hand, has made sure to lock Tord in this position on purpose, but at some point, Mateusz is going to have to undo that lock, in a sense, by taking out one of Tord's Pokemon. And once there's a knockout, Tord might be able to come back with some momentum, and we might get that comeback we were talking about earlier.
And we see the knockout on Terapagos matherfully mathed here by Mateusz. Like, I mean, this Bayonet deck is just all about math. It's
Absolutely.
like the Chandelure decks we saw around 10 years ago. Just these 30 passive damage coming through these Monkey Dories are doing so much, with the Gardevoir being able to basically just accelerate the plus 30 damage. I mean, even plus 60.
Goodness, and Thornton comes and saves Pidgey!
Come on, Thornton. That's one of, the crucial supporters, but Tord still has a hand of blanks. You can go ahead and use Artisan, get to shuffle his deck, because as we see at the bottom of the deck, there's a lot of double turbos there, and as well as Area 0. So Tord needs to draw into something, like Noctowls, to actually go ahead and get some drawing supporters.
Yeah,
Either that be
quite
Iono
right.
Research, but Tord has to draw into something, because right here, the setup that Mateusz has is amazing, because if Tord doesn't attack this turn, this Bayonet will get healed from 60 damage. 60 damage just flushes over to Tord's board, and these two-hit strategies against Bayonet are not really great because you kind of just want to one-hit this Bayonet to make sure that there's no damage coming for free from Monkey Dory, but I mean, in Tord's position, you can't do much about it.
No, exactly. Now, Thornton did save Pidgey, but that means we're probably, again, not going to see that Pidgeot at all this game. We're going to keep up the item lock, but eventually when it does kind of falter, when that item lock can no longer be kept up, Tord's not going to have the opportunity of that Pidgeot anymore.
Exactly. We see Tord essentially being at a standstill. All of these items in his hand, 6 item cards. So we can also see that if Mateusz, he's of course on 4 prizes. If he takes 2 more prizes at some point, that could either be, you know, these small knockouts on Hoot Hoots and stuff like that via the Monkey Dory. But maybe he's thinking
here it
about...
comes.
No,
yes,
he's retreating. He's retreating. He's retreating.
Oh,
he wants to
not
use
yet.
this Bayonet as a damage bank, of course.
I love that.
He doesn't want to, you know, waste all the damage on there. So why do you want to Poltergeist if you have your opponent in a perfect lock? You can just sit there, take your time, use Everlasting Darkness, and just set up these knockouts on the bench. Because within 2 turns, he can knock out Hoot Hoot next turn. He can knock out an additional Hoot Hoot, and then he can Poltergeist for the last 2 prizes.
I love it, being able to manipulate all of that damage on your Bayonet, making sure...
Hoot Hoot, bye-bye.
Oh, no,
Essentially
it's not
just playing
looking
an
good.
old-style potion here from the Bayonet, but that potion says that you go to your opponent's Pokemon. Of course, Mateusz, Tord being a stencil, Mateusz every single turn is just drawing cards.
And here we go, grabbing another Ralts, thinning that deck down. Monkey Dory. Oh, Adrenabrain the energy on, and we're going for another.
We might just see game next turn because there is 2 energies in Mateusz discard pile, which means that we can accelerate 40 damage into play, flush them over to Fein Rotom next turn, and Poltergeist for the victory because Mateusz might just reckon here he has too many cards in Tord's hand, and that means that this Poltergeist, with the 60 damage already being on the Trapagos, we should be able to hit 170.
Absolutely. So going ahead and grabbing Bouffalon.
It only counts when there's 2 in play, though, so Mateusz just has to check that it has to be 2 to make the curly wall work. There we go.
It was a pass.
There's 20 damage there.
Retreating again into
goes to
the
Gardevoir for a
Gardevoir.
safe
I love
knockout.
that. Here
And
we
then
go.
scoops it up. And what a game from Mateusz. Against, you know, Tord, as all the people, that was domination, I feel.
Taking a game off Tord is no easy feat, and sadly those Bouffalon did not come in 2x2, and henceforth Mateusz was able to use just a Gardevoir to take that final knockout. We've seen Mateusz use Gardevoir before, but this was spectacular. Once again, just getting that item lock nice and early and taking away that Area 0 was the perfect cusp to push Mateusz into the lead.
Exactly, and you know, this Professor's Churro removing the damage once Tord actually got a stable setup and just dismantling that with the Everlasting Darkness. After this first Terrapagos got knocked out, Tord never found his feet again. Of course, with this Artisan coming in and pushing away the Area 0, he made sure that there's not going to be enough damage done by Tord. Of course, the maximum amount of damage that Tord can do under an item block is 220 because it doesn't have the help from the Dusknoirs. So we got to take that into effect as well. It's also maybe hurting Tord in his deck list choice that he is not running the Dusclops, because the Dusclops, of course, is a way for you to push that damage threshold up to 270, where you can actually one-hit KO a Bayonet. But of course, not playing that, we're going to see some 2-shot in action here, which is not that great because, I mean, Turo comes in.
Yeah, Mateusz runs enough disruption, but also kind of a beautiful mix between supporters that are going to allow him to take Pokemon back to hand to be able to kind of heal that damage in a sense so that Tord can't take a knockout. And he didn't let him take one that entire game, I believe. So it just was completely a wipeout. 6-0, washing over the game.
Squeaky clean, and we get at least to see Tord go first this game. So we get to see, you know, a bit more of action here on the setup front, because of course Tord was hurrying through the setup phase as he had to. He had to burn all the items that he could. Of course, he's not going to be able to play Rekenia on those first turns after the rules changed, you know, like 10 years ago or something like that.
Oh, yeah, just a little change.
Yes, so there was a little change because back in the day, back in my day, we could play Rekenia on turn 1, but now we cannot. And, you know, with Tord going first here, of course, he's looking for, does Mateusz flip heads on the Shuppet? Because if Mateusz starts Shuppet, and he does, which means that essentially the item lock effect can set in from turn 1.
Oh,
it's going to be a
if they get that
huge flip. It's going to be a
coin
massively huge flip this.
And in with the buddy Poffin. Tord is ready to fill that bench nicely. Starting Terapagos is just perfect, making sure that we're going to be able to get a lovely setup. Buddy Poffin eyeing up the lovely Dust Skull and Fan Rotom right now. Fan Rotom, of course, is an essential. Its ability can only be used on your first turn, so you must make use of that Fan Call immediately to be able to fill your hand with colorless Pokemon.
And we do see if Tord gets to play items next turn, double Knockdown in hand, which means that, you know, if there's items next turn, which is not a given, there's probably a 50-50 chance if Mateusz, of course, has access to an energy, which he does play enough energy to not guarantee it. You can never guarantee it, but there's a high likelihood that happens. But if there's no item lock next turn, we could see Tord just storm away with this and taking out the setup. But again, we're just pushing so much effect onto singular coin flip.
Terapagos usually benefits from a slow and steady start, but in this instance specifically...
Oh yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
You've got to go fast. You're going to need that Fan Rotom to help you speed through the competition. You need to get off that starting line because you are not going to be around long enough otherwise.
And we do see, of course, Tord meticulously checking double Bouffalant deck. He does take them Hoothoot double Bouffalant because we do have nest balls extras, so we can make sure we get the Pidgey online as well. We do have another nest ball coming in now as well, so we can get to see this full fruition of a setup. Of course, the Noctowls next turn, we get to see more and more coming in with these items, perhaps being searched out next turn. We do see the Dust Skull being ready there. There's an Ultra Ball hand too that can also get, you know, a Dust Skull next turn. So this Noctowl, we have a great combo in the Terapagos deck as well. You can Noctowl for Feather Ball and Arcanine, which gets you a pitch out immediately. I mean, again, it's only if there's items.
Absolutely. We talked quite in depth yesterday about how those Hoothoot and Noctowl encourage the Pidgeot to come into play quite nicely, because really without them, it just can't get off the ground. So being able to launch each other into the sky is exactly what Tord's going to be wanting to do. Now, hopefully for him, we won't be seeing that item up, but once again,
flushes away, double Bouffalant again on top of the Noctowl.
It keeps happening. These Bouffalant just can't seem to stick around. They're running off in the other direction.
It seems like Mateusz has X-ray vision in these classes because he sees them Bouffalants, he wants them gone out of here. So we're making sure we get the trekking shoes to further in this setup. Of course, he wants multiple shot bits because even if there's item lock in play, Tord can still, you know, play double turbo. One of the 3 he has in hand as well.
3.
But one thing that's really important here, it's really crucial if Tord can get the pitch out into play, because if he can, he gets to search for a card risk-free
every
single turn.
Exactly.
Which does it better than Noctowl in this case, because you only need singular cards against this Baynet deck to be functioning. But that's where, of course, Mateusz playing Iono, making sure that he flushes away these cards from the hand and making it that much harder on Tord.
Even with Pidgeot, it's still going to be tough with that item lock in place, but at least you can guarantee back-to-back attacks. So you're going to be putting the pressure on Mateusz and keeping the pace of game steady.
Exactly, and it's also, you know, one additional benefit with Pidgeot in play is that you get to search out these double turbo energies, as I did in my sales speech yesterday. Getting to search these double turbo energies when you're playing as a strategy like Baynet, where you're not guaranteed to, you know, have this retreat effect, which often with double turbo, you can get to have that retreat effect often with this deck if there's something like, you know, Bouffalant stock up there and you don't necessarily want to use your Turos or Penny for that. So there's a lot of effects that goes on with Pidgeot where you can just risk-free, get a card, and that card's always great. And we do see the good old Tord Slap, double turbo goes on, and you know what? There's no energy from Mateusz, which means he did have items, but the Iono hand didn't grant him access to a Noctowl even, so bad Iono there. And I mean, Mateusz kind of escaped there, luckily, because if Tord had been able to get out a Noctowl, that could have been looking way different, of course. But, you know, this is also what happens when you're playing this Terapagos deck. I've tried it multiple times before myself when playing because, you know, Iono flushes away the Noctowls. It's hard to get them back.
And wow, the God of War gets refinement away for an extra 2 cards with trekking shoes. Will we take the energy? I think we do. We kind of need it right now. The luminous energy is not ideal to be kind of placed upon anything other than those Monkey Dory. Into more trekking shoes from the refinement. Let's keep it going. We're pacing through this game perfectly now. We want to go again. We got Screamtail. Do we take it? Do we not? I'm not sure if we need it right now. So I think that, yep, that's a discard, and we're going to go ahead and get another Curlier. My word.
But of course, we do see the Screamtail being discarded. It's not really useful in this matchup because, of course, we do want to keep the Everlasting Darkness going forever here in this case. And it's also important to note, Super Rod is prized. There's also Monkey Dory prized at the top of it. And, you know, Mateusz does not play heavy ball, so we only get to see one part of the monkey business. The Monkey Brothers are not going to come together this match, which is quite unfortunate from Mateusz's angle here. But it's also, you know, he has to then hit the Gardevoir EX next turn. He plays 2 Gardevoir EX. There's no Super Rod to get back the other Gardevoir since it's prized.
Not yet.
So it means he has to hit one of his 4 Ultra Balls or Gardevoir to actually make sure. But here, we do have the Cryptomaniac coming in here. There's probably some line of that to the Gardevoir.
I absolutely love that combo with Cryptomaniac in this deck with the Refinement Curliers. Always feels fantastic just to know exactly what you're drawing into. Gives you so much power and kind of brings a bit of control to your own deck, being able to literally stack 2 cards to the top and draw immediately into them. And there we go. We're going to go for the Everlasting Darkness. Once again, item locking Tord. Will he make the comeback?
Yeah, and that's where it gets hard now, because the Everlasting Darkness is set in. And speaking of Cryptomaniac, you know, we've seen this effect in cards before. Mallow was very much played a couple years ago. We're talking like 5 years ago now at this point. But Mallow did the exact same, where you had the same refinement effect, where you can trade into 2 cards, and we just see the attack for knockout with the boss on the Curlier.
Putting real pressure on Mateusz this time. Tord has taken 2 prize cards to Mateusz's 0.
We
and
see
the
Artisan put into play to further the setup. So this means we can start getting this monkey business online. And you know what? We can maybe also get to see, you know, Mateusz trying to go around the Starapagos perhaps, because the damage will be ramping up if Mateusz doesn't get into something like the Churro, which is less likely now he has less of an engine going on the board.
And Pidgey is probably once again going to be taking some damage once we manage to get that Gardevoir.
Do you see the counter catcher here though? So it's a good question what he gets, because Pidgey can take 2 hits, right? On the second hit, it gets knocked out. So Mateusz wants to drag up something where he can keep hitting it and keep going on, because there's a great combo here where he can Everlasting Darkness twice. If there's a Gardevoir EX coming into play, then Monkey Dory can take the knockout on his own turn, where he still gets to attack thereafter. So it's trying to keep the same Pokemon in the active all the time. We saw this in the past with, you know, some Radiant Alakazam effects, right, where they can move the damage from the active. So basically, that was Dusknoir back then actually doing that, where you could drag up a Pokemon with a lot of retreat, have them under a lock, put damage on him, and constantly do that.
Yeah, and that pressure is what it's all about in these games, keeping the pace of the game just going like this. Tord going for the Professor's Research, which is admirable because we do have that Duskull still, so that we might be able to continue taking knockouts kind of the slow and steady way, which Terrapagos is usually fine with, but right now we need a little bit more pressure than that. But thank goodness, because Area 0 Underdepths is here.
Finally hitting play. We did see it once in the game 1, but one thing that's really important is that just getting the Area 0 is not going to get the jump done. We need more cards. We need to get that Rotom out of there. Otherwise, Mateusz is just going to start getting a firm grip on this game again. And we see it time and time again with these setup decks, right? The more time they get to set up this strategy, I mean, Gardevoir is setting up it all the time. It's really, really important that Tord puts on the pressure as fast as possible. So we need to see, you know, Mateusz further putting up the setup. You know, this Shuppet can also be used for the Lost Zone Bayonet, where you can Lost Zone the Bayonet and get a supporter card back.
I love that. Being able to actually dip in to the discard and grab a supporter is so powerful.
And a counter to the Area 0 again.
Already?
It's not going to let Tord breathe. Mateusz is not going to let Tord breathe in any instance here. And, you know, this is going to get difficult. Of course, we do still need to see Mateusz getting Gardevoir online to make sure that this is like a fully flat strategy. But we do have double Bayonet EX in play. So this looks like much of a rescript of Game 1.
It does, and we'll have to see whether that Turo comes along at just the right time again. And again, having that Shuppet ready, just there lingering for the potential Lost Zone Bayonet effect would be fantastic.
Of course here, you know, the Gardevoir EX coming on to play. So 40 damage piling onto the Bayonet, gets moved by Monkey Dory down to the Duskull. He wants to get rid of the Duskull in case he has to let the items go for a turn so the Dusknoir plays cannot come online. Although Tord does have Fortin in his deck, but if you're with items, you kind of want to play a supporter card that actually lets you draw cards to make sure you can actually get to play even more item cards. So it's going to be difficult for Tord no matter what happens here, but if there's one player who can do it, it's got to be Tord.
Absolutely. The Monkey Dory's already begun with its rampage of keeping energy moving, damage moving around on those benched Pokemon, using the Luminous Energy to activate that Adrenabrain ability. Tord now responding with an Iono in tow, making sure that, Mateusz knows that Tord can do a bit of disruption too.
Yeah, of course, both of them are making great effect off it, but Tord draws another Hand of Blanks. He has 4 cards, of course, 2 of them being items, not being able to be used with the Everlasting Darkness, of course, with the Fescentipede and the Terrapagos on top. So it's just going to be a pass back, and it seems like whatever Tord's trying to do here is not going to work. We do see a Boss's Orders in hand, so we can see Mateusz actually, retreating this Bayonet into the other Bayonet.
Going ahead and attaching, using Psychic Embrace. So we can use Adrenabrain again
to move some more damage. And actually with this Boss's Orders, we can drag up something else. See the Hoot there. That can take free hits from the Everlasting Darkness before that gets knocked out, giving Mateusz even more time to move these damage counters around and make sure that he can set a turn where he basically can take 6 prizes, perhaps.
So the Adrenabrain being used there to move damage onto Pidgey, and then the Everlasting Darkness for 30 damage on our Hoot, which very well assessed is going to take quite a lot of time to knock out if Tord isn't able to remove it from the active spot.
But speaking of the way that, Mateusz is doing things. Of course, he plays 2 Boss's Orders and a Counter Catcher. He wants to make sure that these Boss's Orders and Counter Catchers are used to drag up, and the Duskull is knocked out. Of course, just because it's knocked out doesn't mean that Tord gets a turn yet, because it's a passive knockout with the Adrenabrain getting in there.
It's like using Duskull's own tricks against it, going, I'm going to knock you out before you can start any of that. Using that big Adrenabrain, Monkey Dory moving 30 damage from Mateusz's board onto the Duskull, giving it a real taste of its own medicine.
Oh, yeah. I mean, probably Mateusz has been playing against these Dusknoir decks sometimes with some other decks and been thinking, I need to beat it, and I want to do his own tricks. Getting there with the Adrenaline, of course, finally hitting the Super Rod, getting back some setup pieces, and using the Artisan to get back another routes. Fantastic play here.
I love that, because we're setting up for a potential Turo on a Bayonet or a Gardevoir. We saw it yesterday being used to great effect with the Gardevoir as the attacker. So once again, going for Everlasting Darkness and sticking the item log with now 60 damage on Hoot.
I need to ask Mateusz how many times he's Turoed where it just removed over 200 damage, because it seems like it's every single time he does it.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be every single time, and we see here Tord still struggling a lot to get back this Hoot. Has not hit neither Noctowl, nor has he hit Penny or Turo, and Tord is again sitting with such a bad hand here. Cannot get out of there, and searching the deck with the Artisan, making sure that he has the pieces in his deck, but somehow they're just not getting into his hand.
No, it did Iono last turn, so Artisan does give the opportunity to shuffle, but Tord's hand is just full of Pokemon and items, and at this stage of the game, still not being able to make a Pidgeot. Unfortunately, a handful of items, which Mateusz is saying you can't use.
Oh, Fescentipede coming in.
Ooh, okay. So drawing 3 more cards. I don't know if anything's particularly going to be able to help.
There's a Noctowl that can give more HP to the active. Not that that necessarily helps, but we can search out Professor Turo's scenario, so you can get to use the Noctowl on the active, Turo that back to your hand so you can reuse that at a later point, perhaps for a Penny, for example, that could let you do the healing effect once again, perhaps on a Terrapagos, because it does have a second Terrapagos in hand.
And once again, the sparkling aura of Jewel Seeker is here. Jewel Seeker being Noctowl's ability. When it is evolved, you may search your deck for 2 trainer cards. Now, of course, we're not looking to take item cards because we can't use those, but trainer cards luckily do come in the form of supporters and stadiums. Oh, there it is. I was trying to time it, but I didn't quite get there.
Supporters and stadiums. And speaking of sparkling and jewels, we see Area 0 coming in there and a full art Professor Turo picking up that Noctowl after being used, which means we get to recycle it. We like recycling of our effects here, and we get 1 Bouffalant to play.
That's good. We're halfway there, halfway to that curly wall.
Oh, yes. He's going to try and build that curly wall and making sure that we can get actual damage on here. Of course, with the Area 0, it's super important that it gets to stack more Pokemon to the bench, because it has to be meaningful damage that's being done here, because otherwise the Monkey Dory in combination with Professor Turo later down the line is going to remove all that damage. It's not going to be great for Tord to have.
And we say goodbye to Artisan as we journey into the underdepths of Area 0, expanding towards board state. So we now have space for the
That's
second
number 2!
And that makes it so much more difficult for Mateusz to to make any meaningful damage moves other than using Monkey Dory. So Tord is once again populating that board, making sure that all of the buddies are behind the curly wall to stop Mateusz in his tracks. And we pass, okay, over using Unified Beatdown on Bayonet, just placing that damage. Let's boogie into Mateusz's turn. Oh, we top-decked the Bayonet, which allows you to get a supporter back.
Of course, we're talking about here, well, why doesn't Mateusz just remove the area 0 to remove the damage? But then again, you also remove the damage that's on Tord's board, because Tord's going to be like, well, if you play another Artisan down or counter my Stadium in any way, shape, or form,
I'm going to discard the damage to Pokemon.
I'll discard the damage, of course you would.
Yeah, of course I will. I don't want you to take these knockouts. Rotom being only 10 damage away. So first up, we're attaching, to Bayonet, using Gardevoir's ability and using the Monkey Dory to immediately move that 30 damage onto Pidgey. No! He finally went down. He couldn't be rescued this time by Thornton. So Pidgey gets knocked out by that Adrenabrain ability.
There's an aggressive line that perhaps Mateusz can take at some point here, right? Tord has a massive hand, it looks like, or at least he has a lot of cards in hand, right? So it makes it so he can go ahead and just retreat back to Curlia. Okay, that's going to be interesting, but he has a situation where Prime Catcher on the Bouffalant.
So Bouffalant's Curly Wall ability does not affect itself, Jesper.
Oh, yeah. So, Gravity Stone as well, making that sticking up there.
Ooh,
and we need
staying.
a penny. And not all of these lists are paying penny. So maybe, Mateusz is looking at it like, perhaps if he doesn't play penny, there is a situation where, this Bouffalant can be stuck for good and actually decking Tord out. That's another strategy these Bennett deck can go for, because with the Gravity Stone, of course, with Curly Wall active, doing 0 damage, Gravity Stone makes it so both players' active Pokemon have 10 more HP. So, really important.
Oh, it does affect itself. Wowza. See, so many people have actually taken the Bouffalant out of their deck. I totally forgot that it does affect itself. So actually doing no damage. But now that Bouffalant is stuck, it's going to be hard.
But you know what's actually really important here? He's still going to be able to do 30 damage a turn for a while, because there's 220 damage down on that Bayonet on the right side of Mateusz's bench. It could stay there and just be a damage bank.
It can, although maybe this is time for another Duskull. Maybe it's time to start putting that pressure on, and Tord can say, actually, no, I can still target that Bayonet at some point.
But the issue with that is that, of course, with no Dusclops being there, there's no targeting without items. And if Mateusz keeps up the Everlasting Darkness, the Duskull is not going to be doing any effect. And actually, you're just putting a 60 HP Pokemon into play that could be taken out by Monkey Dory down the line. So actually here, Tord is trying to put himself in the best position possible. Is think about Iono and Penny here, so he can Penny this turn to Bouffalant. But if Mateusz still has enough resources to pull back up a Bouffalant, it's going to spell trouble for Mateusz.
Absolutely, and poor Bouffalant, with a gigantic already 2 retreat cost, is just going to be stuck in the active while Mateusz Adrenabrains the bench consistently. And Tord really can't do much about it, so it feels a little bit like he's stuck in the mud.
And exactly, we can count it like, the Friend Row can always be knocked out by... We're looking for where we can take our prizes, right, as Mateusz. Monkey Dory can take, with Adrenabrain, to Friend Row them out. That's quite easy to do. Yeah. Okay, then we're looking at 3 prizes left. There's going to maybe be mixed in a Poltergeist somewhere, or a Gardevoir EX attacking, but it means that we also need the Bouffalants off the board. Of course, Fescentipede is not affected by it.
Penny!
Oh,
Here
Penny!
she is to save the day! Bouffalant could be taken back into the hand, placed straight back down. That Curly Wall is back inactive, and we can go ahead and use Terrapagos for a meaningful attack this turn.
And it actually looks like Mateusz plays 1 counter catcher, 1 prime catcher, and 2 boss. All of them are discard pile. There's going to be no Bouffalant sticking to the active anymore, which means that Tord actually is going to have free reign to pick his own active Pokemon as he wishes. So it's actually going to put a ton of pressure onto Mateusz. Of course, still have the option off the Turo, but if there's Turo being played, it means the Gravity Stone gets off, meaning that if the Terrapagos takes enough damage, you know what Tord does? A retreat.
Absolutely, and we finally have that option. So we, of course, go ahead with a Unified Beatdown, using all of our friends to put a gigantic amount of damage on Bayonet. But moving on into Mateusz's turn, we're getting on with that refinement, continuing to cherry pick kind of what you want out of the deck, because the deck is so thin at this point.
It is also aware that it really hurts Mateusz that the second Monkey Dory is prized and not playing Heavy Ball. Of course, taking the cheap knockout here, trying to aim for that extra Monkey Dory, actually.
Yeah, making
Having
sure.
not played Turo yet, because here it could actually leave the bench place with the Bayonet getting in there, and there comes the boss back. We got it!
Well, Jesper, I thought you said that there were going to be no more Bouffalon in the active, but we forgot about that little
We forgot the
Shuppet.
clause of in case there's a Bayonet picking that back up. And yes, it came. So you know what? This Bouffalon might be stuck for good because as I remember, Churro targeted Noctowl, Penny targeted the Bouffalon. Palbat cannot be played. I'm pretty sure the Tort has no way of getting out of this unless he attaches 2 double turbo energies. Tort's looking through here.
Thinking about what we've used thus far, is there any way out of this wall now with Gravity Gemstone adding to Bouffalon's retreat cost? Serendipity for 3 more cards. Is anything going to help us yet?
Not really in this case. Of course, Briar cannot be used yet, even though like Tort cannot even attack. And there's a Noctowl being able to be used in hand, so if there's something that could help out Tort, of course he's going to go ahead and search for that. But not quite sure there's something that helps him immediately, as it seems. Of course, Fortin can go back, so actually you can do a play where you Fortin into something like the Fan Rotom, just been knocked out, has 1 retreat, where the Gravity Stone has 2, which gets covered by double turbo energy.
Isn't it ironic that Curly Wall is working against Tord in this circumstance, meaning that the Bouffalon is completely stuck in the active? It can't be knocked out by this Bayonet. Just keep on using Everlasting Darkness to keep the item lock in play. So Tord's Curly Wall has got him all tangled up.
Yeah, he's getting tangled up in these curls of the Bouffalon, really. And actually here with the Fortin, he has to get rid of the Bouffalon into the discard pile, which means that Mateusz, again, is going to be able to do damage with his attack. And if Tord attacks with this Tropical has 30 damage already, there's a chance here to get Gardevoir EX up into play, using Munkidori to put on damage, and actually taking the aggressive knockout with Gardevoir EX onto Tropical.
Here we go with Fan Rotom. A very interesting choice. I like it. And of course, Curly Wall is now out of effect.
And of course here, Defane Rotom getting retreat with a double turbo since the Gravity Stone says to retreat instead. So that's great with a double turbo. But I still struggle here. Tord is going to go down to 2 prizes. And I would have really wished if Tord had, a Duskull in play here, because maybe, I think probably next turn, Mateusz has to forego that item lock, and that's perfect for the Ursaluna, because if Mateusz takes 2 prizes, he goes down to 1, which means the Ursaluna is going to do 240 damage. But in this case, Tord would need a boss on top.
Okay, going for the Unified Beatdown. Finally KOing this Bayonet, who has been a real thorn in Tord's side for quite a while now. Now it's up to Mateusz to analyze and assess what the best Pokemon to put in the active spot here is, because it is rather tricky. Munkidori doesn't really help us much here. Gardevoir's a great attacker, but doesn't quite give enough damage.
He has to attack with Gardevoir here, but he's going to forgo the item lock, which means that Palpak can get back Boss's orders and pick up that easy KO on the Bayonet with 220 damage on the bench. And literally almost everything can take out. But here we do see the Screamtail get into play, but there's only 4 cards left and not many options for Mateusz to take getting that Screamtail in. Of course, I mean, he's going to try and thin out the options here and look at it, but the thing where he's standing against here is that this Bayonet is on a board. That's where it gets really, really difficult for Mateusz to kind of maneuver out, because of course Tord does have Serendipity with this knockout, right? If there's a Palpak coming in at some point, you can maybe get the boss back. So it's getting difficult for Mateusz here, and it's probably gonna look like an Iono try and put him down to 2 cards and then be aggressive. And you can actually do 190 damage onto the Terapagos here with the Gardevoir, get that up to 220, so you can take out the knockout with Munkidori next turn, and actually making sure that you can take these last 3 prizes with the Gardevoir EX coupled together with the Munkidori.
Munkidori hasn't been used this turn, so if Mateusz feels like the energy is no longer available to Tord as an option, then they might be able to use Munkidori this turn to take the knockout, or they can wait.
But if he does, he wants to put the Munkidori damage somewhere on the bench, because if he knocks out the Terapagos, Tord gets to use Serendipity. Mateusz not interested in that, of course, and also he gets to use the Ursaluna for free. So we're in a situation here, if you put it up to 220 damage, you're not going to be able to use Serendipity. I think that's what Mateusz is also thinking about.
This is such a hard choice. Is it worth grabbing the aggressive knockout here,
or is it worth just let that damage stick on the board for a bit and pick it up with Munkidori? And he agrees with me here. Gonna put it down to Serendipity, because that sets it up for a knockout with Screamtail next turn, which is fantastic.
I like it. And we saw Screamtail get discarded earlier, but it doesn't mean it's not a fantastic card in this exact matchup. It's fantastic because Tord has so many Pokemon on the bench and a lot of support in that.
What's actually smart with Screamtail here is that Mateusz has 3 prizes, so 2 of the prizes are coming from Terapagos, and next turn he could just charge up Screamtail and take out something like the Fan Rotom for game. So here Tord is staring against the wall. I see did I just see Featherball, Pidgeot, and Rare Candy? That's nothing for Tord.
No, and that's exactly what Mateusz has been relying on, is actually that heavy disruption.
It is. Oh, yikes. That's not great for Tord because there's not options there. He really badly wanted that Festivity to be able to draw cards, but Mateusz playing around that, and that's masterfully, you know, oversight from Mateusz, looking at it and having, you know, just so much extra energy to pull out here. And, you know, next turn, it seems like as if Tord cannot pull out something to squeak out the game this turn, Mateusz has it.
It does seem very much that way. I don't think Tord's got much they can do.
Oh, he sets a hand. He sees the writing on the wall. Tord has been taken down by our hometown hero, Mateusz Laskowicz here from Poland. And, I mean, the crowd's happy about that. They like some Gardevoir baited action.
Mateusz using his excellent Adrenabrain skills to bring home a huge win against our previously 10-0 Tord Reklev
Not anymore. He's not undefeated anymore. Mateusz is the first one in this tournament to take down Tord in a best-of-3 set, doing it 2-0, and in such amazing fashion, Amy. I mean, that was such a great play by Mateusz. I love watching him with his Bane Gardevoir deck. It's been a little bit in the making, about half a year where he's been campaigning that Bayonet Gardevoir is the way to play it, and we do see the replays here, of course. The Artisan getting in, making sure that Tord has less amounts of damage to play with when he's using his Terrapagos, and Tord just scratching his head. This is so difficult to get around.
It really was, and that lock came in so early. Turo bringing it back again, getting Mateusz back into the flow of things, making sure that he wasn't giving Tord any prize cards in game one, making sure that that Terrapagos went down, and that was kind of the making of the game. And
we do see it often with this Bayonet Gardevoir deck, right? Like there's so much like item lock, item lock, item lock, and then last turn of attacking, well, we could just do something else, like this Scream Tail to pick up stuff on the bench that we can put for Monkey
Going into game two, we see that once again Mateusz really put the pressure on early, making sure to item lock Tord away, leaving the Fan Rotom for later, bossing up that Hoot Hoot. Masterful work, as you very well said, Jesper, making sure to place damage around. Some very confident use of Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain moving the damage and bringing that Bouffalon into the active again and again.
And you know, Bouffalon just being tangled into his own curls again with the boss's orders on Bouffalon for the second time after the uses of Bayonet that we forgot. And you know what here, Amy, not taking this knockout on Terrapagos was also masterful, you know, sight from Mateusz, and there Tord extends the hand.
And we saw that handshake in very good faith as that game wrapped up rather nicely. I absolutely wasn't certain which way it was going to go for a minute there, but I think the lack of Pidgeot in both games for Tord just unfortunately was his undoing.
I mean, that Iono that, you know, Mateusz played in the early stages of game two really just unsettled it, because Tord didn't hit neither knocked out, you know, get this Pidgeot set up with the Featherball Red Candy combo, and kind of left Tord in a place where he couldn't really set up, he couldn't really, you know, put the speed on, and therefore, like, it ends up with Tord faltering here. And of course, that Iono puts away both, you know, two Bouffalons and two Pidgeot at the same time. That hurts.
It really does, and that's what it's all about when you're playing against these decks, which actually benefit from using those feathery friends again and again and again. You want to be able to stop that happening. You don't just want to item lock them. You want to say, actually, I also don't want you to be able to use those support Pokemon, because those are going to be my undoing. And that's where Mateusz was able to use Adrenabrain to its fullest, and even with one Monkey Dory took the win.
Exactly, and even though it's in Everlasting Darkness, this owl does not fly in the Everlasting Darkness here, and unfortunately, it ends up like this for Tord, but nevertheless, both of these players are 10-1 and in very great chance of making the top 8 still. So we might still see more of Tord, and of course, of Mateusz as well, where they can have a very good shot of getting to the top 8. And I mean, what we've seen from Mateusz this weekend, perfection.
Masterful work. We saw it yesterday, once again using that Everlasting Darkness against Peter. So we had an amazing game to cast. We've both cast Mateusz multiple times now, and we've seen that journey through this tournament, and we've seen him play this deck to absolute perfection. It really is a masterclass in how to play Bayonet Gardevoir right now. Gardevoir coming into this tournament with a brilliant form and doing ever so well in our day 2.
Exactly. You know, Bayonet Gardevoir not something that has been picked up by a lot of people for this tournament. So it also has, you know, a less of a chance of actually making it through. With less pilots, of course, there's less chance. But then again, you know, Mateusz, such a great player with this deck. And again, I can't, hats off to Mateusz. He's been doing such a job.
It's been so good.
Oh, yeah.
He has refinemented this list to absolute perfection. It has been absolutely his saving grace during this tournament. You can see every card is there for a reason. Every card is there for a matchup. And my word, has he done fantastic. Knowing when to break that item lock and go aggressive is the key to a deck like this. And he does it with absolute prowess.
And of course, speaking of a process that he has had this past half a year, it's been an everlasting process for him with this deck list. Of course, let's ask Mateusz all the questions because we have an interview with him right now.
Thank you, Jesper. Yeah, we're here with Mateusz, getting to a 10-1 record now in Day 2 of Swiss. That should be pretty good going into that top 8, which is fantastic to see with Bennett Gardevoir. We saw you yesterday, and you had to play a little frantically, you know, because you had that early loss against the Reggie Drago, but you were able to pull it back a bit more casual this time with the Terrapagos matchup. How did that game 1 go for you?
To be fair, I was thinking that even though I won game 1, I thought that I need to speed up even more because of usually game 2 he just candy Pidgeot. I didn't get energy, but he didn't get knocked off for Pidgeot, so that was lucky. And I know that the game can be long, so I was trying to speed up, but when he didn't get the Pidgeot out, I was trying to focus and play this game on full.
I think you've said one of the major reasons why you play this deck in general is just to stop Pidgeot EX altogether. You've said it's the best card in the game right now. So is that the main core of why you play an item lock deck in the format like this, or is it a plethora of other matchups and reasons why you want to lock down opponents?
I have been playing this deck for like a year. I made it even before Pidgeot came out. Okay. So. Yeah, but it's usually amazing into like Pidgeot decks and Dusknoir decks to turn the whole rare candy. And in general, there are a lot of plays you can actually make. So yeah.
Yeah, and we saw you use Boufflant against Tord. He was trying to put it down there, and you trap it there with the Gravity Gemstone. That's kind of the new inclusion of the archetype. Is that a big change compared to your previous options? I think you had a Calamitous Wasteland in there or something to increase retreat cost at one point. Is that a big upgrade for the deck?
It's not like a huge upgrade. I was even thinking of cutting it, but it was like too good to cut it. But I would say it gives a few more options. It is better than Wasteland because of the few reasons. So yeah, I really like the new gemstone. Thanks for printing it.
You like retreating your own Pokemon. As we saw, you like to have damage around for your Monkey Dory. In that second game, it took a little longer, but because you only had access to one Monkey Dory, it feels like it's actually a Monkey Dory deck more than anything. That's where the deck really does truly shine. But I also wanted to have a throwback to your regional win in the past with Palkia V-Star and Vikavolt V. This is actually a quite similar deck, even though it's completely different cards, a completely different format. You have the option to turn on an item lock, but then go aggressive when you need to. What is it about this approach that attracts you to a deck in Pokemon?
So the first deck that I played with item lock was like Pikarom in Expanded. It was in the COVID era. It was exactly the same as these two decks. So I made like inspiration out of this. Built a Palkia Vikavolt. You have like aggression or slowing down your opponent. Which is like hard to play, but if you are doing it like right, then
man, that's actually so smart thinking about it now. Look at a format where there's all the broken stuff and then just take one of the best decks from that format and then try and import it into one archetype. And there seems to be great synergy between the two. It's all psychic Pokemon. You've got Bennett. We saw Churro activation, which is great on Gardevoir as well. So many things you can do with this archetype. Your one loss, what was that matchup for you? And is there any other matchups you're worried about for the rest of the rounds?
My only loss was to James Cox. I had rough draws. Game 1, I didn't draw into any Kirlia. Game 3, I just benched 3 Pokemon. He Kyurem me.
There you
go. It's over. So I'm feeling confident into mostly everything, but Drago can be sketchy. I don't want to hit Guardy. I don't know if there are any at the top tables, and don't want to hit
actually. I think you're not around you right now.
So yeah.
Well, that's great to hear. I mean, you've, again, taken this deck, you're piloting it superbly, and now you've got yourself onto that fantastic record that puts you in the best position for our asymmetrical top cut. But we do have one more round to go. I'm going to let Mateusz get on into that round, but we have a little video to show you, so don't go anywhere.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title. Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome on in, trainers, to day 2 of the Gdańsk Regional Championships. It's myself, Joe Bernard, with Alex Dow. That's the first time I did that intro. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We have 3 tables still playing in round 11, which means we're going to be in our final round of Swiss before our asymmetrical top cut momentarily. So myself and Alex are looking at this player standings and seeing who can get to around that 31 match point record. That's what we're looking at, Alex. What's at the top tables right now?
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen 2 fantastic players. In the last stream feature match, obviously Tord, Reklev there, just falling short to Mateusz's Bennett's God of our list, of course. So those both players are at 30 points already.
Yes.
There's a couple of others there as well. Some very familiar names that we've seen before in previous streams. So Daniel Magda is, I believe, playing Regidrago V-Star.
Correct, yeah.
He's a IC finalist of last season. He's just aged up, so it's a fantastic run so far. He's on the 30 points as well. Then we've had other stream featured players already. Caleb Rogerson's at the 28 points, so he's going to be looking to hopefully get that winning in to the asymmetric top cut.
Yeah, there's actually another God of War EX in the mix as well, with that Magnus Pedersen as well. Also, I believe he's playing the Bennett archetype. I'll just take a check on that. But also other Regidragos in the mix. There is a Lost Zone box with a potential winning in as well. Jack Blythe from the UK with 28 match points. Yeah, it does look like Magnus is also playing the Bennett EX. So that's been a great choice this weekend.
Yeah, very, very topical for the Polish regionals that we have here. Of course, an archetype that has kind of come out the woodworks from this region. Mateusz has been someone who's been piloting this archetype for quite quite some time now. We got to show a fantastic showcase of the abilities of that deck and the player himself.
We've seen it twice now in very different circumstances. One where he's had to be rushing with his back against the wall and having to win 2 games in really, really quick succession. So actually taking risks and gambles on certain turns just so he can win in the allotted time. But in that previous set against Tord, a very comfortable game 1 where he got to win the coin flip, established that item lock very quickly. And then in game 2, we got a good slice of fortune. There was a missed Noctowl, so no Pidgeot EX coming into play from Tord. But even in that situation, when you do go second, you very often have that coin flip to still get the turn 1 item lock. So you still have that chance. And I do think there's something to be said about an archetype like that that's quite confident going first and second in the format right now. That might be one of the things that sets this archetype aside from the others.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we've highlighted already, but this is just a quick gander of the Masters Swiss rankings after round 11. As we've already mentioned, 3 players at the 30-point threshold right now. Everyone is going to be looking for that sort of 31 points, but there's plenty of sort of regulars to our stream. You know, Alberto Conti there again with a 9-1-1 record. He's going to be looking for a second back-to-back top asymmetrical cut, I should say. But then there's a lot of fantastic players as well. You've already mentioned Jack Blythe with that Lost Box deck. Bert Walters, you know, he's top cut at World Championships before. There's a lot of players there that we're going to be hoping to see and just try and sneak in potentially at the asymmetrical cut level.
And for those control enjoyers, Aimee Rajanen is one of the highest placing seeds there, so we could still see some block action going on in the next couple of rounds. It always seems to find its way towards those top tables, and once again we're seeing someone on a great record. Aimee is not one of these players that goes to every tournament, but normally performs very well when they do attend, which is great to see them back at the top tables once again. We have avoided the control matchups so far. We try our best to for as long as possible, but it gets to points in tournaments where you just have to show them really because they get so far in the event.
Yeah, especially when they're getting the matchups they want as well. I mean, when we touch on just control matchups, the Burnett sort of offers that different variant of kind of control, as we kind of see a lot of what Mateusz was doing with the item lock, already kind of controlling the matchup, controlling that board state, but then kind of flinging around damage with the Monkey Dory Adrena Brains. It's kind of very much controlling that board state and just causing havoc in the tournament.
I think one of my question marks going into this event was whether or not Snorlax players were going to take on Sander's approach or stick with the Rotom V approach, because that's been known for a number of formats now, but Sander's kind of, you know, the messiah of control. He innovates and creates the best and most awkward ways to play against archetypes. So going away from Rotom V, which is tried and trusted for very long, was then sort of got against from Sander, but it looks like he's stuck with his guns and he can continue with Rotom V, and that's where Emily's put his stake right now.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about control all day, but Joe, we're going to be heading straight back in to the community prediction bracket. Of course, this was the highlights of what we were trying to show in terms of support Pokemon right now. We highlighted the top 8, or what we considered the top 8. We did say that Barrel did sneak in there, but it's made its way to top 4.
It's won a round.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's somehow, despite being our 8th choice when we were looking at this, has been able to sneak into that top 4. So we will be having our community prediction bracket here as well.
And it looks like if we have the Pheasantipsy and Pidgeot, they were both landslide winners, probably some of the strongest on that bracket remaining. So that's a real clash at the top. I think good arguments to be had for both there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were so many good cards. We're in such a, I think Amy's kind of said it a lot this weekend, that we've had so many good support Pokemon, so many good support, just to be able to enable so many different decks to be played in many different ways, especially when there's cards that can just fit in and enter so many different decks.
Yeah, I think I've just been told I got the birds, but I think they're both birds, so I still don't know which one I'm arguing for. Okay, I'm arguing for the stage 2 by the looks of things. I think I've got Pidgeot EX.
I've got Fez again.
You've got Pheasantipsy again. You're the strongest soldier of Pheasantipsy.
What can I say?
You've got to come up with new arguments, though. That's the thing.
That's tough.
Yeah, you can't go for the cruel arrow attacking as well. that was a strange gambit in the last one, but it still won.
Oh, well. Apparently, you're going to be starting. We're going to go again, but I'm going to cruel arrow when I get the opportunity to do it. Right? Okay. Well, I'm going to give you the count, Joe. We'll go backwards this time. 3, 2, and 1.
Well, Pidgeot EX, it is a phenomenal ability. It was back in the day, and once again, choosing any single card of your deck is exactly how you get these instrumental combos that completely swing games. Oftentimes, you need to get your additional stage 2s up and running. That's going to be great for Dragapult, great for Charizard, great for controlling archetypes as well. It's good enough as an attacker in some instances, and it just makes sure that you have the strongest turn possible. Even if it's just grabbing the supporter card, you need to have your boss's orders when you need to guarantee win. You need to get Iono to disrupt the opponent, sometimes even getting combos altogether. It's too good right now in the game, and and it can attack.
All right. Enough Pidgeot. Enough bird one, okay?
The bird, huh?
Thank you. The bird.
No
bird
whatsoever. Well, yeah, Pheasantipity is on your agenda then, fighting up against that Pidgeot. Quite different, and I'm going to count you in in 3, 2, 1.
Right, firstly, how many Pheasantipities have we already seen on stream across this weekend so far? I'm counting at least 8. What did we just see in the last stream match as well? Did we see any Pidgeots? No. Which actual bird was actually able to help draw cards and try and get toward into the game? It was that Pheasantipity EX. It's a fantastic card that's been able to be splashed in so many different decks right now. We don't talk about Pidgeot EX anymore. We don't need rare candies and all of this other stuff. We could just bench the Pheasantipity EX, get that flipping the script, and actually rewrite history.
And there you go. You snuck it in. You finished your point as well. Can't believe it. Timed it to perfection. The 30 seconds on the dot. Well, there you go, guys. Compelling arguments for both Pidgeot EX or Pheasantipity EX. Do you want to pick any card or just try your luck at 3? I mean, that's really the question you have to think about at this point.
Yeah, but we have to use rare candy. And as much as I champion rare candy right now, Pheasantipity is getting free cards for all of those combo pieces. It just makes Ultra Ball fodder even better as well sometimes.
Well, yeah, good point. Good point. Both fantastic cards, let's be honest.
100%.
Oftentimes, our bracket today is going to be a bunch of engine Pokemon and we shove loads into one deck. That we're just at that point in the format where they're all so good that you want to have access to all of these cards.
Will a bird win? Overall.
Surely a flappy Pokemon is going to win this weekend, whether it's Noctowl, Pidgeot, Pheasantipity EX. What else have we got that flaps? Charizard, I suppose.
You're telling me the Barbarrow isn't going to have got a chance?
No, he's sinking right now.
He's a world champion.
He is a world champion. He's had his time. He's floating down the river now.
Right, hopefully the vote is actually going ahead and it's already in the background.
I really do hope so as well.
Pheasantipity is obviously going to win. Anyway, we'll move on from that. I mean, it's both cards have been sort of game-changing for so many different archetypes, right?
Absolutely the case, yeah. I think Arvin was really unlocked by Pidgeot in many ways because there was a reason for us to get multiple Stage 2s online because of how strong that Pidgeot EX is. And then Pheasantipity has also brought us back towards like heavy Nest Ball counts in many archetypes, going heavier down an item route. Even just having Night Stretcher in the game is much better with Pheasantipity because if the opponent takes that out, I'm holding Night Stretcher, I can get it back immediately and draw my cards again. So the way engines have changed are because of these Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just being able to splash the Pheasantipity into very aggro, quote-unquote aggro type decks, it just means that, well, you still have to deal with my attacker, or you could deal with my support Pokemon. I can still
happy with both.
You can Iono me, or Judge me, or all these other different cards, but I'm still just going to draw an additional 3 on top of that.
Yeah, any which way, you're still benefiting here.
Here we go.
And we're getting into our community bracket. It's Pheasantipity EX continuing its tirade into the finals now. That's a pretty big margin as well for how strong of a card Pidgeot EX is. But once again, like you said, Alex, Pheasantipity, you need a really good reason to not put it in any deck in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone's sort of jamming it in here, there, and everywhere. I mean, it's going in Guardy, back in Guardy at times as well. I mean,
even Guardy,
there's no real sort of synergy other than just being able to draw more combo pieces, more cards. And then you've just got sort of big attackers with it in its own right. So it's fantastic to see. Everyone obviously just wants to be part of my team. That's
what
it
is. It's all about you. It's not really about the Pokemon at all. It is about the arguments at the end of the day. And I need to step up my game. I've been on the losing end of this a couple times in a row now, so don't have the community backing me, it seems.
Well, yeah. I mean, the fans' choice, the people's champ.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
you are officially the people's champ of the UK. When you know. That's the truth right there.
Looks like
looks like our round 12 is coming up very shortly, so we can have a look at some of these pairings. It looks like Tord's been paired down to a 28 points record, so probably has to play that one out and get at least a natural tie out of that one. Lots of 28 pointers up against each other, but also there's a possibility that we get some 10-2 records making the asymmetrical cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we actually have a bit of an idea of what our feature match is actually coming up now as well. But you know what? Less from us. How about we just go straight into a pair feature, sorry.
My name is Alberto Conti and I'm a competitive Pokémon TCG player from Italy. I started playing competitively in 2022, right after the pandemic, and I've never stopped until since then. When I was at home during the pandemic, I started looking at some stream match from previous tournament. I got really excited and I really want to show up and go on that stage too, so I just went to the first tournament that I could go to and I started playing. My favorite deck is Lost Zone Giratina. I've been using it since June and I'm having a lot of success with it, so let's go. My main goal in tournaments is always having fun. I have a lot of fun with my friends all the time. It's like a small vacation that we have, and we get the chance to meet so many new players and great people, so I'm always down to compete more. The player I looked into the most when I started playing was Azul. He's a really famous YouTuber and player, and I'm always a big fan of him. So hopefully one day I can play against him. My favorite part about the Pokemon community is definitely like dinners together right after the tournaments. We have a lot of fun. We just eat some good food, and we get the chance to try food from outside of Italy. So it's really always nice to try in something else. So yeah.
Yep, and that was fantastic to actually hear from the man himself. Alberto Conti, no stranger to the stream, as we get a chance to see the achievements he's had since he's joined our Pokemon TCG. He is a well-versed Pokemon, and just card game player in general, but look at all of those achievements, Joe.
And just a couple of weeks ago, top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. He's trying to get into that finals once again. 9-1-1 is his current record. So if he gets a win here, you'd think that would put him in great stead for our asymmetrical cuts. Coming up against Caleb Rogerson, who we saw yesterday piloting that Terrapagos Dusknoir archetype to great success here. Also on the same record, looking to get a win. Previous EUIC champion, as well as a regional finalist and other top 8s. He's been great in the lower age divisions, and once again has aged up, and it's not phasing him.
Yeah, we're getting so many players who are aging up from the seniors, and just really sort of coming to the fore in the Masters division. As we get a chance to have a glimpse of these prizes here, Joe. Nothing too crazy on either side at the moment.
The one Pidgey for Caleb. He's just playing a 101 line of that Pidgeot, so that's going to be something he can fish out. Does play the Hisuian Heavy Ball. As we get into our game number 1 here for the winning in round 12. Looks like Alberto is going to kick things off with that Regidrago V-Star and already has access to Nest Ball, so should be on all cylinders on this turn 1.
Yep, going first and being able to start getting some of those vital Pokemon down. Of course, pretty key, especially when Caleb's unable to really do too much going second, because you can't Unify Beatdown going second, of course. So Alberto looking to try and stabilize that board first. Another opportunity for Alberto to continue playing his favorite sort of archetype, that Giratina V-Star. Obviously,
he's still rocking it, yeah.
He won't stop. He won't stop.
Can you blame him? He's had such great success with that archetype for a long stint, and now he's still finding new dragon types to incorporate into his strategy. He's also making life really easy for us to see what he's prize checking here, actually. He did, first of all, had a look at his energy switches and his super rods, then taking a look at his physical energy cards, and it doesn't look like there's many issues there. One of his fire energy is prized, a couple supporters, but not a huge deal for him, so he's going to be happy after looking through what he does have access to here, and he's eyeing up a Squawkabilly EX by the looks of things, Alex.
Yeah, a fantastic inclusion into the Regidrago deck. You know, it was something that wasn't too often included at times, just because you don't want to be discarding those pieces too early. But when you start to kind of include those additional support Pokemon that Alberto will be playing as well, you know, he does utilize the Cleffa, does utilize things like the Mew and the Pheasantipity. He's not playing the 1/1 Noctowl, which we've seen some success from James Cox winning list.
Yeah, he didn't in Lille either, so he's just happy with his 60, going for just the additional Count of Earthen Vessel and another consistency card is what he's happy with. We're going to cancel out that Hoot. Why not? Just before using a Squawkabilly here. I only see one Regidrago hitting the discard pile. Don't know if any useful dragon attackers did get discarded there, as he's going to be giving a shake to his final card that he draws. I see a number of dragons now in this hand and another Nest Ball. Yeah, not sure how hot this hand is, actually.
No, not ideal. Has been able to get the Pheasantipity down. Knows he doesn't want to, didn't want to discard that away too quickly. Does get a second Regidrago V. That might have been one of the dragons you might have got your eye on. But Alberto here, is there anything else he's able to do? Just to pass over?
Just the pass.
Onto Caleb.
Oh man, his hand is really poor, actually. Let's see what Caleb can construct here. Has the Nest Ball to kick off his opener, and we know that it really doesn't take much for the Terrapagos archetype to get moving. One Nest Ball can unlock the Fan Rotom, which can in turn find multiple lower hit point colorless Pokemon. As we're also going to see a quick search here from Caleb. One thing you may have noticed with that deck search is Manaphy is in the deck list. That's not something that every Terrapagos chooses to play, but that does give you some reprieve, some protection against Kyurem, especially because Alberto already has discarded his Cancelling Cologne.
Yep, incredible, because we did see Caleb actually make a quick note of the Cancelling Cologne actually hitting the discard as well. So Caleb just wanting to make sure where all these pieces are, what sort of tech cards Alberto might be playing as he's going through his deck and into his own sort of prize check as well. we've said it before, we said it on stream before, in fact, you know, all of these sort of Terrapagos players, you know, utilizing that fan rotom, when they get a chance to utilize that fantastic fan call ability, they tend to get into the game and they tend to do very well.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal ability, but it's a one-turn deal. You have to do it on that first turn of the game in order to establish lots of hoot initially, sometimes even your Pidgey, although not in this case because of the prize cards, but can also stash some Noctowl in hand for the future turn. But Caleb's got to be a little bit worried because even though it's a fairly unimpactful or not that inspiring turn 1 from Alberto, because there's always the threat of a potential Professor's Research plus V-Star power on the next turn, it still looks quite possible from Caleb's perspective that there could still be a really dangerous attack from a Regidrago V-Star on the second turn of the game. So Caleb is going to go for the triple hoot here to sort of protect himself from that. Even means that he's insulated against a Kirin play.
Yeah, look at the different arts as well. He's playing a little mix-up of the free, is this some Sliver Wings? I can't remember the actual attack. This Silent Wing, sorry.
Silent Wing.
And then just the one of the triple stab active hoot there as well. The hand isn't, I'm not too sure it's actually looking too great. It does have the Nest Ball ready to pop off for the Terrapagos and one Noctowl already in hand, so that Jewel Seeker will be coming down. But that's why he went so wide with those hoots, to make sure he had access to it.
And it's just a draw. Pass. It's not a good draw. I think Super Odd was the top deck. We have Nest Ball Switch, Giratina, Dragapult EX. I think we have some terrible cards here.
Is there
Can we even get into Cleffa? I don't think we can go that low. Maybe we can go Cleffa here and switch and just draw cards, but it's a turn of no pressure from Alberto by the looks of things. The Cleffa is a bailout to sort of keep you cycling through cards, but it could have been a much more dangerous turn.
Yeah, it looks like that Cleffa is the decision that Alberto's gone down here. You know, try and reduce some of the cards into the hand. Does need to
even
maneuver back into the Cleffa as well. Currently, that Regidrago does have a pretty heavy retreat cost.
Yeah, we got the switch.
But we have the switch, so it has to unfortunately maybe burn that in this early stage. Of course, can get it back with the Regidrago's V-Star ability as well. But not ideal here. Just having to give Caleb an additional turn to start building up those combo turns.
Yeah, I think Terrapagos is always like unhappy in this matchup when a Regidrago does go first and gets the amazing pop-off, whether it is a Dragapult EX attack or if it's a Kirin attack, whatever works best. But in this case, it's kind of undone the fact that you've gone second if you're Caleb here because there wasn't any impact on that turn 2, as we do go over to Caleb, who picks up that Terrapagos EX straight away.
Yeah, just a one Noctowl in hand currently, so that Jewel Seeker is now live from that Nest Ball. Do you see the evolution of the active Hoot? The rest of the hand, some playable cards in there.
In the hand?
Yeah, I believe there is. There's Prime Catcher, there's a Lost Vacuum.
Let's go hunting, Alex.
Yeah, and this is what this deck does. It aims to go super wide with the board to kind of enable Terrapagos to hit massive amounts of damage. Unified Beatdown, of course, hitting 30 times the number of bench Pokemon that you have in play. So with Area 0 under debts, which he will need to eventually get from this Jewel Seeker potentially as well, so that he can really build into it. And then you're swinging for 240, 220 with a double turbo energy, and you're going to be very easily knocking out any one of those 2 prizes.
I think Caleb is eyeing up Ultra Ball, which means he can't do it from just one Jewel Seeker. So instead, he's going to Ultra Ball for one of the pieces and then grab another Noctowl with your Ball Search card. Chorus is also doing a great job of being 2 cards in one search here, as it's going to be both the Stadium card and the double turbo energy that he requires.
But just which cards will he be looking to discard with that Ultra Ball could be a little bit tricky sometimes, simply because you just have to sometimes give up some really key resources.
There was an easy Lost Vacuum, but I don't know about the other cards.
There was a Dust
Might be Dust Glops that has to hit the discard pile. I think you more or less take this, to be honest.
Yeah.
There we go, as expected. Area 0 has opened up the bench space, so we can Ultra Ball for Noctowl, and then in turn, we can Jewel Seek for the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which helps fill up the bench for Caleb here, pushing that Unified Beatdown into KO range. It's actually going to be the double Buddy Buddy Poffin. Going to get Manaphy established, going to get some of these Duskull down as well.
It could be a massive...
to capitalize on the slow turn from Alberto. Get your 60 hit pointers in while you can.
Sorry,
Alex.
apologies. There could be just massive pop-off turns coming forward later as well because of targeting those Duskulls to hit the field. And that's really the trouble. If Caleb is able to take down a big knockout on a Regidrago V, even with the retaliation, of course, then would have to lose a number of bench Pokemon, but it's very easy choices with the Noctowls, and then you're just having to find ways to rebuild and then just re-attack again.
Yeah, one of the issues of this matchup can sometimes be is you don't have access to your Dusk Noir, because you lack that damage output into V-Stars. But now just trying to pounce on the fact that Alberto hasn't had the strongest start, take out the one Pokemon with energy, take the first 2 prizes of this game, and force Alberto to draw into some decent things from the Cleffa, as well as the draw for turn here. Couple Ultra Ball, I know that much. We have Festivity EX online as well, so we at least have a few draws to help us get there. I believe Ultra Ball can also unlock our V-Star, and that might have to be flipped this turn.
Yeah, there were so many different things that Alberto still needs here. Of course, doesn't have an energy on that Regidrago V, so it's going to be a massive turn for Alberto to try and swing this back into his favor. Of course, there's loads of things that he'd be looking to try and actually weave in as well. Maybe even try to weave in some sort of Iono to try and slow down Caleb's turns. Try and reduce the opportunities for Caleb to get another turtle down. Or Terrapagos EX down, I should say.
Well, he has a very nice Ultra Ball to kick things off. 2 of those dragon attacking Pokemon he can discard, the Giratina V-Star and the Dragapult EX. One very cute thing that's actually working in favor of Alberto is that he can also take advantage of Area 0 Underdepth, so he can get multiple Ogerpon benched, then also get another Regidrago V on the board, as long as we start drawing into these pieces as we go. The first search is going to be for that Regidrago V-Star to hand. But of course, also has a Regidrago V in there from a couple turns back. So he has a few things going on. It's just whether he wants to... How does he want to go about this? He can go down to 0 cards, I believe, and then start with a Mew EX drawing before anything else. I think that might be what he's trying to map out here.
Yeah, again, wanted to try and potentially save that fantastic V-Star ability on the Regidrago V-Star. Legacy Star being able to discard your top 7 cards, but then cherry pick any 2 from your
interesting. There's a Chorus's Tenacity that was played on Caleb's turn last turn. That means we can actually bench this Kyurem. It means we can actually get the ability off of Kyurem now. The Plasma Bane is actually live, and the Manaphy is on board, but we know there's a Cancelling Cologne in the discard pile. So Alberto's looking to use his V-Star power to recover the Boss's Orders plus Cancelling Cologne play to still get a Trifrost in.
Yeah, this is really heads-up play by Alberto. Just being able to weave in a single prizer attacker as well, just simply because Caleb had to grab those additional combo pieces just from that Chorus's Tenacity. Often everyone seems to think it's just Chorus's Experiment where it's impacted, but no, these 2 came out together pretty much, right?
Well, yeah, and you don't really see the Tenacity all that often, as even if it is just a tech inclusion, sometimes in Iron Thorns and also in this archetype, but it means that Alberto doesn't have to go hunting all of these energy switches, multiple Ogerpon, this, that, and the other. He can instead just go for a single energy attachment here and Trifrost. I believe the Boss's Orders is already in the hand as well, so you can bring up the Manaphy quite easily. As we're going to evolve into that Regidrago V-Star. You're committed to a Cancelling Cologne recovery here. Let's see what the 7 cards discarded are for him.
Yeah, this could be big, just because there's still so many resources. We obviously haven't seen too many energy switches.
That's not bad. You've lost a couple of Stadium cards, so you know that Area 0 is sticking, because I don't think you're ever really taking any of these now. We've already got rid of one Regidrago, but recovered it with a Super Rod. I don't know how many other good immediate cards there are for him.
The Tempo Sinnoh would have been really nice to maybe try and get that stuck down as well. Because, of course, Caleb's deck only utilizes double turbo energies to be swinging for heavy damages, of course. But here we go. There's the Cancelling Cologne as the first insta pick. And it's just making sure with those resources that he needs to keep an eye on.
I think it's either like a Nest Ball just to get an Ogerpon to be your 5th bench Pokemon, or just get like a Super Rod, get back some energy in the mix as well. Could be reasonable here.
Yeah, it'd be good to just, again, help activate his own Area 0.
It's going to be a physical Ogerpon, that works too.
Maybe just kind of keeping some of those cards in the deck.
It's going to be the Temple.
Yeah, I guess this is the decision that he has to make. Can he continue to weave in things like the Iono with a Temple Sinnoh, really slow down Caleb's turns whilst utilizing just a single prize attacker?
So many options. Energy switch as well.
This is so good. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there you go. Energy switches. Wow, it's not an easy one. It's not an easy, oh, these are the 2 I need right now, because you've already got a piece in hand in the Boss's Orders.
He's going for a... Oh, yeah,
it's going to be a turn attachment of Grass Energy to the Kyurem. Boss's Orders on the Manaphy.
Now, what do you
target? Straight into our Kyurem. We're going to Cancelling Cologne. I feel like we go...
There's double Duskull, double Hoot. So
yeah, the double Hoots. Definitely take the Hoots, and then it's probably just a Duskull here. I suppose you could take Manaphy as well and force Caleb to then deal with Kyurem, which he doesn't really want to do.
Yeah, I think that's... I probably would maybe target down the Manaphy here, just because then it still opens up a potential further Kyurem play if Caleb isn't able to recover that.
Yeah, it is going to be the Manaphy. I think that was the selection. Yeah, we're going to keep the double Duskull around. It means that this Kyurem continues to be a threat going into the future turns. that Caleb has to respect here. It's not terrible for Caleb to take a single prize knockout, especially with a Cleffer on the board. You can then get back onto even prize cards with the use of a Dust Noir, but Alberto could come back and go down to one prize card, and then suddenly your ghost types are far less spooky.
It's a massive Trifrost. Being able to take 3 prizes, going ahead now, and here just kind of activating Caleb's Pheasantipity, following our last argument there, Joe. But this has kind of given Alberto an opportunity to really claw back. Doesn't have, again, another energy on that Regidrago. We haven't seen another Teal Mask Ogerpon really come down, and that's really been the best support Pokemon for Regidrago so far. There's a Pheasantipity. Does hit a few different pieces.
Is big here, especially, like you said, Alex. If you go through this Kyurem, it's still a massive combo for Alberto to get a Regidrago V-Star attacking for a turn. So you have a lot of reprieve. When you're only giving Alberto 3 cards, you can be quite confident that Iono is going to be really handy for you. And there's the recovery of the Manaphy straight away with Night Stretcher. So that's going to shut down the Kyurem for good now.
Yeah, we're just going wide once again with the Buddy Puffin. Are there any more targets? I mean, one of the fan Rotons was prize originally. All 4 Hoot Hoots were down initially as well. We haven't seen anything like a Super Rod or anything like that. Does he play? No, it's just the stretchers.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's the only way to kind of recover some of those Hoot Hoots. Those combo pieces, I mean, when you're out of Hoot Hoots and out of sort of Noctowl use on additional turns, it makes it really difficult sometimes to find the right pieces. To continue attacking with your big attackers like Terapagos, or continue to finding those rare candies into Dust Noirs, I should say. So there's lots of small decisions that Caleb has to make here, and hoping he can just find the right pieces at the right time here. He's really sort of double-checking what he's going to hopefully try and pick up.
Well, it shows that Alberto's choice was right to get rid of Manaphy, because otherwise you can easily Night Stretcher back a Hoot Hoot there. You don't mind if one Dust Skull goes down, because you still only really want to play one for the remainder of the game. So isn't even going to put the Pidgey down. It's too dangerous at this point when there is the threat of a Regidrago using Dragapult TX. So just going to forego that Pidgey, and is going to Iono himself to 4 cards. Alberto gets just the 3 here.
3, and if a knockout does tend to happen with the Kyurem here, we'll have access to the Pheasantipity once again on Alberto's side as well. So you're going to be giving, in total, sort of 7 cards free from the Iono draw. And there is the knockout from the Unified Beatdown on the Kyurem, leveling up the current game. Cleffer into the active, has free retreat, gives Alberto a chance to try and weave in a combo somehow.
I see a few Grass Energy. I see Mew EX and 1 Energy Switch. It's actually really awkward. You really want to manually attach a Fire Energy, not a Grass, to your Regidrago. So you might actually start with Pheasantipity here.
Yep, just to maybe get a couple of pieces. But again, you want to try and get that full value out of that Mew EX's restart where possible. But with no Ogerpon down,
yeah, I like the Pheasantipity first. You hope to get the Ogerpon first, then they empty your hand for you. There's one. That's something. You can at least get 1 Teal Dance in, plus the Energy Switch onto Regidrago V-Star. You still won't be turn attaching. You're probably then just going to bench Mew EX and then use Iono back on Caleb.
Does activate his own Area 0 Underdepths for his side of the board as well, so he can get additional Pokemon down. Can continue playing down. That is an Ultra Ball.
So if you don't want to use Iono here, you could just discard it in order to draw at least a couple with Mew EX. You can get another Ogerpon from this search as well.
I'm sure he'll be looking to try and weave in that Iono if possible as well. Really kind of trying to limit what Caleb has access to in his own right. But of course, if it's the best option to Ultra Ball right here, right now, because we do have the 2 Grass Energies, you'd imagine that one of those would be an easy Ultra Ball target, or fodder, I should say.
That's the only headache right now for Alberto, that with his V-Star power didn't get any Ogerpon action going, not even a single energy banked onto this Regidrago V-Star, so it's becoming a big combo for him now. Thinking of actually discarding the Mew EX at this stage.
Maybe just kind of foregoing it for now.
Yeah, in favor of a guaranteed Ogerpon attachment.
Oh, he's decided
goes for the Iono instead, so he's going for more explosive plays here. Possibly thinks that Professor's research will be the best way for him to get towards a Fire Energy and more Energy Switch.
Yeah, I mean, there's more Ionos in there, so there's still opportunities. Just depending on what kind of draw he gets from the Mew restart as well. Remember, has used Flip the Script already this turn, so it's going to be the additional draw from Teal Mask.
Here's the 1 draw coming in before we see the Energy Switch over.
What is it, Joe?
It's the Energy Switch we knew about. I don't know if it's a playable card before Mew. It's a second Energy Switch. Wow. That's a very good draw. Mew EX now gets to draw a clean 3 cards here.
Needs a Fire Energy. There's
Iono is another chance. Alberto rewarded with his sequencing on this turn. choosing to keep those guaranteed options. The Mew EX was kind. It gave you the refund of the INO here.
As mentioned before, I think he was having a quick check whether there was anything like a fire energy that was given up.
No.
So, you know, just the INO into the...
There you go.
He does play 4 copies of Earthen Vessel. So, again, the odds seem in good favor for him right now, but it's only 3 cards.
Radiant Charizard, Research, Earthen Vessel. I believe that was the last card.
It was. So, again, a massive pickup, but again, supporter or removing a single prizer could be a bit...
Well, we're going to forego the Radiant Charizard at this stage.
When you've already weaved 1 single prizer in, it's generally okay, maybe just to kind of stick with your Regidragos right now.
Now, if we go down to just 1 prize card here, if we use Giratina's V-Star attack from the discard pile, taking out the active Terapagos, it does deny Dust Noir Shenanigans. Also gets around Briar. So is that the way that we've got to go here? We just got to lost zone some of these energy now?
Yeah, I think you have to
feels like the best play to me.
Force more questions of Caleb here, just by knocking out the Terapagos EX, then forcing the Area Zero Undex obviously not to be activated. Just kind of causes a really awkward spot for Caleb here. And that's why it's just double-checking the resources that Caleb's maybe gone through already, of course. There's no access to Jewel Seeker or anything like that right now. Caleb did get the Terapagos EX down. Actually, I just realized that.
Yeah.
That's actually a big thing, sorry. So they will continue to be activated, so it's fine.
It will be there. But this is a tough call for Alberto. I think it's safest just to remove a couple energy. Also, I think he might have 1 energy switch in his... Oh, no, he doesn't have any energy switch in the prizes. So he might be okay to do this. He would only need 1 more on the following turn. You lost zone 2 of your energy if you take this knockout. But it looks like he's just going Dragapult EX here.
I mean, in both cases, it's 2 attacks to win. He doesn't want to activate the Pheasantipity as well from this scenario.
There is the opportunity... Well, you have to take 1 prize. Oh, you can not take a prize here? Yeah, that's true.
So then you kind of just enable yourself to be able to win next turn.
That's reasonable. Yeah, shut down the Pheasantipity. There's no Jewel Seeker either now.
So another potential heads-up play there, doing multiple targets.
to 3 cards. It's so much that Caleb needs now.
Yeah,
I believe I saw Rare Candy in hand.
But not much else. There was a supporter. There's Iono of his own. Boss's orders, so can continue to take prizes. But again, that's not ideal in this scenario. Has Alberto found a way to stem the flow of prizes in Caleb's direction?
This seems to be the only option. Iono now.
Looked like he was about to play out his whole hand and just play it all down.
It'd be nice if it was a research. You're looking for combos here, but it's just going to be Iono.
Combos without that Jewel Seeker ability from Noctowl is so tough. So tough to deal with. 4 free cards, Counter Catcher doesn't help.
No, it's not really what we needed to win on this turn. You can retreat out of... Well, that doesn't even help too much either.
No,
can you get a poke in with any Pokemon here? Maybe you can poke with... No, that doesn't even work. I'm trying to think if there's a single prizer.
I think Caleb's trying to think about how best he can get through this as well. Is Alberto just in the best
position possible here? Maybe you can counter-catch, try and stall for a turn.
That Chorus's tenacity really kind of... just putting Caleb in such a terrible position,
We were saying it was a great card for him to use. It's going to be a concession. Alberto found the line to put himself in a perfect position to win that game number 1, meaning that Caleb was out of options.
A little wry smile there by Alberto Conti as he's taken game 1 of this win and in. Remember, both players needing to win this round to guarantee themselves to the 31 point and just very likely be within that asymmetrical top cut as well, as we do get a chance to replay over the actual game 1 here. There was a massive initial swing turn from Caleb, of course, with that prime catcher on the Energy Regidrago V. But then, of course, because to do that, he utilized that Chorus's tenacity. Suddenly, Kyurem came down, and it was going to Trifrost without too much trouble at all.
The bane of Caleb's existence there, the Kyurem coming in with the Trifrost. Very, very powerful and well spotted from Alberto. Doing so well to secure himself that victory, even when he had a pretty awkward draw there in the opening. It just shows that he knows this deck inside and out, and it seems like he's played this matchup before and knows when to initiate which attacks. And it gave Caleb no opportunity in that game number 1.
And tell you what, he didn't even need to use his favorite Pokemon
Can't believe it.
Yeah, he
promised me. He promised me he liked Giratina V-Star. That's his favorite.
Utilizing the Dragapult once again. Maybe Dragapult is still coming up trumps in a lot of our tournaments so far. It's just a fantastic
Phantom
attack.
Dive. Crazy
200
attack.
to the active and 6 damage counters as you like onto your opponent's board.
Yep. That's why we're seeing this Giratina V-Star deck do so well. It's been a long time Giratina's been in formats, but it's taken the Dragapult EX and even that Kyurem that we saw actually attacking itself from Shrouded Fable that has pushed Regidrago V-Star to be the archetype that it is today, and such a powerful archetype. But the good news for Caleb is he does get to go first in this one, so he will have the opportunity to set up, and also he won't have his Pidgey in the prizes either.
Yep.
And getting a Pidgeot EX is a great way for you to keep getting those combos even under those late game Iono.
Yeah, 100%. And this is, I mean, despite Caleb almost kind of going first in a strange way from the game one because of how Alberto's hand was played out, by just kind of forcing a lot of those resources to be used because he got that Clefairy in the active, was able to weave in that grasping draw attack to kind of build back up. Caleb was actually kind of in a decent spot, but we just had a look at the prizes there. Very quick scan as both players here kick off our game 2 of this Swiss round 12. Our winning in, don't forget, a raw benching of the Fan Rotom into the Fan Call very quickly there by Caleb. But just having a quick scan of the prizes, Joe, again, I don't think we did see the Pidgey from Caleb's side in game 1. Again, nothing too crazy here.
Both looking pretty kind, and Caleb very happy to see the Terapagos EX start into the Fan Call, so you know that there's access to Jewel Seeker if he wants it, depending on which colorless Pokemon he chooses to call out with his ability on the bench there, which is exactly why we're looking for the deck right now. We're going to try and access 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 or less hit points, and that is why it's such a great partnership with the new Noctowl coming out from Stellar Crown.
Yeah, not the best starting Pokemon for Alberto there. I think he did have the choice of potentially putting down a Regidrago V as well, but obviously doesn't want it to be easily targeted down. Maybe giving up a single prize is where Alberto's really just trying to, again, force resources out of Caleb's deck to maybe gust around and maybe have to force Caleb into those prime catches early.
It's one of those situations where it makes you draw more, but it also makes your opponent do more as well. So it's awkward, but also probably for the best here. You've got to play defensively when you're the player going second, especially because that Terapagos will have the opportunity to swing in on the next turn, as it's going to be double Hoothoot and Pidgey as the selection from this Fan Rotom. I believe there's also a double Turbo Energy that Caleb can swing down, and I think there's not really much reason to not go for that. So you're not expecting too much pressure from Alberto on that first turn of the game. And just in case there's an Ino, let's swing that double Turbo on and make sure we don't need to draw back into this card.
Could you imagine a world where it's possible? I don't think it is, but
with 4 Energy Switch and lots of Pokemon, there's all sorts that could happen.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's been crazier things I've seen. But yeah, over to Alberto now. So he does have that Regidrago V, I'm pretty sure, with a couple of energies in hand. Ultra Ball as well, does have a Research as well. So this hand's going to be pretty explosive.
Great. Yeah, we love to see it. There's Ultra Ball. You can get rid of your favorite dragon of choice, or you can just get another engine Pokemon established, maybe get your first Ogerpon dancing. It's going to be a Grass Energy discard as well as, is that the boss's orders?
Yep.
That we're seeing go before the Professor's Research. It's a strange thing for this archetype that you have to juggle getting access to your Pokemon in the discard pile in addition to making sure you have enough board presence. It's very likely that you want to get rid of these dragons as quickly as possible, but if you then research and then miss some of your basics, you think, I wish I got that instead to help me on my way. So it could be Alberto even going for Squawkabilly EX, so you have access to another deeper dig into the deck for 6 additional cards. So a few decent options for him here.
I mean, what usually helps for Alberto's side in this sort of matchup, because that Area 0 Underdepths typically will come into play for Caleb to sort of start swinging for real big damage. I mean, even right now, wouldn't be able to knock out that Radiant Charizard with a full bench without utilizing that stadium. Alberto could use that to his advantage with his own Teal Mask Ogerpon EX as well. So this is why maybe Alberto is quite happy to start using some more of those additional support Pokemon, which we don't sometimes see too often too early.
That's true, but Alberto playing it safe. You're a game up. Let's make sure that this research doesn't go haywire and put you in a bad spot. Let's just put down our Regidrago V, get an attachment in, and then research the lot away, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to see that Regidrago hit the field, a Fire Energy attached, of course. No point in not utilizing that. Here comes a Mew as well.
Possibility to draw first, but there is, I believe there's 1 Energy Switch in the prize cards, and that would be the thing putting me off drawing a couple, because exactly Energy Switch is horrific to draw. Yeah, and that's why we're going to see the safe 7. Alberto playing safe here, which is something you want to see when you're a game up.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk, and just not being able to maybe take those additional 2 cards and then just be like, what if?
Yeah, because it's about what hurts you rather than what helps you at that stage. You know you'll have the potential to draw so many more cards that you don't really need those extra 2 from the Mew in that base. So.
That cheeky Curum's in that hand, Joe. It's hanging around.
I feel like Caleb's gonna play differently in this next game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, only has access to 2 Hoots this time, though. So again, to build those combo pieces, again, having to expend resources, maybe Caleb has to, but we never know. Has already the energy, of course, so maybe just needs to grab the Area 0 underdepths instead.
Alberto gonna nest ball out a second Regidrago V. It's really important to get the double down because Caleb is threatening those dual Seeks. And it's going to be a Squawkably. I know there's at least a Dragapult EX to discard here. Looks like a few other supporter cards in the discard.
Quite a few supporters. That's
one
double
energy
boss.
switch, both bosses' orders in the discard. That means there's just Prime Catcher left.
Prime Catcher and whatever choice he likes from that Legacy Star, V-Star power.
Didn't see any switching cards, so I think Cleffer's being discarded from this Earthen Vessel, or we're still figuring it out here. Could be Jamming Tower. It's not great, but it's at least a bounce to a stadium, so you can see why it's being debated here from Alberto. It's eventually going to be burnt for a couple energy cards out the deck here. I believe there's an Ogerpon in hand, so we can at least get one Teal Dance in, get some energy scattered around the board.
Draw some more cards, see more cards. It's one of the best things about the Pokemon Trading Card game. You do tend to go through your deck quite often, finding the right pieces, the right combos for his own right with Regidrago V, especially when there's only one attachment from turn every time, and that Fire Energy currently sitting on just that one Regidrago V there. As it's just a pass over, as expected, not much Alberto can do on his first turn, and it's on Caleb to really set the tempo here.
Yeah, and I think Caleb really needs to get a gusting effect. And is that Prime Catcher again already in the hand?
It was Prime Catcher in hand.
Well, there you go. I think we're going to be hunting down 2 prize card Pokemon again on the bench. But Caleb's going to try and go about things without using the Chorus's Tenacity this time. He doesn't need double turbo energy, so it shouldn't be a headache for him.
A combo piece that we've seen included into this archetype now with the Featherball only utilized really for that Pidgeot EX, but that Rare Candy Featherball combo just from a Jewel Seeker now allows Caleb to utilize Quick Search and grab any card he wants at any time on his turn.
That's a pretty good deal, Alex. That's why you play the 1-0-1 line of Pidgeot. It gives you so much more security alongside your Noctowl. And in fact, it's going to be Pidgeot to find another Noctowl, so you almost get the refund. And in this case, it's going to be Area 0 Underdepths into Buddy Buddy Poffin. That gets you your Manaphy established, so you're protecting your bench that little bit more as you tried to do in that previous game. And because Pidgeot EX has free retreat, we can use that Prime Catcher to take a 2-prize knockout this turn.
Yeah, having that pivot always vital in these scenarios here as well. It doesn't have an additional Pokemon beyond that Pheasantipity.
Then, I think. Oh, if you put the Pheasantipity EX down, you can then hit the Mew EX, I believe.
Yep, just trying to target one of those support Pokemon that's in our community prediction bracket, of course. But
always go for the bracket Pokemon.
Yeah, always the bracket Pokemon.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. So squishy.
The A-Spec's so vital here, so Caleb can push the Radiant Charizard out of the way. That means we're not benching Pheasantipity EX, so Terrapagos is hitting the 160 damage thanks to the reduction of double turbo. That was the option he had to take, but it means once again he's gone 2 prizes up here, starting the tempo.
Did you say thanks for damage reduction?
Thanks to it, yeah.
Well, that's not good, is it?
I'm not thanking it, really, yeah. You'd rather not thank it, but...
Right, so over to Alberto. Has his own board state activated now with the stadium in play, of course, with his 1 Ogerpon also available. So now it's just for Alberto. Does have the double Drago V-Stars, Vs on his bench now. So it does have his attackers pretty much going, and the Radiant Charizard is always going to be waiting in the wings as well. So Alberto's scenario here could retaliate quite simply, would make it go down to 4 prizes each. But that's what Alberto's going to be kind of working towards here.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where there aren't those easy openings this time on Caleb's side of the field. So it's going to be a little bit trickier for Alberto to sculpt a 2-prize KO. He may even be using Dragapult and setting up damage once again, trying to hit into the Terrapagos EX, as well as spreading counters around other Pokemon. Does make you a little bit vulnerable to something like a Thornton or a Churro, but there is only Thornton in Caleb's 60.
Yeah, it looked like Caleb was able to take the Buddy Buddy Poffin out of the prizes as well, so I'm sure we're going to see maybe the other Hoot Hoot. Oh, I think that was Iono. But we would have tried to see another Hoot Hoot or another Duskull first. But that Iono has actually put Caleb into one of his Noctowls. But let's see what else can Alberto piece together.
We see the V-Star, which is massive here. Do we... Well, we know we have 1 energy switch in the discard pile, so with this Earthen Vessel, we can launch an attack with our Regidrago V-Star here, but we probably have to flip our V-Star marker in order to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, it's one of those things where it's never always ideal to have to do that, to kind of launch attacks like this. Often you want to be trying to save them, especially when we've seen both bosses' orders hit the discard pile as well, you know, because then he just wants to maybe target down some more support Pokemon like a Pidgeot EX that's kind of just sat there, that is also susceptible to a Giratina V-Star attack.
That's one of the main reasons why the Giratina V-Star is in the deck list. It's not just for opposing V-Stars, it's also great at dealing with Pidgeot EX.
Yeah.
Alberto trying to preserve his V-Star power will draw an additional 3 cards with Pheasantipity EX here.
Just needs to find a 1 energy switch.
Superro's not helping out.
He's doing it. He's giving us the 1x1.
He loves the suspense. He lives for it.
I think he just missed it. I think that was that might have been another vessel.
Yeah. So we are very likely now going to be flipping that V-Star in order to launch a stronger attack here. There we go. Another 7 coming off the top here. Hoping to dodge energy switch at this point. You lose your prime catcher. That's double boss and prime catcher now in the discard pile. So we have to take back a gusting effect, you'd think, Alex.
Yeah, it's eyeing up that prime catcher.
So that just forces you into energy switch prime, right? I don't think there's many other choices you can take here.
No, it was, again, such a unfortunate V-Star power sometimes. It's just kind of asking so many different questions from the resources that remain for Alberto's side of the board.
I don't think any additional attackers hit the discard pile either.
Yeah, he's just double counting his boss and realizes it's there as well.
You always take the prime catcher over the boss's orders. We know that much. Means that if this card is cycled back into the deck, you can use a supporter to draw it again.
Looks like you've telepathed exactly the 2 choices there, Joe.
I don't think they were choices.
Well, yeah.
That's the problem.
Some people might have considered something different.
I don't know why. You need a really good excuse to go anywhere else than those 2 cards.
So here we go. We've got Drago V-Star up and live right now. So can utilize pretty much any attacker right now in the discards. I'm pretty sure he's got a plethora of attacks.
Certainly Dragapult.
Is that the
seems
Giratina
like possibly the best one. Giratina V-Star. I feel like that's just inferior as a choice. You want to keep his energy around because one of the only things you have going for you is there's no Duskull in play, so you know that this Regidrago is going to stick around.
So you can utilize a sort of 4-price swing turn potentially here.
Oh, interesting. Another energy switch?
Ooh.
Oh, no. It is going to be the Lost Impact here, getting rid of 2 grass energy. It means the Regidrago still has 2 energy on it, so you're still threatening it again next turn. So in many ways, it's a similar approach, but you are taking out the Terapagos at the same time. And it does at least stop Jewel Seeker for now, unless Caleb has a means of recovering a Terapagos EX.
I guess you can also weave in the Radiant Charizard later down the stage against another 2-prizer, and a Terapagos EX could utilize the Prime Catcher on something like that Pidgeot EX in combination with like an Iono to really kind of inhibit and stop Caleb's
you could deal with a Pidgeot plus Iono in the same turn if you once again try and attack with the Regidrago V-Star, which you know isn't going down.
There's no Terapagos EX in play.
We can't use Jewel Seeker right now. We have to make sure that this one's stopped because we've just taken out Terapagos, so we can't draw these cards.
So there's no Jewel Seeker live. Jewel Seeker's ability is only available to be played when you evolve one of your Pokemon and you have a Terran plane. I think both players are just caught out.
That's going to be a big problem for Caleb. No, it's definitely not Quick Search. It's Jewel Seeker for certain.
You definitely played the Noctowl there, but we'll
At
just
the very
double
least,
check.
Noctowl's played. We know that much. Played for no effect, and then search deck for Quick Search is maybe what we're arguing here. Caleb's saying that he could have searched the deck. He had a way of searching the deck, but that Noctowl is going to be spent now.
Yeah, that Noctowl will stay
really
in play.
awkward for him.
Which is a little bit unfortunate. We did already see the Area 0 Underdecks, impact when the Terapagos EX was knocked out, and we're just going to... Looks like we're able to continue here for both players, just clarifying.
Going to be an Iono from the Quick Search now. That's what we would have Jewel Seeked for. Was there even an option to find Terapagos? Yeah, there was an Ultra Ball in hand, so it's just a misstep from Caleb there.
As we do see the Ultra Ball now coming down there, so Terapagos is a bit of an unfortunate sort of sequence, but sometimes when you're under pressure, maybe didn't quite expect the instant
He's thinking about time, he's thinking about getting into that top cut as well with such a great day 1 and 2. And unfortunately, the Noctowl doesn't have an ability, really, until that Terapagos is down. So it's just going to be the Iono. He's still in the game, though. He's putting Alberto down to just 4 cards. Still has a means of attack here.
Yep, no access to the Quick Search anymore, of course. Had to utilize that to grab the Iono. So it's just whether there's a way of getting the double turbo energy and maybe sort of applying some pressure.
I didn't see a double turbo from the 4 for Caleb, so he's not going to be launching an attack here.
There is a Night Stretcher.
Night Stretchers and Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
So Night Stretcher coming into play now, getting one of those Hoots back into the hand, of course, likely to just go back on the bench and just be activated for a potential Jewel Seeker once again. Just, Alberto just helping clarify where those positions of the cards are as well, just so that we can follow along That's always key within this Pokemon trading card game, especially when we have such wide boards now. Up to 8 because of Area 0 Underdepths when you have a Terror in play. And it's just a pass over.
Passes with the Pidgeot EX in the active position, almost goading Alberto to take the knockout with a Giratina, and then maybe you can catch up with another Iono and a long combination of trapping like your opponent in the active with few energy attached.
Yeah, does have the opportunity to utilize and swing away at some point with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that's in hand as well. That Radiant Charizard's another Pokemon that isn't able to knock out. You know, very similar abilities, of course, but Charizard has to utilize a Fire Energy, whereas a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX can actually just swing away with no energy if 5 prize cards are taken.
Yeah, it seems crazy when that's the case. Seeing it coming in, looking at its attack cost and going, no, this is free. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I've reduced my attack cost down by 5 energy.
Yeah, everyone forgets it all the time, but it's on Alberto. Initiative is with Alberto now in this position.
Ultra Ball unlocks the Mew EX for a couple draws here. Super Rod's not too shabby. I think we are looking for energy. I don't know if there's one in the hand, actually.
No, I didn't see one at the moment, but
so Caleb may have found a situation with his 4-card Iono has actually helped him out a good amount here. I'm pretty sure I didn't see a grass energy. Alberto plays things close to his chest, literally, so I can't see too well.
There's a Super Rod, just double-checking what he wants to utilize. Just the grass energy.
Yep. Making no secret that that's going to be an important card for Alberto.
Alberto doesn't want to be necessarily drawing into just a fire because of Regidrago's attack, of course. Needing 2 grass energies and the fire, so does have to try and find a way into it where possible. Is there a turn here that he's able to do so?
Is there a supporter that we can play here? Oh, it is. It's an Iono. Caleb is going to get a fresh 4, as is Alberto. We're looking for that grass energy here to keep up the pressure with Regidrago V-Star.
Is this where you start to try and weave in a different attack, or will you just take out the Pidgeot extra? You do lose 2 energies.
Yeah, there is the Earthen Vessel, by the way. Does get rid of Dragapult EX, so you can find multiple grass energy. I think there was also one in the hand, so you can get a dance in, you can get a manual attachment to the active. Looking pretty solid for Alberto. You could do the same thing again. You can have an energy on a Nogapon and turn attach, and then you can lost zone 2 more grass off your Regidrago and just be 1 attachment away from a massive attack. And again, your Regidrago isn't under pressure. You could Teal Dance 1 more time, then keep all 3 energy on your Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, because there's nothing threatening it to insta-1 KO, right? Yep. No Duskulls in play, meaning that Caleb is unable to overcome the heavy 280 HP that the Regidrago V-Star, but it looks like here, Alberto just trying to work out any final steps before he does launch the attack here.
Is it Stadium that you can put into play as well? You could play Cancelling Clone just to get it out. He's having to think about what he could discard if he removes Stadium in play here.
All great support Pokemon in reality.
You might want to get rid of your other V-Star because of its high retreat cost. Yeah, that's what we want to remove here.
And the Temple of Sinnoh kind of just then causing Caleb to need another piece as well, especially when he can't tutor for it.
You do need to discard a Pokemon. It's just going to be a Noctowl for Caleb.
Yep, pretty simple decision, I think.
Yep, that's easy enough. But we're losing our Pidgeot EX here. And look at this. Alberto once again in such a great position. No threat from Terapagos when there's no Dusknoir backing it up. Those V-Stars are so chunky. How can Caleb get out of this situation with a 3-energy Regidrago staring him down?
Yeah, down to 2 prizes now, Alberto. Utilizing that Giratina V-Star attack yet again. We spoke about it in the first game. We didn't do that at all.
We told you we loved it.
He doesn't even want to look at Dragapult anymore in this game. So it's on Alberto with 2 back-to-back lost impact attacks. And now it's just on Caleb to try and muster up something here. Here's the Noctowl. We do get a Jewel Seeker this turn from Caleb.
There's going to be some combination. Iono is certainly going to be a helpful piece.
Isn't able to tutor out that double turbo energy to get an attack off. Is eyeing up the counter catcher as well.
Is there a way that you can maybe trap even the Radiant Charizard at this stage? Caleb's got to have a look at the resources in the discard pile for Alberto. There's been 4 energy lost zoned, 3 committed to the active position. I believe we've seen the Prime Catcher. Oh, we recovered it, didn't we, from our V-Star power? So that's still a switching out that Caleb has to be aware of.
It's one of those sort of tricky scenarios here. Well, what cards, what Pokemon does he have to utilize to maybe just weave in an attack here? Remember, Alberto just needs to take 2 more prizes, and now there's a Pheasantipity on the board as well.
Yeah.
And even slightly a squishier Pokemon than that Terapagos.
I was thinking if the last switching card for Alberto is Prime Catcher and you didn't put a multi-prize Pokemon into play, you could force this Radiant Charizard to retreat twice maybe, and then it's awkward. But now you put a second 2-prize Pokemon into play. It may be a little bit more tricky. We are going to see the Iono. Caleb does have the means of getting a Dust Noir in, and then if you can Dust Noir attack with a Blood Moon or Luna, bringing back up the Regidrago, you can KO that, and then, as you say, it'll be 10 hit points out of range from a Radiant Charizard. So I think we need to look towards Area 0 and Duskull here.
Yep, that Temple of Sinnoh currently sticking around, but that Stadium is in hand. So what are the options here? There needs to be, I mean, if Caleb takes a knockout on this Radiant Charizard, that's not ideal, because then obviously the Regidrago V-Star can just come back up and retaliate.
Now, we're trying to buy time here. We need the turn and just say, Alberto, leave me alone for a minute. I'm trying to build up this Dust Noir. But it's a terrifying play, because by benching the 60 hit pointer, it's even easier for Alberto to continue with prizes. It is going to be the Area 0, once again, opening up that bench space. And I think we have to see some Duskull here.
Yeah,
There's another Hoot Hoot available. There's already Duskull in hand as well.
Yep. So this would, again, go full wide into the 8 bench with the additional hand Duskull as well.
I think just the most important thing here is that you can get this V-Star back into the action on the following turn with a Dust Noir ability.
Yeah, and that's the main play here for Caleb's viewpoint, at least still finding every line possible, right?
Yeah, there's still Briar available. That's like live right now, but it's going to be a pass. Let's see if Alberto can dig towards that Prime Catcher. That should be all we need here.
There is that. Is that a research in the hand?
My goodness. That puts him in such great shape. His deck doesn't have many cards remaining. You can see him filtering through his discard pile right now.
And it wasn't in hand before, right?
He's making
yeah,
sure,
it's just making
he's
sure
happy.
how many cards.
There we go. Professor's research. Show us the ace spec that was recovered with your V-Star power.
Cards.
6 cards remain. We're guaranteeing what we need, and it's the Prime Catcher, bringing up Pheasantipity EX, and that's all she wrote. Alberto Conti is going to win in this round 12 of Swiss, putting him on that 10-1-1 record, and we're pretty certain that means he's in for our top 8 here.
Yeah, incredible, and if we'll get confirmation shortly as well, but if Alberto is in the asymmetrical cut, that makes it back-to-back with his 60 of Regidrago V-Star as well. He's an incredible player. We've seen him throughout the European circuit. There we go, a little blow, a kiss to the crowd as well. Fantastic to actually really watch Alberto in action.
This is a great one to watch back, because Alberto wasn't drawing good in that game number 1. He had to chill for a bit, use that Cleffer, found the opportunity to use Kieran, which was so smart, and put Caleb in that awkward position. So he still found a way to go ahead in the prize race using a single prize Pokemon that Caleb had to respect at that point, and did have to go through it. And then he also had this fantastic situation where Caleb had no live plays after this attack from the Regidrago, not taking any prizes that turn, shutting down Pheasantipity so that Iona was even more effective, and Caleb had to scoop it up in that game 1.
Yep, and then game 2, of course, we saw the early knockouts with the Giratina V-Star attack, lost impact on the first Terapagos. Did cause some confusion on Caleb's side of the board, because there's so many combo pieces that you often need, and it just became an unfortunate scenario where it just kind of cascaded down from there, where we saw back-to-back lost impacts in reality. And then Alberto's in such a fantastic position.
He's just playing Giratina V-Star all over again. He loves swinging with that lost impact. Caleb trying to find that little bit of wiggle room alongside Ino, but Alberto still had Professor's research remaining, and with such a thin deck was easily able to get towards his Prime Catcher and close out a fantastic game number 2 there. Awesome to see him once again getting back into that top cut with his own builder, Regidrago, saying, no, I don't need these new flashy cards. What's a Noctowl ever done for me? Let's just go for the tried and trusted maximum counts of the likes of Earthen Vessel, which is helping him out in this tournament.
Yeah, and then piloted by such a great player as well. It just means that it's a real force to be reckoned with, and that's why Regidrago sort of comes swings and roundabouts, and yet again, well, we're going to see another Dragapult in cut.
Well, yeah, I guess. We sort of bandwagon on the Phantom Dive makes it, if nothing else. Going to have a look at some of the other results here. Daniel, Magda, and Mateusz both at 31 match points. Presumably they ID'd, so that means they're both going to be at 10-1-1 records. That should be enough for those 2 players. We've just seen Alberto get to 31 match points. Who else, Alex?
Well, Tord had to play against his opponent in Jack Life, who's playing that Lost Box deck that you mentioned. Because Jack's on the 28 points, he needs that victory to be able to try and usurp Tord and go into the asymmetric top cut, of course. Tord, unfortunately, on the stream in the previous feature match, still at that 10-1 record, but in a fantastic spot at the same time.
And I see one other 31 match point record. That's Magnus Pedersen with the Gardevoir Bennett EX. We've actually showcased a different player on Bennett Gardevoir. That was Mateusz. So there is likely 2 in our asymmetrical cuts, which is fantastic to see. So Bennett, a real threat in this format.
I like that. I did like
Thank you
that. I
very
did
much.
enjoy that. There's a few other players looking to try and push themselves into maybe the 30-point range as well.
Sure.
Because, of course, maybe the 31s don't quite fill up the top 8.
Yeah, I've not run the numbers just yet. I think there could be some 30s squeaking into our asymmetrical
I mean,
cut.
we're not 100% sure. We'll make sure the players are able to play it out and see where they're able to get to. But there's a number of players that we are keeping an eye on. But for the time being, let's go have a chat with our winner of our Win and In Round 12 feature match.
Of course, sitting with me here, a master of win and ins, coming from a not so much master of win and ins, Alberto Conti. Congratulations on winning this round 12. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good. It's been a really good run so far. Back-to-back top cut. So I got top 4 in Lille. Now I think I should be safe for top cut. We'll see soon. But yeah, I'm feeling really good actually.
Yeah, of course, and making it back-to-back, right? I mean, another one making it top 4 in Lille. You better complete it this time, right?
I really hope so. I'm putting a lot of effort into Pokemon in the last few months, and I'm really happy because this is my 3rd win and in match actually, because also in Dortmund I played my win and in. Sadly, I lost round 12 in Dortmund. Now I won 2 in a row, so I'm feeling pretty good. Let's try to close this up.
Of course, you're playing Richard Drago again, which of course has been performing as a great deck. 1 in Lille, of course, and you're utilizing all of these different dragon attackers. Now, let me know something here, because James Cox, of course, won Lille with Noctowl in his deck. Why no Noctowl?
Okay, that's the number one question I get from everybody actually, so I'll try to answer here. I really like Noctowl actually as a card. I think gives you so much consistency and helps you reach your Apex Dragon attack without using the Star Legacy, which is the number one thing to try to achieve during every match. The issue is that Regidrago struggles a lot in the first 2 turns of the game, so you need to set up your Ogre Pawn, you need to set up your Regidrago, you need to try to evolve it, find the energies, and Noctowl was not really helping the turn 1 scenario, and most of the time it's kind of hard to be able to afford a Hoothoot turn 1. Most of the time you have to prioritize Squawk, you have to prioritize double Ogre Pawn, double Regidrago, especially if you're going second. And yeah, so I decided to try to improve my consistency with the 4th Vessel, the 3rd Iono, that really helps so far, so yeah. And another thing I don't really like about the Noctowl is that Briar is a thing, and Noctowl is actually 100 HP, so it's lower than the damage that can be done by Dusknoir. And that's a huge weakness. And in the Briar matchups, you have to avoid benching Single Prizer. And so Noctowl in that scenario has no value. So I try to avoid planning. And so far I'm doing well. So
it's 3 day 2s in a row. And of course, there's loads of considerations coming from you in those cases. And of course, that's why you're here. All these considerations, all this play testing, and all this effort and working into it. Of course, we didn't have too hot of a game from Caleb's side. Was missing a few pieces, especially in game 1. Of course, you punished really hard with that Kyurem after the Colress Tenacity being played, of course. What were your considerations in those turns? Because you had to, of course, use the V-Star power to get back the Cancel Clone to make that play happen. Your board didn't look quite as strong in game 1, but you held it back. What were your feelings about game 1?
So game 1, I was not feeling that confident into the matchup. First of all, I didn't know if he was playing the Bouffalant or not. I think the Bouffalant shake-ups the matchup a lot, and luckily he was not playing the Bouffalant. But the matchup, the game 1 for me started kind of rough. I couldn't achieve the turn 2 attack with Regidrago, so I had to prioritize my setup. I promoted the Cleffa and tried to go for some consistent draws. Then he went real aggressive with a knockout, and then I tried to fight back with the Kyurem spot since he put the Corliss in the discard pile. I had to use the V-Star. I took a bit of a risk because I didn't have a Regidrago charge up at that point, but it paid out pretty well, so I'm really happy.
I mean, of course it paid out really well because you won the round, of course. Now, when we're speaking about game 1, of course, it filters into how the game 2 was played out. Bit more of a back and forth in that game 2. Of course, you got your Regidrago V-Star going a bit more into that game 2. Now, in terms of decklist consideration, you already touched on, Cleffa, also another contentious spot where some people are running Cleffa, some people are not running Cleffa, just like Noctowl. Is there anything about your list that you seem as, this is super Alberto Conti to do, or
I would say consistency. My goal was try to be as consistent as possible. As I said, as long as you achieve the Apex Dragon as soon as you can without consuming your Star Legacy, your match is going really great. So for me, this played out really well. I want to say like consistency, and the third Iono maybe was also a really nice addition to the deck. The feeling was if I go second, I want to hit the draw supporter, even if it is Iono, if it is research. I want to just fill my hand as much as I can. And going first, I have to consume a lot of cards for Vessel, for Ultra Ball, and then the best thing to do is like you draw for turn, you almost have an empty hand, and you just drop a draw supporter and refill your hand and try to find the play. That's really good.
So Czech, of course, a lot of finning, consistency. Of course, finning your deck equals just more consistency. Of course, you made great use of Mew EX, which we actually had in our community bracket. We had a vote on support Pokemon.
Okay.
Mew's hanging in there in top 4 still.
Oh, okay, I really like Mew, so I'm really happy for that.
That's great, exactly. Now, of course, moving onwards in the tournament, asymmetrical, top cut, and so forth, what is something you don't want to face right now?
Iron Thorns.
Not scared about bolts?
So I think the Bolt matchup is actually doable. I don't think it's that bad, especially the new versions with a lot of charms and switch card. They reduce the consistency, and if you go first, actually, it's not that easy that they can go for a turn to attack going second. So I don't think it's that bad. Iron Thorns was my only loss of the weekend. Actually, one thing is all of the matches I played today, I won 2-0. Except for 2 Iron Thorns. I lost and then I got a tie.
I mean, saying that Iron Thorns is your worst matchup and still getting a tie there.
It's not unwinnable. It's hard, but it's not unwinnable.
That is still good to get those ties and those, harder matchups, so to speak. Of course, we have seen you, as said, top 4 last time, want to win here. Is there anything that you do before these tournaments other than just play? Any considerations that you made in terms of, the tournament sizes or whatnot?
So the thing I did in the last 2 weeks was actually focusing on 2 matchups I was not really sure about. There were Snorlax and Banette, which is getting really popular, especially here in Poland. So I focused a lot in those 2 matchups. My friend helping me testing those 2 matchups, and I'm feeling pretty confident into them right now. So I think they're doable. I think I'm well prepared. So let's hope.
And of course, hope is what carries a long way sometimes. And I mean, with you here, probably into the cut, right? I mean, want to fight on and make sure that we can get to those prestigious spots. Thank you so much for the time, and congratulations on the win here in round 12. And with that said, Castles, refer back to you.
Wow. I don't want to hear more from us. I just want to hear more from Alberto there. I mean, so much insight. I mean, we're talking Cleffa, we're talking Noctows, we're talking why he's played the way he has in terms of the deck building for Regidrago. As in, just get in the game first, figure out mid and late games later. You have the Legacy V-Star to do so, but it's amazing. Thank you very much, Alberto. And again, congratulations on winning the feature match here.
Yeah, I'm sure you picked up a few fans with how you played in that last round, and already in some of the other previous tournaments we have him on the stream all the time, just by virtue of the fact that he's always at those top tables. He's such a strong player right now, and we're starting to see who's getting towards that 31 max point record with him as well. A few 30-pointers that we have to shout out as well. So currently on 31 match points, so we know they're going to be in that 8 symmetrical cut. It's going to be 2 Banette EX, 2 Regidrago V-Star, and 1 Terrapagos Dustoir, Tord Reklev being that player on 31 match points. Then Alex, we have a handful of other archetypes at that 30-point record as well.
Yeah, definitely a deck that we've seen take down the World Championships. Iron Thorns EX, there's a couple people already on to the 30-point mark with that deck, and there's also a Snorlax control as well. So some of these control archetypes really sort of just coming up and bringing up the rear, but it does mean they're going to be playing into some of those matchups like the Regidragos and Terrapagos, should they be able to make it into the asymmetric cut. Well, but there's a lot to keep an eye on right
Alex, now. I've just had a tot-up of our 31 and 30-point match players. There's 8 of them. So we've got a clean top 8 cut here in Gdańsk with the 2 Iron Thorns EX, like you said, and the 1 Snorlax control. Those are going to be joining those 5 decks already mentioned. So 8 players here in Gdańsk. Like old times, a top 8, as you all expected. So that means that we're going to get to show lots of great action here to nail down a winner this weekend in Gdańsk.
Yeah, 100%. We don't like bubbles. So,
No, why
and
bubble?
why not a clean cut when we get the opportunity to? We don't have too many of those nowadays, and it's just fantastic to see these players really come and shine at the Gdańsk Regional Championships.
It looks like we just had a lot of natural victories. Sometimes you see some natural ties, and that skews our thing around a little bit, but there you go, 8 players there. The confirmation of the decks once again: 2 Iron Thorns EX, 2 Regidrago, 2 Bennett EX, 1 Snorlax and sort of other control, a few other annoying Mimikyu and Cornerstone and whatnot in the mix, and then that 1 Terrapagos Dusknoir from Tord Reklev making it in. He was initially our X and O player in day 1 alongside Daniel Magda, who's also in there with Regidrago V-Star, and then continued on to that 10-0 record. Has had a couple more awkward rounds, but still made his way into that top cut.
Yeah, we've got a kind of a unique triangle from the top players who are at the 31 points as well, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Tord actually bested Daniel Magda in the Swiss rounds already. Then, of course, we saw Mateusz take down Tord. I don't know if Mateusz and Daniel were able to play between themselves as well, but we've got a really unique scenario here with our potential top 8. Of course, we'll get confirmation shortly once the standings and pairings will be sort of completed, and we'll start to work out who's actually going to be facing who in a potential top cut or top asymmetrical cut.
Going back to our interview with Alberto, it was so refreshing to hear just how much he loves to grind the game, play as much as possible, and you can see him thinking through these scenarios. He's thinking, yes, this can be a great addition into my deck in these scenarios, but I want to have a deck that works on turn 1 and 2, and that doesn't come easily, and that's by constantly playing lots of games of Pokemon.
Yeah, playing a lot of games, and where can you actually go and play a lot of games, Joe? Just like Alberto, and just like so many other players around the world, in Europe, in North America, and everywhere else as well, we've got fantastic organized play opportunities at your local leagues. You can start off just by kind of getting into the groove of things, play with your friends, and test out new ideas, test out new decks, to new archetypes, and then you can slowly work your way up into things like the league challenges, league cups, and then start traveling to massive tournaments like this. But that's what organized play is all about. We love playing this game with all of our friends, and that opportunity to do so is enabled by all your local gaming stores and the organized play sort of structure.
Yeah, big up Banbury, big up Whitney, big up Coventry. That's where I'm heading most weekends for my local game stores, trying to get those league cups and challenges in. And I think we have a video to show all about organized play. So if you're interested in getting into the action you've seen this weekend, certainly do so. We really encourage it. And here's a video to help out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Here's your call to action. Get your phones out, get scanning that QR code that you're looking at on the screen right now. That's where you can find locations in your area. There are so many stores around all of the countries in and around Europe, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a place near you that you can travel to and get playing some Pokemon.
Yep, and just like you saw in that little advert there as well, of course, we're massive fans of the Pokemon trading card game, but there's lots of opportunities, just like at these massive tournaments as well, to actually get involved in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and all the other video games and everything else Pokemon at these leagues as well. It's just a fantastic opportunity of like-minded people. You know, then you can make new friends or bring your friends along as well, and just try out so many different ideas in across all of the games.
Yeah, if you're a collector looking for trades, it's a great place to go. If you want to get practicing your decks, it's a great place to go. If you want to start playing some of the video games as well, look for some shinies, why not? Always great to meet up with like-minded players who love the Pokemon game in any which way, and you can share your love with them.
Look, and just whilst we're waiting for the finalization of the top cuts, we are just going to actually go to a short break, so make sure you don't go anywhere too far, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokémon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to
Regional Champion.
Welcome back, trainers. They came to win. We are almost in our top cut. We are getting closer and closer with each waking minute. So make sure that you are stuck to your seat because it's time to get into the best of the best. Jesper, how are you feeling about the way that this top cut is shaping up?
Currently, we've seen, of course, a lot of Richard Drago V-Star. We expected a lot this tournament to get in there, but Iron Thorns, I feel, has been the story of this tournament because we have not seen a lot of Iron Thorns since Worlds, of course, and we currently have multiple players piloting Iron Thorns, who seems to have a very good shot at making it into this asymmetrical top cut.
It very much does, and with that really strong ability, turning off other Pokemon's abilities, and we're in such a format that relies really heavily on that kind of big V Pokemon, EX Pokemon abilities. And so really, Iron Thorns has such a good shot. We've seen it. It's a world champion deck right now, and it could go all the way.
I mean, honestly, it could. I mean, we've had such a story with Iron Thorns, of course, after Worlds. It's almost been written off by some people, of course. But remember, back in the day, like just last rotation, we had Path to the Peak was such an incredible card to play against.
It's just Path 2.0 in a Pokemon. It can attack. Better than Path to the Peak.
It's an attacking statement. Well, it's not even a statement. It's an attacking Path to the Peak, and it has been so disruptive towards so many people this week, and that's why we are seeing it doing so well.
Yeah, it's smashing through the competition, and as it should be. We know that this deck can perform well. We know it's had solid, you know, lots of solid placements in the past, including, I'm going to say it one more time, being the world champion deck. And you're right, we've not seen a lot from it recently, but with the surge of Lugia in this event, I imagine it's been, you know, kind of flowing through to those top ranks quite nicely. But can it cope with some of the other larger threats in our format right now?
Exactly. We had just an interview with Alberto Conti. He said Iron Thorns, a bit of a rougher matchup, of course, for the Retro Drago V-Star. Of course, if we look at the top 8 decks here from Lille, Alberto also being in there, of course, a lot of Retro Drago V-Star, and that's something that the Iron Thorns deck really want to look at, because the way that Retro Drago V-Star gets around the ability from Iron Thorns is, of course, Cancel a Clone. That's played as a one-off, and then they have to return it with the V-Star.
And just looking at our Lille top 8 decks, this was just last week, and we are seeing that there was so very much Regidrago and Lugia. So we can see there exactly why Iron Thorns might have been the pick for this event. Really ability-reliant decks in our top cut. And of course, Regidrago went on to win the whole thing. Will we see it rise to the top again, or is Iron Thorns here to stop it in its tracks? Now, of course, here comes our top 8 for Gdańsk.
And I am looking at it so warmly. Couple of my, you know, great friends from Denmark are within the cut. Of course, Magnus Petersen also piloting the Bennett Gardevoir deck, along with Matthias Birker Jakobsen, who's playing Iron Thorns as called. I mean, Iron Thorns is making a stand. 2 Iron Thorns in top 8. We didn't expect that.
It kind of feels like they've taken over the Lugia spots, right? We still see Regidrago. We still see Terrapagos kind of rising to the top there. Bayonet absolutely bringing that Everlasting Darkness onto our stage with 3 Bayonet decks, but then the kind of Lugia spots feel like they've been taken over by those Iron Thorns, and people have taken that advantage of weakness to the max.
Exactly. It's like the people have done a reverse read of the meta game. I was thinking into this weekend, Lugia was a great shout to make really good places, and it just turned into, well, what if we beat what people actually think is going to be good? Well, we just play Iron Thorns. And of course, here in Poland, it seems like we're shutting the lights off. It's going to be Everlasting Darkness, it seems.
It really is. If Bayonet continues its reign of terror, then unfortunately it could be quite the scary tournament in the end. But I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Hopefully we'll get some good Bayonet action where another deck really gives it a run for its money.
Exactly. We got a bit of a late Halloween with that, but of course, we still have, still some games to play out. We have a clean top 8, no asymmetrical top cut this time, so we'll be shotting it right into top 8, and no matter if we have an asymmetrical or not, I am just excited to find our champion for this event.
I very much am, especially with the diversity between the decks that we saw in the top cut from Lille just a week ago to now. There's huge differences. Yes, we are in the same format. No, nothing has changed. Yet, the diversity of decks and the way that people respond to those results and that meta and bring that into this weekend is really telling of what our truly best players around are up to. They are predicting that meta and bringing exactly the counter to this event.
And that's what the everlasting discussion we have, especially when we're talking, do you stick with the deck for longer periods of time, or do you go ahead and play the same deck for a while? Of course, as we do have our Masters bracket now.
And what a bracket it is indeed. We've got so many fantastic players who we know have had great results in the past, but who amongst them will move on to our top 4 and subsequently our finals. You're going to have to stick around to find out, because not only do we have all these fantastic players, we have their spicy decks as well to show off, as you guys are keen to see.
Of course, and we're seeing quite a great bracket here. Of course, what the match we're going to be showing is going to be Daniel Magda versus Steve Lawson.
Ooh.
Steve Lawson had Pokédad from the UK, so we got to shout out the Pokédads out there. They're making a run for their money.
Absolutely, especially after Dortmund. So we've got so many Poke parents really coming through and showing actually all that practice I do with my kids is paying off.
Exactly, and Steve's such a lovely person. I've seen him in the community for years. And of course, Daniel Magda, speaking of Poke parents, we got a Poke kid here because he's just aged up into the Master Division and making a run for it.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to have one for the ages, quite literally, as these two go head to head. And what a matchup. This is going to be absolutely wild, and I'm ready for it. Speaking about that Iron Thorns just now, Steve Lawson is indeed piloting the fantastic deck himself.
Exactly, and he's going to show the reason why Iron Force was the pick to this event, because you're not going to be playing a deck and take a loss to the deck that just won Lille Regionals. There's no way you're doing that. So of course, Steve, when he was picking to play Iron Thorns, there has to be a reason within that. He has to be able to beat Regidrago. Of course, as Alberto said, regardless if they're playing the Canceling Clone or not, it's going to be a tough matchup. Of course, the Canceling Clone helps getting around the ability, but still, it's going to be tough. There's these Crushing Hammers in there as well, and I mean, we do like our flips.
Oh, yes, we do. And it's going to be a Flipapalooza as we jump into this riveting matchup of Regidrago versus our Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns just running the Quad Thorns. Only 4 Pokemon in the entire deck, but 4, it might be all we need.
It might be, and we have seen, of course, Thorns last in action at the World Championships. Fernando Cifuentes, he took quite a load of mulligans back then, and we were actually forced to judge ball on stream for that. Of course, there's the rule with if you take too many mulligans, it's an amount of 7. So if you take 7 mulligans, you shuffle, your judge shuffles your deck, and you flip a card until you reach a basic Pokemon. Of course, an Iron Thorns deck is only going to be Iron Thorns, but these mulligans are going to be helping Daniel, if these happen, towards getting a better setup and perhaps getting into that Canceling Cologne and those combos to charge up the Regidrago V-Star and run away with it.
But is one Canceling Cologne enough to get through 4 Iron Thorns? I'm not sure, but Regidrago is going to show us soon, and of course Daniel is going to give us a masterclass in that, how to quite come up against such a large foe at the right moments, because timing will be of the essence.
Exactly, and of course, Daniel so far has been mastering the timings, and of course, we do get a little bit of a deck spotlight on Regidrago V-Star and Ochre Pawn EX. Of course, using the Apex Dragon to copy all these wonderful attacks. One of them in this matchup could be Gudra V-Star, because Iron Thorns doesn't do a whole ton of damage, just 140. With double turbo, that's 120. Then minus 80. What's that, Amy? It's 40 damage.
That's not enough.
No?
That's just not enough damage. 40 is going to take an awfully long time to batter through again and again. When your opponent is actively doing 200 damage as well, if they can get set up with that, if they can get that Gudra rolling, then absolutely it's going to take Iron Thorns by storm, but it's all about getting set up with Iron Thorns EX. First up, we need to get that energy on, and it can take a couple of turns, but thankfully our ability is preventing Rulebook's Pokemon's abilities from activating. So in this matchup, we're not able to allow Regidrago V-Star to use its fantastic ability to speed up that play. And with Crushing Hammers and Pokemon Catcher, hopefully Iron Thorns is going to be able to dodge all of those difficult Goodra turns and make a real mess of this Regidrago.
And exactly, we were speaking last format, you know, before rotation about Judge and Path to the Peak in combination in these VMAX decks last season. We see it back again.
It's back! Judge is back!
It's just Iron Thorns and Judges that literally the same effect. And of course, these Iron Thorns that have been doing this well because, of course, you can flip heads on Hammer. That's great. But there's also, you know, so many options of, you know, you have Enhanced Hammer against these pesky Legacy energies. You have TM Devolution against these setup decks. And of course, you also have Technical Machine Energize, so you can
Turbo
get them
Energize, making it even faster to set up your own deck. So it's going to, you know, launch itself into the driver's seat of this matchup, which is not always what we expect from Iron Thorns, but they can in this instance.
Yeah, they surely can, and we've seen it so far with Steven. I mean, Steve has had to have played against Regidrago this tournament.
1000%. There's no way he could have dodged it, surely. We don't actually know, of course, but I'm certain, you know, if he wins, maybe we'll get a winner's interview. We can ask the very poignant question.
We better ask him that question if he wins, and of course, they're both trying their very, very best to give us such a good match here on stream. Of course, tight matchup. Things can happen. We have seen this matchup play out a bit before, and it's gone both ways, honestly. And also with the ways that the deck lists are built, Daniel is running, you know, stuff like Haxorus, so that's going to be exciting to see.
Oh, that's interesting. Not every deck is playing Haxorus. If you guys don't know, Haxorus has an attack that allows you to just KO a Pokemon with a special energy attached. Now, typically, Iron Thorns does use double turbo energy, so that might come into play in this very matchup, but Haxorus is a very new addition to the deck, but again, it needs to be in the discard pile so that Regidrago can copy its attack.
Yeah, and in terms of that, that's all about the setup, right? Like, Steve is going to be trying to disrupt the setup. Meanwhile, Daniel's going to try and solidify their setup. So it's going to be super important to see what plays out in these early turns that are going to be so important, Amy.
Yeah, just the setup of either deck, whether we get that Turbo Energize is going to be crucial because then we don't need to put the double turbo into play necessarily. And then we're looking at Regidrago and thinking, ooh, actually, well, I really need those item cards early to be able to move energy around to where I need it in case my opponent starts disrupting the energy away.
Exactly, and you know, it's a battle of disruption in this case here. We've seen the players almost getting ready, so we're almost going to be there soon. But honestly, there's going to be so many things that are going to go back and forth in this game. And I mean, I almost can't contain my excitement here.
I know, we're going into the top 8, really buckling down to the nitty-gritty here. We're getting into the... You know, we're getting closer and closer to the finals, and you can feel the energy in the room.
Oh, yes.
Everyone is getting excited. That crowd is going wild every single matchup, and as they should, because these guys are the best of the best. They are the ones showing us what they have trained for and exactly why these decks need to be considered. Because although Iron Thorns hasn't necessarily been the most amazing deck in recent tournaments as far as we can see, you don't know how short of top 8 they were. There could have been so many, and they just got really unlucky in those coin flips on the Crushing Hammers, let's say.
Exactly. It's the chances you take when you're playing Iron Thorns. If the Crushing Hammers go your way, you're doing great. And if the Crushing Hammers do not your day. So that's exactly what we have to look forward to, and that's why there's so many uncertainties in this matchup, and that's all the hype moments we're going to be building up for. These Crushing Hammers are going to be what's going to be separating Steve from winning or losing.
What do you think? If you had to place a bet right now, if you had to tell me who you think's going to win, do you think Regidrago has got this in the bag and heading further towards our finals, or do you think Iron Thorns is big and scary enough to stop it in its tracks?
I am a family man, so of course I'm going to vote for the Poké Dad in this case. We got the Iron Thorns. I do love myself a little bit of Path to the Peak, right? So
it is good. It's like it's had a resurgence.
Let's have some hammers swinging around and make sure that they can remove those pesky energies off the board. What do you think, Amy?
I'm not not sure. I would love to see a real tussle between these two, and I think that Haxorus might just take the cake here. I think that's going to be rather unexpected. So I think Daniel might get a little bit of a leg up on that one and allow us to be able to see that in action. Here we go with Steve Lawson, a fantastic Pokédad. I see him a lot around at Cups and Challenges. He is absolutely lovely.
Of course, having that top 32 in the Bologna SPE last season and in 2019 Cannes special event top 32. So he's been doing all right. This is not his first time on the block.
Oh no, it's not his first rodeo, but equally Daniel, of course, leveling up into Masters recently, has of course had multiple World's Top 8, NAIC finalists and World's Top 16 in the seniors and juniors brackets.
Exactly, and you know, up and coming, I've been there before. It's about proving yourself to the Masters players. Sometimes the senior players are being discounted, but Daniel's showing exactly why they should not be, and they should be taken as a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely, they've been training just as hard as the rest of us, and when they come into the Masters, oh my goodness, don't they make us quiver. They have young minds that do race, and they race along with us right into the top 8.
And exactly, when we get into the game underway in a little bit, it's going to be exciting also who goes first. There's going to be the bit of, you know, attachments going on there because, of course, Daniel wants to go first so he can get an attachment in and try to get as many attachments as possible before Steve can find his crushing hammers and perhaps put pets on them as well. And, of course, on the other side, Steve wants to go first to get the attachment first and also, you know, just start locking down the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players are going to want to be going first. Daniel needs that evolution as early as possible, hopefully making it a bit harder for Steve to kind of get through his barriers and maybe get that Gudra's Rolling Iron online as soon as possible. But then, like you say, Steve's going to be wanting to put that energy on as fast as possible. Maybe going second isn't so bad for Steve with Turbo Energize, but only if we see it.
That is the big dependency here. Of course, running Arvin, there is a opportunity to get there for Arvin, for researchers. We are drawing cards, and of course we need to hit an energy on top of that with the 4 double turbo energies and the 7 lightning. So the chances are there, but we've seen that being whiffed as well already on this stream.
Absolutely, and Steve has taken full advantage of the fact that this was a very Lugia heavy tournament, but he must also be able to traverse this really tricky matchup, knowing that Regidrago won our last event, and you know, it has been having some absolutely stellar
You know what I see of Steve here? There's a mulligan. We started off.
Here we go. We need a mulligan count, everyone. Okay, everyone in chat, how many mulligans do you think we're getting today? Everybody, let us know a number. How many mulligans is Steve going to get? Now, we'll see whether this benefits Daniel or not when they get those mulligan draws, as Daniel has found a basic Pokemon first try.
Exactly. So that means that every time Steve takes a mulligan, Daniel is going to be able to draw an extra card before the game starts. Now, Amy, how many mulligans do you think Steve's going to have here?
Okay, I'm going to go with 3. I think 3.
I will go ahead and say 5.
Oh, okay. 3 to 5. And
we both lost.
Oh, it was 2. Oh, no, 1 even. Oh, my gosh. If anyone in chat said 1, brownie points for you.
Exactly.
Brownie points for everyone.
Hashtag play Pokemon and say that you beat me and Amy at the guessing game there. Of course, we got to see the prize cards.
Turbo Energize and the prize cards.
And even more importantly, Cancel Cologne in Daniel's prize cards.
Oh, I don't love that for either player. That really does stunt the progress of this game.
Exactly. It's going to be so important because, as I could see, it's on the top of the prize cards there, perhaps.
Oh, my goodness.
That's going to be an issue coming in. Not really, you know, hurtful prize cards. Of course, we do see the Turbo Energize there, but equally, Canceling Clone being out there, that's probably even more important.
It's really troublesome. Now, maybe Daniel will be able to get into that Canceling Cologne at some point, but right now, it is stuck in those prize cards. And so the early game pressure that Daniel otherwise might have been able to put on by turning that really potent ability off with Iron Thorn ZX is not going to be coming around so soon.
And it looks like we are almost ready to start, and we are underway. We got the green flag for the top 8. Let's get some excitement in, and we are off.
And just as for you viewers, just for a bit of an explanation there about the prize cards, there was just a bit of a wobbly hand there with the prize cards, and the judge just wanted to make sure that they were fully randomized well. So the judge picked them up, gave them a shuffle, and popped them back down just to make sure that they were just as they should be.
And we do like our randomness, even though that shuffle came in, it did not help the placing of the Kingsling Cologne. Still being the middle, so it's not going to be the first couple of prizes that presumably Daniel's going to take, so that's going to be a bit difficult for him.
It is indeed. So let's have a look at exactly what we've got going on here. The first deck check can often be crucial, especially when it's down to the wire like this. We are in the top 8, everybody, and it is a win or you're outie at this point. We need a win to progress through the tournament. Daniel's going to be making a real harsh note of what he believes there to be in the prize cards at this stage.
And I reckon there's going to be a real harsh note of that. Canceling Cologne there cannot take the importance away from it. Of course, getting those 2 energies there, which are going to be really important. And of course, you're getting these attachments out, super important as well, but it's also depending on Steve. We said that the TM was prized, of course, the Energize. So it's going to be difficult, of course, getting these energy into play, but it's also, you know, can Daniel actually keep attaching these energy, actually get the attackers into discard pile? That's what we're going to have to see.
And here we go, just an attach pass, which is fine. As long as we are consistently attaching energy in these early stages, then that is fine for Daniel. It's, of course, not optimal, but that's all we can do when Iron Thorns is stood in the way, turning off the abilities of your Rulebox Pokemon. So Muse Restart is very ineffective. Here we go into an Energy Lotto, grabbing, a double turbo energy, perfect.
And he hits the lottery with that DTE, and of course, getting in there, getting the attachments on, and he gets the, he gets to even search for even more Iron Thorns, so he could fill up that board with those Thorns and make sure that he's set up for game.
And an, discarding the Arven, with the, oh my goodness. Yeah, we really are going. We are gaming. This is going to be quite the board state. Just really solidifying these Iron Thorns, saying to Daniel, look, I know that you can KO me at some point, but I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to lose this game by having no Pokemon on the board.
Exactly. It's a very important win condition. Of course, we can win by either taking all the 6 prizes or leaving our opponent with no Pokemon on the board or deck out. Of course, usually we see the 6 prizes being taken. That's all the win conditions we had on stream this weekend, of course, but we do still have to remember these other kinds of winning ways.
Yeah, really important, especially in, you know, the thick of it like this. The players have had really long days at this point, and we are getting to the exhaustion zone.
Oh, yes. And when speaking of time and stuff like that, of course, in the top 8 and in the top cut in general, if we had asymmetrical top cut, we have 75 minutes. So this means that we're not going to have any, you know, Game 2's being cut short, perhaps.
No,
we
absolutely.
do get actually more time to play these out and get to see everything come into full fruition.
It's a 75-minute long party over here with Iron Thorns and Regidrago going. They're having a great time, but we won't see much tail dancing at that party.
Unfortunately, not unless the Daniel can find that Cologne, but so far it seems to be smelly on the prize cards.
It does, it really is. It's not helping at all, sadly. We've got the double turbo energy attached. Now remember that Haxorus could come in handy later, but it all relies on getting all set up.
Exactly. We can see Steve playing this Arven here. There's going to be a Crushing Hammer fan to the top. We know what he's going to try. He wants to get rid of those energies straight away.
Oh, tell you what. Okay, Jesper, we need another counter. Are you ready? We need the amount of heads hit by hammers. Are you ready? We're going to do it over the best of 3. We're going to see how many hammer lucky heads we get.
Over all 3 games?
Over all 3 games.
Full set?
Yeah, full set.
I'm going to say 8 heads.
You think 8 heads?
I believe.
I'm going to go 6.
Got it.
I still think that's pretty good. Here's the first one.
Heads! Get in.
And that just slows Daniel down even more. So although Daniel's going to be trying to keep up, he might not be able to get as much energy on as hoped.
No, and exactly what Steve wants to. You know, this Iron Thorns deck just wants to stop the whole progress of your opponent's deck, and we see it absolutely getting in here. Attachment and crushing hammerheads. What a way to start off.
Okay, I love this. Yep, evolve the Regidrago V-Star. Make sure that we're keeping that HP as high as possible because we really don't want to fall prey to an Iron Thorns too early. Keeping it on the bench. Mew has free retreat, but that's fine. We just want to keep the Regidrago safe.
Exactly, because we don't want to get the Regidrago damage until it's ready to actually attack and do something. Of course, so we do see the Professor's Research not discarding any attackers, unfortunately.
No, that's so disappointing. It's absolutely what Research is in the deck for. We want to be able to discard our up to 7 cards in our hand or so at the start of the game and make sure that we're discarding Pokemon along with that. But not a shabby looking hand now for attacking Pokemon. But I'm not sure there's a way to discard them, yes.
Yeah, we do need some discarding cards to make sure, but you know, with Steve actually having this double turbo energy on the Iron Thorns, the Haxorus might be making a cameo appearance here, depending on if the Regidrago V-Star can actually stick the energy onto itself.
If the energy can stick, then we're good. If not, this could be a really bizarre game of, oh, you don't have any energy? Okay, then.
Just gonna attack.
Just gonna attack.
Exactly, and it's going to be exactly like that. And we see the Prime Catcher aggression coming from Iron Thorns. Not usually what we see from Iron Thorns having the aggression there.
But
moving
honestly,
up the future energy boost, future booster energy capsule up into the
It's always
active.
a mouthful, that one, isn't it?
Exactly is. It is just such a tongue twister.
It really is. Both of the energy capsules are a massive tongue twister. You guys have to feel sorry for us. We got to say the whole name multiple times per game, but the Future Booster energy capsule does give this Iron Thorns free retreat, so we can go back into the Iron Thorns with the energy now.
And another hammer.
Attack. Oh, here we
Come
go.
on.
Hammer number 2.
And what do we see? We see Tails. Okay. That's still good for you because you need those 6.
I do. I need that 6, so I'm not that upset. But this is still another one. What's going on?
We get to see full domination of the hits. Oh, no. Hats on the third hammer. So you see here, Steve can actually come in, attack for 120, of course, set down by double turbo, but he gets attack turn 2 onto the Regidrago V-Star, and as we saw yesterday, not item lock though, but that Regidrago V-Star has free retreat cost, so it's going to be hard to get that out of there.
It's crazy, honestly. When you think about how much damage this is dealing, actually the Regidrago isn't going to stick around long, especially if it doesn't have energy to make any meaningful return attacks.
Exactly. The only way to take out Regidrago V-Star in 2 hits, of course, if you're attacking without the double turbo energy.
Yes.
In this instance, that happens. So, of course, it's going to take free attacks to do so. But I don't think Steve minds, actually, because
not at all.
There's no energy in play.
No, those hammers did their jobs. And so Steve's like, oh, okay, cool, that's great. But if we did get that early turbo energized, that's when you can two-shot a Regidrago V-Star. So the outplay potential here is crazy, but it can be reliant on those coin flips.
And we've seen that multiple times, especially it seems like we two are hitting the coin flip matchups here, and it seems like it's falling home to us. And exactly as we're seeing Daniel think about what ways is he actually going to go in this matchup, of course, since it's really difficult for this position. None of your energy sticks, and he's going to go get the Squawk ability because it can motivate some energies on.
Oh, I like that. Motivate. A lesser used attack by Squawk ability, but it's actually very good. You can motivate for 20 damage, and it will attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon.
Exactly, and getting those energy into play, as we said, that's the name of the game here. Getting a secondary Regidrago V, because of course Daniel doesn't want to have a Regidrago V-Star with energies on it that is damaged already. So Daniel's going to try and make sure that he gets a second Regidrago V-Star into play. That's going to be his primary attacker.
And absolutely using Squawkabilly is not a bad way to do it. So we're going to go ahead and switch into that. Squawkabilly only needs 1 energy, so we're not afraid of any hammer action here. And we're going to motivate those energy back into play, but this time on the not damaged Regidrago V.
And exactly, motivation for the team here.
Yeah.
As Regidrago gets some energy and gets hyped up and ready to go. Of course, still needs the evolution into the V-Star. But we see here Steve coming along. It's going to be pretty easy to get the knockout this turn. All he needs is a double turbo. Of course, Squawkabilly has that weakness to lightning, which is going to go straight into that knockout. But the question is also, what else?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So you're getting the KO on Squawkabilly, but still looking at our prize map. If this Regidrago V can evolve and then attack, finally Daniel can make some meaningful attacks and start really becoming quite a pest to Steve's game plan.
Exactly. We do see the Pokegear 3.0 here trying to fetch Steve some supporters and therefore also options in the deck. So we've got to look at the top 7, get a supporter card.
Who do we want to see?
We're seeing Arvin's, that's for sure.
I mean, Arvin's not a bad choice here. Maybe we're thinking about a boss just like for the future turns. But at the moment, I feel like Arvin is not a bad card to have. I'm not really sure what Steve's going for, other than really kind of needing to get more energy on the board because of the secondary effect of Iron Thorn's attack there, where you have to move an energy onto a bench Pokemon every single time it attacks. So you want to be looping those energies.
Exactly. So he has to make sure, meanwhile, keeping this attacking role going, that he still gets into the energies every single turn. His hint didn't look as strong, so maybe also something like a Professor's Research could be nice to just fill up that hand again, give him some new options of supporter cards. As you mentioned yourself, Boss, there could also be, you know, Judges and Ionos getting in there to try and disrupt Daniel towards getting into that Regidrago V-Star. Because the most important thing for Steve right now is to make sure that that Regidrago V-Star is not going to be attacked while it's fully HP.
Exactly, and that's really the key here. Now, oh, okay, look, we're eyeing up the 4th hammer already, but also for that future booster energy capsule, which is going to give this Iron Thorns free retreat, which again is essential for pivoting those Iron Thorns while they are having to move their energy around. So you can move the energy and the Iron Thorns around together and make this really harmonious cycle of Pokemon and energy.
Exactly. The future is here, and we might just in the future see a Crushing Hammer, and that's going to be really important because if Steve gets to remove this energy off the Regidrago, he also gets to remove the Squawkabilly, and here we go.
Here we go. One more time for the...
And that's it. No, it's a Tails. That would have been so important as we talk about again. Flips.
But this might give Daniel just the ounce of time he needs to make a huge comeback as we see this Squawkabilly get knocked out.
But it did its job. Squawkabilly did its job.
1000%.
Such a good bird. I mean,
Very well
we've been
done.
talking about birds all weekend, but here, this is not a good boy. He's doing a very good job here, getting those energy into play. Mew, of course, being this pivot Pokemon in this case with no retreat, getting in there and getting into the action and making sure that if Daniel draws energy from Regidrago V-Star, they're ready to attack.
These are both Pokemon that I've made arguments for this weekend, and Squawkabilly has shown that it's not just a draw engine, that it does help with its motivation for the team as well. And of course, Mew being used there as a free retreater, so we can pivot really nicely into this Regidrago V-Star, ready for a big attack. But what's in the discard pile?
You know what's going to roll? That's going to be the Iron, it seems. He points with the Rolling Iron and does 200 damage. And that's what we were talking about. It looks like next turn is only going to be 40 damage coming for this Iron Thorns.
That's not what we want. But if this Rolling Iron can keep on rolling through these Iron Thorns, that could be the make or break. And that's the beautiful diversity of Regidrago, is that, again, you know, cleverly predicted, Daniel's thought to himself, okay, well, I need to change a few of the Dragon-type attackers in my deck. I'm going to bring Goodra and Haxorus, and I think that's what this weekend is going to need.
Exactly. Of course, the Haxorus being dual purpose, right? Also being good in this Iron Thorns matchup to be able to take him out in one hit. But of course, main enemy, Lugia in that case, of course. So
and Terapagos.
Exactly, multi-purpose,
So
and that's what we
good.
want the cards on our list to be. Of course, Steve in the attachment on here to Iron Thorns, gotta, you know, solidify his position, or try to at least, bossing up that Regidrago V-Star to be able to hunt the prizes.
Oh, really putting on the pressure, going down to 2 prize cards by taking out this damaged Regidrago V-Star, although has no... And, you know, it doesn't have any energy on, so it's okay. But going down to 2 prize cards feels
Not quite.
sketchy.
He's going to be 20 damage away because of the double turbo energy. Because, of course, the future booster energy capsule is going to be 20 more. But because it's 100 and it's going to be 140 he does.
You're so right. I mismathed. I forgot the double turbo was on there. And that just goes to show how tough these matchups are. Now, the Regidrago is, of course, stuck in the active.
We do see a Haxorus being taken out there.
Here he
so
comes.
we might just get the Fretful Hax getting in there and making sure that he can take some one-hit knockouts later.
He's going to be bringing down the axe and making sure that nothing with special energy is going to carry on attacking. Now, unfortunately, but also fortunately, Steve clearly had an inkling of this and actually chose to move the double turbo energy off this active Iron Thorns as the moved energy this turn.
And of course, these players have been playing throughout the whole tournament. They probably would have known something about each other's list in this case. Of course, course, Steve also have to play around this Haxorus getting these one-hit KOs. Of course, Steve has actually a pretty nice board. He has an Iron Thorns without a booster energy capsule, but he doesn't need it there because it's fully charged. Of course, what Daniel's looking for here is a way to switch out this active one.
Oh no, we've just had to pass the turn. It's Steve's go, and this could be the pacing that Steve needs to really take the advantage in this event.
Of course, because here, Steve's going to go down to 2 prizes, yeah? And then after this, all Steve would then need is 2 bosses orders on Dimiyu, for example, to be able to take that out for last 2. So Steve's prize map is quite clear. Of course, take out this Retrodrago V-Star, and then take out another 2 prize Pokemon.
Oh, is that? Well, that's TM Devolution, but we can't attach it because there's a future booster energy capsule on the active Iron Thorn, so we would have to retreat into one with a double turbo energy on, which doesn't feel fantastic.
It surely doesn't, and I do reckon, of course, it's good to play it, so you have the option after this incoming, perhaps, Professor Research. It does attach, maybe, perhaps, to the active, which actually makes quite good sense. So you can move down at Basic Lightning to have, you know, a clean Iron Thorns to attack with, so make sure the Haxorus is not going to bring the axe to that, and then we see Research for 7 new cards.
Absolutely. It's lovely when you can Professor's Research for 7 fresh cards, not having to discard anything. And I love this use of the basic Lightning energy on the Iron Thorns to say, oh, it's okay, I actually don't need to reduce the damage on these later turns because we are building up the energy on the board, and Lost City makes an appearance.
And exactly, we get that Retrodrago V-Star lost into the Lost Zone when we get the attack going on here. Whether that's TM Devolution or it's the Volt Cyclone doesn't truly matter. Both of them is going to take it out because, of course, the Retrodrago V has 220 HP.
Absolutely. So it just depends whether you'd like to move energy around or not. That's the caveat. Well, are we going to want to move the energy before the possible impending doom of this Iron Thorns? But we've gone for TM Devolution.
Of course, the Retrodrago V goes to the Lost Zone. The 2 Retrodrago V-Stars go straight into hand. Of course, here, we do see an option of Haxorus making it into play here and getting this knockout.
I wonder whether I'd have wanted to have kept my energy in play if that were the case if I'm Steve, but like being able to see that Haxorus right on the top there. But then again, there is so much energy in play already. Is it worth it just kind of getting out of play for the sake of, actually, I don't really need it. The deck can continue to thin. If I get disrupted, I suppose at least it's not. There's less in the way because I'm going to be playing more energy from my hand. So I think either way, we were on track.
As long as we're getting knockout there, we should be fine. Because here in this case, for the rest of the game for Steve, it sounds quite easy to do, but it is not as easy as said. But all he needs is just, you know, keep these attachments rolling, as well as getting into some boss's orders to make sure he gets these knockouts, of course. If he attacks with this Iron Thorns on a bench that has 2 lightning energies on it already, and a future booster energy capsule, and attaches another lightning energy, he does 160 to the Retrodrago V-Star, unless he uses Rolling Iron, of course. Then we have to start bossing around twice to make sure we take those last 2 prizes.
And that really is a lot, but, you know, it's going to take a lot for Steve to get these prize cards because he does need to make a minimum of 2 clean attacks on one of these 2 prize wonders in Daniel's board state right now, either on the Mew EX or the Retrodrago. But regardless, Daniel's going to be trying to make it as difficult as possible to attack the same Pokemon twice, right?
Of course, and we cannot discard, you know, discount Daniel in this matchup. There's, of course, got to come some, you know, disruption from Daniel at some point with the Ionos to make sure that Steve doesn't get into this multiple boss situation. So there's going to be a lot of things that's going to happen throughout these next 2-3 turns that's going to be deciding the outcome of this match.
Okay. Using some energy switches just to thin down what's in deck. Of course, Mew, a great attacker in and of itself with genome hacking. But this time we're choosing to go with Dragapult. Oh, nice to be able to do some damage on Steve's bench there. Of course, 60 damage on to the already damaged Iron Thorns. Oh, and there we are, the rest, of course.
That is such a perfect setup here because he does 200 to the active, 50 to the other Iron Thorns while dealing 10 to the one with 220 on it already.
Crazy.
You know what that means?
What does that mean, Jesper?
Dragapult could clean up the game next turn.
Whoa, that's a really tough position to be in, being able to boss his orders and mop up the game in one fell swoop. And that's exactly what Dragapult's great at.
And that's why we've seen Dragapult so much this weekend, whether being by itself or being used by this Retrodrago V-Star. Dragapult definitely has been a force to be reckoned with these past few weeks.
It's even been seen being used alongside Iron Thorns, so Dragapult is in at least 3 decks right now. It is one of the strongest attackers in our format by far.
And it's like Dragapult is saying, not enough. We want to be in more decks, of course, with these 3 different variants of Dragapult. But it's so difficult for Steve here because Steve has to get this damage healed. And so far, as I could see, there's 1 switch card in deck. That's going to put this active Iron Thorns down to 170 damage, which still means that a boss from Daniel is going to mop it up because it does 60 on the bench, which is going to hit the perfect 230 damage.
Exactly the perfect amount of damage. So no matter what, Steve is kind of looking down the barrel at Dragapult right now and thinking, oh dear, we're going to have to change things up quite considerably. And personally, I'm not certain Steve has the cards in deck to make that happen right now. I'm not sure there's enough recursion.
I mean, there's 1 switch card in deck that heals. There's 2 pennies, so he has to hit either of those because the switch card in by itself won't be enough.
No,
so
it won't.
It's also a question of, okay, if Steve doesn't hit the penny this turn, he has to sort of try and disrupt Daniel as much as possible. Daniel being at 4 prize cards, though, I don't know, it wouldn't do as much as he wanted it to. Neither would Judge, of course, because both of them would be giving 4 cards to Daniel.
Regardless of Daniel not being able to use Restart or his V-Star power, it's really managed to put so much pressure on Steve. I'm thoroughly impressed, and it all came from that 4th hammer miss.
Exactly, that 4th hammer miss really, really brought Daniel back into the game and showed that he could actually set up the Stretch Drago V-Star, which sorts to try and, you know, get back the rope off the game. And we're seeing such a close game right here. And, you know, if Steve has 2 ways of going it. He has to get Penny, he has to disrupt, or he has to try and boss the Mew and see if that could help out. And if Daniel misses the ball's definitely in Daniel's court right now.
Let's see how we go. Future Booster Energy Capsule, okay. I'm not sure. I mean, we've got another Pokegear. But I'm not certain the move that is going to be made here.
There's a quite smart move that Steve can actually make. He can retreat into the benched Iron Thorns. Switch carded, because then it's out of reach from Dragapult, and then get back into the already damaged Iron Thorns, because Steve has accepted. Next turn, there's going to be a 2-prize knockout. Fair enough, but we do have to switch card, and we already have a boss in hand, so we can actually start, you know, setting up some of this damage. Get the Thorns down to 20 with the switch card, of course, and that plays perfectly into what Steve wants.
That is absolutely ideal. That Future Booster Energy Capsule really pulling its weight, allowing for the free retreat cost of the Iron Thorns and taking the second Iron Thorns out of range of that Dragapult's attack.
It's going to go straight for the attack, and of course moving an energy away from the Thorns. I would have maybe liked to see the pause, because otherwise, if Daniel goes for Rolling Iron, that actually could spell really big trouble for Steve here.
It could. But we'll just have to see whether the ferocity of Steve's deck will come through. Running a lot of bosses orders themselves, sometimes we can get around that blockade of Gudra, but ooh, Temple of Sinnoh.
That's going to come into the way of the DT, yes.
Yeah, making that double turbo energy less effective. And then if maybe we see a Prime Catcher and actually try to target the damaged Iron Thorns, but we can't take it out with Haxorus.
We actually still can, because Haxorus' other attack, Dragon Pulse, is actually live. And you see, Daniel has pointed out here, he has what looks like 5 cards left in deck, so he can still survive using the attack.
That's mad! Dragon Pulse does 230 plus discarding the top 3 cards of your own deck, so Daniel could just about stay in this game.
Yeah, because Iron Thorns only has 230 HP.
That's absolutely perfect.
And we do see the Rolling Iron here from the Gudra.
Oh, I loved that play, though. That was so smart. Very well observed by yourself, Jesper.
Exactly, because you see here, there's like, if Steve had gone for the boss's order last turn, we would have been sitting in this pickle here.
Yes.
Now we end up sitting with a situation where we don't do enough damage, and next turn we just get taken out by Haxorus no matter what.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing we can do about it.
No. Absolutely not. And that's the kind of situation that they've tried to stick one another in, is this constant back and forth of, oh, well, if I don't respond, it's like a chess game right now.
Oh, yes.
It's if I don't respond to what you've just done, I can't just sit here and play my own game.
Oh, yeah.
I can't not respect your game plan, because it's so damaging to my own kind of stance in this game right now, and I'm not sure there's much Steve can do to respond to that Gudra's rolling iron now.
No, not really. I don't see any really thing here, but I've been caught off guard before, so it's not going to be a first time. We do see Steve perhaps try with the Iono getting in here, but really I don't see any options getting back here because the Haxorus is just going to come in and sweep it.
Yeah, exactly. Good old Haxorus bringing down the axe and Dragon Pulsing to victory, possibly. And that's the concern, is that actually this is such a strong dragon type that we haven't seen much in this meta until now.
Exactly. It's because the Retro Draco V-Star players have been favoring other options like Noctowl in the past, of course. But, you know, really good to look at in Daniel Magnus is there's no stuff like, you know, there's Cleffa, there's no Fessendipity. The Czech players have actually been liking not to play Fessendipity here in the past few weeks, favoring some more consistency and some more options in some stands, right? They've been favoring, you know, getting to play Haxorus because it's a more economical attacker when we're thinking about that versus Giratina V-Star, which also, you know, hits 230 or above.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so right in saying that. And Fessendipity also feels like such a bit of a liability in this format as well. There are a lot of Pokemon that can take it out, and I think that shows...
We're almost there, yeah. He tried to penny it back up to concede, but we see... So Daniel's just going to draw for turn. I think he does have it here. I'm pretty sure there was a Haxorus or an attacker that could do nothing. There's a Haxorus, and we get the Dragon Pulse.
Oh my goodness, the Dragon Pulse, discarding 3 cards, but it matters not as we have managed to take that big final KO, leaving Steve with no Pokemon in play.
Exactly, in such a back and forth game. We were thinking so far that Steve had the ball in his court, but then Daniel suddenly started to climb back a little bit and really show, you know, why these young minds are at work.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you some fun facts right here. Steve and Daniel both played these decks against sort of other players and both won their matchups.
And we can definitely see that there's probably a trick up Daniel's sleeve, right? It has to be the Haxorus.
It must be the Haxorus. And unfortunately, we did see that really important coin flip fail on that crushing hammer. And then the Dragapult and Gudra barrage took down Steve's Pokemon one by one very meticulously. Steve did everything in his power to try and prevent it with that really clever switch card to give this Iron Thorns the best chance at survival. But sadly, Haxorus came a-swinging.
And he brought down the axe. Not quite, he did Dragon Pulse it through, but we didn't see him bring down the axe here. Like, Daniel tried to not be as aggressive here as he could have because he still wants to keep these Regidrago V-Stars staying on the board and alive because it's super hard for him to charge up multiple Regidrago V-Stars.
Yes.
So that's why he wants to make it a little bit more bulky with Rolling Iron and making sure they stay there.
I love the inclusion of Gudra back into these decks. Long forgotten, but not a card to be messed with. We still need to remember that Gudra's around, and with these Pokemon that do have limited attack power, although they have really strong abilities, Gudra can just kind of make your own Pokemon so bulky.
And we'd seen it with Gudra itself in the past, right?
Absolutely.
Using that Moisture Star on top as well. And
so good.
We don't have Moisture Star now, but it's still showing why it's so good.
It is, and sadly we won't be seeing much of those V-Star really powerful abilities that come through sometimes as Iron Thorns sadly shuts that down.
That's
so mulligan number 1, here we go. 1 mulligan in game 2. Let's see how many we're going to get this time.
How many, Amy?
I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with 5. Did I say 5 last time?
You said 3.
Did I say 3?
I said
no, you
5.
said 5. I'm sticking with 3. I'm sticking with my guns.
All right, I'll say the 5. I gotta hit my 5 once.
Okay. Let's see how we go.
But again, we saw it, as we talked about, Crushing Hammer, such an important card.
Oh yeah, and it really showed during that game because that 4th Crushing Hammer was make or break.
Oh yes. I mean, if you get to flipping 50% on Hammer is quite good.
Yeah.
In of itself. That's the balanced number, right? But Steve needed to push it at 75% and unfortunately didn't.
It quite frankly
That's 2.
didn't. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for 3. What are you going with? Are you sticking with your 5?
I'm sticking with my 5.
Okay, we're going to stick with it. We believe. We absolutely got rolled last time, so let's try
we
again.
definitely got rolled. We definitely got rolled by the Gudra there and the Haxorus in a combination afterwards. But let's see. We're at 2. I mean, Steve got to give us some mulligans, right, to make sure that this progresses a bit. But, of course, some things here we can look at. The prize cards are already out for Daniel. There's no canceling clone out there, so we might be seeing some tricks with it.
Ooh, and Steve, although might have presumed that Daniel runs that cancelling clone, didn't fall prey to it. That cancelling clone would allow for our Regidrago's amazing V-Star ability and bring some cards back into play, but also Teal Dances.
Exactly. It could also bring that canceling clone again, so maybe Daniel could actually get 2 turns of using abilities, and that's gonna really bring it into Daniel's court, because then he of course gets 2 turns of Teal Dancing, 2 turns of Mew, 2 turns of just using perhaps, like, of course he has used this Regidrago V-Star to recover it in that case.
Much.
But you're also getting to recover cards on top of that.
Yeah, the value that is bringing is gigantic. I like that is exactly the kind of strategy we were hoping to see in game 1, but we'll hopefully get to see in game 2 here. Now I think we're ready for our next set of cards. Daniel's all set up, but we're still
going. Getting the full 7 for Steve.
Here we go.
I hope he has kept a tracker over how many mulligans he's had. And we see it for us. We lost again.
He's ever so good at getting these Iron Thorns. Why?
That has to be a reason he's gone so far, right? If you keep giving your opponents so many mulligans, that's not great. But we do see 2 Bosses Sorters and Brandcatcher in the prizes for Steve, though.
And Giovanni's Charisma, which we didn't get to see, but again is one of those cards that really helps not only you accelerate your energy, but it prevents your opponent from getting set up. So again, it kind of acts like a little bit like a crushing hammer in that sense. Giovanni's
major
Charisma.
top deck here. We do see the energy getting to Steve's hand, because if he didn't top deck the energy, there would be no attachment this turn. So if Steve can get into a double turbo next turn, he's already attacking.
Ooh, okay, so we're already jet setting off with Steve. Let's see if Daniel can make progress even without, again, that Muse restart ability. But the free retreat absolutely helps us out here, so we're not to worry. Now, Steve played against Regidrago in day 1 and 1 against Kaiwen, and Daniel actually ended day 1 undefeated. He did play against 1 Iron Thorns and did win, so both of these players know how to play against each other's decks rather well.
Exactly, and it's also weird perhaps for Steve. He's used to winning against these Regidrago V-Star decks. And of course, he's maybe had a bit more fortune with the hammers in those cases. Of course, Kaiwen, a fantastic player. As we've said, there has to be some confidence in him coming from Australia, but Steve is making it so far.
Yep, he's been doing a fantastic job. And of course, like, on paper, you would think this is going to be really, really tough for Regidrago. But you know, Daniel's proving that it's not as scary as it needs to be, and winning even without the use of cancelling Cologne. That just shows how much of a pro Daniel really is.
Exactly, and we're speaking of, you know, also getting these attachments in. Daniel did prize free energies, though. 2 grass energies and a fire, so he's going to be struggling a little bit for those attachments. Of course, with the cancelling clone being there, I would rather prize triple energy than a cancelling clone, honestly.
Okie dokie, so we're going ahead. We're discarding our Prime Catcher and Energy Switch with our Ultra Ball there, just to get a Cleffer to guarantee some card draw.
That's really nice, because also in this matchup, Steve wants to run for a 2-2-2 prize trade, right? That Cleffa throws that off a bit, because of course Cleffa's a 1-prizer. So he's playing down his hand to make sure he gets the attachment for turn, but also gets to draw a full 7 with Grasping Draw.
I love that. Cleffa really coming into its own. This may be a small Pokemon, but sweet she is not, allowing your opponent to draw up to 7 cards in their hand. But as Daniel has completely emptied his hand, he'll be drawing a full 7, and hopefully that 7 will shine.
And of course, in the card art he's running in his deck, the moon's out, it's all dark because of all the everlasting darkness, but they do look at the moon and get the 7 cards.
Let's see if these 7 are the ones. Now, of course, obviously that is an attack, so it will be Steve's turn, but hopefully Daniel has a workable hand.
Of course, here, there is triple Crushing Hammer in Steve's hand.
Oh my word.
There's also research. So we might just have to play out these hammers and research to make sure we actually get a setup on board, which is going to hurt Steve so much not having all of the hammers.
Fail on hammer number 1. We do have 2 double turbo energy in hand as well, so we can get attacking, but here comes second hammer.
Nope.
Fail, no! Maybe he's going to have to play all 3 just to remove this 1 grass-type energy from this Regidrago V on the bench. Is he going to go for it, or is he going to take his time?
Oh, he's pondering it, and he's going for it.
Okay, let's see. Ready?
Come on, Steve.
We
believe.
Steve, we believe.
No, triple tails.
Triple tails. Yes, but why? what the hammers are supposed to do. 3 out of 4 being tails in this round. Oh my gosh, top 8 and flipping 3 tails on your second turn is not what we want to see.
That's not what we want to see. We've seen Worlds Finals being lost on triple tails from Jirachi's Wishing Star back in the day, but here we don't have any Wishing Star. There's no luck in these hammers, unfortunately, but at least Steve gets into the double turbo energy after research and can still attack. Even though the Volt Cyclone wouldn't transfer energy, there's still going to be knockout taken here, and Steve trying to get into more resources here and trying to get into either, it looks like he's going to be getting either Pokegear or Arven for the prize, which is going to help further the setup.
Here we go. Okay. Regardless of the slightly frustrating prize race Steve's now forced into, the Clever is still worth the knockout. We still need to get that out of play, stop Daniel from just being able to grasping draw over and over. Clever, again, being a really great pivot Pokemon because it doesn't have a retreat cost, so you can put it back to the bench without using any energy up.
Exactly. Now that we do have another favorite trader in Miyu, of course, getting these energy into play is the name of the game for Daniel still. And it's going to be much show just like Game 1.
Absolutely. And we've managed to keep that grass energy on.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike Game 1, this grass energy is sticking around. It's looking good for Daniel. We're thinking about the way that Daniel managed to win without cancelling Cologne, with more of those hammers really taking effect, with 2 really early crushing hammers going ahead and getting that heads. And now for an INO to disrupt, what can't Daniel do?
It seems like it's just Steve's definitely making the job easier on Daniel, of course, not removing these energy. And this Regidrago V has not been damaged yet, so it's going to be super difficult if Daniel can get into the Gudra, into the discard pile, and get into these attacks to just, you know, make it unbearable for Steve to get through.
You're so right. Energy is only a part of the puzzle. We also need Dragon-type Pokemon in the discard pile. And we need that Regidrago V-Star. I mean, Dragon Laser's not a bad attack in this matchup, but the 220 HP is a little volatile, being a definite 2-hit KO from the Iron Thorns, regardless of double turbo energy.
But there is a way for Daniel to win the game on this turn or next turn. Keep in mind, Steve only has 1 Pokemon in play.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
If Daniel hits Regidrago V-Star and a canceling Cologne and gets into either Haxorus or Giratina V-Star, we might just be over already.
Oh, don't. Jesper, could you imagine? It could well happen, but how is Daniel going to draw any more cards? I'm just doubtful of whether we can actually get into that cancelling Cologne from this stage.
That is the question, but that does still put a lot of pressure onto Steve because, like, he needs to get additional Iron Forms rolling out there, and if he can, that's going to be a very real chance next turn.
So over to Steve's turn. Steve sticks it out with this Iron Thorn.
There's an Iron Thorns. Okay, we are still alive regardless.
Gaming. We are gaming.
Oh, yes, we are. We see the energy lotto. Let's see if he hits a lottery again. Of course, super important you got that Iron Thorn. So we want to see some more action.
Oh, yeah. We need to keep that energy flowing. And yes, of course, there was plentiful energy, but no special energy in hand. So we're going to go for a basic lightning energy. Not bad at all, but we're going to need more of the puzzle pieces. We need to be able to retreat to keep this flow of energy and Pokemon online.
Exactly. And now we do see the energy heading in here. Of course, there's going to be either an attachment to the active or bench. Really would love the attachment to the bench here. And then we can also get to move the lightning energy from the active. There's 7 lightning and 4 double turbos, so it means that you're more likely draw into these lightnings, which makes it easier for you to string these attacks together.
It's also really poignant to note that using the double turbo energy as the item to go, or the energy card, sorry, to go onto the Iron Thorns on the bench, you protect the active from the likes of Haxorus's first attack, which is quite nice, just to get that peace of mind.
Exactly. We do want to keep our Iron Thorns as safe as possible because we want to make sure they're not one-hit KO'd by something like the Haxorus or the Giratina V-Star, so make sure we can get to use Penny, for example, to make sure we get to remove these damage counters and get us in as many attacks as we can before our Iron Thorns falls.
Absolutely, but let's see if we can keep building this board. It's coming along really nicely. We did get the Future Booster Energy Capsule. We did get another Iron Thorn, so it looks like Steve is creating that really strong board state once again.
Exactly. It's also great he gets to, you know, disrupt with the judge as well, which is going to be super important because it's going to ask all the questions to Daniel, force him to have the answers in this matchup, which is what has been, you know, the story of this matchup. Does Daniel have the answers?
And that's the thing, with a 4-card hand, it feels unlikely, right? Much more so in comparison to Daniel's previous very plentiful hand, thanks to Clever.
Exactly. Now,
Ooh, that does look like quite a nice hand for Daniel. I'm not going to lie to you, Jesper. I think we've got an Ultra Ball, Gudra, an Energy, and an Iono.
Oh, wow. He gets the supporter and the Ultra Ball to discard the Gudra, which is the main attacker in this matchup aside the Haxorus, of course. Now, we do see the Palpite getting back the boss's orders. Steve knowing there's 2 boss prizes, of course, we need to get that back.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Prime Catcher as well, you kind of have effectively 3 boss's orders prized. It feels bad.
Yeah, definitely so. And not even with the Palpite being able to recover 2 boss's orders like you normally would to actually have more boss's orders at your availability. But here we see the attack from Iron Thorns, putting 140 damage onto Mew, removing the double turbo to make sure Haxorus is not going to bring down the axe.
And keeping that energy in play. So ever so important to make sure that we're maneuvering the most high value energy to get
research from the top deck.
Oh, that's lovely. Attach the grass energy for turn. We've got enough energy on Regidrago now. Mew can retreat for free. We need the V-Star.
Do we have it?
I don't think we
don't
do.
think I see it. Is there an Ultra Ball in there? He's asking for a disco pal just to check what he's got.
Okay,
there might be a stretcher,
is there a nice stretcher? No, there isn't.
There's a stretcher!
Oh my goodness, okay, now we're rocking and rolling. Steve is set up. Daniel is set up. Now it is a battle of wits.
Now we got a game.
Whoa, here we go. Rolling iron, baby. First one, reducing Daniel's damage by 80 next turn. So Iron Thorns won't be able to do quite as much damage because it will be minus 80 off that already quite low number of 140, and even less so if double turbo is the energy of choice.
You are exactly right here, Amy, because here with the 200 damage being put on, it also builds it up for Dragapult, right? So all of these attackers are stringing together because Steve is almost, if he doesn't get the DT here, forced to retreat it, right? If he's forced to retreat it, it means that the Dragapult can go ahead and set up, or they can be set up further next turn by a Gudra, because if there isn't healed then afterwards, you know what can happen? A Dragapult could take 6 prizes if set up correctly.
I love that. I love that so much. I love that all these dragons are stringing together their attacks to perfectly knock out these opponents. It is absolutely bonkers because we're getting to the stage where Gudra is great in the early game, and then of course we have Dragapult coming in and just mopping up. It's absolute poetry in motion. Love to see all of these dragon Pokemon in the same deck working so harmoniously in a matchup that on paper seems unfavored.
Exactly. It does seem unfavored, especially for what these players have been playing it through, but we just see Daniel maneuvering masterfully. And I mean, it also dependency, right? There's a difference between a lot of these Regidrago V-Stars, whether or not they're playing the Gudra, but here in this case, it's paying off in spades.
Oh, massively. Once again, moving that really high value energy, knowing that we need the lightning energy on that benched Pokemon in case the Iron Thorns inactive takes a nasty turn.
And of course here, Daniel wants to be attaching multiple energies to this Regidrago V-Star, making sure that the last hammer, not going to hit perhaps, but if it hits, that we're safe from it. Of course, the plan from Daniel here is to make sure that this Regidrago V-Star by itself is going to be able to take the full game through.
And it really could be exactly that, seeing this all the way through. And you're right, putting sort of more energy than you need, really going over that energy cost for the attack normally isn't worthwhile. But in this instance, we know that Steve runs Crushing Hammers, and we have 1 left, I believe.
Yes.
And then we have Giovanni's Charisma. And although it is prized, of course, Daniel doesn't know that, and so is making sure that Giovanni isn't there to put an energy attached to his active back into his hand.
There's also signs of a great player here, right? Daniel's always asking himself the question, how do I lose from here?
Yes.
And it's always the great thing about, you know, trying to make sure that there's no way your opponent can surprise you and take the win there. We have seen this. This is like a question that all these great players ask themselves all the time to make sure that they can get into the win.
Exactly, and that's such a beautiful way of putting it. Just figuring out, how do I lose from here? That's such a fantastic question to ask yourself. I really love that insight.
Exactly, and you know, you can get actually with all of these extra attachments on top of that, there's also the opportunity to just Giratina V-Starring through, right? So that's why you can also attach these extra energies just to make sure that if you use Giratina V-Star, you do have an opportunity to just keep attacking with it all the time.
Exactly, and that's exactly the kind of pressure that you need to put on decks like this.
So we do see here some energy being found with the Earthen Vessel. Of course, as we always talk about, keeping these energies flowing, super important for Daniel to do. And these energy attachments have been, of course, name of the game. Rolling Iron comes in, though.
Oh, here we go. We're looking towards that Dragon Ball attack even more and more and more. Steve's going to need some switch card action to get out of those perfect numbers, but I don't know if it's possible at this stage.
Just looks really tough at this point. And, of course, the Rolling Iron keeping this Regidrago V-Star alive in the active position. And it's super important here because Steve could be forced to be attacking with the third Iron Force. That's all right, but still, it would be going up to 120, this Regidrago V-Star in the active. Then next turn, he can go Rolling Iron again. And if so, it would just end up being a mess.
Exactly, and that's exactly the power. But a fourth Iron Thorns comes down. Is that going to be the difference?
It could very well be if Daniel does not hit any Gust option, any Boss's Orders, or any Prime Catcher later. Of course, he hasn't gone through a lot of Gust options yet, but depending here is also super important to make sure that we can't, Gust into these knockouts, perhaps.
Absolutely, or use those Dragapult numbers to mop up right at the end, with Daniel possibly looking at taking all 6 prize cards in one go. Penny could put a real thorn in that.
Exactly. Speaking of thorn, I mean, thorn in the side here for Daniel is still going to be that we haven't seen this cancel and clone combo turn yet.
Not at all.
Which is something we want to see, or maybe Daniel's keeping it a bit for later.
Maybe. I wouldn't mind that either. Digging for the last puzzle pieces, using your amazingly powerful Legacy Star, V-Star power ability, just unlocking that to go into your discard pile and piece together a winning turn. That's just beautiful. That in of itself is the showmanship that we see from players like Daniel.
Exactly. We do see the attachment onto Ogerpon. Ogerpon could also be very interesting because if this Regidrago V-Star falls, there's so much damage in play, and all of these Iron Thorns have multiple energies on them, which actually also fuels the Ogerpon itself.
Yeah, Grass-type power coming to the people. Maybe taking some knockouts. Let's see it, Ogerpon.
And we see the Dragapult, 4 prizes this turn. And with the extra 30 that's left, can also set up for game-winning 200 damage attack next turn as well.
Ouch! That is gigantic. And again, it's going to make Steve really not want to promote that damaged Iron Thorns. A switch card could take that 30 damage away, but it's going to be slim pickings. Steve has a 1-card hand?
Exactly. With the 1-card hand, there's not many options. We're speaking of Hackstars throughout the game. We're speaking of Giratina V-Star. We might just have it finished this next turn, actually.
Here we go. Let's see what this top deck is. It's a make or break time.
Come on, Steve. Show us what you got. There's an Arven off the top.
Okay.
DT
Double turbo.
All right, that's
fair.
Oh, no. But
maybe that's not quite enough. What would Arven get us? Maybe switch cart and Future Booster Energy Capsule, and then we can heal that 30 damage?
That can remove the 30 damage, but it doesn't take us out of the threat of Giratina V-Star or Hacksaurus.
No, you're right. Oh my gosh, we can just get one shot. We need to deal with this Regidrago V-Star.
But we can't do enough damage to do that. There's only 120 on, there's 160 HP left, and both of these Iron Thorns have double turbo energies on them, which means the maximum damage that could be done this turn is 140.
I think this is all Ogerpon now, and Ogerpon itself even has an energy for a retreat cost. We can't even boss stall, even if it was possible, but sadly, as we've noted, Prime Catcher is in the prize card.
And we do see Hacksaurus in the discard pile, looming there, waiting to see for its chance. There might be a reason here to go for Crushing Hammer, see if you can flip heads and root the Fire Energy and hope that Daniel does not have additional Fire Energy to boot.
Oh my goodness, he's going to use every moment now just to assess whether this is the moment. Whether it's a clean 2-0 or whether Steve has something up his sleeve to bring down this Regidrago V-Star, I'm not sure, but we have plenty of time, so in these moments it's always best to triple and quadruple Quad Thorns check.
Exactly. You want to make sure when you're sitting in these positions, you don't know next time you're going to be in the top 8 at a regional, if ever again, and you want to make sure you're doing your absolute best to make sure that you've done all of your work.
Absolutely. We've gone for the Future Booster Energy Capsule and a Crushing Hammer. Now, removing the Fire-type energy. Oh, but we've seen it in Daniel's hand. Daniel's showing off now.
Daniel's showing off, yeah. And that's what I said. The Crushing Hammer could be removing the Fire Energy, but if Daniel has the Fire Energy, as he shows, then, yeah, I don't see any...
I didn't even spot that, Jesper. Look, I was looking at Steve,
I tried to keep your hopes up here, but with the Fire Energy being in there, this is going to be out of reach.
But Steve's giving us a good show. We get another Crushing Hammer. Oh.
He's been flipping terribly on those hammers.
All of them failed. And unfortunately, that brings us to the end of the game with just a little bit of damage there on our Regidrago V-Star. And soon, Daniel will be launching the Haxorus Assault with a huge knockout on Iron Thorns EX!
Exactly, and Daniel brings down the hammer on this Iron Thorns and advancing into the top 4 of the Gdańsk Regional Championships. What a match, actually.
Daniel has proved that Regidrago is the Apex Dragon, bringing together all of those attacks in beautiful harmony.
And a replay filled with Crushing Hammer tails mostly, unfortunately. These Crushing Hammers being the bane of the system for Steve. And I do believe that had the Crushing Hammers both gone his way in Game 1, maybe a little bit more in Game 2, this would have been a totally different story.
Absolutely. And as you can see, with just the perfect pouncing of these dragon types with Gudra and Rolling Iron, reducing the amount of damage that Steve can pump out. Unfortunately, left Steve with quite the headache.
Yeah, and we see Steve off in the tank there, thinking about how do I make sure that I can actually get around this, but there was no way in the end. Daniel did everything he could to essentially just checkmate and make sure that his place in top 4 is guaranteed.
Absolutely, and he's done such the spectacular job proving our younger players are not to be underestimated when they come up from seniors. But as we saw in that game too, Steve had to use 3 Crushing Hammers right at the beginning, and all 3 of them failed. And unfortunately, it just left Daniel with the momentum, with the extra energy to continuously attack and really put so much pressure on Steve.
And exactly, if Daniel just gets all the time that he wants to, he's just kind of iron rolling away there. And you know, the rolling iron is super, super important, as we saw. Mitigating all these damage and then being able to, whenever you just need to, you can just go Haxorus and then take it out.
Absolutely, and we saw that final flipping of our heads and our Crushing Hammers, leaving Steve, unfortunately, a little bit short, and with Daniel had all the energy in his court to solidify a 2-0 win against the Iron Thorns that we really thought could go all the way here. And there is one left, so maybe we'll still see it.
Yeah, of course, we're still waiting for results from the other Iron Thorns match. We don't quite know yet how that went. Of course, we're hoping to see more Iron Thorns so we can see probably some better Crushing Hammer flips here, honestly. That wasn't quite as good as we wanted it to.
Oh, but much like Pokemon Catcher as well, we have quite a few of these cards right now where the coin flip matters so much, and really that can be all it comes down to, is leaving that to the lucky dice rolls and seeing whether you're able to stall your opponent enough, disrupt them enough. But Daniel just had everything he needed in both games.
Exactly, and with Daniel having everything he needs, it's also, you know, a matchup where, you know, Iron Thorns tries to ask the questions. If the Regidrago V-Star player then in this matchup has the answers, that's how it is. And we still do not have confirmation, but we do see our other Iron Thorns is also knocked out by a Regidrago V-Star. Matthias Berger-Jakobsen unfortunately not making it to top 4. It has to be Alberto Conti who takes him down 2-0 as well.
Wow. Oh, that is madness. We were only just saying how powerful we thought Iron Thorns was coming into this tournament. And now both are knocked out. And of course, we have Tord Reklev as well joining us in our top 4. We're waiting on that lovely showdown between Mateusz and Magnus Peterson.
And you know what? That's also, you know, a Bayonet Gardevoir mirror match. That could take a while, because that matchup is going to be, you know, who sets up the Everlasting Darkness first and who can prevail from the darkness in that case. And I know that exactly Mateusz and Magnus actually testing partners of this Bayonet deck.
Oh,
and
my
they've been talking
gracious.
together about this deck, I'm pretty sure. So we got to see. So far, they're 1 for 1, and they're keeping each other on the toes.
I can imagine. Honestly, this is going to come down to a battle of wits, I imagine, between these two friends, because testing a deck and developing a deck with your friends, right? Yes. I'm sure we've all done it. We've all done it. Yeah. But when you then have to come up against the same 60 or a very similar 60, it's not typically something that you're always going to be testing against, right?
No.
Because you kind of feel like, oh, I'm unlikely to see just like exactly the same 60 because we've been cooking with this. But actually, when 2 of them have been performing so well, brilliant players in their own right that we know have really strong records in the past, actually doesn't feel that unlikely. They might see themselves in a top 8 together.
And I mean, out of their cooking, they were forced to have a dinner date, it seems, right now. And honestly, it's also a great match to see, you know, having these top players playing against each other in full 60-card mirrors. I know you probably tried that before as well have I, where I played against my friends in tournaments where we both played the same 60. But it's also, you know, friendly competition is always nice. We've had that during this weekend as well, us too. But we do see live footage.
Here we
so
are.
I think it's Magnus is on 6 prizes, and it looks like Mateusz is on 5. And either boss or it looks like a prime catcher being played there on UEX.
Amazing. It's great to see these players in their element, because of course this is what we can see when the players are kind of in the main area of the tournament. Obviously not every game looks as lovely as our stream setup, sadly. As much as we wish it could be, this is what most of the players are experiencing for most of the day.
Exactly. Not every single game has you commentating, Amy. That's probably why. But we do see here that it's on to Magnus' turn again. The UEX was knocked out by the Gardevoir. And it's also, you know, that's the highest damage potential they have in this matchup. The 190 plus the Monkey Dory accelerating damage is super weird, because in this matchup they can both Monkey Dory back and forth.
Exactly, and that's really the monkey business that we see from this exact moment.
You can all hear me now. I have the pleasure of being in the interview area with our winner of the last feature match, Daniel Magda. How are you feeling for first?
I'm feeling pretty relaxed, because I won, obviously. And I wasn't too stressed, because Iron Torrents is not a very difficult matchup if I draw normally.
Yep, I mean, I know in the Swiss rounds you actually beat one already, right? So heading into this top 8, it's actually quite a simple matchup. And we saw the way you were playing the actual matchup. You got the Motivate with the Squawk ability, and then once you've got Haxorus and Goodra sort of in the discard pile, you've got some really unique attackers. How good has Goodra and Haxorus been this tournament?
So, Goodra hasn't been that great this tournament, but in the previous tournament, it's been insane.
Okay.
Because it's mainly for the mirror match, and then it does loads of work. Haxorus, I've used it for a few times. Both attacks about evenly. It's just like a second Giratina for most of your uses, and it doesn't discard your energies.
Makes it really efficient, right, in terms of an attacker, and just having that extra one is a really nice way of sort of building the deck. But just going into the matchup, into just the top 8, I mean, it's your first one in the Masters division.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's no stranger to you to be in Top Cut. You're a familiar name in juniors and in seniors.
That will be true.
So looking to really make a name for yourself in the Master Division. Looking into the top 8, were there any matchups you're maybe a little bit worried about?
I'm worried about Tord, because I'm coming for him.
Oh, wow, okay. That's setting the scene there. You're really looking to try and take that #1 spot away from Tord, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting loads of applause from the other games as well. But it's fantastic to actually see you, because it was a top 16 that you had in the most recent tournament in your Masters as well, right?
Yeah, I got top 16 in Lilla.
Was it the same list?
I had one card changed.
Okay, what was the change out of interest? I want to see how you adapt the meta game.
It was cutting an extra fire energy for a grass energy. Because my coach / guardian, Milo, huge shout out to him, by the way, convinced me to play it. Because
okay. And did he give you any reasons, or did he just say this is so much better to make this
I mean, if you have an Ogre Pawn and the grass energy in your opening hand, then you're way more happy. And the chance of you prizing 2 fire energies is like 1 in a 100 something. So the risk is not that big for the
Okay, no, amazing. It's great to hear, and I know you've got a lot of your friends. They were just kind of waiting for you to come up the stage as well. I just want to say congrats again in your first Masters top 8. We're going to see you in top 4 shortly as well. But just for the time being, as we take a small little break, we'll go back to the casters first and hopefully get back into the action soon.
Can I also say something?
We're back. You can't get rid of us yet, because there's more action on the way as we got to speak to our fantastic winner there. What a showdown that was to wrap up. It was absolutely fantastic. What was your favorite moment, Jesper?
I mean, the crushing hammers, unfortunately, flipping tails, there was quite the showpiece of the match, but I think the favorite moment is that when the Haxorus came down and brought down the axe for the win.
I love that. It was so good. Fantastic card to see utilized in this event, and it was nice to hear kind of how useful Gudra's been in the past as well.
Exactly. You know, as we briefly touched on, Gudra also being played by itself was such a good deck during when we had the prime Lugia formats. Yes. It was played alongside that, but of course now it's just making appearances here and there in the Rodrigo V-Star decks.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see that it flounces into decks exactly when it's needed in a format, and when people kind of stop respecting it is when it jumps and pounces back, and that rolling iron really can be so devastating.
It's much like just Ironforge, right? Because the reason why Ironforge is doing good in this tournament is because people stop respecting it.
Exactly.
And then we get to see again into LAIC. This froze our metagame all the way around because we don't know what we have to expect into LAIC now. We saw, of course, Rodrigo V-Star still a force to be reckoned with, and perhaps a contender for best deck in format.
Absolutely, and that's exactly the kinds of decks and players that we expect to see now. In fact, we have a lovely piece to show you from the 2024 format that we think is still very interesting to be able to bring you the context of some of our most successful players in this tournament.
Hi, I'm Shea Burton, and today we're going to look at one of the game's most prolific players, Alberto Conti.
And there it is, and Conti's going to scoop things up. Alberto, play! Wow, what a play!
Alberto Conti has burst onto the Pokemon competitive scene recently, but has made a massive name for himself with 8 regional day 2s, 1 international top 32, and 2 regional top 8s. But how can someone who only learned to play the game 3 years ago light the competitive circuit on fire? Well, let's find out today as we look at Alberto Conti's journey to the top. Alberto started playing the game in 2021 when his friend begged him to buy an ADP Zacian battle deck, so he had someone to play with. Once Alberto did buy that deck, he fell in love with the game. And that very same day, he told his friend, "One day I will make it onto the stream at a regional, just you wait." And boy, Alberto was right. He started to play at local events, honing his skills until the big day when Liverpool regionals were announced all the way back in 2022. Alberto knew this was the moment he had been waiting for, ever since he first bought that ADP Zacian battle deck. Unfortunately for Alberto, he was stunned at just how much of a difference there was playing at locals and regionals, but he still managed to finish middle of the pack with his Rapid Strike Malamar deck. He did, however, get to meet a load of other Italian players in Liverpool, and then they all turned their eyes to EUIC in Frankfurt. At EUIC, Alberto's first ever international event, he made magic happen, with Arceus V-Star, Inteleon and Galarian Moltres at his side. He managed to navigate his way all the way to 17th place and fulfilled his prophecy about getting on stream. And he did so in amazing fashion, leaving us with this epic energy switch play.
The energy switch. And Connor's just going to sweep it up in game 1.
From there, Alberto's competitive fire was lit, and he managed to gain enough CP from the rest of the remaining EU events to gain his invitation to the London World Championships. In the 2022-2023 season, Alberto carried on just where he left off, getting multiple regional day 2s, including 3 top 32s. And of course, he managed to wrap up his Yokohama Worlds invitation with a risky Aqua Storm that paid off for Alberto on stream in exhilarating fashion.
2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, there you go, that's game. He does take 2 prizes. And Alberto, it does with all smiles there.
In the 2023-2024 season, Alberto managed to kick up into an even higher gear, with 2 regional top 8s in Lille and Stuttgart, the latter of which he got a top 4. So what's next for Alberto? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream closely, because I'm sure it won't take long for Alberto to find his way onto it.
Thank you very much, Shay. And what is next for Alberto? Well, at this stage, at the very least, it's a back-to-back top 4 for Alberto Conti. But let me just very firstly send my apologies to Daniel. Unfortunately, we cut him a little bit short, but all he needs to do is win again, and we'll make sure he gets his opportunity.
Find out next time.
On Gdańsk Regional Championships. But yes, it's myself back behind the desk, Alex Dow. I'm alongside, I've already mentioned, my dancing partner here, Joe Bernard. Joe, we've had a bit of a thrilling top 8 already.
Yeah.
You've been out in the actual tournament stages as well.
Yeah, I've been watching along those other games, seeing Tord get the victory against Alex Scopini there with the Snorlax controlling archetype. Tord does play a lot of supporter switching out, so it's not too surprising that he was able to come away with the win there. Had the Dustoirs that can get around Mimikyu and whatnot, so not amazed to see that that was ending up in a victory for him. And we obviously got to see that still ongoing, unsurprisingly, the Banets, they're still going at it. They're still poking each other for 30 damage a turn out there, Alex. Yeah. They're trying to find wiggle room and try and use their Churro scenario. That's been the crucial moments for the Banette bros out there in top 8. But that's still going on. That's what I've coined right now. Yeah, so fantastic to see, and that's still the last game remaining before we get our top 4.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, you already mentioned them kind of tickling each other. Oh, I mentioned Iron Thorns tickling other decks. I mean, that's actually tickling when you're doing 30 damage.
It was all Monkey Dory math, really. they were doing the 30 to the active, but also the Monkey Dory damage was the crucial thing there.
Right, well, we are going to hopefully try and bring the top 4 action pretty soon. We know actually one side of the bracket has completed. As you already had seen, Alberto Conti, and that little video there with Shay kind of narrating over it. You heard a bit of me as well. You saw a bit of Joe. And Daniel Magda will be shortly setting up. But just whilst we're getting them ready, I think they're taking a quick break, maybe get a bit of hydration in them. We're going to go back to the community prediction bracket as well, Joe. We've got, of course, currently already Pheasantipity EX flying its way through into the final. And we've got Bibarel and Mew EX there in the final top 4. Bibarel, bottom of our list to begin with.
Yeah, and you can see on the bottom side of the bracket, they were both narrow victories. Mew EX just overcoming Lumineon very slightly, and same thing for Bibarel there. So not necessarily going to be the easiest choice for you guys out there in the community, but let us know. We're going to give you an argument for each of these Pokemon. Both very, very powerful. The theme of our bracket is, of course, setting up cards and helping you get consistency in your deck list. So I think it's going to be another good clash here in our top 4 of the community bracket. Make sure you're going to be voting along with us once we've given our arguments.
Well, Joe, we have a chance to, well, I have a chance to decide what card I want.
What?
Bibarel versus Mew, but that's only because I want you to have it, because you haven't actually won one yet.
Let me have this.
You haven't actually won one yet, so I'll let you choose. To be honest.
Well, I'm taking Mew EX, the correct answer.
The correct answer.
I'll take the correct answer, thanks. Good.
Chat, you hearing this? Don't let him have it.
Yeah, we're going for Mew EX. When you count me in, I'll give my arguments.
Okay. Well, in 3, 2, and 1, Joe.
Well, Mew EX, it's in our top 4. Lots of them, actually. All the Regidrago V-Stars are using them right away. We're not seeing any Bibarel. We haven't seen a single Bibarel all weekend on stream. Mew EX is exactly the Pokemon you need, because it's a basic, so you can get that straight onto the board as and when you need it. Not only is its restart ability fantastic for topping you up and saving you from Iono, you can use it throughout the entire game, and you've got that genome hacking attack as well. Do not sleep on that. You can get wins from all over the place, from yoinking other people's attacks and using them for yourself on a basic Pokemon, no less. That's the key here. Don't wait around.
All right. Did you want one more word?
Don't wait around for Bibarel. That's what I was going to say. Don't wait a turn.
Yeah,
just draw now.
Man, Mew is a great card.
Yeah, Mew's good.
We love a bit of Mew, but we're on Bibarel.
You've got a bat for Bibarel, so here you go. I'm going to count you in 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, our favorite Bidoof in evolution Pokemon, Bibarel, is already taking a little break at the moment, swimming down the river. You know, he's enjoying the sun, away from all of this action at the moment. Why? Because he's a world champion. It doesn't matter about all these other cards. The best support Pokemon that was in the deck that has actually won an actual world championship is Bibarel. It's got an incredible ability, Industrious Incisors, being able to draw back up 5 cards into your hand and then help all of those combo pieces. It's been fitting itself. It's had to find itself back into Charizard for the work.
There
you go.
Alex now living in the past because he's got no arguments for the present. That's all. I mean, I did play it at my last tournament that I played in. I do like Bibarel myself as well.
Actually, and I cut it for Mew.
Look at this role reversal. Incredible. You did play Mew EX instead. So even he's playing Mew over Bibarel. So there's your choice right there. Get voting now. Let me know whose argument was superior there and which card ultimately is the best one. That's going to be facing off, was it Pheasantipity EX in the final of our bracket that we're going to try and bring you later on throughout the day. But we're just just getting ready for our top 4 match. I think we're going to be able to show both of them, hopefully, which is going to be great to see.
Yep.
And I'm still also trying to take a look to see if our final game is concluded there, where it's taking a long time, to be honest with you.
Frantically refreshing.
I'm refreshing as much as I can to see if we have a conclusion for our Burnett face-off there. 2 of them making top 8 is definitely a story of this weekend, Alex.
Yeah, which of the Burnett bros will make it into the final? We've already seen Mateusz multiple times on stream, really showcasing just the level of power in his own deck building to begin with, of course, because remember, it is that kind of creation that's come from these shores here in Poland, but then just mastering the actual sort of intricacies of the actual deck. But it's been picked up by a former world champion himself, and into a top 8 spot. He's going up against the master.
Magnus is always one of my favorite players to watch because he likes to jump around from deck to deck, but he very rarely goes for the very top tier archetype. He'll try and find a pocket in the meta for one of those interesting, intricate archetypes, and you always see him playing some slightly off meta picks. So seeing him bring this deck doesn't surprise me, nor does his record, to be honest with you. He's had a fantastic run this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to not only have had Jesper as a former world champion in the senior division backstage here with us. He's made it into the top cut at the same time, unfortunately just having to cast over these games. But,
unfortunately. We're loving it out here.
Well, we love it.
Yeah, yeah, he's had to give up playing.
You saying we have as well?
No, we've not given up. We'll never give up.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter how many times we lose. We'll keep going anyway.
But Magnus is the one carrying the flag as a former world champ on behalf of Jesper, we should say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I started to see some players getting towards the table, so it's not going to be long now until we are back into our top 4 action. And it's going to be a Reggie Drago mirror match, Alex. What are some of the intricacies of this matchup?
I mean, it's one, as we've always kind of said it, the first person who gets to go first and start building up the board, setting up. Both of these players are playing very heavy support Pokemon that kind of help them get to that stage. We've already seen Alberto Conti utilizing Squawkabilly, and of course Daniel Magda was able to utilize it to motivate to build up his board as well. So both playing something quite similar, but we know Daniel is playing a few more different attackers, I think, which is a bit more unconventional, as we do get to see the community prediction bracket. Joe, you finally get a chance to win.
gets the win.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you very much.
I'm just surprised that
I needed that just for my own confidence,
I'm just surprised the 30% actually backed with Barrel as well.
He's a good egg, isn't he, Barrel? He's a good bloke. He can't be sad with the Barrel. He's just helping you out. He's just doing his thing. He's a happy chap.
Yeah.
But not good enough. Mew EX is in so many more decks right now. It's just too important to have a good turn 1. And honestly, the fact that it also has that attacking dimension is a big reason why it's such a powerful card right now. What's
the best attack you've been able to copy with genome hacking?
It's normally just Moonlight Shuriken, to be honest. That's the one where I try and weave in as much as possible. That's where you can still surprise people, I think, a lot of the time. I've done it against some Gardevoirs as Reggie Drago on turn 1, and that's felt like really, really strong. So, yeah, that's still one of the best ones you can pick out, I think.
Yeah, I've had a Burning Darkness
as
a retaliation into
nice.
a Charizard, which is really cool, of course, when you get an opportunity to just kind of sprinkle and move the energies to your Mew, and all of a sudden this Charizard isn't so scary when they've taken 5 prizes. But yeah, it's fantastic to kind of just utilize a number of ways and different attackers that's your opponent is building on their board.
Yeah, and it could be something we look at in this top 4 game. Both pilots are using that Mew EX. You were just touching on some of the intricacies, the differences between the deck lists. And I'm really interested to see Daniel's use of both the Gudra V-Star, which he used really nicely in his top 8 game, but also the Haxorus inclusion from Shroud of Fable. I've kind of been against this card coming into the deck list. I think it's niche in its utility, but I think in this matchup, you could find avenues for it.
Yeah, 100%. That 230 damage from the Dragon Pulse attack, it may have that sort of detriment of sort of discarding the top 3 of your cards, as we did see in the top 8 match as well. But when you're able to just kind of find another big attacker into basically a small V or an EX Pokemon, it's really, really good in being able to just efficiently take out Pokemon. And the first attack as well is actually not something to sniff at.
Yeah, sometimes you can bring down the axe and get rid of special energy. Or well, a Pokemon with special energy on it, which could actually be really helpful if Daniel progresses and sees a Terrapagos with Bouffalance, because that's one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game right now as a basic that utilizes those special energy. So it could be a really interesting tech that's worked out for him this weekend.
And Daniel's already said, "I'm coming for you, Todd."
Oh, he's named him. He
named him in the interview.
It's no surprise why he's so confident. Look at his results. Plenty of World's top 8 finishes and NAIC finalists. I was actually commentating that one back out in the US, and also a top 16 at Worlds. Daniel is a phenomenal player, just aged up, and you can see that he's unfazed in the Masters division.
Yeah, top 8 at Worlds in the junior division, top 8 at Worlds in the senior division. It's just an incredible amount of achievements that he's had so far. But again, he's up against Giratina master in his own right, Alberto Conti. We've seen him a lot in terms of the videos and on stream already as well. Back-to-back top 8s, or top 4s, sorry, I should say, in the last 2 tournaments with the same list. Again, he's just going to try and utilize those Giratina V-Star to fruition.
I was going to say, a man in fine form right now. Found a new deck. We saw him piloting that Giratina for a long time, and it feels like he's finally found a new archetype that he's gelling with, and he's got a lot of reps in. He was playing so impressively well to get into our top 8. We saw that on the stream where he was able to overcome a Terapagos earlier on from Caleb Rogerson. So yeah, very, very great stuff from Alberto, and it's going to be trying to find those avenues of attack in this mirror match where you're going to find the edges.
When you do go second, Joe, what's the game plans for the Regidragos when in a mirror match like this?
Well, ultimately it is often looking at resources from both you and your opponent. If you feel like you are in range of using a Giratina V-Star, getting aggressive with it, by all means, you can do so to remove energy from your opponent. If you're just taking prizes for the sake of like a map, for example, if you're knocking out Pokemon without energy on it, sometimes it's better to spread the damage around and use Dragapult, try and set up math on some of the Yogapon and whatnot, get rid of Pheasantipity on a turn as we start to see some prize cards. And I already see a pink A-Spec there for Alberto.
And the Haxorus as well.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
Not
no.
the
I want to see it in action, Alex. I want to see.
Right, well, here we go. I think our players are pretty much ready. We're about to kick off our top 4 of the Gdańsk Regional Championship. Here's the fist bump here. Both players turning over their Pokemon. Regidrago in the active slot for both players. Alberto Conti drawing, so he's won the coin flip.
Reaches
Could be
to
massive.
his deck first. That is huge. As you say, Alex, it gives Alberto the first opportunity to get an attachment in, as well as evolve into his V-Star Pokemon first. We're having a look to see there's at least an Earthen Vessel. I believe there was Ultra Ball in there as well. Oh no, it's just a couple Earthen Vessel. So all he can do is thin his deck of these energy cards. I think it's an attached pass from there, Alex, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it didn't look like too much more beyond that. But of course, Alberto will be going through the motions, working out where his attackers are. He's obviously just flicked up that Giratina V-Star as well. Immediately, that's the first thing he's probably looked at, despite the Dragapult being right at the bottom of the deck. And he's just double-checking those other resources as well, the E-switches and sort of the energy counts, of course. And then also working out that his pink A-Spec will be hidden for the moment, at least.
Yeah, I love the priorities from Alberto. Where is it? Yeah, there's Giratina at my side. I know that I'm in with a good shot here. Now he's getting down to business, though. Taking a look at those energy counts, will, of course, continue to look through, trying to find those energy switches, which are also really important to cherry pick here. You also don't want to give anything away to your opponents, so just remaining calm at the stage, doing a usual deck search is still really important, because there's still a decent chance that Daniel might just fire off an Iono on the first turn anyway. So why not just take your time, compose yourself, grab these energy, get an attachment in, and you're actually still threatening a lot, even though your hand's not getting you very far.
Yeah, there's so much to go for here. And as you do see the fire energy attachment, and just to pass over, so over to Daniel. Alberto hasn't really been able to set up his board. We spoke about the Squawkabilly EX nice and early, but nothing like that came down, as we do see a quick Earthen Vessel dispatching of that Dragapult EX into the discard. And now it's on Daniel's turn to double check what is prized from his side. Nothing too big to recall right now. Of course, we did see the Haxorus, which would be a nice efficient attacker into those Vs and EXs that may come down on Alberto's side, but nothing to worry about too much here.
Yeah, not too awkward for Daniel. I think I already saw an Ultra Ball in hand as well, so he should have access to the likes of his Squawkabilly EX if he needs to have a complete refresh here, as is important for every game of Pokemon. Taking a look to see what you have access to is going to be supremely important, not only because you're going to be wanting to access these cards, but also you want to know what you have access to from your discard pile with Legacy Star. Sometimes, if you have something in the prize cards, you might be forced to Legacy Star back a different card than you would otherwise choose. So very wise, especially with this archetype that has a lot of discarding effects. Your V-Star, your Research as your premium supporter card. Really important to keep track of all these things as we get into our first search with the Earthen Vessel here from Daniel. And when you're going second, you see your opponent have a slightly weaker start. Does that change anything for you, Alex?
No, I don't think so. I think this kind of almost puts the emphasis on Daniel to kind of burst through and begin actually building that board and just having a more complete board state. Because with Alberto not having anything like the Ogapons at the moment going, he's had to dig out just energies out of those decks for now. You would have seen maybe Alberto take multiple energies out.
For sure.
With just the Vessel at the moment. He's then having to kind of go and look for a supporter or another way to get out of this current scenario, whereas Daniel can start to set the scene here as we do see the first teal dance.
Into another nest ball. That's a nice refund. We've just searched the teal mask, then we find another ball search card for another Pokemon.
He's got so many. It's multiple nest balls in hand. He's already played one. He's got
Ultra
another
Ball
Reggie
as well.
Drago V.
Wow.
He's got everything going on that he would need to have an explosive turn one. Of course, attacking is very unlikely, or at least wouldn't be doing too much, so probably would like to try and hold on to some of those E-switches for a latter stage of the game, as we do see the Squawkabilly EX hit the field as well. I guess from Alberto's side, he's probably staring down and just kind of getting a bit of deja vu from Lil in the top 4 against James Cox as well, because it was another mirror match, and he's just sort of hoping that he can kind of get out of this quickly.
Daniel finding an opportunity possibly to discard an additional dragon. There's already that Dragapult EX, but now it's going to be the Hisuian Gudra V-Star. This has been a card that's kind of out of vogue as of late in the most recent builds of Regidrago that have been trying to make space for Noctowl lines. But now the Hisuian Gudra, definitely a strong card in the world's deck lists, and is once again being played by Daniel. And actually searched so early shows that it might be a crucial card in this matchup, Alex.
Yep, and we spoke about it on the couch before I unfortunately had to cut off Daniel and giving the right shout out that he'd like to, but he did mention the Gudra after I asked him about it. He knew it was a fantastic card for the mirror.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why he's highlighted it. When I was discussing whether it's been a good inclusion, love the good, throughout this tournament so far. So that's why he's kind of targeted nice and early. He doesn't need to worry about too much. As we see more teal dances for the time being as well.
It looks like he's sat on a great hand. Supporters for next turn. Oh, do we have double energy switch? Can we swing already here?
Is that ideal? Here we go. It's a supporter as well. Research. There's the Giratina V-Star staring down at Alberto Conti.
Wow, what a great opener. You haven't had to discard too many resources. I think one Regidrago V and V-Star have hit the discard pile, but nothing that influential otherwise. It's a second energy switch. We're launching some attacks here, Alex.
I didn't anticipate this when I was sitting down for this turn, Joe. I didn't expect
Dragon Laser.
130 to the active, 30 to the bench, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Really sort of preying on Alberto's poor start. Thinking maybe potentially there's no way that he's going to be able to get a retaliation attack and actually get a knockout here. But never say never.
I mean, it's one of those situations where you're kind of happy in both situations. If your opponent does overextend massively because Alberto's turn wasn't great, you're almost knowing that your opponent has to use a V-Star if they're going to launch any attack next turn. So you sort of let them go very aggressive, use their own Giratina V-Star, then Daniel can be in control of the likes of Iono from then on, and still gets the really helpful 130 damage swing in, which can set up things like Gudra or Dragapult for future turns, as he does end there by swinging into Regidrago V. Let's see the top deck from Alberto. Was that the V-Star coming in?
Not entirely sure here. We do see just double checking whether he wants to actually attach that grass energy here now. It did look like a V-Star in hand, actually.
Yeah, that may have been the top deck. That might be the thing saving Alberto here.
Would have to expend that V-Star power to just get in the game.
Spent turn one from Daniel, getting very aggressive.
Some really...
So it's going to be an attachment from Alberto to the active.
Alberto's
we are going to find the V-Star here.
Yeah, own aggressive turn, I think.
Oh, has the Ino as well, so can at least see 6 cards first. That may have been in the hand before. Just not playable on that first turn of the game, of course, going first. So we'll see 6 fresh cards here, looking to try and find his own Teal Mask Ogapon plus Energy Switch combination to launch an attack. I think I already saw Grass Energy and Ogapon. Another Regidrago V, not too shabby either. Lots of Pokemon here. Let's see an additional card from the Teal Dance.
Yep, unlike Daniel's side.
Ogapon back.
I was going to say, unlike Daniel's side, doesn't have anything like a Haxorus, whereas an easy sort of relatively efficient attacker to go into. The only way to one hit this Regidrago V is actually the Giratina V-Star, as we've already mentioned as well. As the hand continues coming down, there's the winner of our last prediction bracket. He's cancelling Cologne, the active.
Draws from the Mew EX here. We still need to even discard some Pokemon to attack with here, to copy. Is that an Earthen Vessel that you can discard his Dragapult EX with here? Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, we've got an attacker in the discard now, so don't forget Regidrago V-Star's Apex Dragon, which allows you to choose an attack from the Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile and use it as this one. So that's how it incorporates a variety of different attackers, and that we'll see big nuances and big differences between both players, in fact.
So we're shuffling up here for Alberto, and we absolutely have to find an energy switch from our V-Star power here. There are situations when you're doing this to get back resources you know are in the discard pile, and you're quite happy to guarantee those outs. But sometimes like this, you're having the risky Legacy Star, where we need to dig from the top 7 to find an energy switch here.
Massive 7 cards. Let's have a little look, Alberto. It's all discarded, remember, they all get turned over.
Does find an energy switch. Only gets rid of 1 as well, so that's a really nice outcome for him. It means we can launch an attack this turn, and we haven't lost any additional energy switch either in the process.
Is that as good of a...
That is amazing, actually. Lots of ball search cards, lost a super rod, but I think you take that on reflection. That could have been way, way more dangerous for him.
100%, but at this point now, what do you even need to choose?
Well, there's only the Dragapult EX in the discard pile, I believe, right? So, oh, you're saying for the second card that we can add in?
The second card.
Maybe just Iono back again. You're not taking a prize this turn.
Yeah, very true. Very
just have
true.
access to that.
With the
you know you probably want to go round this Regidrago if you assume Daniel's going to go for a Gudra next turn, but there's no gusting effects in the discard pile either.
So there's
possibly you could take Nespal for Pheasantipity later.
Yeah, looks like the Nespal is being eyed up.
His hand is bad. he could really use this Iono, I think, now.
So I guess that's probably one of those massive decisions he has to make. Of course, doesn't want to just rely on
I mean,
rely on the Mew.
That unlocks Mew to draw more. Nespal unlocks Pheasantipity EX.
Well, both unlock.
Yeah, Ultra Ball also does. And would allow you to Mew
additional draw as well, yeah.
I should say that. But not the Iono. That's really interesting. It means Alberto wants to dig towards boss's orders, give himself maximum out to gust around his opponent's Regidrago on a future turn.
So we do have the Nespal that's hit the hand now. He's playing it out as well. Just likely to see the Pheasantipity, I'm sure. Just to make sure it's ready, because it's not likely that Daniel's going to target that as the next attack. You know, let's take out the Pokemon with free energy on it instead.
Yep, so nice to have that on board. Having both Mew EX and Pheasantipity EX gives you a bit more comfort that you're always going to find a way to draw cards.
Right, here we go. Energy switch activated and moved to the Regidrago V-Star now. Already taken 130 damage. 150 left, of course. And just being able to swing back at this Regidrago V that has been able to attack turn 1 from Daniel. Now 200 damage on the active, 20 HP left, 6 damage counters to play with. Where's it going?
I definitely like 1 on at least an Ogerpon, maybe both, to be honest with you. Could just be 1 and the rest on Drago. Also going to be some on Squawkabilly here. 1 onto Squawkabilly, 1 onto Ogerpon. The remaining 3 floated onto Regidrago V on the bench for Daniel as it passes into his turn now. Still has a good amount of ball search in that hand by the looks of things.
Just had a lot going, didn't he? Yeah. After that research as well.
I feel like he's in one of these amazing positions with Regidrago where you don't need to V-Star this turn either. You can evolve into a V-Star, but you don't have to flip your marker. And as we know with Regidrago, the longer you can hold out on that effect, the more you can guarantee what you're finding from your discard pile. So I think Daniel might be in a good position here, just on that alone.
Already just raw finding the energy switches with already the energies attached just makes things so much more smoother in terms of planning out your sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th turn. And that's probably when Daniel's going to be looking to really close out this game. He's already had to force Alberto effectively to expend that V-Star power, but Daniel was able to utilize his one when he chooses to do so in the mid to late game. And there's an Iono as well. So giving a fresh set of 6 cards to Alberto and taking a fresh 6 for himself, but at least doing it just to kind of limit what Alberto could do on future turns. But it does give Alberto, if he's taking the knockout, 9, 10 cards to work with.
Yeah, it does give him plenty on the bounce back. Let's see how Daniel wants to approach this. To use either Dragapult EX or the Gudra, you're definitely going to be taking those prizes, so Pheasantipity will be open. There's a quick teal dance in there. I suppose this is already a heavily damaged Regidrago V-Star, so you probably want to just Dragapult EX anyway, just to fling more counters around your opponent's board. Going to be a quick Nespal fired off here to fill his bench.
Yep, and because Alberto's had to expend that V-Star power, he's going to have to try and weave in that Radiant Charizard at some stage as well. That's why we're very likely to have seen the free damage onto the other Regidrago V. Just kind of putting it within that 250 range if it does evolve up to the V-Star. And, you know, there's a few different plays here that are very unique to both players. Because remember, Daniel has access to different attackers in comparison. That Gudra is kind of waiting in the wings already in the discard pile in comparison to Alberto's more standard variety of attackers, I'd say.
Daniel's deck is already getting really slim despite not having used his V-Star power just yet. He's had a really good time of things with Squawkabilly and research into this Iono, and is thinning the deck even more here. A couple of grass energy with the Earthen Vessel. Can get one more draw in with this third Teal Dance that he's benched this turn. Hasn't had a manual attachment yet onto a Regidrago. I think the one thing we might be missing is another V-Star on the bench.
We already
There's
saw
going to be an energy
one.
switch, though. We're being very proactive with our energy switches here.
I guess the likelihood is you're already having to let Alberto deal with the active Regidrago V-Star. The benched one is very unlikely to be targeted down, as we do see Daniel using Phantom Dive here, just connecting the final 6 damage counters onto the Regidrago V and the Pheasantipity. Now the Pheasantipity is within range of a Gudra or another Phantom Dive, and the Drago V is currently, if it evolves up, down to 230. But for the time being, still just on that 170 HP. We do see the Vessel immediately come down from the Alberto, and his favorite card also hit the discard as well. He's double-checking.
Yeah, the mascot discarded. 2 grass coming into the hand. I think there's already 1 energy switch at least. There may even be 2, to be honest with you. There's Professor's Research in hand as well. So Alberto should be having a nice bounce back here. Of course, Pheasantipity is online for him as well. So again, we'll be drawing a lot of cards here. He also had a quick peek at the last Iono in his deck. One already played and not recovered from the V-Star power.
One thing Alberto may or may not have taken note of already, but Daniel doesn't actually play Pheasantipity EX. So in combination with things like a Iono to impact Daniel's hand, although despite having that's maybe why he's been a bit more proactive with some of those energy switches that he's already seen in play. But that's one way to try and potentially claw his way back into the game. As we do see an Ultra Ball now hitting the field, double research hitting the discard, knowing he doesn't want to play those anytime soon. There's eyeing up the Radiant Charizard as well.
Daniel having taken 2 prize cards means that Alberto would still have to commit a number of energy switches if he wanted to get Radiant Charizard into the mix. But it is a way that you can offset the prize race using this single prize Pokemon.
What's key here? He doesn't need to... Still trying to utilize attacker. At the moment, the most easiest of attackers is that Ogerpon. Just kind of waiting with 2 energies already attached to it. Do see an energy switch now. It's going straight to the Charizard. Is he going to try and weave this one in early?
Does seem that way. You can draw 1 card. Find Super Rod. You just lost a bunch of energy cards, so recovering those seems reasonable.
Looks like was it a boss and a research in hand as well?
So we're just going to quickly play the second Super Rod. This is the last one. So he's going to reload a Fire Energy as well as a Grass. Just 1 copy of Grass coming back in. Surprising not to see both, to be honest with you, because Teal Dances always equate to additional draws. They're almost like freebies to draw into throughout the game.
And potentially an additional attacker if it needs to hit 150, and that's Squawkabilly as well, because that's been primed at the same time. So a discard of the boss's orders. The Prime Catcher, remember, is in Alberto's prizes, so
There's
it does
1
hit an
energy
E-switch.
switch. There's a Fire Energy as well. So I think we are swinging with Radiant Charizard here. That's the turn that Alberto wanted. Gonna Ultra Ball in here as well. Can get rid of Kyurem and Regidrago V. It looks like that's going to be, the last 2 attackers set up is going to be the Radiant Charizard and the Regidrago V-Star that's already in play. So just thinning these Pokemon. First things first, and also Alberto taking a moment to see what's remaining in the deck in terms of resources. See the switch in there, a number of basic energy in the deck still. A couple of those Dragon Pokemon. One's going to be fished out here with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, this is quite a unique scenario because it takes the same amount of energy switches and the fire energy to attack with a Radiant Charizard. So obviously just going down this route just to make sure he doesn't give up more than 1 prize, but then powering up that second attacker is going to be equally different. Difficult, sorry.
I think both Super Rod are played as well.
I believe so. I believe so. So that's where it's going to be really difficult for Alberto to just weave in another attacker.
Here's Pheasantipity drawing that 3 after everything else. Weaving in at the very end, the final moment.
There's an energy switch being played onto the Charizard, so it looks like we're going to be going for a Combustion Blast after an Excited Heart ability, which allows you to attack with reduced energy costs based on the number of prizes your opponent has taken. Here comes the Jamming Tower, potentially as well.
I think you just want to play this card out so you never see it again. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Don't think it ever hurts you. It's just going to be the KO. You've already set up this Regidrago And now it's going to be knocked out. That's the first 2 prizes for Alberto. But he's gone down a number of those energy switches now. That's exactly what Daniel's doing. He's picking up the discard pile and seeing, wow, you've spent a lot of energy switches there just to get this Radiant Charizard going. And Alberto's going to have to deal with, you know, Teal Mask Ogerpon for the rest of the game by the looks of things. If I'm right, with double Super Rod in the discard, I think there's 3 energy switch played.
Yep, I believe so.
So we can't recycle this Radiant Charizard.
So this is where I wonder, would it have been better just swing away with an Ogerpon at this time?
Or just the V-Star, and then you can, you know, the Charizard gets cheaper throughout the game.
That's very true. Yeah. Very true. Just to get the maximum value out of it. But this is the direction that Alberto's gone in. He's the master of deck. He's the one in top 4 here right now, back to back, of course.
Daniel's checking everything. He knows that he could be in a really good position here if he just makes the right call this turn. Daniel might have to decide on whether or not it's worth trying to V-Star power here to make a play happen. Or is Alberto sort of putting him in a trap, putting him in a strange position that he wasn't expecting, that then makes Daniel have a misstep?
Yep, those are the questions always being asked, of course. There's the Night Stretcher. So this is one of the other differences between the lists. Alberto playing double Super Rod, whereas Daniel is actually playing with that Night Stretcher just to be able to instantly pick up that V-Star he had already, I think he discarded one, right? And also just lost to the Radiant Charizard already. Does mean he can't use it to pick up the Fire Energy, and I'm not too sure if he has it yet in hand.
He's definitely just got that V-Star prepped, ready to pick up. There we go.
There's the instant evolution.
And he's hovering over that V-Star marker.
This would guarantee the Fire Energy as well, because you can cherry pick any 2 cards after the 7 discarded. Remember, we did say the deck's quite thin.
Yeah, he checked at the start here, as we are going to discard. Well, we are getting rid of the Prime Catcher, we know that much. The final energy switch, there's Superior Energy Retrieval. He plays 2 copies in the deck list.
That 2 cards remaining in deck, so he's really utilizing all of those cards to fantastic value. But he's eyeing up the Superior Energy Retrieval and the energy switches, just double checking where they are at the moment. He's only seen 3.
If he's worried about how many cards remain in deck, he still has Iono that can reset him a little bit. Don't forget. It's like another energy switch is being picked up here.
Was it all 4 spent, actually?
Yes.
Ah,
because he did so many on turn 1. So I think he's, he proactively played the 3rd one on the previous turn. So here we go. It's going to be energy switch back as well as Superior Energy Retrieval. That means we have access to that Fire Energy. And we're getting down to a point where Daniel has very few cards remaining in the deck, as we said. So it's going to be hard to disrupt him. Even without Pheasantipity, you just have all these Grass Energy left, and you can Teal Dance your way to the final cards you need. Speaking of which, here's one more.
He has
down to 1 card remaining.
The biggest trouble, and again, we touched it on the sofa interview I had with Daniel. You know, he made the small changes because of working with his friends, his coach, and just has that Fire Energy sort of reduced to only 2 in his list. You know, we actually have 1 prized, and the other Superior Energy Retrieval is prized as well, but it's likely to potentially maybe take it out if he's taking his knockout on his Radiant Charizard here.
I think Daniel's eyeing up Boss. I think that's what he's looking at here, because with only 1 card in deck, if we're right, he has to keep going for 2 prizes.
It is really interesting. He's targeting that Pheasantipity.
I think just based on using that V-Star power, not taking back Iono, he's forced into this 2-prize KO here. He's still in a pretty good space in terms of a prize race, but, well, maybe just still taking out Radiant Charizard puts you in a decent enough spot.
Is this going to be a Goodra attack here?
Yeah, Goodra attack also
stops the Radiant Charizard retaliating.
That also seems very valid.
So a few different angles that you can play as a Regidrago. If anyone wants to sort of pick up this deck and work out, but it is the Dragapult. Get full value out of the 260 damage that's going to be going onto the board.
Wow, the Goodra seemed so strong there. The prepped 1 damage counter seemed really reasonable, but it's just going to be onto Mew as well as Ogerpon as well.
I guess he's just setting up a retaliate Ogerpon attack onto a potential benched EX or V Pokemon on Alberto's side, because his Radiant Charizard's coming up. That's a given.
Yeah.
But then it's on Alberto to try and figure out a way to maybe slow down the next turn, stop Daniel getting the
Iono in hand for Alberto. Actually, already had 1.
That's actually massive.
Yes. If you take out this active Regidrago V-Star, even with an Ogerpon response, that's just a single prize card, and then you can work towards your own Ogerpon into an opposing Ogerpon.
Yeah, so there you go. Alberto's double-checking the gusting options of Daniel now. Of course, Daniel's slight protection from an Iono is that Mew EX that's currently still on the board, allowing to restart back up to 3, of course. But this is going to be, this is the pivotal turn, right? So we get a teal dance in from the Ogerpon. Does hit the final E-switch, it looks like.
So you can E-switch, turn attach your Regidrago V-Star.
Ready for the next turn.
Ready for the following turn with a Radiant Charizard attack. This line of play from Alberto seemed really awkward, but it made Daniel push away this Charizard. And now Alberto has essentially 2 attackers powered up, and he's going to be the one forcing Daniel down to just 2 cards here.
Yeah, take away that energy from the damaged Ogerpon so it doesn't support the push of a Teal Mask Ogerpon coming out and doing a big attack. The Clever comes down as well.
You're allowed to because this is the last Regidrago.
And there's the Iono. This could be a massive swing here. It's all down to what Daniel...
Wow.
I think Daniel's not even
the judge
wanting to shuffle. Yeah.
I think that makes sense because there's only 1 card remaining in your deck. You say, I don't want control of this. Let someone else do it for me.
I mean, as long as it's sufficiently randomized, that's the key thing. As there's 2 cards there, so Daniel will be seeing 4 cards in total. Well, 3 cards initially, and then potentially up to 4.
Up comes the Radiant Charizard once again. Alberto goes down to 2 prize cards and has a benched Regidrago V-Star ready to mop up those final couple.
It's on you, Daniel.
Daniel
what
goes into the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
What have you got? There's an energy. He's got a Teal Dance coming along.
Haven't yet seen what's in hand.
There's only 4 cards there.
Haxorus, Switch, and Grass Energy, so you can -1 with the Switch.
And the energy, so we can see a few cards here. So he does have to hit the boss, right? And energy attachment to the Ogerpon, so boss onto the Mew. That's what you're going to be aiming for. So there's the Teal Dance, draw 1. That's not it yet, but can continue maybe playing down a card so that he can.
Mew EX for draw. Is it Superior that's in hand? That would be a huge draw.
Yeah,
it's Superior Energy Retrieval.
So it has to take.
That means we can get a 3 Grass Energy here.
Yeah, does that guarantee it?
Twice.
And see all the cards.
That should be game. We can manually attach Teal Dance.
It was just a 2.
And then Mew EX. That's all we need.
Yeah, so would see the rest of his deck.
Here. Yeah, Teal Dance, as long as the boss's orders is here.
It's not that good. Wait, is that a card?
There's the manual attachment.
Oh, here we go.
There's the retreat. Here we go. In comes the heavily powered Ogerpon EX into the boss's orders to the pre-damaged Mew EX. That's the final 2 prizes. Daniel is going to be winning our game number 1 here. Really, really interesting end game there from Daniel, but found a very nice line to have back-to-back boss's orders for victory.
Yeah, incredible play, incredible sort of well thought out line that Daniel has been able to figure out based on what he's been prizing, what cards he's already utilized throughout the game so far. Obviously had that massive advantage, it felt like, just by being able to utilize a few more of his sort of setup turns in comparison to Alberto. Just look at that board, so look how many energies were already on there in comparison. But then it was very back and forth. Alberto found his own line.
This was such an interesting turn from Alberto. It didn't look good on the surface, but just looking at the resources remaining and Daniel not wanting to take that single prize, you're taught so often, try and stay on that even prize map so I can win as few attacks as possible. Alberto made Daniel make the decision that allowed him to have this great Iono plus Radiant Charizard turn. But fortunately, Daniel had so many Grass Energy left that he could Teal Dance his way to find that winning boss's orders.
Yeah, that Superior Energy retrieval that he pulled out of the prizes as well from the 2 prizes taken from knocking out that Pheasantipity. Really sort of gave Daniel the chance to be able to utilize so many Teal Dance, so many energy attachments just to take a knockout on just a no energy Mew EX, right?
Yeah, a great combination there from Daniel. And it's also coming back to his deck list. We saw him weave in well, actually didn't see him weaving the Gudra in this game, but we did see the Superior Energy Retrievals, which were very popular around the World Championships. Lists have kind of moved on, tried to steal space and go to just Super Odds to be the catch-all card. But we saw Night Stretcher and Superior showing why they're really good inclusions.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the only, is that the only Pokemon sort of recovery?
One Night Stretcher is the only recovery in the deck list for Daniel.
Whereas Alberto, you know, working with multiple, but then has to utilize maybe a few more combo pieces to kind of get them back out sometimes can be a bit troubling. But, you know, I'm sure Alberto's probably thinking, well, look how close it was, even though I didn't even draw that well.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Let's just see how this is going to play out when I'm able to draw out a little bit better and just set up my board, maybe get my own Squawk and Squeeze going.
Squeeze? Squeeze me? Yeah. Squawk and Seize, please. That's the Squawk ability. But Daniel able to get the win, even though he went second because he got so aggressive with his Regidrago V. It's not something you see every day. So really impressive stuff. Both players being put in situations they may not have seen throughout this entire tournament.
I'm sticking with Squeeze. I've spoken about squishy Pokemon this whole time. We're sticking with squeeze.
Oh, dearie me, as we're going to start to see some prize cards come down for both of these players here. Let's see if there's anything treacherous. Well, Giratina V-Star for both players.
Oh, boy.
That's going to be interesting. A couple energy switch for Alberto as well. Ooh, these are not ideal, to be honest with you.
But, you know, as long as you can kind of get into the first couple, then maybe you can kind of work around 2 being prize. Especially if you're going first as well. Does have Mew active.
The hand looks solid. We already have a Teal Mask, Ogapon. We have a Regidrago V in hand as well, and some additional energies to go alongside it. Actually, the fire's just picked up now. That's a pretty strong start, to be fair, for Alberto.
Not the squawk and squeeze, though.
No squeezing.
No squeezing.
No.
Not yet. Anyway, so it's just a pass over into Daniel's turn. Will we see something quite similar again? Does have a Nest Ball and a Teal Dance ready to go as well. Hits the research off that. He has a Nest Ball, Ultra Ball. He's got it all going on again, Joe.
Once again, that's a fantastic opener for Daniel, and that's why you use the Teal Dance before the Nest Ball, because now you don't have to get Squawkabilly. You can get one of your more ideal bench Pokemon like that Regidrago V, get some energy established on that, possibly even another Ogapon if you want to get aggressive once again and start swinging on turn 1. We know Daniel is partial to it from that first game. And once again, he's also even eyeing up Cleffa. This can be a good card for when you go second. Again, try and force Alberto to take a single prize knockout, and then it's not so bad that they've had the first attack, because it's just far less impactful than heavily damaging or KOing a 2-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, you don't want to waste damage counters on that Cleffa where you don't need to, of course. Sometimes can cause a bit of a unique scenario where weaving in that Charizard's not as easy, or you have to kind of expend an energy switch just like Alberto done to kind of get that attack off. But, you know, wow, look at that. I mean, who needs all of these pieces? I mean, that Teal Dance was just like a little bit of icing on the, or cherry on top of the cake, I should say.
Well, I think it changed the whole turn with the research pickup.
Exactly.
That does change all of these search targets now.
He's able to set up his own Regidrago V onto the board now. Does have Ultra Ball, so can maybe even start bringing out like a Dragon Pokemon into the hand to research away. Doesn't want to give up the Mew EX, because they know how vital that sometimes can be. Just a bit of protection from sort of hand disruption, as we do see the second Regidrago V come down as well.
Wow, what a start here. Not going to muck about with the restart from Mew EX, just in case anything goes wrong from those pickups. So instead is going to just get the fresh 7-card hand there, really well navigated from Daniel. And it looks like he should be able to, from the 7 cards, lower his hand size down, try and get to that Cleffa as well, and grasp your way back up to 7 cards.
Yeah, I missed that kind of high five we used to have when we had a fresh 7 from research or Professor Sycamore's. Nah, we should. It's a pretty interesting hand here, Joe. There's a lot of energies and the Vessel. Does have the Prime Catcher as well, so how much lower can he really go? He just picked it up and shuffled.
Yeah, we want to grasp for more cards instead. We can still turn attach, of course.
Yep, so it goes down to at least 3-4 in hand now.
And it's a good thing he went for Cleffa, because you do not expect to draw into a hand like this, but when you do, you're very happy that you're seeing some additional cards from Cleffa now. Really well identified from Daniel.
So just the 3 additional cards here, 4 in hand already, and that's the grasping draw turn done. Back over to Alberto, does immediately Teal Dance, get some energies rolling on the board.
Boss's orders, but I don't think we have a V-Star. Oh no, is it going to be another slow turn from Alberto here?
No real way to...
Can't go down, yeah. Oh, well, we could switch and boss, but then... Yeah, it's not ideal. You could have attacked with Ogapon into the one Regidrago, set up some damage for it.
I think that's
but the way you've turn attached now, you can't do that, so you're pretty content sitting back, I suppose. Unless you're going to try and gust up the other benched Regidrago V with 3 retreats.
Just to buy a turn. Yeah, buy a turn potentially.
Ooh.
You're not thinking about Celestial Roaring, are you?
We can't be there. We can't be there.
But
are we drawing with Mew? Is that what we're trying to weave in here? Switch into the Teal Mask Ogapon, into the boss's orders. It's going to be onto the 3 retreat cost Regidrago V. 1 card from Mew EX here. It's a Nest Ball.
Hello. So it does get an
we can retreat into our own Cleffa now. That's probably the best thing we can do here.
There it is.
Whatever you can do, I could do this turn as well, I suppose.
I knew you wanted to say better, but not yet.
It's just too easy.
The hand allows you to.
That's what they're expecting.
The hand might allow him to, actually, because then he's drawing 6.
Yeah, that is better. True. It is better.
Whereas Daniel may be a bit stuck with a number of those energies still working in there.
Nah, he's got V-Star. He's all good now.
Right, don't tell Alberto. Anyway, so...
Yeah, this could have been a really different turn. You could have been the one putting on a little bit of pressure with
Being
your
the aggressor.
Ogerpon. It would, you know, risk a number of energy across your board, and then you're still looking for more energy switch pieces on future turns.
But it's still the same, right? Because it's not as if you needed to expend energy switches to attack with the Ogerpon. You could have just stuck the 120 on the Regidrago V. The Myriad Leaf Shower, of course, 30+ damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. So with 3 attached, that's 90 plus the 30 is 120 there. Kind of just putting it within range, easier range, I should say.
Alberto rightfully having a look for his deck for the first search here. He's just been teal dancing up to this point. And it will be Cleffer in the end. And unsurprisingly, he's going to be trying to get back up to a 7-card hand. This has been a really important inclusion for a number of players. It wasn't initially in many deck lists, but some of the highest placing lists over the last few months have utilized Cleffer. And it's for moments like this where things aren't quite going to plan. You are a combo-centric deck. And when you don't have the best turn possible, going into this free retreat single prize Pokemon and topping yourself back up in hand size is really important here.
So we'll be grasping draw, I think, for 5 now. Is that 2 cards in hand?
Yep, because we just drew the one with Mew, didn't we?
Yep. So there you go, grasping draw. Just back into Daniel's face, just like he had done the previous turn as well. Daniel with this very heavy Regidrago V in the active spot right now. Top decks the research as well.
My goodness.
Another tail dance. You know, things are really kicking off here for Daniel. He's got a lot of options.
Yeah, we're seeing a teal dance. First of all, I think just confirming what's going on here. Into another benched Ogerpon, into a second teal dance.
And more energies.
More grass energy coming to the top. There is V-Star in hand. I don't know if there are any switching cards in the discard pile.
And there's Prime in hand.
Oh, Prime in hand. My goodness, this is incredible. The only Regidrago V on the bench for Alberto is now under threat. Daniel can bring the free retreat Cleffer into the active position and then see 7 cards before even having to flip his V-Star marker here. We want to see energy switch first of all. There's at least a Dragapult EX in the discard pile.
I think has he missed it?
Well, his Haxorus and his Giratina V-Star are both in the prizes. Those are his one-hit KO options.
Yep.
But if you can get towards energy switch, you can at least get that 200 damage on something very relevant here. Going to be Ultra Balling away another Dragapult EX here.
This could have been devastating if just one of those big one-hit KO Pokemon are available. That's why he even mentioned the Haxorus again. You know, it's like another Giratina V-Star in his eyes. Of course, discarding the 3 is not the greatest at points, but to be able to swing for 230, Dragon Pulse being an incredible attacking, like, just Pokemon, an attack.
By the looks of things, Goodra is good enough. If we can get that in the discard pile from this Ultra Ball, that's going to be a great option to get your first hit in, whilst also protecting your own Regidrago V-Star energy. This is such a resourcey matchup that if you can save yourself that headache... Oh, look at this. We're going to... Oh, we're retreating back into the Cleffer. We're not going to spend our V-Star power, and instead we're grasping one more time here, Alex.
Yeah, it's not... I guess maybe because he didn't quite hit the E-Switch and doesn't want to waste the sort of resources for the moment. He's willing to give Alberto an additional, effectively an additional turn.
Wow.
To work on this.
Alberto was certainly not expecting that, I don't think.
No.
When you see the Prime Catcher, you're thinking, oh my goodness, I'm taking a lot of damage on board here.
That is a wasted Prime Catcher in that respect as well. Really, so maybe it was just an unfortunate series of cards that Daniel saw, but didn't want to waste resources. That's the biggest thing. We spoke about this resource management in this matchup, and we're going into, was this turn 3, and we haven't seen an attack yet.
It's not what you expect, but here we go. Alberto can find a Regidrago V-Star now. Looks like Cleffer came up trumps in order to discard this Dragapult with Ultra Ball, get into your V-Star. There's also a Regidrago V on the bench for him now before... He is going to have to use Boss's Orders himself here.
He does have Prime, but I don't see the reason why he would need to use that for the time being.
Yeah, Boss
he can simply, just Boss, start causing havoc on Daniel's side of the board. That's the only support Pokemon he has. Draw for 1 with Restart. And this is being able to attack without even utilizing any E-switches, Joe. That's you know, 2 are prized, 2 are in the deck.
It's a complete opposite to last game, where Alberto was fresh out of resources pretty quickly. He had to spend his V-Star early. Now he preserves his V-Star, has access to all of his energy switch, and he's going up the first 2 prizes here. And he's also going to be able to set up some damage. You can literally see him rubbing his hands.
Like,
you can't help yourself because you're in such a strong position after this attack.
Who's getting these damage counters from Phantom Dive? This is big. Of course, again, it's a resource war, as you've already mentioned. Looks like it's going to be at least 1 on each of those Ogerpons. 4 left to play with. Just 4, 2 and 2, maybe?
Controversially, I don't mind taking out Cleffer here just to stop any Radiant Charizard shenanigans. I don't know. That's something that I like to think about. Just to, if that 3 counters isn't that helpful anyway, I don't mind it going on to Cleffer just so your opponent doesn't have that pivot, and just in case they want to weave in Radiant Charizard, you say, no, give me 2 prizes only, please.
Well, in reality, it's only 1 damage counter that's not, like, it's wasted kind of on that Regidrago V, right? The 3 on the V-Star kind of at least puts it into range with Charizard. And you've also still got the Prime Catcher boss potential for future turns.
Yeah.
If Daniel decides to go to Guja.
You know what, Alberto's right. I'll give him this one. I'll give him that one.
Yeah, I'm on your side, Alberto. Come on.
It is probably
next time,
just
can you
way
squawk
better.
and squeeze, please?
We're going to see an Earthen Vessel from Daniel as he's going to pluck out a Fire Energy and a Grass. What's his line of attack going to be? Try and weave in Gudra possibly this turn. He gave away a turn of tempo on the previous turn, even though he had Prime Catcher, just because he was lacking those energy switch. But now he might still be in a situation where he has to use that V-Star power this turn. Wow, look how few cards are remaining in the deck as well.
He does seem to burst through his deck a lot, and he didn't even need to use his own Squawk ability yet as well. Just the double researches in his first 2 turns. And then, of course, all the Teal Dances he's already had. And the Cleffer. Wow, he actually has seen most of the deck already.
Yeah, turns out you can cycle through pretty quickly. It's going to be another manual attachment. Both our players are just slow rolling their Regidragos in this game number 2 here. Regidrago V-Star does come into the active position. You have to think it's going to be a Rolling Iron here.
Yeah, he's moved the Hisuian Kudra V to the top of his discard. Just hits for 200 Rolling Iron. A fantastic attack that we've seen. I think Jesper mentioned it earlier in his own decks before, alongside sort of Lost Box type variants. But here we go. It's on Alberto to figure out a way around. Like I said, there is a Prime Catcher in hand, so he could actually just Prime Catcher, gust it back up if he wanted to do that now.
Yeah.
Or try and save that potential combo.
I mean, you can Prime Catcher this turn, start attaching energy to your benched Regidrago V, and then you're holding on to your V-Star power to get the closing out Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher on the following turn. So with the 1 damage counter on both these Ogerpon, he's pretty well set to win in 2 attacks.
Yeah, but it's on Alberto to see those lines, of course. He did hit one of those energy switches out of the prizes as well, so he's clinging on to that at the moment, as we do see another Teal Dance for that 1 additional draw and energy attachment as well.
Radiant Charizard coming into the hand. Could be like a bluff set type card, but if you're playing Prime Catcher, I suppose that's always fine because you have your V-Star still live, so also a Pokemon you might not mind putting down.
But the Fire Energy is just eyeing up on that Regidrago V for the time being, of course. Has the 3 pivots with the Prime Catchers when he needs to do so.
Yeah, I think Alberto's in a fantastic position here.
He's done super well considering that first turn. Again, didn't look too hot.
Yeah. He's been, fortunately, both players forced to grasp a few times. That's been a saving grace for Alberto here.
Yeah,
as we are
Prime
going to see the A-Spec Prime Catcher coming down. You have to think it's going to be an Ogerpon.
Now, the biggest thing from Alberto's side is he doesn't have another V-Star down yet, of course, because he needs to eventually evolve that up. He does restart for 1 here now. He could still be impacted by a Iono and another card.
Sure.
On Daniel's next turn.
When your discard pile starts getting this good, if you are able to find that second V-Star, oh, there it is.
Yeah, yep, there it is.
And we can evolve this turn, can't we?
Did he put it
Pretty
down
sure we
empty?
can.
We'll double check a moment. I'm sure
Either way,
he would if he
he's
could.
discarding one with
So,
Ultra Ball.
I guess-
Maybe there's another one in the deck.
Well, it's not prized, so the three are around somewhere, just finning out. Finning is winning, as many of our caster friends love saying.
Coming to the bench. That's another way you can insulate yourself in case this V-Star is KO'd in the active, you know, the one that's heavily damaged right now, that will certainly come into the active position at the end of this turn.
Pheasantipity shining again, it seems.
Oh, there's the other V-Star in hand, that's why.
There you go. There we go.
I was thinking, where
Evolution up.
was it? Where was that card? One more Teal Dance.
With that, does it almost shore up the situation for
I think
Alberto?
he's in a commanding position.
But I'm sure, as great as a player as Daniel is, he'll look for those lines. He'll play to his outs, as we do see the damaged Regidrago V-Star go back up into the active spot now. Can Phantom die for 200 damage? Does have another further 6 damage counters to play with as per usual. That 1 on that Ogerpon's gone, and then the 5 on that damaged V-Star already.
Yeah, making a total of 8 means that that Rolling Iron reduction will be undone as well, so you could get still back up to that 280, which is a nice pickup there from Alberto. So he's making sure that he has nothing in his way on this final turn Daniel's going to have a look at some resources remaining. Ooh. He's going to then flip his V-Star marker, flinging the cards out here. You can tell that he's not too pleased about the situation.
One card left. No, yeah, one card left in deck.
One card in the deck. You've got to think he's going to be using Ino this turn. So you can at least reset the cards in your hand, which is what, like 4 or so?
Remember, it still needs 6 prizes here. His back is fully up against the wall. Alberto just needing the remaining 2, and just so many different targets available, and the V-Star power available.
Yeah, I mean, there's one Ogerpon here without energy on the bottom of the screen for Alberto. Can you bring that up? Try and Kieran maybe, the V-Star, the Mew, and the
Phantom Dive around first.
Or Phantom Dive around, yeah.
Just to get full value.
Yeah, I'm trying to win into it. Well, yeah, you could Phantom Dive
and then
hit the Mew and then set up for a Kieran 3-prize swing. No, it's going to be a concession. Daniel can't see a way out of this one. When Alberto still has his own V-Star power open to him, he realizes that there's game on board for Alberto in any which way he likes on the following turn. So we're going to a game 3 here, Alex.
Yeah, congrats to Alberto for figuring out and sort of pretty much building a checkmate point there, just having the double V-Stars. I mean, only one energy switch was actually used during that game too, which was pretty crazy. It's not what we see too often with this kind of mirror match, as we do get a chance to see a replay as well, as Alberto had to figure out a way into his own Klepper, but that set up his board state to completely dominate, especially after Daniel's prime catcher to bring Alberto into the active spot.
I think Daniel will look back at that moment and think, why didn't I take the risk? Why didn't I try and go with my V-Star power? It never feels good when there's no guarantees, but still seeing 7 cards when you hadn't yet seen an energy switch, 3 of them in the deck with one of those prized. So you do have those good odds, but Alberto capitalized, was the first one to initiate the prize race while setting up both those Ogerpon, putting him in this position where there was 2 V-Star on the board. So Daniel had nowhere to go at that stage. Alberto had full access to his discard pile, so couldn't lose at that point.
Yeah, and maybe this is the first time Daniel now will be able to go first in this matchup as well. Try and set up a little bit better. Oh, he's set up fantastically in the first 2 games anyway. Has access to the supporters.
Yeah, lacking some crucial pieces along the way. His opening turns have been solid, but if you are lacking those energy switch, ultimately it does change what is in your range for the turn. So
that's despite 3 being in the deck as well. It was just one prize for Daniel.
Yeah, if only you could cherry pick cards out the deck. That's one of the only downsides of the Regidrago V-Star, is that it's all dump and draw with your Squawkabilly, with your research. Even Ino is putting cards at the bottom, then drawing from the top. There's no guarantee that you'll draw into those cards, even though you play maximum copies.
Yep, no, exactly that. As we do get to start to see our players put down their prizes now. Haxorus hiding once again for Daniel's side.
Double energy switch,
double energy switch,
and the Goodra. Man, the tech cards for Daniel. As we're going to see us get into this game 3 here. This decides who makes the final here in Gdansk. Already we're going to see a Regidrago V into a Squawkabilly EX. Alberto going to do the gracious thing and show us what was discarded along the way. A couple of research and a couple of dragons in there as well, Alex.
Yeah, the big attackers already. I mean, what Daniel was maybe also missing was that big attacker.
Do we have any energy? No energy in this hand?
Doesn't look like it, despite that Squawkabilly. He was very quick to squawk and seize there. Here comes the nest ball as well. Is there anything else he can maneuver into? I mean, missing energy when you've got 4 vessels, if I'm not mistaken, on both sides of the field, and 8 grass, 2 fire in Daniel's list, for example. He's probably just thinking, well, how have I missed this? Only one of each prize, 1 grass and 1 vessel. Just looking through that list at the moment. He's just making a couple of notes. A lot of the top players have started to do that now as well. Keeping track of all those resources has become a key skill in the Pokemon trading card game, especially players at this level of competition. Every step is a very important one to make.
Oh, no doubt, especially at this stage. You can't miss a beat. You can't think, oh, I can't believe I just missed energy. How unlucky am I? Let's Nestball, do whatever. You still got to stay calm at this stage and think about the long-term strategy. There's still many comeback avenues for these archetypes, because you can get tricksy with bench damage as well as counter placement. So it is going to be another Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the bench from this nest ball. I'm pretty certain there was no energy attachment though, which is a real awkward moment for Daniel. That's part of the reason why going first is so strong. You naturally get attachments in, which means you don't need to find energy switches later. And
in comparison to the next turn where he would typically be looking for 1 energy switch, he would need 2 to get a meaningful attack off on the next turn. So a little bit of a tricky situation for Daniel now. It's just a pass. It's on you, Alberto, maybe to try and not necessarily capitalize like maybe Daniel did in terms of that first turn in game 1, swinging away with
Alberto's hand is poor as well. I think we're down to a teal dance here, Alex. I saw V-Star, Pheasantipity, I saw Super Rod. I don't think he has any proactive cards either.
This has been the tale of Alberto's top 4 at the moment.
What is this top 4? Both players have better poker faces than I can tell you that for sure.
Well, that teal dance could unlock a lot of things.
Tina's here at least. It's not all bad, Alex. Giratina's still here.
The first search. But yeah, that teal dance, it's going to be all on that teal dance, but as we've mentioned it before, that teal dance can unlock absolutely anything, right? There's plenty of ball search. Four nest balls, 4 ultra balls, they're pretty big. If he can find his way into those, he can maybe get into a Squawkabilly.
Squawkabilly. Could he go low enough for Mew? There's obviously the supporters of the big hits here.
I think if the hand is, as you kind of described, I did see the Pheasantipity EX as well.
Yeah.
We know how important that is. He's also just seen the energy switches are prized as well, because he's just flicked up 2 there. 2 grass. Energy is now going to hand, just in case he suddenly hits a Ogerpon. He can teal dance one more time then, seeing 2 cards, of course.
This could be defining our top 4. Who's going to make the final? These teal dances are huge.
Big shuffle.
One big card here for Alberto.
It's a big shuffle. Here we go. Teal dance. It's going to be pretty massive. 1 top deck. Is it playable? It's a research. Here we go. We're gaming.
Alberto's in it.
But now it's come down to what resources is he going to lose, because one's a prime catcher.
You can prime catcher, well... well, do you even want to? I think it's decent to prime catcher up Squawkabilly, just because otherwise it's an easy teal dance retreat.
Super Rod, the energy back into the deck. Why not? You don't want to. You might as well utilize that resource whilst you can at least do so.
We're always playing the research. That's going to happen.
At least we're in the game, and that's exactly. I'm sure Alberto's just breathed a sigh of relief there. Didn't want his top 4 to end like this.
He's still having to think,
potentially end like this, I should say. He could have maybe drawn out of it on an additional turn, but it was
Is he going to bench Squawkabilly and put that active? No, it's going to be the prime catcher just for Squawk. Yeah, I do like this the most. And then we're going to research everything. No, the Pheasantipity is going to come down just in case. And there's going to be a couple energy going as well as 1 Regidrago V-Star. Let's see a fresh 7, though. What a sigh of relief for Alberto. Still in this game and seeing 7 fresh cards.
Yeah, I don't think in the grand scheme of things, not too bad at all. The prime catcher's there waiting for the V-Star power to maybe be reutilized a bit later. Still has access to a few other resources as well. Here's another teal dance, and we're rolling here for Alberto. Does need to find some of those Regidrago Vs as well. There comes an Ultra Ball. I can imagine it can only be a Regi that he goes for here.
You'd think so. There we go. There's going to be Regidrago V coming
into
onto
hand.
The board.
Into hand first. Give himself a chance to think.
Yeah, all right. Oh, hello. That's why you put it there and not straight onto the bench. No, okay, it is going to be Regidrago. Also getting rid of a Dragapult EX in the process. Can't be understated how important that is. So we have access to our attacks.
Could he have ever gone for a Squawkabilly himself here? I mean, maybe the hand's resources were
He's got
just
an
too good.
Iono in hand, then he has Mew EX, so we can draw a couple additional cards here.
Yeah, okay. We can work with this.
I think maybe debating like a Cleffer or something, but that's just too risky, right? Maybe it pays off from these 2 cards. If you can get a single prizer into the active.
And there's a second Regidrago V as well. I'm liking his spot now.
Yeah, that definitely insulates you from Daniel going aggressively chasing 1 of your Regidrago.
Right, so Daniel, it's on you to try and work out your pieces of your puzzle now. Ultra Ball first, discarding Superior Energy Retrieval, and I think was that a...
Just another research?
Yep.
Is that 3 down already?
I mean, considering he was playing them pretty quickly in games 1 and 2, he pretty much burst to the bottom of his deck in both of those games. Does get this second Regidrago V out.
What a strange opening in this final game of our top 4 in Gdansk. Neither player having the best hands, having to adapt on the fly here. Daniel still has the potential for a massive turn. There's a couple teal dance. There's a turn attachment available.
Iono.
It all starts from these 6 cards from Iono.
So still quite a few pieces for Daniel to get an attack off. Does have the attackers ready, or has an attacker already. Has both actually, isn't he? Has the Dragapult and the Giratina V from the early Squawkabilly. Still needs to find 2 energy switches. Does have Ultra Ball to go into the V-Star.
There's no way we're missing out on more energy here. Well, I suppose we can at least get... Yeah, you're right. V-Star gives us a further dig into the deck. But we're still lacking these energy cards.
Is that at least one grass in hand?
One grass is all I see.
So there's a teal dance first.
4 Ultra Ball as well.
What is it? He's keeping it close to his chest, just like
it's going to be
Alberto
Ultra Ball.
was. That was the Dragapult and another Regidrago V going into the discard now. So plenty of attackers, available attackers at a V-Star Rider. Was there a V-Star Rider back? No,
I want Alberto on our stream every time. He looks at the opponent's discard pile, gives us everything, all the information. So handy. Take note, everyone.
He's well... Not calling anyone else out, but be like Alberto.
It's great to see. Daniel now, was it the V-Star that he picked up there?
I believe so.
Into hand. It's got to be right. I think we still need a lot of things here. There's not even any energy for Squawkabilly to put back into play. Is it just going to be an energy switch retreat into Cleffer here? Oh.
That's not the prettiest. Again,
we can turn attached to a Regidrago thanks to Night Stretcher. Then we're grasping once again.
Grasping for 6 cards there. So he's giving another inch over to Alberto. It's for you now, Alberto, to maybe take a mile. Just go ahead in this.
I think there's already energy switch and grass energy in hand for Alberto.
And if he gets the Ultra Ball with
the
as well, V-Star, he can just pick up that Prime Catcher once again, maneuver that Cleffer out of space.
Yeah, it's not going to be a problem for him. Canceling Cologne, an easy thing to burn here. So he should have an easy map to at least push Cleffer out the way.
And then start targeting down Daniel's setup and board, which hasn't really seen too much action so far, in all honesty. There's the first of the 2 energy switches Alberto has access to.
Gonna throw out the Cologne.
We'll Cologne that Cleffer again, or that space that Cleffer is sat in, of course.
7 fresh cards. We're looking for V-Star. As you said, Alex, getting manual attachment in is handy here. Energy switches if required. Is there any energy in? Yeah, I see grass energy. Is there access to Ultra Ball here or V-Star? Not seeing it.
Not quite. It would have been played.
Oh,
surely,
there is a V-Star in hand.
Okay, so
Alberto does have the Prime Catcher live. I think the other thing you have to take might be Super Rod, because you got rid of one early and a bunch of energy. Unless your 7 cards then dictates a different card you have to take, I suppose. You also have to think about the discard from the 7, of course.
Yeah, the worrying thing is, does he have the other E-switch in hand at all?
Yeah, there is an energy switch.
Okay, so he won't be discarding that.
No manual attachment, though.
There we go. There's the Legacy Star power being utilized here from Alberto. What 7 cards will we see that can dictate this game, of course? Just double checking the 7s, most important. All discarded. Giratina V hits the discard. Dragapult hits the discard. Again, not a terrible 7 at all.
We're pretty happy with that. We're pretty happy with that for certain.
I mean, he had the saving grace of having the other energy switch in hand already.
Yeah.
Can easily, quickly choose that Prime Catcher as his #1 target. And now it's just, well, what other piece of the puzzle do I need? Maybe a Vessel to kind of get energies into hand, a Super Rod, as you just said.
Yeah, just a turn attachment might be that important that you just take a basic energy here.
Does play 2 Super Rods, so you can kind of maneuver into the second one at a later stage. It is prized for the moment.
Yeah, there's a Super Rod prize, which is why I was thinking Alberto might just have to grab it. You have 2 energy switch in the prize cards as well, so not getting the manual attachment in feels really bad.
Yep, agreed.
So
don't want to be wasting.
Either way, he's gambling from prize cards here.
Yeah,
that might even make him want to take Squawkabilly out first. If we're going to be using Goodra, the Dragapult TX's attack, what's going to be a Vessel here?
And then just starting to set up the board the same way. Yeah, so Vessel just to be able to get a few more additional energies out of the deck into hand so we can play around with the energy attachments.
One more time as well, yeah.
So there's the third.
My issue, this is the issue. I wanted physical grass energy here because we're going to have to find Super Rod from these prizes, Alex. This is rough.
It's a touch and go scenario here, in all honesty.
But very light on resources for Alberto now.
Especially with the fire energy also prized as well, when he does want to weave in the Charizard. It's going to be quite difficult when you can't just cherry pick a fire energy to attach. Especially at the top.
That was a tricky call from Alberto. I would have liked to have seen a basic grass there myself. He's still been able to thin the deck, but he's very light on options now.
How many energies are left, in fact? Well, I guess if he can get the E-switches...
Oh, no, you can't Teal Dance, though. You need to... Oh, he has an energy switch in hand.
He's going to use the energy switch.
He's going to use all his resources here. One more card from Ogerpon.
Hit the boss, it looks like.
Boss's orders. Can we attach to the bench Regidrago V? So we're not going in here?
No, he's got energy switch, so he can still go.
We're still going to... Okay, fine,
Energy switch, Prime Catcher. And then he's just working. Then he's kind of reducing the odds or percentages he requires because he could hit energy switch off the board, right?
Yep.
And then there's actually double energy switch. He's already worked out. He's got double energy switch. The super rod in there. The odds of at least picking up one of those is pretty good, pretty high.
Yeah, Prime Catcher. We're just having a look here. The thing is, the prize cards are so vital. You may just take Squawkabilly here. Alberto does get, if you don't take prizes, you get massively punished by Daniel just using Lost Impact.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, I think this is right. This is really wise from Alberto, I think. You're losing a bit of value in terms of damage counters overall, but you just need to see what's in those prizes at this stage to formulate the rest of your strategy.
And he will only have access to one more energy switch. Does he have any more energy in hand at all as well?
Well, he attached a fire for turn, and he also Teal Dance, so I think there's no more fire in his deck.
I don't think there's any more
There's no energy in his deck.
I don't think there's any grass around available.
Yeah. And he only has one energy switch. Let's have a flash of those prize cards if we can, because I think it was a Kieran and an energy switch, which means there's still some really important cards in that in the prizes for Alberto.
Yeah, just whilst Daniel's playing out his turn now, of course, they're the prizes that Daniel has. I will confirm, yes, it was a Kieran and the energy switch that was taken from the bottom of Alberto's prizes, from the 2-prize knockout he's taken. So Daniel here can really force a really awkward spot. Despite such a slow start, he can really force Alberto in a really, really dangerous position because he won't really have access to much else.
Yep. So let's see how Daniel wants to navigate it then. This is one of those situations where you're having to look at, it's the game within the game. Not just what you see, not just the prize cards, not just the board states, but also what's in that discard pile. The V-Star marker has been flipped for Alberto. So Daniel still has a lot of access to resources remaining and can get some really cheeky plays in still here.
Still needs a few more pieces, though. He, of course, did Cleffer up to 7. You know, it was 6 whole new cards a moment ago, so it does have the energies and a Regidrago V-Star in hand. More Teal Dance from Ogerpon. Just hits another grass, which is fine. We can keep dancing for the moment, but he needs a couple of more pieces. Where's those energy switches when he needs them?
Just a switch card. Can we draw anything here?
He's going to have to expend that V-Star power as well, I think.
Yeah, there's Fire Energy in hand.
Fire, Grass. So he can draw one here. He's got Boss as well. He's Boss. Ooh, okay. So there's, and again, another interesting scenario where he's not right now wiping out Alberto's energies.
Yeah, that's a huge relief for Alberto once again here.
And probably not what Alberto was expecting either.
Couple cards here for Daniel. Daniel, who has been so ruthlessly trying to hold on to this V-Star power, will eventually flip it.
Here we go, 7 big cards. There's one E-switch. Some of the other attackers gets the Giratina and a V-Star there as well.
Again, I don't think that's horrific.
No, not at all.
Additional ball search cards are fine. I think we've already played the Night Stretcher, so just have a quick look if you have access to more V-Star later.
So it looks
one
like,
E-switch going, not ideal with one in the prizes, but I think you can take that overall.
Yeah, you can work with this pretty well, I think.
V-Star E-switch coming to the hand.
The other card's a little bit less useful at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Hand isn't great, though.
Just lots of grass energy. He missed them early, and he's just seen nothing but energy now.
Yeah, so here we go.
There's energy switch. There's 5 counters on this Regidrago V-Star, so Rolling Iron can still be impactful in terms of tanking here. Ooh, so but we're getting creative. We're going for the Kieran. We're going for a double Trifrost win condition here from Daniel. This is the way that you can win in 2 attacks, bringing the Teal Mask Ogerpon into the active position, so you don't have to worry about the Terrastal ability of it. And then you're also able to damage the Pheasantipity EX and the Mew EX. Can Alberto stop this?
Big heads-up play here as well, just because, you know, he's only expended 1 of those E-switches. He just needs 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, 1 is prized.
We need to bring back this Ogerpon as well. Presumably, that's going to be retreated from Alberto.
Yep, so that Ogerpon is going to be running back away, and because it is a Terror, just as a reminder for everyone, is unable to be attacked onto the, on the bench.
Right.
So no damage can be dealt to it. So here, Alberto's just drawn his card.
This is going to be a thrilling end to this game, Alex.
It's not anything we expected whatsoever, because we honestly thought maybe that Drago V-Star is just going to be going down.
Because we have this cast division, we can see the prize cards and whatnot. We're worried about Alberto losing these resources, his energy all in one turn. But Daniel's gone 1 turn ahead and said, how about I win in 2 attacks? What if I put Alberto on that clock instead?
What a spot Alberto finds himself in.
Wow.
Because by not taking any prizes, Iono or any sort of disruption's not happening either. In Alberto's head, he's probably thinking, well, does he have it in a hand? Does he just already
He only plays this way if he... Yeah, exactly. Resource-wise, Daniel has the possibility of getting there. There's a vessel. Alberto's having a look at resources remaining.
There's a potential just like a bait of saying, well, Iono me, because I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have it in hand, right? And we know Daniel's hand because of our cast
terrible as well. Yeah, oh my goodness.
This is incredible. I can't wait to see how Alberto's really going to play this out. Does he have anything as a way of even disrupting if he wanted to?
Is it boss's orders in his hand? This is tough.
Does he say now I'm going to win in 2 turns as my own self?
He's going to bring up Mute EX and try and deny the draw power from Daniel. This is very wise, I think. Retreating the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
That's the other Gust being utilized now, and it's on Alberto here to select the attack that would allow him to win potentially on the next turn.
This is going to be crazy, Alex.
I just want to relook at Daniel's hand because I don't recall it being too great.
I know there were energies. I think Daniel's taken the only play that lets him win in 2 moves, and maybe he thinks he's behind enough to make it happen.
So here we go. Big attack. Dragapult, Phantom Dive, 200 damage on that Mew EX, a KO, taking Alberto down to 2 prizes now. And just 6 from the Phantom Dive, just to play around with.
Yeah.
Typical things probably wouldn't expect is the 1 on the Ogerpon once again.
It's just going to be the 3 and the 3.
Oh, okay,
Keep
maybe not.
One around. Daniel has that free retreat Cleffer.
There's another energy.
Another grass energy.
Nest Ball. Remember, he doesn't play
Pheasantipity in the list, yeah.
The deck is thin again, so another Ogerpon maybe, just to keep drawing cards with Teal Dance. He'll see another 3.
All we have is grass energy, Alex. Why not?
And then it's just...
In terms of Gust remaining, because we have to get this damaged Ogerpon back into the active position for us to win here, as well as finding that energy switch combination. Is it just one boss's orders we're chasing here, Alex?
Yeah, I believe so. There's not much else going.
We need a runner combination of Teal Dance getting us there now, I think.
Here we go. It's just free grass. Here we go. First Teal Dance. First top deck. We've got Ultra Ball. Okay, it doesn't offer too much.
That's
another
no
Teal
dice.
Dance. What is it? I don't think I saw much again.
I don't think we have a combination here that wins us the game.
There's a research.
Can we even draw that many cards?
Is there Prime Catcher available?
We need to see the discard pile here. If Prime Catcher's available, we just rip the research and take the win here.
He would have played it, I'm sure, if it was.
We need to have a look through the discard pile. Daniel, head in hands.
Yeah, he's really, really tanking about just kind of missing all of those pieces. I mean, they were still fairly sizable when it's just Teal Dance to draw.
Does he just have to cleffer up cards here and grasp?
It's just
going to be a grasping draw here.
It's on Alberto. Does he have it in hand already? He's moved something to the active.
He knows.
This is it. I think it's just a grasping draw. Alberto shows the boss's orders. There's a fist bump. Alberto Conti has been able to make it to the finals this time after a top 4 finish in Lille against everything from that game 1 as well. He's been able to take this down. What a fantastic showing by Alberto Conti.
That's exactly what you want to see in an intense top 4 game. A mirror match, no less, but very different deck lists altogether. Alberto having to be patient in moments, having to take really big risks, even in that final game, due to those prize cards and resources remaining. He made a really tricksy play in that second game, a game down no less, with that Radiant Charizard as well, that makes it even more impressive that he's been able to progress into our finals.
Yep, and we get a chance to relive all of that action once again, of course. Daniel with that bursting through first turn and being able to just get that Dragon Laser attack off without too much difficulty and then start sweeping away with the Dragapult Phantom Dives himself. And that was really kind of pushing Alberto up against the wall. You know, he was in this position in Lille. He didn't draw too hot against James as well, but then was able to kind of find a footing in this matchup as we do see just further knockouts, that Pheasantipity being targeted down.
Yeah, the back-to-back boss's orders from Daniel, winning that first game. Even without Pheasantipity, the Mute EX and the number of Teal Dance Ogerpon still got him over the line, and a heavily powered up Myriad Leaf Shower finishing off a pre-damaged Mute EX with that Dragapult damage counter placement for our first game. Then flying into that game number 2, there was the Prime Catcher, but wait, no attack. Instead, after this research, we whiffed on our E-switch, and we ended up going into Cleffer, which gave Alberto the priority at taking the first 2 prize KO on the Mew EX.
Yeah, and this was such a crazy game because we just had to see Alberto finding a way out. That was his only one Regidrago V, don't forget, and that was able to carry himself through to 4 prizes at the very least, and then set up that kind of checkmate point. And we saw Daniel scoop it up when he didn't have a line anymore. Little cheeky smile there.
Happy with
by
himself
our boy.
there. It's always great to feel like you know that your opponent can't do anything to you in that game 2 by virtue of holding that V-Star power off. And then in game 3, it was a panic teal dance, don't forget, that got us into Professor's research. At one moment, Alberto must have had his heart in mouth there that got him back into this game. Daniel also didn't have the best of starts either, missed on that early energy attachment, of course, had to go into Clever himself, which once again allowed Alberto to initiate the prize race on Squawkabilly. And from there, Daniel makes a big play. He says, well, if you're going to win in 2 attacks, how about I launch an attack myself with Kieran first?
I mean, like I tried to explain when we were casting over that moment, so many players have been digging for that Iono, just to be thinking maybe he's got it, because you don't expend all of your energies in one turn like that without something in the back.
What a brave play from Daniel. And again, both players there caused bluff situations. That Radiant Charizard, if that was KO'd, I don't know if Alberto had any other resources remaining.
Yeah, exactly.
We were trying to have a look and see. I think it could have been another like passing turn. Could have got very, very awkward for him. And then Daniel making a big, bold call with his swing with the Kieran in the mirror match, trying to take a 6 prize turn. But Alberto didn't fall for it and was able to hold on with a boss's orders line, which really helped him get there. Shutting down the Mew EX was a crucial choice.
Yeah, 100%. And we get the chance to see Alberto in the final now here in Gdansk at the Regional Championships. Daniel, unfortunately, has fallen. But
we'll never know what you think. We'll never know his final words.
We'll never know.
No.
I'm forever sorry now.
Oh,
it's going to
Alex.
haunt me for the rest of this weekend. But at the same time, there's no doubt we'll see him again, because just how accomplished he is as a player already. In the Masters Division, a top 16 in the Masters Division, a top 4 in the Masters Division. I think Ross called it out when I think we have another fantastic senior who aged up, Nina Eisenblatt, also pilots in Regidrago. He's called her as one of the best seniors who have aged up. Well, I think we've got Daniel Magda.
There's no shortage of fantastic young talent out there in the seniors division who are aging up and they're unfazed. You know, it's still
honestly.
Pokemon at the end of the day. It doesn't matter who you're up against. You play your game to the best ability and you still end up on these top tables. And that's exactly what Daniel's done. And he's been around since a junior. You know, we can't discredit the fact that he's played this game for years on end, and it really showed in that game.
Yeah, he's got some fantastic friends as well. Very high, well-accomplished players. You know, we've got like Andre Skubauer is a friend of his. He's
not a bad mate to have, I think.
Exactly. He's a world champion.
Just a world champ.
You got Miloslav Posledny, who's obviously a very close friend of his, and I think someone who helps teach him some of the ropes in the games in terms of like testing as a partner as well. So it's like there's such a core group that they kind of work
This is
together.
actually very similar to Miloslav's worlds list, I think, by the looks of things. With the double superior, with no Pheasantipity in the list, and just quad Ogerpon. So it doesn't surprise me that that's a list that's been taken on from Daniel here to great success once again. So.
Miloslav was there whilst trying to interview Daniel and trying to give him a chance to speak, and Miloslav was there cracking up at any opportunity. But yeah, it's fantastic, and like commiserations for making it, and only so far. You know, it was so close that he could potentially take down Tord, just as he said. We don't know how the other top 4 might have already started and gone so far anyway, but now Alberto has a chance to write himself in the history books and take down his personal regional championships.
Yeah, and that's something that's been on his list for a long time, especially this season. You know, he's got all the day 2s, just missing out on the winning in his first event. Then in Lille gets the top 4. Now he has the chance finally to get into that finals and get a medal round his neck as a regional winner. He's been one of these very consistent pilots. We've heard him in interviews how often he likes to think about the game and play the game as well. So yeah, he's a very deserving finalist.
Yeah, you've called him the form player of recent times. I don't think he's ever been out of form.
Correct. I mean, yeah, that's true. He's found a way to win with, well, Giratina for a long time.
Well, he played Dragapult, if I'm not mistaken, in Dortmund.
Yeah. And then made the switch to the Regidrago, which is an easier way to use Dragapult a turn earlier most of the time.
And the Giratina. Then now he's back into top 4 contentions, and then top 4 and now finalists here. But, you know, enough from us. We get the chance to hear once again from our winner and now first finalist, Alberto Conti.
Hi trainers, of course, we are back here on the main stage. My name is Amy Wasley and I am joined by the incredible Alberto Conti once again, bringing you a final top 4 for the ages. That was spectacular. How are you feeling going into the finals?
Feeling really, really good. After game 1, I was not sure if I could win the match, but I did it and I'm really happy. So was such a fun one. I was really sweating the whole match because it was really back and forth.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, probably I should have played better game one. I think I made a slight mistake. I don't know if the game would have been different. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I managed to clutch the other two, so
You
fine.
did incredibly. You are so harsh on yourself, you know that? Because what we saw from, well, everyone at home and backstage, of course, we saw a masterclass of two incredibly powered Regidrago pilots. But you've stuck in there, you've believed in the heart of Giratina, and it has brought you to this spot.
Yeah.
Is Giratina your favorite Pokemon?
Actually, no, it's my favorite TCG card. Giratina V-Star is my favorite TCG card, but my favorite Pokemon is not Giratina.
Can we know?
It's not a dragon type.
It's not a dragon type.
Yeah.
Oh, this is such a fun guessing game. Oh my gosh. Is it a steel type?
No.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that one. But regardless, how's the invite looking this year? Because you must feel like you're in such a strong spot. You were in #1 coming into today, and now you're just going to be soaring above the rest. Regardless if you get the invite or not, how are you kind of feeling going into that?
Well, I feel really good. I think that with this final, at least, I will get to, I think, 1,000 points, which is really good. I think I still have to do the correct math.
I think you will. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you all finished with local level events?
I'm still missing 3 challenges wins.
He can keep going!
My challenges are actually really hard. we all like really good players in my area. I want to shout out my friends from Bergamo.
Please do.
A huge kiss to them.
That's incredible.
We're putting a lot of effort into our local scene. We test a lot and things feels like it's paying out. So I'm really happy.
It is paying off. That's incredible news, and it's kind of nice to have that locals, right? Where you go every week, and you're practicing with your friends. That's such a good advertisement for players who are getting into this game, knowing that they can be just like you if they go to locals, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I absolutely love that. But big shout outs, of course, to everyone at your locals. Do you have a particular testing group, or is it sort of everyone?
No, I just want to say everyone from Bergamo, which is my hometown, but I also want to shout out my friends from Germany. I spent the last 2 weeks in Germany and they helped me a lot testing, so a huge kiss also to them. I'm really happy to be here today to represent everybody.
Absolutely adore that. Now I have a bit of a query about the mirror match in particular, or an essential mirror. How do you feel going into that? Because it was such a drastically different game. Every single one of those games was so different from another. Do you have a key strategy going in?
Okay, so usually there's like 3 main ways I would say to win the mirror. Is like going with a normal way, taking like 3 knockouts on a 3 2-pairs of Pokemon, especially with Giratina and with Dragon Ball sometimes. But most of the time, sometimes you can clutch the double Kyurem play, which is kind of hard. And my opponent was trying to achieve that last game. And the other way to win is to set up some damage with Dragapult and then clean everything with the Kyurem again.
That's so beautiful. The flexibility of that matchup has really shined. And you can tell that both of you have played this to its end, to its littlest wick that you could possibly file it down to. You guys have both shown that you're both such strong Regidrago players, and we could see it have another win. Back-to-back wins with Regidrago could happen. How would you feel if you were the second person to win?
I would feel amazing, honestly. I'm already feeling really good. Being able to reach back-to-back top cut is insane.
Right?
I'm really happy. So let's now hope for final.
It's been such an incredible season for you already, and I see absolutely no slowing down for you. Even if you get that invite, you're going to carry on coming and seeing us, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, okay, that's amazing news, Alberto. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for treating us to a fantastic best of 3. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the studio while we get Alberto ready for the finals.
another thank you to Alberto, Conti. Yeah, we'd love to see you here again. Of course, I'll give you a little squawk and squeeze when there's an opportunity to do so.
Why do you think you're here? We're keeping you away from it just in case you're going
that's
for
just
it.
mean. Anyway, but yeah, back with me, Alex Dow and Joe. We kind of just guided you through that first top 4 match where Alberto Conti was able to best Daniel Magda. And again, congratulations to him for making it into the final, of course. Joe, what a game.
That was incredible. It had twists and turns, and I felt there were different opportunities when both players could definitely take the win, and some tough calls in there as well. Calls that may not have been obvious for most of us. Definitely not me. I was bamboozled by some of the players, but they ended up being the right ones. So really amazing to see, and that's what it takes at this level to make it into those finals. But great news for you guys. We have another top 4 coming up underway. That's top 8 game, the final one we were waiting on, the thrilling conclusion of the Bennett versus Bennett. Magnus Pedersen did come out on top against Mateusz, beating the creator of the archetype, no less. And that was a long game. That went all the way down to time and down to those last couple of prize cards, but Magnus did come away with the win. So there is still one Bennett EX, and he's coming up against Tord Reklev. Heard of him?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that matchup before, I think, right?
We have.
But, and, you know, this time it's not going to be Mateusz in the top 4.
Right.
But someone piloting it on his behalf. And it's going to be a riveting matchup because we know and have seen a number of outs that Tord had during that matchup as well. And just trying to get out of those locks, and on occasion, we'll see how many of those Adrenabrain abilities are going to be used. Can you give a count how many Adrenabrain is going to be utilized in that one matchup?
There's going to be just so many. An infinite amount of Monkey Dory typewriter situations with the Adrenabrain coming in.
You've still got your plush, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That does, I don't leave home without it. And but Tord, I listened to Tord back saying about the stream game, and he said that it was there was some moments where he got a little unlucky, some researches that got him all into item cards. Same for Iono. So he's actually still confident in this matchup.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that's enough from us. Let's just take a look at one of our favorite players throughout the series.
Welcome, trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay Burton, and the one and only Tord Reklev. And today we're going to get to know Tord in other ways that you might not get to see normally on the stream. So Tord, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG?
So I've been playing tournaments since I was 11, but I actually was taught the game by my mom when I was 6 years old. So it's been quite some years now.
Wow, how did your mom get into the Pokemon TCG actually? Was she, how long has she been playing it for?
So she was just buying the cards, right? As, you know, these fun little toys when I was a kid. But she figured that, you know what, might as well figure out how to play the game as well. You know, they're not only collectibles, it's actually a card game here. So she taught herself how to play the game, you know, looked up the rules, and then she taught me them after.
Wow, shout outs to Mummy Reklev there. One of the best things you can do is teach Tord how to play Pokemon. So you said you've been playing since you were 11. What would you say has been your favorite deck that you've ever created?
So I think I take a lot of pride in the Zorak Lizipod deck I built for UIC in 2018, I believe. That was a really cool deck. Zorak GX was relatively unrepresented at the time. It was just released. So I spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to play the card as best as possible. And then eventually ended up with this Zorak GX Lizipod deck that had a very different engine than before, like had a lot of emphasis on the Zorak GX tradability and just drawing cards. So probably have to go with that one because it was just so unique compared to how all the other decks were built at the time.
Yeah, I remember that deck very well, and I lost to that deck at that event, and it was truly poetry in motion watching it play. So if Zorak was your favorite deck you've ever built, what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Favorite Pokemon is not Zorak, but it's Celebi. It's kind of my little green lucky mascot, I think.
Have you ever managed to play Celebi in a deck at an event?
I have actually.
Oh, okay. Talk to us about that.
So I played, it was not too long ago. It was like 2 seasons ago now. I managed to play the amazing rare Celebi in my Urshifu Intellion deck. It had a very niche job because it could hit a couple dark Pokemon for weakness that were like normally relatively difficult for Urshifu to overcome. So it was like this Hoopa V especially that an ability that turned it into a Psychic type as well as a Dark type, but it still had the Grass weakness, so I could one-shot it with my Amazing Rare Celebi. And yeah, it came in really clutch, winning an event in Milan actually, so that was really cool.
Now, that must be amazing, winning an event and having your favorite Pokemon be an integral part of that as well. I guess my last question for you now, Tord, is that, you know, you've accomplished almost everything you can in the Pokemon TCG, but yet you still continue to go to events and play all the time. What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I think it's just the love of the game. I still have a lot of fun just on the individual event themselves, and also like each and every game I play, I have a lot of fun with. So when I'm not, you know, playing Pokemon testing for events, I play Pokemon for fun. I'm just playing all formats, right? So like I just really enjoy the game, you know, all the way through.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear that. And I think that's a fantastic message for you back at home as well. Make sure you love the game, enjoy the game, and good things will happen. But unfortunately now, that is my time with Tord. So we are going to get back to the action real soon.
Pokemaniacs, you have joined us in the thick of the action as we look at our beautiful other top 4 pairing. Of course, we're talking about the amazing Tord Reklev versus Magnus Pedersen.
Of course, we have the Battle of the North. We could say that too. Denmark versus Norway in this case. Of course, Tord, he's no introduction. 5-time international champion.
5 times.
World Championships finalist, of course, and too many accomplishments to list as well.
There are. We would have to be here writing an essay for you all on Tord's achievements. An absolutely fantastic world-class player. But standing across, or sitting across from him, of course, is no stranger to our stage, Magnus Pedersen.
Of course, a 2018 world champion in the seniors division. Magnus knows the stage very well. Also, a great friend of mine, of course, and he has been playing his heart out this weekend. Of course, such a decorated player in his own right.
Absolutely, and either of these players could and definitely has the potential to head straight into our finals with Alberto. 3 really well-known players in their own right. We have so much to play for. This is going to be a battle for the ages.
And we already jump into prize card action. Prime Catcher and Pidgey prize for Tord. Of course, he does play the 2 Pidgey though, but Prime Catcher is going to be a big one in the early stages of the game.
Absolutely. So, of course, for those who haven't been keeping an eye, we are here with Tord, who is playing Terrapagos, and we're against Magnus Pedersen, who's playing the lovely Gardevoir Bayonet.
Of course, here we saw this matchup exactly in the round 11 where Tord played against Mateusz Laskovic, of course, where it wasn't quite hot games for Tord. Did end up losing 2-0 in that set, but Tord's back for redemption.
Here we go. So we've got more to play for. And of course, we saw in that match that it could have gone either way. So we need to keep a very close eye on how each player manages their board state in order to overcome this obstacle.
Of course, a couple of key moments we touched on. Magnus starting Shut Pit, which means the item lock potentially can start as early as his own turn 1. Also, Tord, does he get set up?
Those are the questions. They're the only questions, because with those answered, we get the entire flow of the game dictated. Tord needs this really stable start and seems to have a hand that would benefit that, although we do already have 1 Pidgey and Hoot Hoot in hand, so I wonder what we're going to get with this fast call.
Since we already do have the Hoot Hoot and Pidgey in hand, Tord may be banking on the fact that Magnus could go ahead and flip Tails. It's a 50-50 shot anyway. And if Magnus flip Tails and Tord can get, you know, some of these Bufalons out, Noctowl, Tord may finally be able to establish Pidgey out in his matchup, which is ever so important to fetch these cards.
We didn't see that at all last time.
No.
Which I really feel like was the undoing of the deck. Having that consistency taken away from yourself is huge when item lock is in effect.
Exactly. When the item lock's in effect, you need these key supporter cards. Of course, we were talking about, you know, Tord playing Turbo, Penny, Fortin. Fortin was used to great effect, but did not just do enough in these cases, of course. But it's really important to make sure that Tord gets a setup, and pitch out is the most crucial piece that he has.
Absolutely. And this hand feels like it's going to benefit that pitch yacht setup if everything goes Tord's way and this item lock does not start now. I think that's the huge predicament, is that we need the rare candy, right? And without rare candy, we're kind of not going to be sitting on a possible Pidgeot at all. Currently, not even Pidgeot on the board yet. We've gone for the Hoot Hoot, Duskull, and of course our fan Rotom.
Yeah, exactly as we see that. But of course, I do reckon he's still going to be benching that Pidgey. He knows the value of the Pidgeot, of course.
It's so important.
One of the best birds in the game, of course. We can talk about that endless days. But if we're looking at it here, his hand is quite stacked up well. Of course, it's a fabled combo of Noctowl into Featherball and Mercani. That gets that Pidgeot solidified, which is ever so important, of course. And we just see, you know, a normal turn setup here. Starts with Terrapagos, which means Area 0 can come into effect next turn, giving him 8 bench slots. So everything is going according to plan right now.
Absolutely. This is a beautiful setup from Tord. Very, very efficient with 3 birds on bench. But moving over to Magnus' turn, of course, we're going for the INO. So sadly, all of those rather good cards in Tord's hand are going to the bottom of the deck. And we saw this used to such great effect in our previous match.
Yeah, we saw exactly the same situation. Tord sitting on the Noctowl, sitting on a perfect hand for the turn afterwards. Get that undone by the INO. Last time, it ended up being that Tord did not hit any pieces towards getting that Red Candy Pidgeot as he ever so wanted, and actually ended up with nothing in his hand. We can't quite see the hand from Tord yet. He hasn't shown the camera yet, but of course we're hoping for the case of a better game that he does have something to work with.
I'm worried there's not going to be an energy Esper. I don't think Magnus has the potential of getting one this turn. I don't think we're going to be able to Enveloping Shadow at all.
That actually opens up, you know, a very dangerous route here because Tord, of course, doesn't play the Dusclops. Now he finally has to change the Rare Candy to Dusknoir. And if Magnus does not get, you know, a second, maybe even a third shut it down, he might even close that item lock for good.
Absolutely. And of course, if we manage to get the Pidgeot online, Tord is able to tutor a card once per turn from the deck, which may help him get through all of Magnus' pesky item lock.
Exactly. We do see the body pop in here, but there's an inner conflict here from Magnus, right? Of course, Magnus wants to get more Ralts in play to make sure he gets those Curlias in on the board, but he also needs the second and third Shuppet here to make sure that a Dusknoir cannot come out and be sure to have Tord take out 2 of his Shuppet, of course, 1 by Dusknoir, and then 1 being attacked by Terrapagos in that case.
Okay, here we go. So we've got the Shuppet, we've played the Super Rod, and now we have an empty hand ready for Muse ability restart so that Magnus can draw 3 cards, 3 full cards. We've got an empty hand, restart is being used to full effect, and is possibly the only draw that's going to be able to see us an energy this turn for the potential coin flip to get that item lock online.
Was just about to say that drawing an energy here is really, really important, but also getting something to work with next turn. Of course, Magnus is looking towards actually getting, you know, a Curlia out, perhaps, drawing a supporter card for next turn.
I think that was
There's
an
so
energy.
much importance, and we got the flip coming in.
Here we go, and we saw this coin flip.
And we see Tord putting his hands together, and Tails!
Oh, wow! That is so lucky for Tord. Maybe now he'll be able to get set up and we won't see that replay of the game we were witnessing earlier.
No, do not underestimate Enveloping Shadow. That is such an important attack in the early stages of the game, and that's what scares some players off playing Bayonet. But here we finally do see Tord in a turn 2 situation having items.
Top decked a Rare Candy. You could not ask for more.
And there's a Pidgeot in hand. You know what, Amy? I do reckon there could be a Noctowl getting a Feather Ball here, or just straight up going for the Pidgeot.
Honestly, we could go for Pidgeot. We can get the possible Dusknoir online as well. We've got so many options because there are so many evolutions that can be so meaningful in this matchup, and Tord is going to need to sequence this perfectly to make sure that he's making the most of this situation.
Exactly. If there's someone to sequence it perfectly, it has to be Tord, right? But if we're looking at it this way, of course, he's looking at the Noctowl eyeing it out, because of course he also want, you know, to establish, you know, some kind of Area 0 presence as well. But if you can see the Feather Ball, there's probably going to be coming a Pidgeot after this, because you can Ultra Ball for Noctowl, of course, getting the Feather Ball and additional pieces to set up, because if he gets the Pidgeot out, it's great. Then he has 1 free card. He has an Iono hand, he can actually draw more cards, and then afterwards he can perhaps go for Pidgeot, and then he could get, you know, the piece to the Dusknoir he doesn't have in hand currently, because taking out that Ralts, for example, with a Dusknoir could be very, very important in this case.
It would be absolutely huge, and we were talking earlier about how you can possibly checkmate your opponent's consistency of their deck and just slow them right down. And where Gardevoir and Bayonet aim to do exactly that. Tord is going to look down and see if he can give them a taste of their own medicine by saying, I'm going to take your support out for a change.
We do see the big bird coming out there, so there's going to be a Arcane pitch. I actually do like this because it frees up the Hoot Hoots, right?
Yeah,
there's already
absolutely.
a Terra Pokemon in play in the active Terrapagos. So off the Iona, there's so many cards that could be hit, but you're going straight for the double turbo energy. You know what? We may actually see a boss's orders onto that, because we do see, I think, 2 boss's orders in hand. There could be a boss order onto the rolls.
Very much so. So the nice thing about using the quick search for the double turbo energy is that it's the only card that we can't search for with those Noctowls. We just can't get to it. So you'd be relying on raw draw power or a supporter, and that isn't consistent. We're not guaranteed it unless you play Colress Tenacity, but you know what? We don't.
Tord doesn't play it, but we can also then ask ourselves a question. How did it go last time when he tried that without Pidgeot?
It didn't go very well at all, Jesper.
No.
It did not. And so this time, it feels like we're going to have an actual back and forth between these gamers rather than Magnus just walking away with it.
My eyes do seem to lie to me. It's a Penny, Iono, and Boss in hand. So there are, of course, some options that Tord can look through, but it's just going to go straight take the knockout. It's actually good to keep these resources back, because then again, the boss orders could be used to pick up prizes on something like Squishy, like the Miyu, because there's no Bravery Drive shenanigans happening in Magnus that actually can't give this more HP, which means that this 100 HP Pokemon is going to stay in play until Tord finally decides to take it out.
Absolutely, and you're managing your own prize cards and your own prize race, but also managing your opponent. So choosing to hold back on that Duskull until a more kind of impactful turn later as well, I think that's so important. And you don't want to remove too many Pokemon from your own side of the field without that area 0 to be increasing your damage, because Unified Beatdown needs a unified team.
Exactly, and we can get that unified team on with the help of the Pidgeot. I feel that's what's going to be dictating this game, of course. Magnus does get the Bayonet out and got to see 3 very important cards after restart.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. We see Artisan, Research, and Buddy Poffin. So we're just going to research that all away and get another 7 cards. There's 10 cards so far this turn. 11 counting the drop
and
return.
We do see Curly hitting the board finally, because that's, of course, super important towards getting the Gardevoir online, because Magnus, of course, does not play any rare Candy to help out. So it's going to be super important for Magnus to get these Curly online, and that's maybe something Tord could actually target. You know, not having these Curlies on the field may just disrupt Magnus too much.
Maybe that's what those boss's orders are waiting for, but it looks like Magnus is considering using a counter catcher and going straight for the Pidgeot, noticing that the Pidgeot is a problematic Pokemon in and of itself, wanting to start littering damage on that Pidgeot right now.
Exactly, and usually you would be thinking, well, Pidgeot's a free retreater. It could just retreat, but no. There's Gravity Gemstone in the active, which means it has 1 retreat now, so Tord has to use a DTE or a Turo to get that back, but if he uses a Turo, he can't get it back online, so Tord has to go ahead and get a double Turbo Energy to retreat that. Otherwise, if he Turos it, not going to be using it the rest of the game, and there's no way to remove the Gravity Gemstone in Tord's deck without having items, which are turned off.
Exactly. So although Lost Vacuum might seem tempting, we are not able to use item cards right now. So the double turbo energy would need to be essentially wasted by being attached to the Pidgeot for the retreat cost, and it could be argued it's just not worth it. So we'll see how Tord responds, because it's a very sticky situation that Magnus has forced Tord into here with the use of Gravity Gemstone, which is very underutilized in most other decks. Like, I don't think I've thought of any other great use for Gravity Gemstone, but Bayonet, he likes his gemstones, you know?
Oh, definitely, because when you're keeping something that has a huge retreat cost, or just, in this case, even a free retreat Pokemon in the active, you're forcing your opponent to use our resources to get out again. We've seen this with other Bayonet variants, mostly something like Bayonet Frostlass, for example, that keeps everything in the active and keeps the Frostlass taken as well. So here in this case here, Tord is, of course, looking at, have to use a DTE for it, but what ends up being the case is that can Magnus actually run Tord out of ways to get back from the active spot as well?
Absolutely, and we've seen these really strong Bayonet Gardevoir decks litter damage across the board and mop up at the last minute. They don't need to be doing dramatic amounts of damage because of the Monkey Dory.
No, exactly because of the Monkey Dory. It seems like what damage Tord is actually doing to Magnus, he's actually doing to himself.
Absolutely.
We do see the boss's order, so we get rid of the Gravity Gemstone there, which is a very nice play.
I love that. Making the Curlier come forward, which you absolutely well analyzed was the target of Tord. And there we go. That boss was held in that hand for such good effect. Masterful use of boss's orders, multiple effects in reality.
Exactly, and that's why Tord waits on a good, opportune moment to do it, because if there's a Kirlia in play, therefore you take out the ability to draw with it. If you're waiting till it evolves to a Kirlia, you also tell Magnus, yeah, there's no Gardevoir today, or at least not now, right? And the Gardevoir is just so important. We saw that when Mateusz played this matchup earlier, that he used the Gardevoir to move back and forth and actually, you know, making damage stick into play somehow. And in this situation, that's not going to be happening yet.
Absolutely. It was crucial timing for Tord to just take a minute and go, actually, no, I need this boss's orders for later. I need it for that Kirlia. The moment that Magnus was unable to put 2 Kirlia into play, which we know that these rolls have been going down one by one, that was the perfect opportunity to go, I'm going to get a Gardevoir free couple of turns.
Exactly. So here, Magnus is quite struggling with in terms of how does he put enough pressure onto Tord's board? Of course, the boss's orders are used there, which means Tord still has Penny at some point to heal off the damage. Now, of course, Iona's going to shuffle back those cards in Tord's hand to the bottom of the deck, which was actually a double turbo energy got from the prizes. But, of course, we have to keep in mind the differences here. There's Pidgeot in play still.
Absolutely. Pidgeot is in play and can just go and quick search for one card. Any card once per turn. So again, Magnus realizing this Pidgeot is going to be so troublesome if I don't deal with it. We're going ahead and discarding the Professor's Research from the Trekking Shoes, I believe, drawing into an energy, which we're going to refinement away for more card draw. It just seems endless at this point.
Exactly. Both of these decks are really just machines, right? Tord's is going not card draw, but is going to be searching the deck a lot usually. If you give free range to the Terrapago's deck, it can just search out any single card it wants to build up its combos. Of course, Magnus' strength is that you're discounting a lot of cards with refinement, and there we see the counter catcher.
Going ahead and saying, okay, right, I reckon I've got this bird stuck this time. Get down here. I'm going to bring you right down to earth, and we'll see if Tord can once again get Pidgeot back into flight.
And a Poltergeist just for a measly 60 damage.
Oh, no. And breaking the item lock. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Jesper.
I don't feel quite good because, of course, Tord sits with 2 Noctowls in his hand. You know what? That can get lost vacuum to get out the active for free.
Oh, no. You're quite right. So, yes, once again, those item cards can be utilized as Poltergeist does damage, but does not solidify that item lock. So it can be the risk of playing around with Bayonet.
There's also a risk we're not talking about playing around with Bayonet only. We're also talking about getting Dusknoir into play. Because, of course, if Magnus not playing very candy for his Ralts, if Tord can spawn a Dusknoir this turn, take out that Kirlia, it means it's going to go an extra turn before Magnus can get a Gardevoir out.
This is so dramatically different from the play that we saw earlier with this exact matchup. And it just goes to show how Terrapagos can beat Bayonet. It can do it.
And exactly, Tord is showing the strengths of the deck here. You know, Noctowl being able to search for anything. And now that the items have been let loose, all the options are just sitting in Tord's hand. And he has the Noctowl, and it can practically get everything that he wants, besides energies and Pokemon, of course. But there are just specific cards to get that instead. So It's going to be super good for Tord this turn. It's going to be all about combo building. And we might presumably also do see a Dusknoir. But we do see Lost Vacuum first, of course, for that Gravity Gemstone, I believe.
And a Professor's Research. Really fantastic draw supporter. We're low on the ground in regards to cards in hand. The cards in hand are rather good, though, I've got to say. We've got the Bloodbeam Saluda, Pheasantipity. But again, Tord could choose to bench some of these before using the Professor's Research for the extra damage output for Terrapagos. But then again, too many, 2 prizes, maybe not.
And we do see the Lost Vacuum there. So this means that a Pidgeot has free retreat again. Gravity Gemstone is out. And also we get to see, you know, there's a second Noctowl in the hand. The question is, does Tord choose to do this? Because it also means that later he's not going to be able to have that as a free Noctowl space. But he probably is going to go ahead and do it. He was thinking about it, goes ahead and does it. And by doing this, of course, he just gains more and more cards to build the combos that he wants. There comes the Rare Candy.
Ooh,
May we see an Ultra Ball on top to get that Dusknoir.
Oh my goodness gracious. Tord's just having a little check of the discard pile there, see how many Ultra Balls we've used thus far. And here we are. This could be the beginning of Tord's real comeback and making sure that this Bayonet doesn't best this Terrapagos this time.
We're looking at Rare Candy and Palpet. Of course, there's still the pitch out left to use. So actually, instead of using Ultra Ball and getting rid of cards, there also is the opportunity to go ahead and just pitch out for the Dusknoir, playing Palpet, getting these supporters back, and most importantly as well, Amy, I don't think there's going to become a Gardevoir and play almost this game because he just took back the boss's orders.
Again, can you imagine? Honestly, these Curliers are having such a hard time sticking around. And for good reason. We've assessed how fantastically powerful Curlier is as a draw engine, but also allowing the evolution into the Gardevoir, meaning that Magnus has full control over all of that damage movement around the board and his attacking Pokemon. It's just so powerful, and we've seen it time and time again, but Tord is keeping Bayonet well under wraps.
Exactly, and you can see here the difference is that Tord is not even touching the Bayonets yet. And we can also see prize map here from Tord that can say, take out Curlier with something like the Dusknoir. At some point, boss up the Ralts when it evolves to a Curlier, so there's not much emotion about those Curliers anymore, and then he can wrap up the game in a tight little nice bow on that Mew perhaps, or just knocking through a Bayonet. His own choice.
Absolutely, it would be beautiful either way. Going for another Duskull with the Hisuian Heavy Ball from those prize cards. So now that's one fewer piece in there, but the Prime Catcher is still in the prize cards.
At least what happened here with the Hisuian Heavy Ball is that the Prime Catcher is at the bottom. Of course, that is if Magnus chooses to use an attack that isn't Everlasting Darkness, though, because if Magnus uses Everlasting Darkness, even though Tord would get that Prime Catcher off the prize, it wouldn't matter. But he could get it off the prize now, perhaps, and that means it's open this turn.
Exactly. So here we go. Ooh.
Thinking about it.
We're going to go for the Dusknoir into Bayonet EX.
Exactly. So he can take 2 prizes this turn, even further accelerating the beatdown that's happening off this Bayonet deck. And with the boss in hand, Amy, we might even be building for a game next turn. Gets the Blood Moon Ursa Luna back, and with the boss's orders in hand, it's almost telegraphing that next turn, UEX is going to be a prime target.
Absolutely. Very well assessed. But here we are. The pinnacle moment, taking the next couple of prize cards, Tord making sure the pressure is firmly on Magnus' board, and he's really not letting up and giving much wiggle room at all, making sure that the pressure is fully on. By placing those damage counters, we get the first knockout on those Bayonet EX.
And exactly, Tord is just fully assessing here perfectly how do you beat this Bayonet deck. You just have to put on the pressure and keep on that pressure for the entirety of the game and don't let it slip.
No, you can't. You literally can't let it slip. The moment you let it slip, that's when Bayonet jumps in and takes every little slip up that it can and punishes it.
So of course, as we said multiple times throughout this is if Tord gets a setup, Tord gets to play the game, this happens, right? And we also, of course, saw the other scenario happen twice here. This game is going to be really hard for Magnus to get back into because, of course, he probably have let go of just going for Everlasting Darkness. That strategy probably out the window now because the amount of pressure Tord has put on, he still has multiple sources of getting back if Magnus tries to stick something into active, pitch up being in play. This seems really difficult.
It is difficult. These players are both trying to push each other into that corner. Tord, so far, doing a much more exceptional job right now, but we've got a whole best of 3 and plenty of time to do it in this second top 4 game that we've been able to feature.
Exactly. That's the beauty of having 75 minutes. We get to see the players get time to calculate out their turns perfectly, get to make sure they're making the best plays, not necessarily have to concede spots where they can maybe win, but they don't have time to play them out, which is super important.
Exactly. And the Mew EX going forward here again, we've assessed just how flexible this can be. And we finally have a Gardevoir in play.
Exactly. And finally, it took its time, but Gardevoir's finally in play. But is it too late, Amy?
It's not feeling great, is it, realistically? Tord is on 2 prizes left, but we know that with Disruption and Everlasting Darkness that we can make a comeback here. We've been talking about big comebacks throughout this weekend, and if any deck can do it, apparently it's Bayonet.
Yeah, Bayonet, both just Gardevoir in general, is a massive potentially compact deck, right? We do see the Screamtail, which was the Pokemon that made the big comeback for David yesterday in the Day 1 segment. Of course, when we're looking at this way, it's a question between, is Magnus going to Everlasting Darkness this turn, or is he going to go aggressive on it? There's going to be a Prime Catcher here. It could target the Pidgeot with the Gardevoir EX because 190 left on it, but it's going to go ahead and take out the Noctowl.
Okay.
Move up to Gardevoir, and this can actually put some damage in play for the use of Adrenaline Brain of Monkey Dory because we put 40 damage in play.
I think yeah. Oh, there we go. This is perfect. So we're trying to now trap the Noctowl in the active, allow the Screamtail to damage the benched Pokemon, so that Noctowl is, again, kind of a little bit trapped unless Tord has any supporters to help him out.
We do see the Adrenaline Brain onto Pidgeot. You know what that puts it in target for?
Oh,
we can Screamtail it.
It can be roaring screamed.
And now we get to see, you know, part one of this comeback. Of course, Tord will have access to Festivity. It's going to be really important for this next turn, but of course, giving your opponent Festivity is better than giving them a Pidgeot.
Absolutely, yes. No, Pidgeot is so much more flexible. Festivity can help you. It can draw 3 cards, but those 3 cards aren't looking hot if you ask me.
They are not for sure. There is a Rescue Stretcher, but there's no real Pokemon that Tord can just get into that would help him out immediately, which is where the really issue just sits with Tord, of course.
Honestly, this is looking like it could be another Gardevoir Bayonet comeback that we're going to be talking about for a very long time, because we're going to need to see some real movement from Tord at this stage. We need to be able to move those Noctowl out of the active, but we can't currently because, well, there's not a lot going on in that hand. We could play another Hoot Hoot ready to Noctowl again next turn, and that would help us out. But currently, I don't see how we're getting a supporter to help us.
But then again, benching this Hoot Hoot just puts it in the path of this roaring, screaming Screamtail. No. Which is not going to be great either.
No, you're so right. It's almost like we need more Hoot Hoot. We need more.
We need more birds. And currently, so far, we don't have enough birds. Tord could go ahead and, you know, stretch your back. But, like, the thing is, I hear he can get the Pidgey and make Magnus guess between what does Tord have in hand to put out. The question of, do you target the Noctowl or would you target the Pidgey here next turn? And, of course, Magnus cannot take out both. There's not currently access to a second Monkey Dory, so Magnus cannot, you know, use 2 Adrenaline Brains at once.
But moving on to Magnus' turn, we are ready to rumble once again, going for the refinement on an energy just to see more cards. Again, give us those options. There's the Bayonet, but no Shuppet in play, so we can't tutor a supporter from the discard pile. Honestly, I'm feeling like the Hoot Hoot has to be the target, but I like the bluff of the Pidgey.
Yeah, the bluff of the Pidgey is super important here because if Tord didn't put down the Pidgey, it would just be super easy for Magnus to say, I'm just going to take out the Hoot Hoot, right?
I love the Hoot Hoot, please, yeah. But no more cards left in deck, oh my goodness.
No, unfortunately not. There is a path here where Magnus could go, take a Monkey Dory, Turo up a Pokemon, attach another Luminous to another Monkey Dory, put 60 on the Pidgey with 2 Adrenaline Brains, and then take out the Hoot Hoot with the Screamtail. But of course that relies upon, you know, having enough energy to get more damage into play with the Screamtail because of course you're taking off the 60 damage again. Yeah. He does have a Psychic Energy in play in Discard to do this, but it's also the difference of, does Magnus have the cards in handy?
I'm not sure, you know. We've got the Luminous Energy in hand. I think that was a Professor Turo, but I'm not sure if it's the Professor's Research Turo.
I think he discarded the Research Turo, and that's what's quite annoying is a bit here, but I think that was actually Professor Turo. So Magnus could go for the play where he could go ahead and pick up a Pokemon, put down Monkey Dory.
I love that call.
And do some monkey business again.
I think, is it?
That's a Turo.
Oh, that is a Turo. It's a Professor Turo scenario, allowing you to pick up a Pokemon, a basic Pokemon in play, and then we can go ahead.
I think it's going for it, Amy.
Monkey. Oh, you called it,
We can get rid of both of the birds here, and it seems like, you know what? Magnus is the perfect bird keeper in this case because he's going to take out them birds.
Absolutely. So, of course, we can move 60 damage from our Screamtail. I suppose you don't want to do that, really. So we need to put more energy into play on the other Bayonet or the Gardevoir. So probably the Gardevoir, because 1 energy would tick that up to 3, right?
Exactly. You can put that onto Gardevoir because, but you do need 60 damage to do so. But if you move 60 damage from the Screamtail, you could also just move those 60 damage to Pidgey, put 1 more energy on with the Gardevoir because then it puts Screamtail at 40, which is 82 Hoot Hoot in that case.
Perfect.
But also, just 1 energy to Gardevoir would do it because it puts it at 30. So you can Adrenaline Brain from the Gardevoir, you get Adrenaline Brain from the Screamtail, put it onto Pidgey, still 60 for the knockout. It's all dependent on how Magnus wants to sequence this out.
Here it goes. So, we're bringing the Screamtail back to the bench by manually retreating Screamtail. Now we're using Gardevoir's ability to put 3 energy onto itself.
But it's also making it a big wall for Tor to get through in this case, of course. Because in this case, you can also go ahead and Adrenabrain onto the Duskull to make sure that Tor is going to have a really hard time one-hit knockout in anything. But taking out the Pidgey is also taking out consistency. So therefore, Adrenabrain onto Pidgey for 60.
Oh, so that was both Adrenabrain used to take 60 total damage off of our Gardevoir and targeting the Pidgey. And we're just going for the... Are we going for a pass? Or are we knocking out?
It's going to be a knockout here.
Knocking out the Noctowl, going down to 1 singular prize card. So now Tord cannot use that Duskull.
Exactly. He can't use the Dusknoir because there's 1 prize. And as well as that, Magnus has 2 threats on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Screamtail could take out Fanrotom, Hoot, Noctowl, Duskull, you name it. Could take out anything with that Screamtail. But if this Gardevoir is left in the active, just staying there, there's also opportunities to get back to Screamtail with something like Super Rod. There's Boss's Orders, perhaps. So it's going to be really rough for Tor to pull this back, and Magnus has done this masterfully. Another comeback from a Gardevoir deck.
I told you, see, that comeback came through. Tord's going to have a really tough time. Tord needs to take 2 prize cards now. And if he can't, then unfortunately the writing is rather on the wall. As you've assessed, there are too many Pokemon ready to take out any of Tord's board, and there's just not enough damage that Tord can pump out right now without the help from those ghosts on his own side.
Exactly, and even the Monkey Dory is going to help out, because with the Gardevoir plus Monkey Dory, you're going to be able to reach a potential of 250 damage. So if Tord does not take 2 prizes here, he needs something in the active with 250 HP or more, and there's nothing that can do that currently. So yeah, good luck to Tord.
Absolutely. Drawing 3 cards with Pheasantipity. Again, just trying to see if there's any out. We have the time. The Bouffalance might be able to help us out.
That could push it up.
That could make it a lot tougher for Magnus to kind of pull off this final prize card that he needs to take. So at this point, Tord is kind of playing not to lose, and we're trying to make sure that every out is assessed.
Exactly. With the luxury and time in hand, of course, Tord wants to be sure that he has milked every single option that he can to make sure he doesn't lose this game, regardless of how bad it seems from his perspective. Of course, Tord is playing into, you know, every single out that he can.
Of course, we are down to the wire, but this is only game 1 of 3, but Tord wants to make sure he's assessed every single possible line. So going ahead, it looks like, oh, Thornton and Prime Catcher. That is certainly curious.
Exactly. There's a lot of plays you can make with Thornton, of course. Can get back, you know, Pidgeot, and if he wants to get that into play, if that's going to be, you know, proving pivotal to him, he can also remove this Duskull off the board, so he can make sure that Adrenabrain is not going to take it, and it's going to be Duskull for Pidgey, which means with the Thornton, since that the Duskull was been played for more than 1 turn, he can Rare Candy into Pidgeot instantly.
And we didn't need the Duskull anyway, so Pidgeot is so much more helpful and has higher HP, so it's much more difficult for Magnus to knock out. So we're just, again, making this board a lot bigger.
Exactly. When we're talking a lot bigger board, of course, if Tord gets down both the Bouffalons as well, he's also out of, you know, this Adrenabrain circus here. And of course, Tord has to look at the Screamtail, because of course that's still an important piece that he has to knock out, remove off the board, because otherwise Magnus can still go ahead and say, Screamtail, I'll take out whatever.
Absolutely. So there's lots that can still go on here. Now, we've used Lost Vacuum, so we can't remove Pokemon from our own board on Tord's side. We've used a supporter now, so certainly no Penny. There's the Bouffalon. There's the first one. I imagine we'll be hunting a second to get that Curly Wall active, so Tord's Pokemon are taking 60 fewer damage.
Exactly.
But I believe it is, yeah, only the basic colorless Pokemon. So Pokemon like Pheasantipity are still at risk.
Yes, so Tord would still fall prey to a Boss's Orders in that case, and that's, of course, you know, since Tord's playing to every single out he's got, there is a combination of cards that could do it so Magnus does not have the availability to win. But of course, trying his best here. I don't even think Magnus has free energies to retreat, because of course this Bayonet now has free retreat because of Gravity Gemstone.
Absolutely. So it's going to be quite tough to get this Bayonet out of the active equally. So honestly, both players are doing a fantastic job at keeping one another on the ropes.
Exactly. We do see 220 put onto the Bayonet. Of course, here is the question to Magnus. Do you have what it takes? And right here, it's super difficult for Magnus to map out this. Of course, Rotom, which is the closest Pokemon he can get to, has 70 HP, not 60. So, of course, here, Magnus could go Everlasting Darkness because they could do it so... I mean, items are shut off, but it's not really great here because this is a Rabbit who can take out the Bayonet, and I don't even think he plays enough energies to actually retreat this. He plays 6 Psychic and 3 Luminous. So that actually means that the maximum amount of energy that Magnus has left is 1.
Has Tord back to Magnus, back into the corner. The Magnus went, actually, no, you go over there, please. These guys are really in a tussle. And each turn, it seems like the other player is getting the advantage back from the other. We are seeing this go back and forth much more than I was expecting, and I'm just overjoyed to see it.
Exactly. They're just throwing haymakers at each other every single turn, asking these questions. Do you have it? Do you have it? Can you do this? And time and time again, they've shown each other, yes, I can. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Aww. And we're just keeping on in this kind of, little circus of throwing punches at each other.
So we've got a boss's orders in hand, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because we have the Pidgeot. I suppose Prime Catch has been used.
Yeah. And Magnus scoops it up.
Magnus is scooping it up.
No more options to take out. And you know what? The boss's orders would have been fine on the Rotom if the Bouffalons weren't in place. So the Bouffalons playing a pivotal role here because with the last energy that Magnus had to himself, he could have actually gone Everlasting Darkness on the Rotom, plus Adrenaline Brain from the Monkey Dory. But Bouffalon says no.
Bouffalon says, actually, no, there's more HP on that. Thank you very much. That's my friend, and I put a curly wall in front of him.
Exactly. And this time, the curly wall is not tangling the Bouffalon in itself. This time, Bouffalon's taking one for the team.
Absolutely. And we honestly, this was so on the ropes. From the very beginning, Magnus was on the back foot when we did not hit their heads on that enveloping shadow. So Tord was able to utilize their item cards even from the first turn.
You can see Tord just hitting on Magnus setup, taking out these Curlias time after time again, and making sure that Magnus does not get a foot to the ground throughout the entirety of the match. You can just see the difference in this matchup once there's a Pidgeot in play and when there's not.
Honestly, it was a dream to be seen. Both players going back and forth so readily with the Prime Catcher.
That was
on
such
the
a good play.
Bayonet, right, with the Gravity Gemstone, just making sure that it is stuck in the active, and Magnus just did not have a response in the end.
Exactly. We just saw all the right moves in these players, just doing all the correct steps, and we're counting Tord out like a little bit there when the Scream Tail came, but that Prime Catcher there, wow.
Such a fantastic move, and it just goes to show that these guys have used these decks so much and they have tested to perfection that they are able to get themselves out of the stickiest wicket.
Exactly. Now for this tournament, of course, we do have Magnus, who's the boss of the Bayonets, right? He beat Mateusz in the top 8, so not a slouch of an opponent to get through. And with the boss of Bayonets now staring against, I mean, almost the boss of the Terrapagos, it actually is. We do have, great representatives of these decks, and of course, 1-0 to Norway in this Battle of the North.
Absolutely. Honestly, what a game. Magnus proving that, even in one of the toughest mirror matches in our format, he can pull through. If anyone can pull through this best of 3, it's gonna be him.
Exactly. You know what? Doing against Tord, Tord's not invincible in this tournament. When he was on stream, he took his first loss, and it was against Gardo at Bayonet. And of course, if things goes a bit differently, we could have perhaps seen Magnus squeak out this victory. So we just have to hope that, Magnus is going to go first this time.
Yes, yes. So that might make a change. We are going to possibly get that Everlasting Darkness on much earlier than before. Just seeing that the players are doing their setup. And we've got a mulligan on Magnus' side. So Tord is going to be able to draw 1 extra card in his starting hand.
Exactly. It's going to help Tord a lot to get out this Fan Rotom and all these setup pieces. And of course, but the question here is, how many turns does Tord get to play item cards?
Yeah, that is crucial. As we've seen, if we manage to get that Pidgeot set up, it makes a huge difference to the way this matchup plays. We need that Pidgeot in play, and Tord is going to once again need to play perfectly to get it on the board.
We do have prize cards here, a 1-1 lineup, Curly out, and a Super out as well. Hurts a bit of the recovery effort, but of course, Magnus going first here and starts with a Buddy Poffin, so he's all right.
Yeah, but then again, Tord with a singular Pidgey of the 2 and a rare candy. Maybe not the best, but we started the other Pidgeys, so maybe not too bad and rather fortuitous.
Exactly. So we're just going to see Magnus here, of course, trying to get as many Pokemon down to set up as possible. Starting Mew, that's a free retreater Pokemon, which is super great towards, you know, establishing his board and making sure that next turn he could treat that Mew into perhaps a Bayonet EX.
Absolutely. Here we go. So the first deck search of the game 2, which is so important. Magnus is going to be feeling on the ropes at this point. And yep, of course, Ralts and Shuppet, the two best friends in this deck, come into play. Hand is looking pretty good otherwise. Yeah, Gravity Gemstone and an Energy right away. Honestly, we could keep thinning and we could go. Or, yeah, pass for turn is completely valid here.
Exactly. Like, Magnus got what he wanted to, all right? Like, he got Ralts, he got Shuppet. That's all we need. And the attachment and the Gravity Gemstone.
Absolutely.
So he's got everything that he wants to in this case here. And, of course, it's going to be put into questions on Tord. Do you have the pieces to set up? And if Magnus can get that item lock going next turn, that's going to be the crucial bit. Again, we're asking the question, how many turns does Tord play items? I think that's only going to be one in this case because Magnus went first.
I think you're so right. And Magnus is also thinking to themselves, okay, well, Shuppet's safe, right? There is no attack the Tord can make right now that knocks out that Shuppet.
No, because
that
that's
Shuppet
second
is
line.
A safe guy. So he's totally fine to be on the bench with his energy and his Gravity Gemstone. He's having a great time.
Exactly, he's hanging out and seeing you, seeing the action up there in the front in the active spot. And of course, with the second line of text off the Terrapagos, you cannot attack when on the first turn when going second. So yeah, everything's safe.
Absolutely. And even let's think about the other attackers, the potential attackers in the deck. We only run those double turbo energy. So even Fan Rotom just falls short.
It only does 50 damage, which is not quite enough. We need that 10 buffer, which cannot be found anywhere. So we see Tord going for the Fan Rotom. Such an important piece for this deck.
Absolutely. As we assessed early on, it's imperative for Tord's setup. Tord is going to need to use every out, and the double Ultra Ball has helped out with this in tow, managing to get, of course, the Fan Rotom initially, and now probably a Terrapagos so that we can start to use the Hoot Hoot and Noctowl combination off of the back of the Fan Rotom's fantastic ability.
Yeah, not to say, of course, the Area Zero as well, which is also going to help him towards building that bench and therefore also building the potential damage outcome that's going to come from Tord. But, you know, having this Pidgey in the active may seem all fine and jolly, right? But if Tord gets item lock next turn, that's not going to be a nice place for that Pidgey because then Tord can... Then Magnus can literally remove that in a couple of turns, maybe even, you know, Bayonet the one turn. In the turn after, you can remove that with 30 damage from Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. And suddenly we do have a place where Tord's is sitting like, I can't do anything without Pidgeot.
Well, I tell you what, the Bouffalons came in 2 by 2 because they're going to the bench very soon because they're here, setting up that curly wall nice and early. So although Tord might be item locked, shan't be taking any damage.
Exactly, and that's what Tord wants to hear because, of course, this Pidgey is, as you said yourself, imperative for Tord's game plan here. But again, you know, just putting up this Bouffalon, you saw how it actually helped Mateusz last time because you're essentially locking the Pokemon in the active spot. And then, you know, the damage just has to be, you know, generated for Adrenabrain in this spot when it's Bouffalon out. And of course, if you have 2 Bayonets in play, you can go attach to Energy to Gardevoir, move 40 damage every turn. So then your damage output every single turn is 40. But if it goes on for long enough, 40 is going to be enough.
Exactly, but we know that Gardevoir can't come around quickly, so we know that we have time. If you're Tord, you're thinking, it's fine, Pidgey's fine in the active, because even if I get item locked, I've still got time to try and work around that Curlier, because it's going to take a while to get into a Gardevoir and start doing that Monkey Dory damage. We can't do Monkey Dory damage yet.
Oh yeah, exactly, and definitely took Magnus some turns last game to get that into effect.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Magnus is looking for help off the restart to help us set up just a prime catcher here, not what he wanted, and go straight for the Iona.
No disillusions there to making sure that we're Ionoing nice and early, getting a fresh hand of 6, and also disrupting Tord, knowing that we did take kind of an item use heavy turn for good reason last turn, hoping that obviously there's going to be lots of items in this hand now for Tord to slow him down.
Exactly. That's the way you want to play against these item lock decks. You want to use as many items as you can on your first turn onto your item lock. But of course, we do think Magnus is going to go for the item lock this turn for sure. And then the question comes on, how many cards does Tord have he can actually play?
That's the huge question, Jesper, because we're not going to be able to get Pidgeot online.
Nope.
We can use Hoot Hoot, we can evolve, but
What do you want to grab off it?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. The energy is a huge problem, right?
Yeah, exactly, because we don't have anything to just search out the energy like we did with Pidgeot. And if we can't get Pidgeot to play, hitting these energies is going to be difficult because not only do we need to get Pidgey out of the active spot, firstly, of course, we do have the Everlasting Darkness going on. Even though the Pidgey didn't take damage, of course, we do have the Bouffalant out there helping out. But yeah, we also have to get the Pidgey back from the active spot. We have to get Terapagos into the active and also give that a double turbo energy. And with the current hand size, it doesn't look like there's both, you know, an option to get back the Pidgey to the bench or into the hand and get the Terapagos and the energy into the active.
And once again, Gravity Gemstone is just weighing that poor Pidgey down. He's not going to be able to move even if he evolves. Currently at 2 retreat cost rather than 1. And it's, you know, that is quite a nightmare for a sweet little Pidgey.
Exactly. The difference between 1 and 2 retreat cost isn't that huge in this matchup, of course, because there's only double turbo energies in Tort's deck. But even if it did evolve into a Pidgeot we saw last game, it would have a retreat cost, which is quite the hindrance for the Tord as well. But looking at it here, right, he's eyeing up Penny, which means that once he gets into a double turbo energy, it's all right. You can Penny back to the Pidgey, but the issue comes again.
We need the energy.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nightmare. And that's exactly the power of Pidgeot and why we really appreciated him last game. And this time, not having the glory of going first, unfortunately, this Bayonet is causing problems from the beginning and using its ghostly powers to scare this Pidgey right into place.
Yeah, we might just be over Halloween, but then again, we see this Pidgey just being swallowed up by the Everlasting Darkness almost. Just staying there in the active spot and not being able to do that. And it seems like, oh,
he's saved!
Penny flapped the wings for Pidgey, and Pidgey's back onto the bench again. Terapagos in the active, but there's no energy still.
No, I mean, admittedly, at the same time, Magnus is not dealing any damage to this Terapagos still. So maybe Terapagos is less afraid than Sweet Pidgey.
Of course, and of course, Tord's just playing out the cards that he can, because of course, Magnus does play 4 Iono. 4 Iono is going to remove that hand often because it's a part of the strategy that Magnus wants to keep a low hand size for opponents so they don't have these, you know, energy and stadium options and support options as well on top. Now, we do see the Artisan countering the Area 0, which again is going to put another hindrance in front of Tord.
Yeah, the Area 0 underdepth's going away, limits Tord's damage output, but also any extra Pokemon on the bench now. So Tord might be stuck with this quite low hand size and no bench space to bench any further Pokemon. And here comes our first Monkey Dory of Game 2.
Yeah, but as we said, we do really need 2 Monkey Dory to get the strategy full on going, especially when we're talking against this Bouffalant, right? This Bouffalant, you know, is so great versus these Bayonet decks if it just keeps out of the active spot.
That's the huge part, is keeping things in or out of the active spot that you would like to be there, which is something that Tord and Magnus have both tried to kind of place upon one another in this scenario. So once again, we're going for the INO. Very well assessed that Magnus is just going to keep on disrupting. So Tord wanted to play as many cards as possible last turn.
And does Tord hit the double turbo energies? That is the big question here. It doesn't look like Tord does. We're still over Magnus' turn. Curly getting into play and a second Bayonet, so we're really getting the strategy underway. Magnus, of course, getting the time to do so.
Okay, Counter Catcher, and I didn't see what that other card was.
There's a Prime Catcher as well, so he can actually get the Pidgey back into the active if he wishes, or at least just get a Terapagos out of the active, because then Tord, of course, cannot attack. And we see a Bouffalant getting into the active. Mew up and back.
Up and down. Mew swinging around and making sure the Bayonet is in the active when it wants to be, because it's time to cause some trouble for these Bouffalants by the looks of it.
And we do have exactly this double Bayonet setup I was talking about, right? Because if you can get the Gardevoir EX into play, you can use the Monkey Dory every single turn to flush over damage to the opposing Pokemon. So it's really great for Magnus here. He's getting the setup exactly that he wants to. He just needs a Gardevoir EX to be able to do this.
Absolutely. So just need to hang on tight now. And that's really what Magnus is trying to do, is go, okay, Tord, go on. You've got to, I'm going to make you use as many resources and take as many steps as humanly possible to bother me while I try and set up this Gardevoir.
Exactly, and as we saw with Mateusz playing against Tord earlier, if you give this Gardevoir deck time to do what it wants to, it is such a threat to you, and it's almost unbeatable if you give it unlimited time.
Absolutely. Here we go with the Turo scenario, taking back Mew, emptying up that bench space.
Now there's bench space for the second Monkey Dory.
Here we go. It's all coming together.
Oh, yes.
And that's exactly what we want to see. Every single resource used. at its fullest potential. We've got 2 Bayonet, 2 Monkey Dory, 2 Curlier. This board is looking so strong, and it's just coming strength to strength. Even if a Curlier is knocked out here by some miracle, there's another one, so it's totally fine. We can still make the Guard of 1x turn and carry on with our monkey business.
And Everlasting Darkness and just a straight up pass, so Magnus getting more time to just set up this sort of lock he's gaming on, right? Like, Bouffalon is sticking there in the active, and now Magnus is going to get the time to, you know, flush in these damage counters every single turn. I do believe that's going to be an Ultra Ball for God of War EX to start setting up that Adrena Brain lock combo and just flush damage down on the board and taking out all threats that Tord whatever could have.
Tord appreciating that there is no helping right now. Item lock. How? I mean, is that a full hand of items?
I saw like 2 Pokemon, but besides that, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I think I saw a Noctowl maybe, but there's no Hoot Hoot on bench. Tord is royally stuck in the active with that Bouffalon.
Exactly, there's no help to get here. 2 energies onto the Bayonet. It's gonna put 40 damage on. Whoopsie, we retreated for 3 energies, which means that we do have some damage. We can go ahead and Adrena Brain again. So we can go ahead, you know, put some energies back onto the active Bayonet.
Here we go.
Put 40 on it, and then we can start using the Adrena Brain to full effect.
Oh, we love to see it. Now, we don't have another energy for the other Monkey Dory yet, so we're just going to be taking 3 off our active Bayonet for now and moving that on to Terapagos.
Of course, the Terapagos, the biggest threat. That's the attacker of the opposing deck, right? Of course, the pitch is not going to do much. It can't even evolve. So, of course, with the setup that we have here, at some point, when Magnus, or rather, if Magnus hits a second Luminous Energy, another drop pass!
Oh my gosh, Tord realizing that he is truly stuck and is living in Top Deck City, and it's not a nice stay.
And Magnus just piling up these damage counters to be able to retreat back into the other Bayonet. He's just doing the retreat circus, making sure that every single turn he can use Adrena Brain to maximum effect and just flush these damage counters onto the board of Tord's. And Tord is not sitting in a happy place right now.
Not at all. And like you said, Magnus is just masterfully moving that damage around, keeping like a damage bank ready for the Monkey Dory by using the Gravity Gemstones to discard energy off the Bayonets. It's just a beautiful circus.
Exactly. Now we're still just waiting till Magnus gets his second Luminous Energy. That's really what we're waiting for. The second Luminous Energy for the Monkey Dory. 30 more damage move with the Adrena Brain onto the Terapagos, and Tord draws just a buddy pop and then passes right back.
Again. How many are we going to get to before Tord reaches a useful card? Now let's keep looking at this Adrena Brain potential. We're still not seeing another Luminous.
We did see Magnus count his deck though, so he might just be running out of cards before Tord though. So this actually could be a deck out race. Does Magnus reach enough before he decks out?
That is a very, very wise question indeed. Can Magnus seal up a win? And that's really the skill of playing a deck like Bayonet. Yes, you can item lock forever, but you need at some point to really release the aggression of the deck. And having the timing of that is crucial. Being able to time when to start taking the knockouts is what makes Bayonet a really difficult deck to master.
Exactly. Are we going to see first time on stream this weekend? Are we going to see another win content just taking your prize cards?
It might very well be. We might see somebody deck out.
You just Ultra Ball for Magnus for the top. It's not the Luminous Energy that he ever so wants, but he's just going to keep on piling this damage. And Damage Bank City it is. And go ahead, another energy on. And we just keep Adrena Braining all the way. 150 damage just generated with Gardevoir and put onto these Terapagos. And nicely split. Of course, you want to put it onto Terapagos with double turbo to make sure we can take that threat off the board.
Absolutely. More energy plonked onto Bayonet while moving with Adrena Brain. More damage from the benched Bayonet onto the other benched Terapagos. So just building up that engine and still choosing to draw more cards with Refinement and keeping the item lock.
And no Luminous Energy yet, and no retreat action here. Seems like Tord just drew another blank fan Rotom, it looks like.
Keep going. That's a research. We don't want to play that. 5 cards left in deck.
We might just have a deck out situation on our hands, Amy. If Magnus cannot put some cards back into the deck, that might be a very real situation. We are going to be able to see another Adrena Brain from that now benched Bayonet, or the active also has 30. Moves to 30 from the active, it seems. Down to the other Terapagos there, puts it on a 150. And the question also comes here, of course. There's a Super Odd in Magnus's prize cards. He's aiming for that for sure.
Oh, absolutely for certain. Oh, let's keep going. Of course, there's that luminous energy in the prize cards as well. So, oh my goodness, it's just so tongue-in-cheek at this point. I'm not sure who's going to break this lock first, whether Tord's going to be able to get a useful card before Magnus just goes, you know what, I need to start taking knockouts now.
And that's exactly why he's keep on piling the pressure onto that Terrapagos. Even though it doesn't have the double turbo energy, Magnus correctly realizes he has to do something about this deck out situation.
Yeah, there are a few cards left, and utilizing the turns left before he runs out of cards. Of course, if you're new here, don't forget that there are 3 win conditions in the Pokemon trading card game. You can either take your 6 prizes, make sure that your opponent has no Pokemon in play, or if they run out of cards in deck and they start their turn, unfortunately, that is also game over.
Double turbo onto the Buffalan after the boss's orders, taking out that Monkey Dory, and essentially just, you know, shutting that door on the Adrenaline Brain, because, of course, Magnus has not hit another Luminous yet. Magnus still do have some Ionos left to make sure he doesn't deck out, but the thing here is that you have to make sure that your hand size plus your deck, if Iono happens, is larger than your opponent's hand plus deck size.
Now, the nice thing about this Iono is that it will at least guarantee us into the other Luminous Energy, but not yet, choosing just to keep the Everlasting Darkness up.
Yeah, and the issue with getting into that Luminous Energy... Oh, there it is!
And as Tord, again, a draw pass is on that one. We're going to move that 30. Once again, Adrenabrain from the Bayonet onto the Terrapagos on the bench once more.
And we did have the uncertainty. Will Magnus ever hit that Luminous Energy? And he did there quite a bit late. It would have been beautiful to see the double Adrenabrain, but it just goes straight back.
No, and now with 1 in the prize cards, it certainly isn't going to happen, even with the help of a Night Stretcher. So it's time to bench another Shuppet, which is nice because it gives us the ability to use that other Bayonet at some point where we can get a supporter out of our discard pile. So we might be able to Iono more than we were expecting.
Exactly. That Puppet offering is going to be super great to get these Iono back potentially, where you can make sure that you put cards from your hand into your deck again to make sure, of course, we don't deck out and we can get time to progress these damage counters onto the board enough.
Honestly, this is wild. Just seeing how far Magnus can stretch the limits of this deck.
There's a knockout.
And we finally, Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain our way into a knockout.
Exactly. 0 damage done by attacks onto that Terrapagos. All 240 damage generated was done by Monkey Dory itself. That is some monkey business.
That's madness. Monkey madness, I tell you. Honestly, I have no idea how much patience Magnus has. I would be driving myself crazy. I'd be wanting to knock that Terrapagos out far before Magnus did. But with the patience of an angel and the skills of a champion, he has taken that knockout.
Of course, this frees up the bench spot, so maybe Tor can go ahead and get a Hoot Hoot, which could get some options in. It depends. He does have a Hoot Hoot left in deck, but it also depends on what other options he can actually search out with that potential knockdown. He's going to go ahead and fail the Artisan.
Okay, shuffling that deck, making sure that the odds are hopefully more so in his favor.
Oh yeah, because that Buffalan in the active spot with the Gravity Gemstone on top of that is not super nice. Tor did do the boss combo to retreat earlier, but now the Buffalan has free retreat cards again, so it's going to be super difficult. Of course, a Hoot Hoot bench from that big hand of Tord's. Magnus drawing last card of his deck. What does he have? Super Rod first.
Oh, excellent. We love that. 3 more cards in deck. And again, it's just extending the game, making sure we're keeping going. Monkey Dory is back. However, that other Luminous Energy is, of course, in the prize cards.
He's at the top of the prize cards even, so it's probably a good chance that we won't ever see it for Magnus' case. So he's going to go ahead, still doing this Adrenabrain monkey business here, and making sure that he can just put these damage counters over to Tord's board and try to pile them up and make sure that he can remove the options. And again, Hoot Hoot, target here.
Great target. Hoot Hoot, understandable. 70 HP, and we can certainly Adrenabrain our way into some smart plays there.
Oh, definitely here. Of course, Magnus still has to navigate through 4 prizes. I do believe he has just 3 prizes because the last prize could, of course, be taken by Poltergeist, because I imagine with Tord's really, really big hand at this point, there better be some trainer cards.
There's going to be quite a few, and my word, that would certainly be a hard-hitting Poltergeist, and maybe that's what Magnus is going for now, is taking out some smaller prize cards to take one final gigantic poltergeist, which is probably why we're putting off this Iono for so long.
Exactly, because you don't want to Iono because it makes it so Tort's hand is, of course, lesser. Of course, Tort still have 5 prizes left, but of course, 5 cards is not as good as perhaps 15 to 20 or something like that, of course.
I couldn't even start to work that out, Jesper.
I'm not even trying to count his hand size here. That's going to go too fast for me, but you can see the only way of getting this Buffalon back is Turo. If Turo happens, of course, that's going to generate damage on the Bayonet, but if Magnus has something to pull up that Buffalon again, that's just going to go haywire.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. It's looking good. We're going for the Professor Turo scenario and an Area Zero under depths. Both very, very fantastic choices in this scenario. But the timing of the playing of these is going to be crucial.
Exactly. We do have the Turo here, and there's also another option of using, later we can use Fortin into a lower retreat cost Pokemon, and then retreating that with a double turbo. But then again, we're also still talking, a resource matchup, right? We're talking, a fight of the resources to make sure that you still have double turbo energies to attack whenever you need to. You still have double turbo to retreat if the Fortin happens. So it's going to be really difficult on Torch to string together this resource. It has to be really precise.
Did you hear that? That was the bench going whoop as it went wide.
Oh, yes.
As we got the Area Zero under depths back in there again, saying goodbye to Artisan. And once again, Tord populating his board to increase that unified beatdown.
What's actually really great about this is that, for Magnus to retreat, he has to do Gardevoir twice. Of course, he can Adrenabrain some damage off. Make sure he can put some more energies on to retreat. But then again, he would leave an Bayonet in the active with actually 60 damage on it. We do see the Puppet Offering Bayonet coming in there again.
Once again, I have to note, this is the optimum art with the Trick or Trade Pumpkins Pikachu stamp. Best Bayonet, in my opinion.
I mean, Bayonet's a ghost. Bayonet's scary, right? Therefore, Halloween.
Yeah, exactly. We love it.
So we do see the Puppet Offering for Boss's Orders gets that crucial supported back. And you know what's back active? It's a good curly friend, Buffalon.
It's Buffalon. Our curly pal is once again in the active. Magnus rather would stare down at a Buffalon than a Terrapagos, not fearing his larger presence.
And we just have to go on. Now we're back in Monkey Dory territory. Of course, both Buffalons still being down. 0 damage being generated by the Everlasting Darkness. But you know what? Doesn't matter. You still do 30 damage a turn with Monkey Dory in this case.
Oh my goodness. And honestly, you wouldn't think 30 damage would rack up this much, but it really does. We've already seen Monkey Dory take a knockout in this game.
Exactly. All the prizes that Mac has taken so far, the 2 prizes he's taken, has been with Monkey Dory only. A singular Monkey Dory has been doing all the damaging effort for Magnus, and the only thing that Magnus has been doing is saying, Everlasting Darkness on a Buffalon is stuck in the active.
And again, dealing no damage, but still managing to use Monkey Dory to its full effect, using Adrenabrain, placing those damage counters back on Tord's board. And yeah, 2 cards left in deck, but we're still going strong.
It feels like if we were streaming Snorlax here with the way that there's doing no damage from the active Pokemon. But of course, there is quite a big difference with actually generating damage with Monkey Dory. Again, Adrenabrain, 30 down to that Terrapagos. Why? Because it has the double turbo energy.
We want to be making sure that we're making Tord a little bit worried about his own resources there. We haven't seen another energy in a while. I don't know if there's one in hand. I haven't been checking. But Tord's hand is so gigantic, it's a little bit hard to see. But we have finally
and Tord can actually shuffle his hand.
Oh, I'd want to cut that hand, to tell you.
Oh, it feels like there's this 2 decks of Tords. Magnus doesn't cut. We don't see a lot of players actually cut on Iono.
No,
of course, Magnus'
it's very unusual.
Full hand was the entirety of the deck, so that's why it makes actual sense for Magnus to get cut there. But then again,
oh my gosh,
the question is, does Tord have enough resources left versus does Magnus have enough time to actually wrap this up?
Okay, so there's an Adrenabrain, moving more damage counters, and...
We need 4 more turns of Adrenabrain to knock out this Terrapagos. So does Magnus have more than 4 cards in deck? I presume yes.
Oh, absolutely.
And then we can also do Poltergeist for a last prize. So actually, we actually need more turns than that because then we need 2 extra. So we need 6 turns of Adrenabrain because they can take out the Pidgey for 60. They can do the Terrapagos for 120, and then we can Poltergeist that Buffalon out of here.
That is a lot of brain power. I would be thoroughly worn out after all that thinking. But here we go.
Terrapagos coming in, and a double turbo energy can get the knockout. And we're going to be asking the question to Magnus, can you put that Bouffalant into the active again. Of course, now there's no curly wall.
There is no curly wall right now, but that's okay because we're finally getting to the stages where both players are recognizing that this needs to wrap up one way or another. Tord coming in with a unified beatdown for knockout, and of course Magnus is going to attempt to respond.
Exactly. Magnus does need actually this. He likes having the curly wall and playing this situation because then he can do whatever he wants. Because with this Bouffalant being active, he essentially puts himself on a 4-turn clock. He does 30 damage every single turn, and he has to Adrenabrain to knock out this bench Terrapagos with a double turbo. That's 2 of his prizes. He still need to get the last 2 prizes here. So it's actually going to be really hard for Magnus now. There's no curly wall to actually get the time to get these prize cards.
So there's our first Adrenabrain, moving again, 30 more damage onto that Terrapagos, which we are really going for at this stage. Now, we can't really change that poor Terrapagos' fate at this stage unless Tord is able to respond and get this Bayonet dealt with.
Exactly. Magnus has recognized these 2 Terrapagos, or at least that Terrapagos with the double turbo energy, has to go down to damage 1 already. But he still needs to find a way to find the last 2 prizes. Of course, we're looking at he may be getting a Cypher Maniacs coding here and a Rults. But the thing is just that those cards are not going to help him.
No, I wonder whether Tord can set up a really clever Briar turn here to take this back into his favor.
We see research here for Tord.
Oh,
ditching
my goodness.
all of these cards.
The Briar's gone. I take it back. I'm so sorry.
There's going to be no Briar turn to take additional prizes here, Amy. But you know what? There's still a Gravity Gemstone in the active. Tord has to wait for this Bouffalant to get knocked out. Tord has to have the answer to whatever Magnus is doing after this Bouffalant is knocked out. That's why he's playing the research, so he can take some cards and make sure he can stack up that hand with options afterwards.
And it was just a pass for the turn there for Tord. Now, we're not going to want to get rid of this Area 0 under depths now because it's going to undo all of Magnus's hard work.
And also, you know, Magnus has kind of fallen victim to that the boss's orders that he has in his prize cards. Because otherwise, he could have Adrenabrained the damage over to the Terrapagos that's already damaged on the bench once more, then gone boss's orders and take a knockout with something like either the Gardevoir EX or the Poltergeist itself. He can't do that because he doesn't have the boss.
Oh my goodness. And also not having access to that extra luminous energy is really stinging here, as we could have doubled up the speed of this game. Literally doubled it because of the Monkey Dory being able to be utilized in 2s rather than 1s. Once again, we like Monkey Dories in 2s. We like Bouffalants in 2s.
And we like prizes in. We like him in 2s.
And we like prizes in 2s. But unfortunately, that's not happening quite yet, as we're still slow and steadying our way to the end of this race.
And Tord's looking at the options he got. The only playable card he actually has in hand is the double turbo energy. So just staring at a load of blanks there otherwise. But still looking at the options here, it's still hard on Magnus because Magnus wants to take these 2 prizes and hope there's a boss between them.
Oh my goodness gracious. We're getting closer and closer. We're eking closer. 180 damage currently on Terrapagos. It has 230 HP. We are getting there.
Slow and steady does the job, right? But its question is it doing a good enough job in this case here? Of course, we probably get to see an Everlasting Darkness once again. Bouffalant up to 90 damage.
Here we go. These are the turns that make all of the difference. These are the moments that define these players as top players. Going into our finals after this, who will prevail? Let's find out.
Exactly. We do have an issue here with Magnus. He's not going to be able to Adrenabrain quite as much as he wants to in this case. Of course, still only needs the 20 damage to do it. So he can just do 1 Psychic Embrace, put the 20 onto the Shuppet in this case, if he lets it go, of course, and then he can put the 20 onto the Terrapagos damaged on the bench. That's going to give him the first 2 prizes.
Here we go. Okay, first 2 prizes for Magnus. There we are down. We can take those 2 prize cards, and hopefully it'll be what Magnus would like.
Exactly here, but unfortunately we might just break it to Magnus here. It's going to be the Cypher Maniacs code breaking and the Ralts. Unfortunately, that boss's orders and luminous energies staring him at from the prize cards. This is really great news for Tord because that boss's orders could have spelled trouble.
It could have spelled absolute meddling trouble, as of course we know that Bayonet can't dish out too much damage in one go right now without just taking out this Bouffalant. We can continue the item lock, take out a Bouffalant, leaving Magnus on 1 prize card, but it's a little scary to be kind of leaving Tord to allow the promotion of whichever Pokemon he fancies. But we're going for it. We're going down to 1 prize card.
And Magnus was being very cautious here. He knows that if Tord has it, he will be able to go ahead and take the game here. But there's still a lot of things that has to happen.
So many.
Still a lot of things,
many.
but I do think with the boss's order still being a prize, it's just staring at it from the last prize card as well. But he's just missing these last few pieces to be able to get there.
These last few puzzle pieces. Now, if Tord has a hand full of item cards, and that's quite a few if you ask me,
at least 5 or
then
6.
maybe a Poltergeist for game might be
If Magnus goes for it, he wins, but there's also a screen tail there. Screen tail again.
We're just going to get one prize card. It's easy peasy.
And Magnus pulls back this game 2. We're going into game 3 in the second top 4.
Oh my goodness gracious, that
what a game!
Nutty! We had so many monkey Dory flinging that damage around, and my word, it worked out. Just slow and steady does win the race, but not for the turtle?
No, it's actually quite awkward that the turtle loses a slow race. We got to check that out. That turtle may be too fast in this case, but we do see the replay here. It was such a back and forth game. Tord using every single resource that he has. And Magnus is sitting there turn after turn after turn, using Adrenaline Brain to make sure that he piles on this damage. For example, we do see the first Terrapagos knockout here entirely by Adrenaline Brain.
It was anyone's game for a while here. The back and forth was riveting, and they really put on a masterful show for us, as we could see taking those 2 prize cards. It wasn't the boss, but it didn't matter. It was sort of passing it over to Tord to be like, have you got it? Because if Tord didn't have an answer, then of course we roaring scream our way to victory.
And this is exactly what we want to see from our trainers. All these resourcefulness plays where they're exhausting every single resource that they have in their deck to make sure that they can prevail into the finals. And you know what? We have a game on our hands, but there's not a lot of time left.
There is not a lot of time left indeed, Jesper. Very, very well noticed. I think we've got around 6.5 minutes left on the clock. So this is going to be quite the speedy race out of 2 slow decks. I wonder who's going to prevail, because we have to send someone into the finals.
Exactly, and as the proceedings are, when the clock runs out, when the clock hits 0, we're going to have +3 turns just like we do in these Swiss rounds. But in Top Cut, the rules are, after the +3 turns that happen after timeout, the one who has the least amount of prize cards wins. And if they're equal on prize cards, it's essentially a race to whoever draws prizes first.
That is terrifying, especially when both of these decks kind of rely on going a little slower, going at their own pace. It's going to play very differently.
It does give the ball a bit in Tord's court, because he gets to play items perhaps for 2 turns, depending on if Shuppet flips head, if Magnus can start Shuppet, that is, or Miyu to retreat into it. So there's a lot of ifs and buts in this case, but Miyu EX starting, which is so important for that Shuppet.
That is so perfect for Magnus, so we'll be seeing a real tussle here. Let's see if in this last 5 minutes we can, of course, get closer to crowning our champion in a slightly unconventional but very exciting way.
Exactly. Since we do need the time rules to make sure that we get out of here before it turns into midnight and that everlasting darkness sets in for the night, but we have to make sure that Tord goes meticulously through his deck, checks all of his options, because that was the difference from winning and losing last game.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that it could change the pace of this game. We know that they want to go fast, but how fast? And what knockouts are worthwhile taking? Are we going to see the Dust Noir line get used or not? And there's so many questions, because the pace of this game is going to be entirely different to what we've seen before because of the timing rules.
Exactly. So it's going to be, we're thinking almost like half a game, if even half a game at this point, and Tord's going to do everything he can to solidify a position where Magnus is going to have to take a while to take these prizes. And if Tord on his second turn can use Dust Noir, if the Shufflet flip tails, and if Magnus gets that Shufflet out to attack, that he can go ahead and take these 2 prizes and solidify his position to a point where Magnus cannot take prizes fast enough.
Or is Magnus going to be able to put that item lock in place, meaning that Tord can't take prizes at all, and Magnus can continue to take a slightly slow and steady approach, because as long as he manages to get a prize card, it doesn't necessarily matter if that's just the only one that's taken.
Exactly, just like we've done the whole entirety of this match, Amy. We've been asking each other these questions. Do they have it? Do they have it? Do they flip heads or tails on Shuppet? It's only a question that time will actually answer, but we see here Tord going for a fan call.
Absolutely. Here we go. Okay, we're going for Pidgey, Hoothoot, and Noctowl. Now, if we can get that Pidgey as a Pidgeot online, I think that would really push Tord into the driver's seat of this game.
And it just puts so much more importance on this enveloping shadow from the Shuppet. The 10 damage, we don't care about them. We care about the item lock here in this case here. And of course, in Magnus' case, he's sitting and he's sweating because he knows that if he can get a Shuppet on a flip, that's going to be all the importance of this game.
It's so squeaky right now as we head in to Magnus' turn. And Monkey Dory's a great start.
Oh no, this looks honestly, very weak for Magnus.
It's sketchy, isn't it? We can't even play many of these cards right now. So just Boss is ordering the Fan Rotom, retreating into Monkey Dory. And I mean,
there's nothing to play with, Amy.
There's nothing else to do. It's passing the turn.
Tord can actually win this turn if he gets Rare Candy Dusknoir and a Terapagos. It does enough damage to take out the Mew. This game could already be over in this turn. And then we don't care about time rules. The game would have been won by no more Pokemon on the in play. And we see here Tord's going fast, checking his options. Can he get there this turn?
This sequencing of this moment is everything. Tord could be catapulting himself straight into the finals with this turn. It needs to be played perfectly, but of course we know that Tord is the master of said sequencing.
If there's anyone to play perfectly, Amy, it's got to be Tord, right? At this point, it has to be. He gets the Red Candy and gets the Penny. The Penny does so Fan Rotom can go to the bench again and be used for the attacking force of that trap because we do have
in hand. Here we go. Okay, all right. We're online. We are quick searching. What are we quick searching for, Jesper?
I mean, we got to have double turbo here.
Oh, of course.
We gotta have double turbo. We need the energy.
You're so right.
So with the 5 bench Pokemon here, it's only 130. Of course, 150 base damage minus the 20 from the DTE here. But the thing is that even if Torch goes ahead and grabs the prize card, we looked in Magnus' hand. It looks horrible from his side of the field. So Penny comes in.
Here we go.
Terapagos comes out. And even though he's not going to finish the game this turn, it still looks very bad.
It's very positive here for Tord. So taking that one prize card could be enough if we don't see Magnus pick things up from here. But at least we do see a Shuppet.
But it's still just going to be an Area 0, a bit of population on the bench, and a Rare Candy Dusknoir is going to do it all. And you know what? Magnus doesn't have anything to play with.
No,
and Tord still has an Ion on hand and a pitch on.
It's a pass. It's a pass the turn. We're moving on. Tord's go. And once again, we've still got Pidgeot online. Tord has everything to play for. We can go ahead. We can get Area 0 under depths. We can KO this Mew and start to really put the pressure on Magnus' top deck.
I would go ahead and do the pitch out first because we already do have that guarantee with the Nest Ball in hand. We don't have to push anything here. We're not forced to win the game this turn. And of course, taking out the Shuppet means there's just going to be a boss's orders on the Shuppet.
Oh, the Shuppet really putting the pressure on, saying, actually, Magnus, no, I'm not going to let you do anything, buddy. No. We're not going to let that evolve. Going to make sure that that is gone. That threat of Shuppet is out of here. Taking a prize card, keeping it slow and steady.
Oh,
Buddy Puffin.
But the thing is here, regardless of what Magnus gets here, right? He's still going to be in such an enormous amount of pressure. Tord's ahead by 2 prizes as we have under 20 seconds left on the clock. It's 15 seconds left on the clock.
15 is going down.
And not to be negative here, Amy, I don't think Magnus can actually make this.
I don't think Magnus could do it, but you know he's giving it a good go because when you are in these positions, you play until the very end.
And you have to make sure you play. And time is called now, and Magnus sees the writing on the wall. Tord is your champion of the North, but we still have a finals to go. This felt like a finals match.
It really did, because that's the caliber of players we have here right now. Will Tord put that stellar crown on Terapagos? We're going to find out because he's going straight into the finals.
Exactly, here in such a game here. Really unfortunate start for Magnus. We have to stress that in the game 3, but such masterful play for both of our players in the top 4. And wow, I mean, this finals better be really good.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw the games unfolding here were tense. Games 1 and 2 were absolutely marvelous.
And the Tales of the Enveloping Shadow in game 1 actually allowed Tord to play the game. And as we say the questions again and again and again, item lock, can it come in as soon as possible, not get the pitch out? In game 1's case, it didn't. Tord got pitch out into play, he won. Game 2, Tord didn't get pitch out into play, he lost.
And I think that's something that we've seen throughout all of these games is Pidgeot really is the key. And of course, yes, we had that turn where we brought in Terabagos once again, getting some damage down. And Terabagos actually managed to take that final knockout, spelling a disaster for Magnus. And then on to, of course, our game 2.
And also that Prime Catcher on the Bayonet to win the game 1 is such great game knowledge from Tord. Tord has been studying this list so much to make sure they can prevail. And you see here in game 2, these Bouffalons in the active really spelling a curse for Tord.
It really did. Bouffalons were everywhere, but mainly in the active spot during those games.
That's not where you want them.
No, it's not. They just want to be on the bench helping out their friends. And after the KO of that Bouffalon and a great roaring scream from our Scream Tail, Magnus mopped up game 2.
And you know, the perfect start that Tord wants to get normal game in game 3. Nice and calm, Fan Rotom, and Tord just and Magnus desperation. Boss onto Monkey Dory. Boss on the Fan Rotom, promote Monkey Dory, and hope it works out.
Did you see that look on Magnus' face? That was so upsetting. That way he said pass. You could see it on his face, the disappointment that this wasn't a proper game because Tord just had everything and Magnus had
just slowly
nothing.
extends the hand and just says pass again and again until time was called where Magnus saw the writing on the wall, unfortunately. He cannot have the time to pull it back with both Ralts and Shuppet being in there and Tord being so far ahead. He says, you know, we don't need these extra free turns, unfortunately. You got it, mate.
I didn't think we were going to see a deck slower than the literal turtle deck, but unfortunately that was the undoing of Magnus's Gardevoir Bayonet deck right now.
That is quite unfortunate, but we have seen masterful play from Magnus all tournament, and you know what? I do think after it sets in, he's just going to swallow this top 4 match, and he'll be happy after this, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, still a fantastic showing. And of course, being in the top 8 is a marvelous, marvelous accolade to add to his ever-growing achievements.
Definitely. And Magnus has been performing consistently like this for years, been among the Europe's top 22 in these past few seasons as well. And he's showing him again as a great contender when we're talking travel awards, travel stipends towards EYC in February. Again, Magnus is up there, and you know, he's also going to LAIC. I know that, and he's going to maybe finish off in the travel award or travel stipend places for the rankings.
For very good reason as well. And that's honestly, this event has been wild for these high-level players. We have seen so many from all over the world, and they've come here today, and now we had, even in our top 8, we had so many players that we know so well, and they are proving that they can do it time and time again.
Exactly. And speaking of that, you know, commiserations to Magnus, such a great play. But speaking of that, we have an interview with the winner of our top 4 and now finalist of the 2025 Gdańsk Regional Championship, none other than Tord Reklev.
Thank you, Jesper. Yes, what incredible series that was, Tord. I'm going to try and take you back to game number 1, where you actually made some plays. You weren't passing, and we saw you got the Pidgeot EX online. Is that one of the crucial elements of that matchup?
I mean, definitely. So, like, his whole deck is an item lock deck, right? And we play a lot of those. Was a lot of instances where I look through my, like, 15-card hand, there's like 14 items. You're like, okay, I can't play anything. So if you have Pidgeot in play, you can pick up your really valuable supporter cards like Penny, Turo, Iono, Boss, right? The double turbo energies are definitely important too, so you actually get to move around and use those. So like, it's such a world of difference if you have the little bird in play or not.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think your deck list is quite different from other Terapagos, specifically in that support account. Sometimes you see one Penny, but you're playing Thornton, Churro, Penny, Boss, and Palpad. Why is that your call for this weekend?
I just really like to have a lot of mobility. One of the, most tragic ways to lose a Pokemon game is to just get stuck and like run out of resources, and I tried really hard to make that not happen. Also came really in handy when I played against Snorlax in top 8 of this event as well, where like their whole strategy is trying to run out of exactly these cards. So
well, that still happened in game 2. You got your Bouffalon stuck in the Gravity Gemstone. What was going through your mind as you just passed infinitely in that game 2?
I mean, when you can't use the Palpad either, right? And, you know, or the Prime Catcher, then you lose a lot of your mobility cards. Normally I would have, you know, like 3 more ways to move, but yeah, it was pretty rough. It was like kept on trying to make something happen, but kept on getting stuck. So.
Yeah, and I think actually Magnus top decked a countercatcher that kept him in that game. You did have a nice Thornton play that sort of got you back into it, which was pretty cool to see. But then going into that game 3, what are you thinking? You know you get to go first, but there's still the coin flip of Shuppet. When did you know that you were in a good position?
Going into game 3, like obviously going first is a huge advantage, right? Because then like their only out is to get that turn 1 Shuppet and flip heads, right? So they can, if they don't open Shuppet or the Mew EX, which they did, then it's pretty hard to get that attack off in at all. And even if they do get the attack off, it's still on the flip. And if it's a tails, you get to play and set up properly, and then again you have way more control over the game.
Yeah, it seemed like you were able to pick apart the board quite nicely there in that game 3. You also knew that there was very few minutes left in the game, that you could just take prizes, and that's always going to be beneficial to you then. So looking towards the final, Reggie Drago V-Star, how do you feel like that matchup goes?
I mean, at least it's a little bit more enjoyable to play than against Bennett. It's a little bit more action. It's more boom, boom, back and forth, take a bunch of prizes. It's usually just like a 2-prize race where I, as Terapagos, try to just turn something down immediately with Prime Catcher, and then I go, boss, or maybe I knock out the active with a Dustnar, but I try to take at least 2 prizes every turn, so hopefully, the series will have about, 4 turns each on each side, and we'll find a winner.
More traditional back and forth of prize cards, exactly. Now, Alberto, we've seen on stream, actually has beaten Terapagos already, but you've got Bouffalon. Is that going to be a big card in this final?
Oh yeah, Bouffalon is huge for this matchup. It basically blocks all their good attackers. So up against Giratina V-Star, that add-on 1 does 280 with Lost Impact. But with Bouffalon, you get 290 HP, so you're 10 off, and that's really annoying for them. You also block Kyurem's ability to snipe all your stuff as well. You can't knock out all the Hoothoots. They are protected, the pitch is protected. They barely miss with the damage reduction there, so that's really big. It's also good against Dragapult's Phantom Dive. It's essentially you're just making every single number awkward for them.
Fantastic, and we're looking forward to that final. I'm going to let you have a little breather before we get to it, but if you have any more shout-outs, now's the time, just in case we don't get to speak to you one more time.
Shout out to all my friends and family. Shout out to my girlfriend that got sick because she actually went to Norway and was supposed to come with me to this event, but then she got sick and actually just at home in Norway now. So that's
watching you here. That's
a little bit sad. Yeah.
Well, there you go. We'll give you a little breather before we get into that final. So let's head over to Jesper and Amy back at the desk.
Of course, after such a wonderful top 4 match, we do have a finals coming up. But before that, we have another kind of finals coming up because we have the community prediction bracket that we have to finish. Just to give Tord a little breather here, we got to decide this bracket. You know what, Amy? We've been fighting so hard. We've had 2 battles, actually 3 already, where I am up 2-1 against you. And in the finals, both decks are featuring them in the finals.
Yep, we've got both.
Alberto's is featuring Mew, but we got Fessendipity EX versus Mew EX to finish the community prediction bracket of all the greatest support Pokemon.
You know what? I feel like this is so apt because, as you say, we've got both of these cards going into our finals, and that's pretty magical.
Yeah, but the issue here is that both decks are running Fessendipity, unfortunately, because otherwise it could have been the exact finals between them, but Fessendipity just is so great. But, I mean, Mew is too, because it's also in the finals, so then again, both cards are really good.
That's what I'm saying. They're both fantastic. They're both in our finals. We'll see which one's going to come out on top, A, in our community bracket, and then B, in our finals momentarily.
But shouldn't we just do as tradition says? This time, since you're down, you get to go first.
No, you're going to go first.
I'm going to go first. You choose me to go first.
You're
okay,
go first.
That is a deal.
I'm changing it up.
Okay, so got to figure out if I have Fessendipity or Mew.
You have Fessendipity.
I have Fessendipity, okay.
And I'm going to count you in 3, 2, 1.
Both finalists of these decks are playing Fessendipity X. Fessendipity, since the release of Shroud of Fables just before the World Championships this summer, has been so impactful to everybody playing the game today. Both Reggie Drago V-Star and Terapagos is playing it to fruition. It's a great way to anti-Iono yourself at the latter stage of the game. Of course, drawing you free cards, whereas Restart only gets you a couple of cards, unless your hand's empty. So, just overall a better card than Mew. And you know what? You can play it every single deck. Even with Fessendipity, I've said the combo before, B-Barrel 0 plus Festivity equals 8. Therefore,
stop. Don't make you jump.
I think people got my point anyway.
I think they did. No, it's fair to go up to the timer when it's our finals.
Exactly. We got to make sure that we string every single resource out of ourselves, just like we saw in that top 4 as well.
Absolutely.
So, Amy, just so you don't get to have a little bit of a sneaker here and try to produce some here, we want to make sure that you also get counted in. So, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
3,
I'm ready.
2, 1. Go at it.
Okay, Mew EX. Now, it's also in our finals, of course, but it is a 3 times threat. It is not only a free retreater, so great at pivoting. It's an attacker with genome hacking. And, of course, it draws you 3 cards if you have an empty hand, which we've seen time and time again during this exact tournament. Now, how many times did a Festivity save a player? Okay, now how many times did Mew save a player? Mew wins, thank you.
And you finished before time, of course, but you know what? It's up to the community now. But yes, I get the point. There's a great point with Mew and Free Retreat. I gotta give you that, because of course a lot of players are using Prime Catcher. We did see that move from Magnus in this top 4 as well.
We
Prime
did.
Catcher into Mew, retreat back again, and make sure we have this minute to push forwards.
Doing a
so I
little
give you that
dance.
point, but it's not a bird.
It's not a bird.
Festivities fly.
Mew is a cat, and it's gonna
Mew also can do anything,
swipe
and
your
that's
bird.
and also there's probably 151 reasons why Mew can win this, but there's also very good reasons why the Festivity can win this community prediction bracket. But it's all up to the people of the
It's all
internet.
up to you guys, exactly. So make sure that you're voting on our Twitch channel right now. Sometimes you have to click the channel point redemption button to be able to bring that option up if it's not working for you. Don't forget to refresh. And make sure you get your vote in, because we are both very passionate about seeing which one of these two is going to be the winner. As we've done so many of these prediction brackets together this weekend, we're quite enthused about it.
I do want to make sure that I win on my debut though, but if you win, you at least get the tie, of course. And I mean, tying to a world champion ain't that bad, huh?
Oh, fine. I see how it is, yes. But first, you beat me with Cloth and Stuttgart last year, and now this.
Yeah, you still have that cloth, right?
I still have that cloth. Yeah, you signed it. You wouldn't let me not.
Exactly.
You made me go home with that. I have a memento. It's on my wall at home.
You got all my cloths, actually.
I do have. I have your electrodes too.
Oh yeah, I gave away.
You're
Yeah.
like, I don't want these anymore.
And now we just told chat how much I hate cloth, but that's okay. Cloth's still a deck out there, and it wasn't very well played this weekend, of course, but regardless of decks, bringing it back and forth, of course, the deck we're going to have in finals are going to be Regidrago V-Star up against Terrapagos Dustnor Champ. Chat, get ready. This is going to be like the match for the century here, and we are almost unable to speak of the excitement we can't contain.
We are so very, very close to crowning our champion here in this exact room in our format. And Festivity got the win. Well done, Jesper.
I hope people can see me right now, because I finally won the community bracket. I mean, even though I'm not playing this tournament, of course, I have to be backstage with you guys. A win's a win. We take them, and thank you so much for voting for me again. Another astounding win, Amy.
It's okay. It's the first thing you've won in a long time.
I just like winning, okay? That's why I'm back here.
I'm so sorry, Jesper. But very well done for your first cast winning the community bracket. Well
Thank you
done.
so much.
Well
Let's
done.
keep that going in the future then.
Yes, let's do it. We've got this rivalry now. It's never going to stop. No, I love the community prediction bracket. It's great to have you guys interacting at home. And don't forget that if you're enjoying the cast today, and of course our finals coming right up, you should use this opportunity to let us know how your day has been, what you've been doing at home when you've been watching the cast, or whether you've been right here with us in the hall. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon so that we can check out how everyone is enjoying themselves in this Pokemon world right now.
And you can just use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to make sure that Amy feels nice about losing, of course. But Amy, it's been a pleasure having you on as well. And it's been a pleasure having my first cast with you before we get to throw it over to the finals a bit. But are you excited for finals?
I'm so excited for the finals. We've had incredible games this entire weekend, and now it all comes down to this. Two players who we've known for a long time, and they have been astoundingly consistent with their placements. And now finally we're here at this pivotal moment, just as we kind of start to leave this format, as it's starting to go on its its way out, we see a little glimpse of what we're going to see at LAIC as well. And I'm ever so excited to once again possibly have a different deck win one of our tournaments or go back-to-back Reggie Drago. I just can't decide which one I'd prefer.
Exactly. It's going to have so much impact towards the LAIC, but you know what? There's only one way we can decide it. After a little short break, we will have 75 minutes plus 3 turns to decide who's going to be the 2025 Gdańsk Regional Champion. Coming right up.
Long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. Strike. While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Just one game remains here in Gdańsk. We have our finals coming very soon, but Tord's just fresh off the action, and it was 75 minutes of action, so understandably, he's having a quick run to the toilet and a drink and resetting his mental state so that he can get into that final game. So it's myself, Joe Bernard, and Alex Dow going to walk us through it and also sort of tee us up for that final. What do you think about this matchup, Alex?
I mean, it's going to be vastly different from the top 4 that we just saw. That was obviously, like you said, 75 minutes of action. I'd say action. We're going to see it back and forth this time. I've got a feeling about this. That Reggie Drago, V-Star will start to actually put a lot of pressure on to towards board state as well. But I'm really looking forward to it because it's actually quite a unique matchup.
Yeah, one of the big things is that Buffon. I alluded to it with Tord at the sofas there, and he says it's a big math fixer. It can really protect you against Kieran plays, but also protect your Terrapagos as well, make them much larger, much more difficult to knock out from Alberto. So he's going to have to get a bit more crafty with his damage in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And I think another thing to sort of keep an eye on, who wins that coin flip? Who's going to go first and actually get their attackers going? Because we already know Regidrago V-Star can't get to that position until turn 2, and likewise with that Terapagos EX, it can't unify beatdown on turn 1 going second. So there's going to be a massive sort of emphasis there on who's actually going to be going first.
Yeah, it so often is in the Pokemon TCG right now. The way the game is so fast that going first is a big advantage. But, of course, going second, you can still get that supporter and whatnot. You gain a huge amount of outs as well to just get playing into the game. So never write off the player going second. In fact, on the stream already, we've seen so many players get those turnaround situations. So going to be a really intriguing back and forth. Regidrago V-Star coming off a win, and Terapagos has really not quite made it into that top cut a number of times now. Is this a change in the format, in that Terapagos has to be respected as one of the top decks?
Yeah, 100%. I think there's a lot to actually consider from it throughout the tournaments, as we've seen sort of back and forth throughout this format so far. But just for the time being, if you want to have your opportunity to become as good as Tord Reklev, or potentially as good as the #1 currently in the EU leaderboards, Alberto Conti, there's a lot to go for around the world, around your local scene as well, throughout the organized play structures, the opportunity to play at your local leagues, get practicing with the decks that both of these players are going to be piloting in the final, or maybe some little bit of spice that you're going to be trying out as well. But there's a great opportunity for the local leagues and the local league challenges, the League Cups, before maybe making a name for yourself at some of these larger tournaments in the organized play structure.
So let's hear all about it.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
And get your phones out, because we have a lovely QR code for you to scan, so you can get searching which shops around you are having these organized play events. You're looking for your League Cups and League Challenges if you want to accumulate those championship points, which help get towards the World Championships. That's why we're here this weekend at the Regional Championships, but you can still get a huge amount of points at the local level, or if you just want to check out the league and find some other like-minded individuals who love the Pokemon trading card game and all the other elements of Pokemon to enjoy as well. That's the code you want to follow and get to your local area.
Yeah, you might get to meet people like I have with Joe at the local leagues as well, and it'll be a great opportunity. Hey, hello, friend. Just casually turning up and seeing Tord Reklev at your local league is always a good fun.
Well, yeah, no better chance than to practice against the best. That's how you become the best, and it all starts at that local level, and even the best players are still going to those tournaments to get their reps in with their decks.
Yeah, 100%. And we do have our players starting to get ready at our feature match table now as well. Like I said, there's a lot of excitement here for the final of the Gdańsk Regional Championships of 2025. Both of these players looking for that opportunity to take home that automatic ticket, of course, to Anaheim, California. It is Tord Reklev, our regular #1 of the EU and potentially the world, many consider as one of the greatest players of all time, up against the current #1 in the EU leaderboards, Alberto Conti.
What a fantastic clash. I promise it's not scripted, because we have two incredible finalists here. This is just a shorthand version of Tord's accomplishments. He's a multiple regional champion, even more international championship victories under his belt, but very recently as well, a world finalist. And he is just such a phenomenal competitor, always puts his all into the game, travels the globe, recently in China, even playing Pokemon in a format that's long gone for us over in the TPCI region. So he's just non-stop playing this game.
Yeah, just a true fan of the game. And of course, we have Alberto Conti here. We've seen him a few times already on stream. A fantastic player, the crowd going wild. He gets a chance to have a little look out to his fans and friends, everyone there. We know how consistent he is. We've spoken about him being a form player in the Pokemon TCG. He's been a form player since he's joined in reality.
And it's no surprise he's popular. We've seen his play throughout the weekend, and he's been a fantastic competitor, not putting a foot wrong, even in really awkward situations. He's come up with the one strategy that can put his opponent off kilter and give him a winning position. So this is going to be a really intense final here.
Big flip.
Heads,
but who is it?
That doesn't help us.
Who's both? I'm sure both are smiling. That's the only annoying thing to try and work out.
Both players happy by the looks of things as they're getting into the zone here. Another 75 minutes on the clock. Best of 3 series to see who is going to be our Gdańsk champion.
Yep, and we'll be following along, of course, trying to guide you through this matchup. If you just tuned in, just a reminder, this is the Masters final at the Gdańsk Regional Championships here. Toward Reklev on our left, Alberto Conti on our right.
Both of them getting into those travel stipends with placements from this weekend. I think there's no doubt they're going to be in there with Alberto already at the top, and Tord getting a huge chunk from this weekend, already being in top 32 himself.
Yep.
So they're doing well just in terms of the overall map of the season, but one of them walks away with an invite today.
Yeah, and not just that. Don't forget the $10,000 in prizing, and of course the booster packs that you get. You know, we're all card game players at the end of the day. As we both see now, both our players setting up, having drawn the 7, they get a chance to finally have a little look at their fresh hand, I'm sure. I think both eagerly looking forward towards it.
Both players just waiting to get the nod here before we get into our game, but we'll be underway very shortly, and neither of them even looking at their cards just yet, not even getting any thinking time. So it's about getting into that mental space for a final, possibly the biggest game Alberto has been in.
Here we go.
Going into a regional finals. Tord has been here many a time, but still is one of the competitors that hates losing more than anything. So he wants to make sure he comes away with another victory here.
Yeah, both players studying their hands for just a bit of time. Often when you see your hand, you quite quickly place down which of your basics, but you got to work out your game plan already. Of course, we've got to try to work out who's going first. We said how important it is in this matchup. As we get a thumbs up by the judges as well.
We're going to see some prize cards getting into this game. We see some Reggie Drago pieces.
Double rare candy
for Tord as well. Not the best. Does play the full 4 copies, I believe, in the deck list.
The Drago V-Stars are going to be
also some Drago
massive
pieces as well, yeah. Not ideal for either player, to be honest with you.
No, but
Tord has the dice, though. Does that mean he's number 1 going first?
It does seem very likely. Alberto only going to be working with... Oh, really?
He had Hoot Hoot. I don't know what else he has in hand.
I saw Ursaluna.
Ursaluna, double turbos.
Here we go, fist bump.
We're getting
Masters
into
final.
Game number 1 here. Let's see the draw for Tord. It's going to be a Pidgey. Is there any ball search in this hand? Well, there is an Ultra Ball, and you are holding on to Professor's Research, so it's not a dead hand.
Yep, there's
You can
Iono
discard
and Research
the Blood
there.
Moon Ursaluna. What's the other discard here? Is it an Iono in hand?
Just one of your supporters that you
It's
don't
actually
mind.
not too shabby. You can Ultra Ball, grab yourself the Terapagos, and then just swing a double turbo energy on, and then you're just hoping from Research to get into a knocked-out piece, and that gets you into a Pidgeot piece, and all the rest comes along. So not too shabby overall.
I mean, one of those few things that we always talk about, that opportunity to utilize Fan Call when it presents yourself.
Yeah, I think you have to go Terapagos here just because you have the 2 double turbo energy in hand. So then you're just hoping that from the 7-card dig from a Research on the next turn, you can then just draw into one of your Ultra Ball or the Noctowl naturally.
Yeah, I mean, the other option was potentially maybe holding on to the Iono and utilizing that.
That's true as well.
But Tord going for that more aggressive route potentially here, and just kind of double-checking the prizes as both on a lot of our competitive players actually do. But it's just kind of double-checking what he has access to in this matchup. We know it's going to be tense. We know it's going to be back and forth. But they need to make sure those resources are available for each time they want to be taking massive knockouts.
One of the key selling points of Terapagos is just how simple it is to get into play, thanks to Fan Rotem, but Tord isn't going to have that option, so it's not ideal. Not only do you need to get Terapagos, but you also need to get a whole host of basic Pokemon into play, and I think one of the big things here is that you don't have Fan Call to get Bouffalant specifically. It's really easy to still get your lower hit point basic Pokemon, because you have so many Buddy Buddy Poffin in the deck list, but a slower route to Bouffalant could also be a real problem for him, because that's a crucial card in this matchup.
Yep, and we see that Terapagos EX, a fantastic card that's come out of the Stellar Crown set, of course, being utilized alongside Aereo Zero under depth so that it can utilize Unified Beatdown for massive amounts of damage. And here right now, not doing too much if it's just the Terapagos and the Hoo-Hoo, of course, but he's going to be looking to burst into action on following turns, especially utilizing that Professor's Research in hand, and just making sure he can save that double turbo energy where the opportunity presents itself.
Yep, swing one on this turn, bench your Pidgey, then you can attach retreat out of Hoo-Hoo next turn, then have a clean Research. Let's see how the opening hand looks for Alberto then. I at least saw some Ultra Ball on his own end.
Yep, I think there may have been a Reggie Drago V as well, and just need to double check once we get a chance to look at the hand in a bit more detail. He always keeps it a bit close, but that's fine. Just the Ultra Ball there.
Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Super Rod by the looks of things. There's Cleffa in the hand, which is a great card to retreat into here. A single prize Pokemon that you're happy moving into the active, protecting a stage 2 from being KO'd.
Does have that Canceling Cologne being a first fodder card for that Ultra Ball, as well as Alberto Conti gets a chance to finally check his deck as well, double checking what is prized. We'll finally and soon realize that Regidrago V-Star is only going to be a one-off left in that deck.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have an explosive turn unless we grab Squawkabilly EX right now, because I saw a bunch of item cards in the hand. So I saw some Energy Switch, and this search might have to just be for a Regidrago, unless he wants to go fishing with 6 fresh cards here. I haven't had a full look at the hand, to be fair, but already losing a Cancelling Clone, which can be useful still on Bouffalon. Actually, no, because the second Bouffalon still has its ability, so it's nowhere near as useful in this matchup. But getting rid of a Rod's not ideal, and maybe having to discard an Energy Switch could be a little bit awkward as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a Regidrago V in the hand already as well. So can work with that, but just needs to try and weave in some of those energy and sort of set up the board. I mean, when we saw Alberto earlier today, he had struggled occasionally with that first turn.
Yep.
And as he does go for the Squawkabilly EX, it is a Squawk and Seize. That will be coming down soon as well, not the squeezing the type that I like. But for the time being, there's still the option to move into the Cleffer as well and Grasping Draw, just to kind of force additional questions of Tord, additional cards from Tord to remove that kind of single prize out of the active spot. A couple of decisions here
as well in the hand. I think because you didn't Ultra Ball it away, that means you're committing to benching it, I would imagine, because otherwise you would just Super Rod it back immediately. Is it an yeah, it's a Cleffer in hand as well. That would only leave you 1 board space, not really much room for additional Regidrago V, or the option to get extra Ogerpon down either. Give me a quick draw with Mew here for 1.
See what he top decks. The Nestball.
Well, Nestball does help out a little bit. Means you can get down an Ogerpon straight away if you want to. There are times when you can open up your bench that little bit more, but that means you need to have an Ogerpon down to begin with.
Yeah, I think I prefer this as well. Getting the second Regidrago V can kind of still leave 1 space available for a future turn to get the Ogerpon, and then hopefully Tord may have that Area 0 under deck open as well, and then Alberto can also utilize that board space. And then when it goes, remove things like the Squawkabilly EX.
So Pheasantipity isn't going to be recycled with the Super Rod. Instead, we're just going to see the 6 cards here from Squawkabilly. Still a supporter possible to play for Alberto here. See more Nestball coming in now. So Boss's Orders in hand as well. Not ideal for this turn, because you're not going to be launching an attack anyway.
But it's okay when you can still go into Cleffer, still draw up to the 7, and then work on your combo turns the following turn.
Yeah, I think as long as we have an attachment onto one of these Regidrago, maybe even get a Teal Dance in, you're pretty happy with that overall.
Yeah, just what was available. There is a Grass Energy.
I think it's just the 1. So
do you risk it? I don't think. Ideally, you probably still don't.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you know that Tord already wants to move the Cleffer out of the active next turn, so he'll just chase whatever you do attach to. But because there wasn't a Fan Rotom, maybe you think it's still difficult for Tord to get the full combo.
Yep. Still needs a max board, right? 240 is the maximum damage it could do. Does get the research as well, so continue playing through the deck. Plenty of Earthen Vessels, plenty of energy in the deck as well. Maybe you could try and get a Teal Dance off.
Yeah, we have drawn into a number of energy here, so that should be easy enough for Alberto to also stash a Grass Energy onto an Ogerpon here.
Yeah, lots of options.
Yeah, research for next turn as well. He wants to lower his hand size for Cleffer value here. That's the last thing we're debating.
Doesn't want to get rid of all of the supporters, of course. Wants to keep them, some of them around occasionally if he does get Ionoed, for example, if after taking a prize or 2.
Ooh, looking at the Giratina V-Star.
Yeah,
I think
he's
it's
loving
correct,
it.
certainly correct to get a Dragon out here. I think Dragapult TX makes the most sense right now because you're going to top up your hand and then you're holding on to more Ball Search and Vessels, so you can just stash a Dragon straight away.
Yep, seems really good. I mean, potentially could even do it again, right? I think there was a couple of Earthen Vessels that were there to just kind of keep maneuvering through. But let's Teal Dance first. Figure out what else I draw into before we make another decision, of course.
Yep, you'd rather draw the card now and have the option to use it this turn rather than just wait for a Grasping Draw card. So let's see the 1. It is the Giratina V-Star, which is solid as a discard option on the next turn. So I think we're happy to just retreat into Cleffer here and top ourselves up with 2 more cards.
Yeah, the hand's looking pretty good. The Fire Energy in hand, of course, already as well. Lots of different options. Hasn't had to discard too many resources for the time being. I mean, there is a Boss's Orders there, but just pieces that they can repick back up with that Legacy Star from the Drago V-Star.
And I think Alberto's last decision is whether or not to Ultra Ball now. You lose another energy here, and you already got rid of one of your Super Rod. but it does get a dragon banked for you, and you're getting more value from grasping draw. So Alberto is going to opt to go for this. Are we just going to see a Reggie Drago V-Star to hand at this stage, just to guarantee it for next turn? Yeah, I like this option the most.
Yeah, it's always a worry, though. I mean, if Tord's going to hit you with an Iona after already pitching one away with that Ultra Ball, kind of sort of telepaths the turn that Tord may not be utilizing something like that coming next. So if he can keep hold of that one, remember, there's only one left in the deck, considering there's 2 prized. It'll be interesting to see. There's a grasping draw, so it's over to Tord. Attacking can now start to commence.
And it's a top deck of Ultra Ball, which means we're still going with the plan of probably just attaching to the active and using Professor's Research here for a fresh 7. And he's really going to need to find some Noctowl here. Without that, he's really not going to be doing much, unless he just randomly gets into a Pidgeot EX. He is playing a 2-0-2 line.
Just as you said it, there's a Pidgeot, but I don't see a Noctowl currently, right? There's a Hisuian Heavy Ball, a couple of Bouffalants.
Nest Ball, Bouffalant, Pheasantipity EX.
Not ideal.
No, he really needed to cherry pick the Prime Catcher from a Noctowl. It's just a one-of, it's your A spec. So without it, you are very unlikely to find it from your 7 cards.
So Tord getting confirmation of what his prizes are by using that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Just the options to select a basic that is there, if there is one there.
Yeah, now typically a 1 prize is really, really bad to take, but we know there is a Briar in the deck list for Tord, so you can take this one and it still can be a meaningful KO for you. So I think Tord probably will still go in for this KO onto the Cleffer here, open up a Briar line for you later down the line.
Yeah, and the double Bouffalant are available as well. Of course, doesn't have the Stadium yet available to kind of burst across the full bench. I mean, already over KOing this poor little Cleffer in the active spot.
The big issue is if you can't get into Pidgeot EX this turn, you may not have it for the remainder of the game, because even though Bouffalant reduces damage, it doesn't stop those damage counters being placed by Dragapult EX, and that is a vulnerable 60 hit point Pidgey that we're staring down.
Yep, definitely, and that's why Tord having 2 further Hoo-Hoos down, as he does announce Unified Beatdown, does take the knockout on the Cleffer here now, taking the first prize of this finals here in Gdansk. Just the Mew moved to the active position for the time being, as Alberto now starts to try and figure out how he's going to be able to retaliate back on this Terrapagos EX.
It's a Kieran pickup from the top deck. We know there's V-Star in hand, so we can start seeing fireworks this turn. There's going to be a Teal Dance before anything else. He's very likely to start launching attacks with Dragapult here.
Another Nest Ball.
Yeah,
so
maybe just getting more Ogerpon down is reasonable.
Yep, just wants access to a number of those support Pokemon, of course. Ogerpon being a crucial partner to continue drawing cards, to continue adding energies to the board state so you can energy switch them across to your attackers when you need to do so. As we do see the second Ogerpon now hit the field.
This is going to be a really intriguing V-Star power choice as well from Alberto. Because you're only going to take 1 prize card this turn unless you use a Gusting Effect. And even then, you'll take 2 single prize Pokemon in one go. And then it's like, do you want to take Super Rod back from your discard pile at this stage if you do flip your V-Star marker? Because this is the one V-Star he has to work with right now as he's starting to get it powered up.
Yep, so he does have the Fire Energy and the E-Switch already in hand. That's why he's utilized that. Reggie Drago V-Star is now live and ready to go. I think there's a Dragapult and Giratina V-Star in the discard. But of course, that Terrapagos EX is currently being protected in some way, shape, or form because of that curly wall ability of that Bouffalant.
Yeah, pushing that Terrapagos to effective 290 hit points, which means we're going to have to go through it over a couple of turns. But the most important thing here is denial of the Pidgeot EX. So it is going to be the single prize card taken for Alberto here. Let's see if he can pull a V-Star out of those prizes. No.
He just misses it. It's just the other card there, but plenty more back and forth to come, I think. And I think Tord now has access to that Pheasantipity EX as well. We've seen it do wonders for multiple people across this weekend so far. Flipping the script. Prime Catcher available now as an opportunity there.
Oh, man, that's not great.
The hand isn't looking too hot right now.
That is not good. We can't open up our bench with Area 0. We still can't Noctowl. Missing out on all of our Ultra Ball and missing out on the Noctowl themselves.
Maybe the stars are kind of aligning here for Alberto. But Tord, I'm sure, will try and start to figure out an out here. Especially all the lines that could be played that are typically available because of things like Jewel Seeker from that Noctowl, which he doesn't currently have access to.
I don't think there's much shenanigans you can do with Professor Churro either. Maybe you can just pick up this Terrapagos, go into something else for a turn, but even then, you know, Alberto's just taken a single prize, so any knockout is still relevant for him and gets him closer towards where he wants to be.
And as always,
he just had a look at the top of his deck and he was miles away from any good out there.
Just a chance to shuffle the deck and take the Pidgeot EX out of it as well. I mean, even if he's picking up the Terrapagos EX with that Churro, does leave that Pheasantipity also quite vulnerable as well. You know, that potential additional draw support that you get from Flip the Script could be targeted down if it's just not anything better to actually KO.
Yeah, it's these moments where there's certainly no great play. There are very easy turns in Pokemon sometimes where you're like, oh, I have what I need, I can progress my win condition, and everything's groovy. It's these sorts of turns where you're looking at a hand like that, where you start thinking, well, how can I buy a turn back in any way? Do I really want to spend Prime Catcher when my opponent hasn't V-starred yet either? No, it's just going to be a swing into the Regidrago V-star here.
130 damage from the 5 bench Pokemon, 150, of course, from Unified Beatdown. Double Turbo Energy, as Joe likes to put it. Doing wonders and reducing it to 130.
One of the benefits.
Yeah, one of the
Not the benefit,
thankful
really.
task of the Double Turbo Energy, I like to think. As it is over to Alberto now. So can he capitalize on this moment here? Of course, he already went down in prizes first, losing that Cleffa, equaled it up by taking the knockout on that Pidgey. Does get damage on the Terrapagos EX here. And now it's just on Alberto, maybe just to force the action even more so, and could potentially rip out the Drago V-Stars from the prizes as well.
Yeah, it's very likely that Tord can still win into attacks with the Briar and holding on to the Prime Catcher in this case, but Alberto can also win in a couple of attacks with the use of this Dragapult EX. If he gets creative, starts putting these counters onto multiple Hoot Hoot, and also 1 damage counter onto the Pheasantipity EX, he can take a 2 prize code this turn while setting up lots of other Pokemon, and then he has a line to once again continue to use that Phantom Dive to take the final 3 prize cards. So that's what we're working towards here. We're going to see a big Professor's Research, and we're trying to find more pieces to load up the benched Regidrago V here.
Is there ever a world where maybe Alberto looks to try and bring out a Pheasantipity, maybe not allow Tord to activate Flip the Script, because that hand wasn't doing too much, right? I guess
But
it has
also
the Churro,
keeping
but
Terrapagos
not even
around.
though.
Yeah, keeping Terrapagos then keeps Noctowl around for top decks.
So as we do see the Fire Energy now attached to the Regidrago, benched Regidrago V as well. After an energy switch, moved the energy from the Ogerpon to it. So we've almost got a second powered up Regidrago V going.
Hasn't flipped his V-Star marker yet either, Alex. So he's going to have that as a lovely reservoir for him to utilize towards the end game to make sure he can close out next turn.
Similar to what we saw from his opponent in top 4 as well. That deck is looking mightily thin. So does he even have the opportunity to use that V-Star
power? If you're
power?
doing it for win, that's all good. He's just drawn into Super Rod as well. That's not live because there's the 2 V-Star in the prize cards. So he's got to hold on to that Super Rod closely here.
Yep, until he's safe to utilize it to full effect, of course. He wants to make sure he has attackers going forward. So we do see the second maybe
straight in with energy switch
to the benched Drago now. Now 2 fully powered up, mostly powered up. Just need that V-Star ready.
And critically, I think we will be, with these 2 prize cards, accessing one of our Regidrago V-Star with this KO here. We love seeing 1 counter onto Pheasantipity. We know that much. That sets up the Phantom Dive. Then we're going to start placing these damage counters around onto 1 Bouffalont, putting that down to 60 remaining hit points as well as a Hoot Hoot.
Yep.
Really nice and smart play there from Alberto to put himself 1 Phantom Dive away as he also goes down to 3 prize cards.
And here is the Pheasantipity being promoted to the active spot. Tord, what can you do? Finally hits the rare candy. If only he had that a couple of turns ago. He has double Pidgeot EX in hand right now. What can Tord muster up? Doesn't have an energy to attack as of yet either. Hasn't really got much else. Will need to eventually use Flip the Script and hit one of those pieces to combo into a decent attacker here.
No doubt we need Noctowl. We know that much. So Nest Ball is almost always going to be for Terrapagos here.
Yep.
And then we're going to flip the script and probably look to change this into a different Pokemon with a Churro or with a Thornton or something along those lines. But the big issue is that double Turbo Energy, Alex, that you mentioned. That's something that we can't find with Noctowl. So let's see the 3 big cards here first from Tord.
Could be massive. Hoot Hoot, Lost Vacuum, and a Counter Catcher. Not quite the pieces here that he might need to try and swing a comeback in this position.
No, not at all.
Where are those Noctowls?
Those are not great options for Tord. We know that we saw a couple of those double turbo energy earlier on in the game. Did have, you know, the double in hand early, so there was just 2 rooting around in the deck still. So it wasn't easy to hit from the Pheasantipity EX, but Todd's had a really tough time with things here.
Yeah, real tough. I mean, but then again, Alberto's just playing the way that he needs to in this matchup so far, placing the damage in the right places, just setting up the board so that he potentially can take the dub in this first game. And remember, if you're just joining us, this is the Masters final of the Gdańsk Regional Championships here with Tord Reklev's Terrapagos EX deck up against Alberto Conti's Regidrago V-Star.
And Tord's having a look through the deck. It seems to be one of those things where it's like, well, is there anything I missed? If there's something I've missed here that I still have a line of play, I'm going to go for it. But if not, we might be seeing us move on to game 2 pretty swiftly. Tord is one of these players that has to see it from the opponent, has to make them have it the entire time before actually being in a position where you can no longer win. So he's going to play it out until the very end here, but just also having that final look through the deck. We knew that Professor Churro was going to happen here, so you can pick up Pheasantipity EX. Unfortunately, the flip the script, even if you pick up and put down Pheasantipity EX, you can't use it more than once per turn.
Correct. As great as that could be.
That would be incredible.
we wouldn't even need that prediction bracket at the end, right? That would just be an automatic win. As we do see the counter catcher onto the Squawkabilly EX as well, just trying to maybe potentially pause for a turn, give a chance where he can try and do something here. He does have, he's eyeing up that Night Stretcher.
Yeah, Pidgey, May as well at this point. You've got lots of 60 hit point basics thanks to the damage counter spread. So if your little hope option pays off, as we do see the pass from Tord here, over to Alberto.
Right. What can we do here, Alberto? We can't necessarily win this turn, if I'm not mistaken.
No. But if we just continue to take out Pidgey, that seems pretty good to me.
Yep, of course.
You can easily get back into the active here, and you can also evolve into another V-Star. I think you're just going to get there, Alex.
Yeah, evolve into your V-Star. You're also damaging the Terrapagos EX in the active spot as well. You'd love to be in Alberto's position here, but of course, he still has to play it as methodically as possible. Here's the Prime Catcher coming down now.
Prime down.
So now just
getting rid of another Bouffalont. So if you take out both of the Curly Wall Bouffalonts, or even just taking out one and then still dealing with Pidgey is reasonable here.
Just would put him down to 1 prize remaining, of course, as we do see the announcement of the attack now. The attack on the Bouffalont as a KO. It will be a Phantom Dive and the 60 on the Pidgey. Down to 1 prize, Alberto, and Tord does pick it up.
Immediately, Alberto still holds on to that V-Star power. That's when Regidrago is just so dangerous. Alberto had access still to all of his discard pile, which means Tord is pretty confident that there's no way out of that one. And Alberto having a little smile there, a little smirk, knowing that he got pretty fortunate in that game just by virtue of Tord really not having too much. But let's have a replay here of the very aggressive use of that Phantom Dive attack being copied from the discard pile, denying Tord that Pidgeot EX after having a whiff from his own professor's research, and then also having a clinical show here with the damage counter placement onto the EX as well as lots of those important bench Pokemon. And after a Pheasantipity whiff there from Tord once again, he really didn't have many avenues remaining. He had to counter catch and hope for the best, but Alberto had the answers.
Yeah, despite, you know, doing his best there with the Churro, even just having to pick up just a 1 damage counter on that Pheasantipity, just to try and limit losing that turn, for example. It just wasn't enough. After research and a flip the script and a couple of sort of top deck draws, wasn't able to just find that Noctowl piece. And I'm sure, as we've always mentioned, and Tord's even said this to me as well, well, I hit Fan Rotom and I generally win the game. And he hasn't this time. Let's see how this game will go differently. Well, if he's able to just get into a Noctowl.
Yep, that's a huge element of the archetype, of course. You play 3-3 for a reason, right? So that's the whole point of the archetype, as we see a quick mulligan there from Alberto. And the big news is that Tord gets to go first as well, so he can once again have the opportunity to get a Pidgeot EX into play. And, you know, with better fortune, he's going to get it into the mix and start cherry-picking those cards, which we know, you know, Pidgeot EX is one of his favorite cards of all time.
Yeah, 100%. And he's playing a particularist way. I mean, he's playing 202, right? If I'm not mistaken. Just a little bit different to what we've seen from other Terrapagos EX players as well, but Tord's hand is vastly better compared to game 1. He saw a
that immediately does it.
Exactly. And I think there's Noctowls, there's Nest Balls, there's a Fez.
That's looking good. That's looking good. Also getting the benefit of a couple of mulligans in the Pokemon trading card game. If you don't have any basic Pokemon in your opening hand, you have to shuffle it back in. Then, as an apology, your opponent gets to draw an additional card.
Apology?
Yeah, you say, sorry, I've wasted your time with that one.
Right.
Oops, I didn't have any basics.
I don't think I've ever apologized for not having a basic one.
You've got to say sorry, mate.
I played Iron Thorns before to a tournament, okay?
There's a lot of apologies going out to people at that point.
Right, he's finally got a basic. He gets 2 mulligans. Here we go. Thankfully, Alberto didn't actually have a basic in that first opening, and that was very akin to what we saw in top 4. We do see the prizes here. A couple of stadiums.
Zero. Yeah, also the Temple of Sinnoh, which can be useful for Alberto at times, but we're getting into game number 2 here. Still 50 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time. It's like going into a usual round at this point, trying to conclude our best of 3 toward a game down, but still plenty of time remaining, and has that buddy pop-in to fire off.
Yeah, so many pieces available now. Now just kind of double-checking what will be prized, or what is prized, I should say. Just making sure he utilizes those Area 0 underdepths for when he needs to take big knockouts. And that's what he's going to be just eyeing up as well, alongside all of those Pokemon that he can utilize in this game. Remember how good Bouffalon can be to protect that board state. As we do see the Fan Rotom finally hitting the board. It's one of mine and Joe's favorite cards. That Fan Call ability is absolutely incredible.
And I think you're about to see why. You can get 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. And the way that Tord has built this deck, that's going to unlock pretty much everything. You can get a Pidgey, you can get a Hoot Hoot. I think there was already a Noctowl in the hand. So he could either go for another one, or he could start getting some of the curly walls lined up.
Yeah, so many different options, and this is what makes that card so great right now. Fan Call, vital to the build-up of this deck, so you can continue to build wide and go wide when you need to sort of deal massive amounts of damage. And then you start to weave in some of the Duskulls and Dusknoirs, and it's just kind of really fun to play.
Yeah, you can see incredibly explosive turns from this archetype. When everything's online, when you have those Jewel Seekers into Pidgeot that then gets extra pieces, almost like a refund, as soon as you get that Pidgeot EX into play, you get a card back of your choosing, which is already a pretty good deal, and it continues to gather value throughout the game. But it looks like Tord's going to be pretty happy sitting on this hand by the looks of things.
Has Stadium in hand as
yeah,
well.
He could. With 2 stadiums in the prizes, I'm a little less happy about it. But he could weave this in.
No, I think he'd look to weave it in on his second turn, as he does just pass here. Alberto, what are you working with, my friend? He's got a couple of energies. He does get to Teal Dance first. It's always a bit of a worry sometimes having to do it so quickly with nothing else.
I think there's already a Professor's Research in the hand.
Okay,
There's
and
a Regidrago V-Star. Pretty sure there was a Porter in there. Otherwise, we can Squawkabilly EX everything away.
So there's options, which is always the starting thing for Alberto here. Remember, just...
Oh, there's Prime Catcher Boss. So it's going to be an expensive Squawkabilly if you want to do that. Or you could just grab a Regidrago, get an attachment in, and then still use a Professor's Research.
Couple of options, or if you want to try and maybe bring up something else that makes it harder for Tord to get an attack off. Yep, there's the Curly Wall. Bouffalon coming to the active spot. That's not going to be attacking anytime soon.
No, a 2 retreat cost Pokemon. It's the best choice for Alberto here before using that Nest Ball, so that he's not forced into a Regidrago V, which I imagine is going to be his first target here, because you really want to get a couple of them down so that you're safe from simply a Terrapagos using a gusting effect. Possibly the best way to get this Bouffalon out of the active is his own Prime Catcher, so you always have to be aware of that when you are firing off your own gusting effect and you're aware of your opponent's A-Spec.
Yep, and when it usually is quite hard to find those pieces, but of course with that Hoot Hoot, able to evolve up to the Noctowl and utilize that Jewel Seeker ability where you can grab 2 trainer cards of your choice from your deck, so long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play. Grabbing a Prime Catcher is very easy. It's a piece of cake.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all. You get to play so many one-offs in that deck list. Tord plays a bunch of one-off supporters in addition to these item cards, just because he knows he can grab them as and when he requires. As Alberto's finishing up his search here, also checking out those V-Stars, as he will be discarding one from this Professor's Research after attaching. I think there's a Fire in Hand that can be swung onto a Regidrago V here. But again, I think he's probably going to look to try and weave in Cleffa in the best case scenario, provided he finds enough Ball Search on the next side of this hand.
We'll lose and some additional energies that are in the hand as well, but I guess one of the few things not many people think about or consider too often, but because you have that V-Star power, you're quite happy sometimes to see the Prime Catcher. You know you can easily pick it back up when you need to. Of course, it's having to expend further resources, but at least you know where it is.
Yeah. And
you're not digging for it.
Yeah, you know it's there as soon as you're slamming that V-Star power. And sometimes you're just hoping to hit something from that top 7, but when you know it's there, It's always a nice feeling. I think there's an Ultra Ball in hand. Not much else ball search, though.
Some more
so do you just have to go another... Do you just go another Regidrago here and end on passing?
I think just for safety. I mean, Alberto is 1 game up, but let's not make it too risky, surely.
Still has
can do
score, so
score.
you can get the fresh 6. Another shot at it. I think, was there any other additional basics we can put down here? Don't think there were.
It might have been a Pheasant Dippity.
Ah, right, yeah.
So again, as another further fail-safe. There you go. My own flip the script card. Hitting the board just like yours did earlier, Tord.
Let's see, 6 fresh ones. We're still looking for Regidrago V at this stage, then ideally that Cleffer. Are there any additional dragons we can discard on our way here as well? Ooh, no. Tough break. I don't think I saw any ball search, just Earthen Vessel.
Definitely able to discard your dragons like you mentioned, however. But yes, you're right. It doesn't look like there's much more beyond that at that stage.
Uh-oh, this might be a window of opportunity for Tord. With only 1 Regidrago V in play, straight away your eyes light up and you think, if I can deal with that, I can really force Alberto into far fewer options on the following turn, whilst taking some prizes.
One more teal dance. Here we go.
This is a big card.
Big top deck here.
Show us the nest ball.
Massive find.
That's massive.
And that brings Alberto a fantastic opportunity to get a second Regidrago V. Would you even consider motivating this turn?
We've attached to our Regidrago V star, our V, right? If there was an energy switch, sometimes it can still be beneficial with enough in the discard, but I don't see one. So I think we're just going double V here and being content with that. That was a big clutch draw from our Teal Mask Ogerpon, our final draw of the turn. Lots of cycling happening there with the Professor's Researcher, Squawkabilly, and lots of thinning with Bull Search and Vessel as well. But it all paid off for Alberto. Now he has a bit safer of a board, even though he's still probably staring down, giving up a couple prizes here.
Yeah, Tord's going to be the one looking to set the pace of this match. In game 2 here, Tord does get to draw the card, hits another Terrapagos EX there, so he's got more cards that he could bench to kind of boost up the damage and also protect his board should that Area 0 Underdepths maybe be pushed out of play in latter turns as well. Does have the Noctowl here. He's looking to use that Jewel Seeker ability as soon as possible. Just pick up the right pieces, of course.
Yeah, we're almost certainly getting a Pidgeot EX down from this, just because you have just a small window of opportunity to do so. And that means you can use your quick search for the remainder of the game with already Area 0 in hand. As we see the Featherball Rare Candy as expected. Straight away, it's Pidgeot EX. That means that Tord can get some double turbo action going as well. Possibly more Jewel Seeks to come as well, with the other Hoot Hoot also on the bench.
Imagine that, a Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. Just being able to get you any card you want just because of Rare Candy Featherball in the deck list. As we do also see the second Bouffalon hit the board now. Curlywall now live with 2 Bouffalons in play. Pheasant Dippity also hits the board, has 1 more bench space.
You'd think it's Terrapagos. You like to have additional terrestrial Pokemon in play for constant use of Jewel Seeker. The only other thing that I think could be better would just be another Hoot Hoot.
Yep, absolutely agree. There you go. We do see the second Terrapagos going down. Again, it allows him to help maintain that board as well, especially if a Terrapagos EX just goes down and it's the only one, as we do see a little cleanup there of the board. This is my usual if I'm playing a Area 0 Underdepths deck, 4 and 4.
And we need to beat down here, so we need to have the 8 bench Pokemon so that even with the reduction of double turbo energy, we can get through these basic EXs and Vs. I'd like to hold on to Prime Catcher if we can, maybe just find a means of picking up this Bouffalon and moving it. But no, it has to be Iono here. Tord didn't have a combination, even with Quick Search, to move this Bouffalon and get an attachment onto Terrapagos. So we're going to have to see 6 cards here.
Looking for another Noctowl. There's
Prime
the
Catcher
DTE.
switch, double turbo
and
is
Noctowl.
found. So there we go. That's a combination we need. Quick Search can help us out here. Now we get to save our Prime Catcher, which is massive.
Well,
are we still going to go for it?
He could just use the Prime Catcher onto the Regidrago V, right, to take a big knockout with the Fire Energy on it. Can save the Noctowl for a future turn as well. And then that way, we don't have to worry too much because we already have the DTE in hand.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's just target down the Regidrago V. It's great to force Alberto to have as much as possible, to be fair. And actually, Tord's not playing anything like Switch. All of his effects are supporters, so he has to use the Prime Catcher here after having used the Iono.
but it was nice to kind of just draw into the other combo pieces at the same time that he needs to utilize. We do see the Prime Catcher here, that ace spec of choice for this Terrapagos EX deck. Double turbo energy attached, 240 damage, minus the 20 from the double turbo energy, and that is a clean knockout here. Now setting the scene, setting the pace here with 2 prizes taken to Alberto 0.
It's over to Alberto to see what he can do. This is often his explosive turn, to be fair. If you can get your V-Star into the action, you've also got Pheasantipity EX that can flip the script and draw a few additional cards. So we should have access to all sorts of things at this stage. But it's really about picking apart this board, because now Tord's board looks so much more difficult to piece apart. There's a couple Bouffalont making this Terrapagos very tanky. The Pidgeot is already online. There aren't many easy prizes for Alberto to hunt down, which is what he did so effectively in that first game. Yeah, when your opponent is missing some of the pieces like Tord did in game 1, definitely makes your game plan a little bit more smoother here. But, you know, Alberto looks like he might have to try and be a bit more creative in the way he takes prizes just because of this current board state. But, you know, Alberto, again, double-checking what's available to him. He has had to expend a number of energies and resources there. That's why he's eyeing up that Super Rod to try and bring them back. Yeah, no surprise there. He's got Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe thinking about getting back a V-Star beforehand. Also thinking about discarding a V just before using Super Rod, because I think he also has Nest Ball in hand. So he can do the funky trick of discarding it, then using a Nest Ball, thinning the deck even further with more V Pokemon. But also at the same time, Tord didn't develop any Duskull, so there's no fear of a V-Star going down in one attack here. So you can go with just one V-Star this game.
Flip the script first. Let's see the first 3 cards, see what combo pieces we might find here. Radiant Charizard, Energy Switch, and is that a...
Energy Switch is definitely a good one.
Giratina.
We need to get powering up this new Regidrago V that has no energy currently on it. So that's a good start. Even better fodder as well for this Ultra Ball now.
Yep, with that Dragon into the hand, his favorite attacker or favorite deck that he's played throughout the years, as it were, so far. So we do see the Ultra Ball for that Regidrago V-Star, the second one that's available to Alberto, the third one prized, of course. So there will be a moment where maybe he has to start setting up the second with a Super Rod and bringing it back into the deck, as mentioned.
Yeah, not mandatory this turn, but does have a V that he can still bench with Area 0 around. You can bench so many Pokemon, as you also have your own Terrastal available. And we're also going to get a Fire Energy out the deck as well as a Grass, so we can get dancing and also have our manual attachment for turn as the Fire Energy onto our Regidrago V here.
What's the game plan here, Joe? What's the game plan? Where are we targeting next? I mean, that Terrapagos, as you mentioned before, 290 HP effectively, but from the Curly Wall abilities, we do see the first Teal Dance. But what would you be looking to target down?
So either you're using Dragapult and setting up damage like you did in the last game, trying to put the Terrapagos, you know, heavily damaged to 2 shots, whilst also advancing your board set in other means, or it's like a gusting effect into Pidgeot EX, take that out cleanly, but that's still expensive, you know, because you're going to spend a lot of energy switch this turn, so it's not easy for you to continually discard or lost zone your energy as you go. So like I said, Tord's board is making life much more difficult for Alberto here. There's not a great choice without requiring a ton of resources.
Yeah, and we do see the first energy switch of this game too as well, giving a chance to power out a Regidrago V-Star in 1 turn, of course. We do see the Legacy, top 7 cards discarded, and you may choose 2 to put back into your hand, and there you go.
A couple of those energy switch.
Has to instantly pick one of those, of course. Would have been lovely to have just not seen too many of those in that. And there's the Prime Catcher as well.
Does that mean we're going to go for his favorite, the Giratina V-Star here onto Pidgeot EX? The Bouffalont only reduces damage from basic colorless Pokemon, so it is in range. That's what we're going to see. Pidgeot EX coming into the active position here. You can Lost Zone off some energy from your Ogerpon rather than the active. We have that energy switch recovered. We can manually attach a Fire Energy. And then we can remove an energy from the benched Ogerpon in addition to the active here.
It's just a very expensive attack, but here Alberto is the one who's kind of controlling his deck's fate here in this final. He knows how important that Pidgeot EX is to Tord.
Also replace the Stadium here. It's not that easy. Normally there's a bunch of Noctowl that you can discard for Tord, but he's going to lose something along the way. In this case, it's going to be a backup Terrapagos.
Keeping the Bouffalons around to make sure they continue to protect the Terrapagos EX for the time being, at least.
It's going to be a lost zone of 2 grass energy here from Alberto, copying the Giratina V-Star in the discard pile. The lost impact, it's an attack he's announced many times, this time via the Apex Dragon of the Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, Tord just double-checking the discard of Alberto before pitching his own Pidgeot EX into the discard. They're now leveling up the series. 4 prizes remain on both sides. Tord no longer has access to that tutoring quick search ability to select any card he wants. There's another Pidgeot EX into the hand, but of course, without a Thornton, wouldn't be able to evolve straight back up into that yet either.
Yeah, we have Noctowl, I believe, in the hand, so he can re-establish Pidgeot if he wants to, possibly as well with no Regidrago on the bench. You could Thornton into a Duskull, then get a Dusknoir and still find a way through this Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity to use Flip the Script and then maybe even Thornton it away is quite a unique, cool play. We do see that fantastic Briar addition to his deck as well. Of course, it was something that we were considering after taking that initial Cleffer knockout in Game 1 and just being able to maybe still overcome some of those heavier, big, tankier V-Star Pokemon or EX Pokemon to take additional prizes as well with his own terrestrial.
I think we're going to see if there is a Duskull in the discard pile. No, there isn't just yet. So if Tord does want to sculpt a Thornton play, he still needs to find a lot of pieces. It may not even be accessible. I don't see Rare Candy in hand either. But in addition to that, he needs a bunch of benched Pokemon. Also needs the Area 0. I don't think one Noctowl gets us there.
Yeah, does need a couple of more pieces, it looks like. That Pheasantipity EX Flip the Script, maybe just not enough. We'll have a little Nestball first. Double check what is still available. He has had a quick look.
I do love that he spies the Thornton.
Yeah, it's always an option. It's always an option. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is the card of choice here as another very efficient attacker as your opponents start to take prizes. That fantastic ability, very similar as mentioned before to that Radiant Charizard, reducing the energy costs for your attacks based on the number of prizes your opponent has taken.
Yeah, one of the few issues of Terrapagos EX is that you require so many benched Pokemon that you constantly need to like reload those as you go, and oftentimes that's going to be what you're having to quick search for or dual seek for, just getting ball search cards back. But in this case, ooh, could we? Well, we are still seeing the Thornton Rare Candy here.
Here we go.
I think it's happening, Alex.
Yeah, I love this. I think Thornton's a bit underrepresented in the current format. I think it's a really cool card to utilize, especially in combo decks as well. In scenarios like this where we are going to be likely Thorntoning that Pheasantipity away.
Actually. I didn't see the Area 0, but that means we can Ultra Ball away this Duskull as well as a Pidgey. Oh, it's going to be Briar and Pidgeot EX being discarded here.
There's that Duskull.
That's still to hand with Ultra Ball. Do we have an... Oh, we have 2.
Yeah, we've got all the combo
the discard
pieces.
of Duskull.
But it's just
we have the Dusknoir in hand.
One more tricky pickup here, I think. One more tricky discard.
It's probably just Terrapagos. You know you have Night Stretcher in hand.
Yeah, very true. I think you just want to make sure you know how to easily target down.
Very cool stuff from Tord here. Ultra Balling away Duskull and Terrapagos EX in order to line up this Thornton play. Alberto had the option to put down another Regidrago V, chose not to on the previous turn. And Tord is trying to capitalize here with a very sneaky Thornton play.
So would give up a prize with that Dusknoir, of course. Tord grabbing another Hoot Hoot from that Ultra Ball. That's enough to make it 180 minus the 20, so 160 damage, plus the 130 from Dusknoir's Curse Blast.
We're looking good.
Just about overcomes that Regidrago. Of course, right now, once it actually detonates itself.
Detonates.
It has to look for another basic Pokemon to hit the field as well, because right now it's down to 5, right?
Yeah, Alberto forced to take a prize card, goes down to 3 himself, but this is what Tord wants. He can also attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna if he has to. And now that it's, yeah, there you go, you can attach the double turbo energy to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's reduced its attack cost by 3 colorless.
So I think it's just deciding whether maybe playing the stadium isn't ideal, or because he would have to then play the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, you want to hold on to Noctowl for next turn.
Or Pheasantipity. There's a few options there. Maybe just getting the Pheasantipity down for the next turn.
Yeah. I think you're pretty safe to do that, because I think you're only really expecting a Radiant Charizard coming back to you. I think that's why he wants to attack with Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Sure.
Because it's most likely that Alberto has to use a Radiant Charizard next turn. Yeah, we're going to go into the chunky 260 hit points. Absurd, by the way. But it just has 260 hit points. And he's going to finish off this Regidrago V-Star with a huge Thornton combination, going down to 2 prize cards left. How can Alberto respond?
Yep, so there's no easy free prizes that Alberto can take on this turn, of course. Bouffalon also protecting that Hoot Hoot and itself from an easy KO. From something like a Kyurem, that might typically be scary for a lot of sort of squishier Pokemon, like those Hoot Hoots and Noctowls themselves. So he's just staring down at this big Blood Moon Ursaluna EX there. He's unable to attack next turn, of course, from that Blood Moon attack, similar to the Radiant Charizard. But it's typically likely to hang around for a little bit longer.
The good news for Alberto is there is Iono in the hand already. You've got that Flip the Script. You have a lot of draw power. If you can, like, retreat into a single prize Pokemon, yes, there's, well, Briar's not even live because you're still at 3 prizes yourself, so you can try and put up a single prize Pokemon. Even just swinging with the Radiant Charizard does still set up a potential Regidrago V-Star follow-up on a future turn if you're going to take a 3 prize swing with a Phantom Dive once again.
Just a lot of resources were already spent, right? We saw at least 3 energy switches.
With the big V-Star power itself, discarding a couple along the way, you're right.
So there may be one, but I guess if you can get that 1 turn of getting the Radiant Charizard, you probably need 3 turns at that point. But, you know, Alberto's going to be playing to his outs here, so he'll be looking for those options and opportunities to try and just stem the flow here. Remember, he's already able to potentially capture a turn back because that Blood Moon Ursaluna is not going to be able to do too much unless it moves out of the active spot.
And at the very least, you're putting Tord down to just 2 cards with no Pidgeot EX in hand. So no guarantee that he's going to have some solid play next turn.
So there's the Fire Energy and the Radiant Charizard coming down. Iono hovering above the discard.
Not even benching any Regidrago V. I think Alberto senses that there's no time left for that. So he's just going to use Radiant Charizard. I think there's still a switch available to him as well, so he can move his own Charizard in and out of the active at least once, which should help him out here. So he's going to give Tord just 2 cards. Alberto the 3. He still needs to draw into Grass Energy to even use a Teal Dance, but that's been found. We have the Pheasantipity draw as well, but it's going to be the Ogerpon first here.
Yeah, and after that Super Rod, he knew there were some more pieces of the puzzle that were available to him. Does draw into that Kyurem there. Not so useful. Flip the script here with one additional grass already, another grass, and a switch. There you go. That gives an opportunity to back-to-back Combustion Blast after Radiant Charizard may deal some damage to this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX here.
Yeah, but it's going to be the retreat. You want to put a single prizer in the active anyway, so it may as well be this Radiant Charizard throwing a bunch of damage counters around, putting this Blood Moon Ursaluna just 10 hit points remaining. Not sure if there's anything else that's useful to play for Alberto here. Possibly you could Vessel away something like a Kyurem, but no, it's just going to be the Combustion Blast, 250 damage, swung into the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. I haven't yet had a peek at towards 2 cards. Let's have a look.
We're about to now. Top draw is say Ultra Ball.
That's Noctowl.
That is a Noctowl. That's an instant Jewel Seeker available there.
Does that get us towards game in any way?
You can access all of your supporters that allow you to maneuver out of that
I'm trying to have a think.
Position.
We've already used our Thornton. We can...
Penny.
Penny does seem pretty solid here.
Turo wouldn't be as good because you wouldn't be able to have access to the energy again. Not too sure if Penny's still available right now as well.
I'm not seeing a way to win this turn, but I know that Penny's really solid anyway. Penny this turn, hold research for next turn. Is that the line? You just...
Remember, no more... If he's able to use Noctowl, Jewel Seeker here, he wouldn't be able to utilize another one the following turn. So it does need to then just raw draw into specific pieces of the puzzle. And at the same time...
Yeah, you can just prod with Terapagos EX because you have the double Bouffalon, so you know you're still out of range of the Radiant Charizard.
And it can't
attack anyway without seeing a switch.
Yep, he's not to know that there's switches there.
Yeah, but it's going to be the Noctowl. I really like this choice. Just grab Penny, just grab Professor's Research so that you can draw more on the following turn, get this Blood Moon out the way, get into your Terapagos EX once again, and prod this Radiant Charizard.
Yep. Just reminding everyone as well, there was only a certain amount of damage from that Combustion Blast because Blood Moon Ursaluna is also protected by the Curly Wall. So it's not just that 260.
Just
320 effectively.
120 on a basic. We're like playing stage 2s. You just plonk them down.
So there goes the double servo energy on the Terapagos. 130 as the damage right now because of the reduction in double turbo energy, of course, with the 5 bench, unified beatdown. 30 times the number of bench Pokemon you have in play. Now it's on Alberto. How many cards are left in the deck? It looks about 5 or 6 from an eye test there.
We know there's some Reggie pieces in there that we can thin with Nest Ball if we want to get one into play. Maybe start attaching, but he may just be too light on resources remaining. Also eyeing up the switch to get the Charizard in and out.
He does need to start trying to have an Ogerpon ready to swing at some stage as well, because once the Charizard goes down and hopefully tries to take down some prizes, a prize or two, it's going to be a swing with a Myriad Leaf Shower to try and maybe take down something like a Noctowl, where it's a little bit easier to do so because there's still 3 prizes remaining on Alberto's side.
Alberto thinking about Cleffa just so we can get back into the action with this Charizard. A free retreat pivot here. So you have reset the Combustion Blast.
Is that a Super Rod in hand as well?
There is Super Rod remaining.
Could try and reset back into the Charizard.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at.
As it's just another Combustion Blast again. So 250 minus 60. So 190 damage overall. That same damage counters that were on that Blood Moon Ursaluna just moved into the Terrapagos. That's a Power Pad pickup as well. Again, not too shabby, to be honest.
Well, thinking about Thornton coming back in as a possibility. Also Iono, looking at that Penny as well. Few options.
Yeah, lots of sort of defensive types of cards available there.
Can't Briar this turn. Probably doesn't need to next turn because he's likely taking out the Charizard unless he wants to do a strange retreat play this turn. Really depends on the 7 cards he sees.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Briar's a choice, because likely he's going to give up 2 prizes and be Alberto will be down to 1, so Briar's no longer viable. Thornton and Penny.
And Thornton, Try and get some healing in. Possibly undo some of the plays that Alberto, if he's going to go for a trapping line, you can get yourself out of there. So Todd going to shuffle up before seeing 7 cards here. He's in the ascendancy, but Alberto is still, you know, on in there with the Super Rod to reload possibly this Radiant Charizard. Still, I believe, another Iono available as well that you can work towards in the final few cards of his deck.
Yep, so we do see the Professor's research now. Just a nice reminder as well, if Terrapagos EX does go down, that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is swinging without energy. Despite already hitting one anyway, so it's there. It's available. Could be an easy way to try and retreat out of things if anything does get gusted up as well.
Are we going to be attacking with... No, I was just thinking if we were going to get creative with any other attacker here, but no, it's going on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, and it's going to be a concession from Alberto here by the looks of things. Yeah, I see a fist bump, so I think we're going to the next game.
Yeah, Alberto saying that there's not enough resources from my side of the board to really sort of pull that back. You know, he's having to rely on things like that Radiant Charizard, especially with Curly Wall sort of protecting all of those basic colorless Pokemon. It's not an easy way to find a simple knockout, especially when there's 3 prizes to go for Alberto. Really, really interesting plays here. Really intricate when Alberto's lost those Regidrago V-Stars, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was one of those awkward situations where sometimes you see the V-Star power go haywire, you lose a couple of your energy switches, and those are some of the big cards. We're going to see a recap here from Todd getting those Bouffalants into the mix early, then finding the Prime Catcher to initiate the trade with his Terrapagos EX. And Alberto did find a nice response, in fairness to him. He found a way towards Pidgeot EX, taking that away from Todd, making life a little bit more tricky, as Todd did stumble along the way. But this was the turning point. The Thornton play into the Dustoir allowed Todd to take out the big threat, the one Regidrago V-Star in play, alongside a double Turbo Energy Blood Moon Ursaluna EX combination. Not only could it take that 2-prize KO, but it also sponged a hit from Radiant Charizard as well. That was the turning point.
Yeah, that effective, as we said, effective 320 HP. I mean, we've only seen HP like on a Dragapult EX in terms of a stage 2 Pokemon to be even able to have that kind of, and also having an attack that deals 240 damage. That's efficient with prizes being taken. It's just, again, one of those very splashable cards that we see a lot of the time in a variety of decks.
What were they thinking? That card is absolutely insane. Let's head on down to our Game 3 prize cards. Do you see a Professor's Research Iono there for Tord and a few Grass Energy there as well?
And we're kicking off. This is Game 3 of our Masters Final now. 23 minutes on the clock for both our players. Alberto is going to be kicking us off 1-1 in games here as we just go into the final, very tense 23 minutes left of this matchup. Remember, EU #1 on the leaderboards right now, kicking us off up against Tord Reklev, typically the #1 of EU, and more often than not, the global rankings.
Trying to get there once again. Here is the Ultra Ball. I think I see plenty of energy, so I think it might just be a fairly reserved turn unless you go squawking again. I think you can just attach to a Regidrago V here, holding on to a Professor's Research for next turn. That might commit you again down that awkward avenue of being forced into a V-Star power earlier on in the game. We saw the game that Alberto was able to win was because he held on to that V-Star power for as long as possible. Naturally, we're going to see the prize search, and wouldn't you know it, Giratina V-Star at the top of the deck, just giving him that little wink that, you know, he's got his buddy by his side.
I'm here for you.
Do you go Squawkabilly EX here, Alex, and just start digging, trying to get multiple pieces? Because we know how powerful it is to save that V-Star power.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to those resources in hand, right? And I probably need a recap of exactly what's actually there, but we do just see the Regidrago V. If there wasn't too much that you would lose from the Squawkabilly, I think it's fine.
I don't think you lose much here, but I think you just have attach and pass, ultimately, and then you're just reliant on Professor's Research next turn. I think there's Pheasantipity EX in hand and Research, so you have pieces, but nothing too proactive. It is just going to be the attach and passing over to Tord now with that Golden Terrapagos EX in hand.
I don't see a Fan Rotom. Is it going to be one of those games again? Does have Noctowl this time.
And Pidgey.
There's not much else. There's the Professor Churro scenario, Countercatcher, Energy.
Oh boy.
He's going to have to rely on this Noctowl. So the action there from Tord, but that's just a pass, of course, because he cannot Unified Beatdown on turn 1 going second.
He
Alberto.
Gestured. He thought about it. He wanted to. You know he wanted to.
I mean, it's all. I think I recall seeing the Charmander sort of punting for a prize at the EUIC, but we do see Alberto here with that Nespral now with that Teal Mask.
Really nice draw. Yeah. So I think now as Alberto, you're quite happy to expend your resources in order to get some heavy damage onto this Terrapagos and also take out a Pidgey here. Once again, Tord unable to find a Fan Rotom. There's a turn attachment onto Regidrago and a fresh 7 cards here for Alberto this time.
No high five. We'll high five between us once again, of course, when there's a fresh 7 from the Professor's Research there. I mean, this could be a massive swing into Alberto's favor, as we do see the Earthen Vessel dispatching that Dragapult EX into the discard as well. Now gets a couple of energies into the hand, of course. Still needs to be able to... Oh, he hasn't utilized the Teal Dance yet, has he? So still a couple of
dances. No guaranteed V-Star in this hand, Alex. It's just a basic V, an Ogerpon,
a Vessel, and a Nespral, yeah.
These are, again, a couple big draws from Teal Mask Ogerpon.
And we know, just because we have Caster Cam and everyone watching alongside us, that Tord has access to a Noctowl in hand already, and he needs that Terra to stick around just for one more turn.
It's going to be a Nest Ball from Alberto, first things first.
A couple of Teal Dances available still, I guess, with the Vessels.
Even with one in hand, you take one out the deck to give yourself better draws. We want to try and find an Ultra Ball. We want to try and find a natural V-Star here, because you really need to gain a bunch of hit points, but most importantly, gain access to that Phantom Dive attack that you discarded with Earthen Vessel.
Massive
It's going to be another
here.
Earthen Vessel here as well. It just shows how important this is. You thin the deck of even more energy, and you really need to try and find a V-Star.
Was that a Nest Ball for an Ogerpon? Was it previous?
We Nest Balled an Ogerpon, and then we Vesseled one away. There was already one in the hand.
Would you never Nest Ball for a Regidrago then? Just play the one from hand?
I mean, we have an Regidrago in hand as well.
Oh, okay. I didn't quite notice that one.
It's going to be the Teal Dance #1.
Here we go.
2 shots at it. Let's see the V-Star.
That's a Jamming Tower.
Is
not quite.
Possibly the worst card you could draw. One more draw here.
This is big. Could it be? Oh, that's just a Super Rod.
Wow.
And the hand's going to be quite a decent chunk as well. So even Cleffer and Grasping Draw is probably not going to be too ideal. Do see the Regidrago V that you correctly pointed out for me, Joe. Also hit the field. Looks like he just
I feel like you
wants to get out of the hand.
Just to grasp for more, yeah. You know it's not that handy, so you may as well just get it out.
Jamming Tower hits the field. Does put a stop to all those tools that are available. As we do
Tord
see.
is relieved. I just saw his face. My goodness. He was worried, but now he has that turn to try and get into Pidgeot EX. And with Noctowl and Terrapagos on the board, he should be able to make that happen. Not sure how much else he can do here, but at least he's establishing his engine this time.
Yep, exactly that. So here comes Noctowl, the one in hand. There's not much else going. There's a Penny, Turo, Dustoir, and the Countercatcher, of course. Here we go, Jewel Seeker for that Featherball Rare Candy combo. That looks to be the choices here, because then it does give
So just research
access.
after this, possibly. Actually, the research is in the prizes, so it has to be the Iono here.
Yeah, Iono just to, again, reduce the number of cards that Alberto's seen. You know, currently up to the 7 from the Grasping Draw as well.
Tor just needs cards himself, to be honest with you. He wants to try and find those Bouffalon if he can. Get additional Noctowl down. Maybe in a crazy high roll situation, you still find your ace spec from the 6 cards. Still try and get a Prime Catcher in, maybe. Even then, you're not doing enough damage.
All is possible whenever I've watched Pokemon Trading Card Game. I've seen crazy comeback turns, and this is just another opportunity for Tor to showcase why this deck may have the opportunity to still take down a Regidrago V-Star deck, despite the starts he's kicked us off with his turn 1.
Yeah, I think one of the main boasts of the Phantom Dive attack is denial of these amazing engines. We saw that you had to Thornton into your Dustoir because you can't put down 60 hit point Duskull. You can't put down 60 hit point Pidgey unless you get that turn of reprieve when Alberto doesn't hit what he needs. And in that case, you get your Pidgeot EX online. The quick search now is going to be established, and it's going to be an Ino for a fresh 6 here for Tord. Really looking for additional basics. I think those boofs are massive, but also additional Hoot at this stage would be exactly what we want to look for.
Yep, absolutely. I'd just like to firstly apologize to everyone. We said this will be a quick back and forth with this finals compared to the last game. It's been a long time, but we've still got 16 minutes on the clock here. This has been a very sort of tense, well thought out final by both players at the moment, having to find sort of unique lines as we do see that Prime Catcher you spoke about, Joe, and the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well, so could start trying to build up a bit of a board, but doesn't have the stadium to have
Area 0.
The opportunity to reach that pesky HP number.
The good news is you can at least get a couple Hoot, so you know that you're going to continue cherry-picking cards out of the deck on the future turn. And again, because there's Briar in the 60 for Tord, taking a single prize knockout isn't as bad as it seems. If you can hold on to that Prime Catcher to combine Briar with Prime Catcher, that can often be a great way for you to close games. So you can either use it proactively, take the first 2 prize KO with your Prime Catcher, or you can hold it on for the final Jewel Seeker combination where you go, aha, I have Prime Catcher, I have Briar, there's my 3 prizes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Buddy Buddy Poffin for further Hoot. Looks like he's eyeing up a Duskull at the moment, just kind of get it ready to like threaten the board. But at the same time, he knows that Dragapult is in the discard, but he's utilizing it maybe as a bit of a bait sometimes that we've often seen in the Pokemon Trading Card Game.
Yeah, if you don't take out the Duskull, then you are still threatening Dustoir. And either way, it kind of gives up a prize, so...
It also allows Tord to maybe get it into the discard, to combo into with Thornton.
Yep.
And that's another way of kind of surprise.
He had to double Ultra Ball last time.
Yeah, well, that's very true. Very true. But, you know, there's a lot of surprises we get. He's eyeing up that Prime Catcher.
Here we go. Prime Catcher into the Regidrago V here, just getting some chip damage in on it, knowing that you probably have to 2-shot this anyway.
So currently dealing 150 damage with 5 bench, of course, then minus 20 to the thankful double turbo energy attached. So it is putting it in some decent range, of course. That's exactly what Dustoir would be doing anyway.
Yep. But
expending an attack.
As we know, we're doing it through an attack, and we can increase this damage output once we eventually find our Area 0. So we are setting up that 2-shot and chasing energy cards, which is really important. I think I really like pressurizing that V-Star, make them use it as early as possible so they can't hang on and have those guarantees in the late game. And by pressurizing energy as quickly as possible, you're very likely forcing Alberto into that situation.
There's the energy switch already in hand from the Iono. So he's working with a fresh 6 plus 1 from the top deck. Of course, he removes his own jamming tower.
There you go. And has a Professor's Research by the looks of things. Lots of basics hitting the discard. One of them, a Kierum.
It's
not looking too bad, actually, a Kierum, to be fair.
Not a terrible attack here. No Curly Wall Bouffalons available. Would be able to target down Duskull, Noctowl, and Hoot all at once. Does still leave, of course, the Pidgeot available to continue to kind of rebuild boards when necessary, but stifles the opportunity of a Tord combo coming back at him.
Alberto taking a second, having a think, looking at his own discard pile, looking at Tord's, because he knows that, I believe we've picked up the Regidrago V-Star. He has a lot of options now. First question is, do we spend this V-Star power? Second question, if not, do we spend this Prime Catcher? Because we have an easy pivot with Cleffa as well. Is there the option to get a Giratina V-Star attack in with Apex Dragon here? We know he targeted Pidgeot so effectively in one of the previous games. It's another energy switch onto another benched Regidrago V.
I don't dislike trying to go for more energy and building up that second Regidrago on the bench.
Looks like
maybe using Kyurem.
Oh, look at this.
I actually really like this. And the reason why is because next turn he could take a 2-prizer and then really limit towards ability to one-hit KO. And that's a fantastic, I think it's a fantastic turn from Alberto here. Hitting that Kyurem and getting Trifrost off. Does expend all your energies, but it's not lost zoned either. So you can super rod them back in.
Looking pretty good. Tord is going to look to Pal Pad back the one Iona because one's in the prizes. But before that, a quick Hisuian heavy ball. So he's going to try and find that little bit of wiggle room for himself. It shouldn't be too difficult to finish off this Regidrago V-Star thanks to the damage that you prepped on it. But also you could maybe look towards dealing with the one thing with energy on the bench. Again, Pheasantipity is an option.
Yeah,
There's a lot that you like taking out here.
Again, we're starting to try and telepath some of these turns here right now, but what I would love to see maybe is a knockout on that Pheasantipity if possible.
There's the V-Star power open though still.
That is very true.
They're both amazing engine Pokemon. Alberto does have a robust board with this KO.
Yeah, and that's despite only having one energy left on it as well. So there's a power pad here.
Straight away, just the one supporter going to be the Iono, and I believe that's going to be Quick Search more than likely. We are shuffling up though, so possibly not. Oh, we have Pheasantipity EX. If we draw it from the 3 cards, we don't have to Quick Search for it.
Remember, still needs to rebuild that board to even take the knockout here.
Yeah,
on that
also need to bounce Stadium as well. That's just another headache for Tord. Or you find another double turbo energy.
I think, yeah, that's very true. With another double turbo energy, that'll do it with a 5 bench.
There you go. At 130, it's perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Thought of everything. 3 cards then, Pheasantipity EX, flipping the script.
That's another double turbo.
Well, that's
and
open.
A basic. That's 5. That could do it.
Just
that's
saying.
step 1.
So, well, yeah, I mean, if you go bench, attach, you can then just fire off an Iono.
Again, yeah, because you can still quick search for that supporter that you'd like to dig out of the deck, if possible. There's an
Ultra Ball instead. Get rid of 1 basic for another. No, going to get rid of 2 basics.
Okay, so not going down that route.
Well, you're still using Iono for 6 cards, so you can find better benched Pokemon.
You only need to find 1 more, depending on what his choice here. Likely something like the Hoot Hoot, just to have access to for future turns.
Or
unless he wants to go to the booths.
Get the booths. Let him in.
Because he has access to stuff like the Buddy Buddy Poffins, he can maybe get the Hoot Hoot a little bit easier later as well.
Wait, are we just quick searching a booth here and not hand disrupting? No, it is still going to be Iono. I was getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to leave Alberto with that hand already. Of course, he's already down to 3 prizes. So Alberto will be pushed down to 3. And Tord, with that fresh 6, does give himself a chance to mount a comeback here, despite losing 3 squishy prizes because of that Duskull, Noctowl, and
there it is.
Knockout. There it is.
Using his opponent's Stadium to help him out. A second double turbo energy, both acting as just 1 colorless right now. And it is going to be the Iono here.
Yep.
Tord gets a fresh 6. Alberto just the 3.
So ideally the other Bufalon here, right? Just to make sure he has something that...
Yeah, we see Ultra Ball.
Yep, Ultra Ball and Stadium.
Area 0 as well.
Stadium available for him to continue if he really wanted to do so. Night Stretch is available to pick up the Noctowl for lattice turns if he wants to utilize that. His own Stadium, but then obviously he has double reduction at that point.
Things are coming down to the wire. I just had a peek of Alberto's hand as well. Has V-Star and at least 1 energy switch available to him.
Oh boy.
That's going to be getting him on his way.
But Tord has to play out his turn and do everything he can to try and stem this and turn this back in his favor, of course. But Tord's got some maybe awkward decisions in terms of what he needs to discard.
Yeah, not an easy choice. You're happy to see the Ultra Ball, but all of these are strong cards.
Yeah, absolutely. There goes the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but there's 1 more.
Maybe do you forego Thornton at this stage? That feels bad. You know you're not hooting for a while if you don't bench it this turn.
But if you're not, unless you're using the Stadium now...
Stadium now, extra bench, you've minus 40, are you still getting there?
Yes, yeah, I believe so, right?
180 minus the
maybe
40?
Not.
No, you can't make that happen.
They can't make that happen. There's the Bufalon. So this right now, this scenario will take the knockout on the Regidrago. That means that Hoot Hoot's staying in the hand. I would have liked to maybe have seen it
That's the tricky thing.
That's the decision, right? If
That's
and
why
when. No, it's not why we're just here, Joe,
That's why
casting
we're
instead.
thinking about it.
But
No,
if he
that's why,
does...
that's why we're debating it right now. Okay, this can be benched area 0.
There you go. So that's not enough damage right now.
18 minus 40.
Yeah, so 180, yeah, so it's 140. So currently, the Regidrago V-Star is actually surviving by 10 HP, it looks like.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken.
Well, that's what we're going with here. Just making sure.
So it doesn't activate Flip the Script, I guess. Kind of keeps a very heavy Pokemon in the active spot, which is quite awkward. We've already mentioned there is a E-Switch Drago V-Star and a supporter in hand, it looks like. Is that a research, it looks like?
Yeah, research. Oh my goodness. Research in hand, V-Star in hand, energy switch available.
Doesn't even need to expend the V-Star power yet.
Well, yeah, he may still want to move the damaged one out of the way so he can load up the healthy one. I think Alberto might be in the driver's seat from this stage.
Yeah, I think this is advantage Alberto here, not being able to take the knockout and try and protect that Terrapagos EX at the same time, because he really wanted that Hoot down. You saw it in the way he was kind of discarding with that Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
To have to get that Bouffalon.
You understand why he wants it as well. He needs to sort of regain control with more combos. That's why he's holding on to the Thornton as well.
Unless he's hoping maybe that Iona would help Alberto have to use that V-Star ability.
I think you're banking on that no matter what, really.
But then he can sort of start to swing around with things like pennies and Turos and things like that to really sort of bring back the game into his favor.
Big Professor's research then. Let's see. There's a switch, so that at least allows you to move this 3 retreat cost Regidrago. Didn't see many energy, though. The board space is open for him to use Nest Ball if he has anything to thin from the deck here.
Yeah, as we do see the Nest Ball hit the board now as well. What else is available?
Not much.
In the deck?
You can bench a Squawk Ability EX if you want to, but it may not be ideal.
No, not at all. It does have a couple of cards to kind of work with.
Can he Super Rod back Mew EX and go low with the hand here? Well, we're Ultra Balling away Ultra Ball and Professor's Research, so possibly not.
Yeah, so not the angle that Alberto is looking for at the moment. Is there an easy way to take a knockout on this Terrapagos EX? I don't think so.
We're still probably spending V-Star power. We know that this is a chunky Terrapagos thanks to the Curly Wall from double Bouffalont on the bench.
So the easier targets for Alberto here, should he's able to build out the energies and the Pokemon. There's the Giratina V-Star. It's coming down. He'd have to utilize that to attack into something like the Pidgeot EX or the Pheasantipity EX. And then target down the Bouffalon or that Hoot that still remain as well.
It's going to be the switch from Alberto. That gets us into at least Cleffer. That's a non-committal decision because it's a free retreat Pokemon anyway.
Very tricky
we're just in a
position.
grasping draw here. Alberto not going to overcommit his V-Star power. Instead, pass priority back over to Tord with a single prize Pokemon in the active. With Tord still having 6 prize cards to take, I think this could be the best line possible, to be honest, Alex, where you're not falling prey to your own awkward discards.
The 2 supporters in Tord's hand, one Professor Churro's scenario and one Thornton.
These aren't the scenarios. We need these cards, Alex. You can quick search, though.
Can quick search? Is there a world where maybe you can kind of go into a Dusknoir knockout?
Tord's also going to have a think now of what's accessible to him. You can either quick search for one piece, or you can go trying to grab a Noctowl. I believe he still has one available to him. If not, he could grab Night Stretcher that then gets a Noctowl that then gets pieces for him. If he can line something up with Thornton, Tord really going to have a think now with no V-Star power spent. Very fantastic, patient play from Alberto.
Yep.
With just under 4 minutes left on the clock as well. We have to also mention that Alberto's in a great position, not just in the game, but also with how much time is remaining.
Yep, so many players would be happy to just take the knockout or to find, or like sort of overstretch themselves to force Tord into even more awkward spots, right? But as we do see, was that a boss's orders that was eyed up by Pidgeot EX? So here's the boss's orders onto the other Regidrago V-Star here. Now still dealing 140 damage. It's just an announcement of an attack.
Wow. Let's see.
There's a Prime Catcher in Alberto's hand. Does he have the pieces to take a big knockout on something like the Pidgeot EX or maybe even a Pheasantipity?
Are we just lacking energy again here? Is there Super Rod in the hand, but no energy right now?
Yeah, there's a Super Rod. There was a Super Rod in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Alberto having a look at how many energy switch remain before making any other choice here. It's actually quite a dangerous position with the two very heavily damaged Regidrago. Tord could still try and line up a sneaky Thornton play where you take out both in a turn.
Still wouldn't win him the game yet, though.
I know it wouldn't, but it would get rid of some big attackers.
It would remove
We're going to flip the
threats.
V-Star marker, Alex.
Oh, here we go. Big 7 for Alberto Conti. Just a load of energy and...
Both Iono as well.
Okay.
There's the third one's in his prize cards.
I can't say that's, again, the most ideal, right? But again, what is Alberto looking for? I mean, there's enough pieces in the discard for him to cherry pick out. There goes the other Vessel. He really needs that energy and an energy switch so he can get an attack off.
Yeah, so he has Super Rod in hand. Yeah, so you can get the Vessel for both.
There goes Super Rod.
Here we go, Super Rodding.
Yep, that's absolutely fine because he's going to go back into the deck shortly afterwards as well to grab those energies back. Maybe could Teal Dance if he really wants to before, so that he can just see that final card, well, see an additional card as well.
Yeah, we have to dance to get to 3 energy this turn. So we are really thin on deck at this stage, and both Iono are gone, so Alberto does have to win quite sharpish over the next couple of turns. But he only has 3 prize cards remaining. It may not be too tricky, especially with Prime Catcher still available.
Time is ticking. 1 minute 45 on the clock here. Alberto, you've got your Fire Energy and Grass here. You're going to Teal Dance with quite a small deck as it is already. Maybe there's like 4 cards remaining.
You can do quite an easy Phantom Dive attack this turn and hold on your Prime Catcher if you want to. You can punch the Terapagos, set these Bouffalants down to 60 hit points, or at least one of them, then 1 damage counter on Pheasantipity, 1 damage counter on Hoot Hoot. That can set you up for a Prime Catcher win.
And I guess he's holding on to that Prime Catcher as well, just to make sure he has maneuverability. Because, I mean, towards double checking, I think, whether there's something he can lock maybe in the active spot and just without minimal movement sometimes.
There we go. We're at 3 energy at this stage. Onto our Regidrago V-Star.
There's a boss's orders
coming down.
Big.
It's going to be
onto the Pidgeot EX. Limit the quick search ability of Tord.
Yeah, Tord really didn't do much on that last turn. He searched 1 card, insta-played it, and that was it. So take away the quick search. It's going to be the option for Alberto.
Seconds remaining. Wow. 40 seconds now. Pidgeot hitting the discard pile. Alberto, 1 prize remaining.
Limits the Iono as well, Alex. That could be huge coming into these final turns.
So here we go. The Terapagos back in the active spot. 2 double turbo energies on it. Is there anything Tord can muster up here?
Well, he has Churro Rare Candy. That's certainly something. There's shenanigans afoot, but there's no Dustoir available now. Alberto at 1 prize card left. Let's see 3 cards from Pheasantipity EX.
Time's ticking. Almost at the 10-second mark here. As we do see the cards.
Lost Vacuum, not going to change too much. We'll get confirmation by the second of this clock here.
Alberto leaning back, knowing it's not in his hands right now. And time has been called. We've had confirmation of that. Time has been called here. Does Tord have a way to get back?
He only has direct damage with no use of Dustoir. He has no direct damage outside of just attacking with Terapagos now. Alberto giving him 6 turns for some reason with the dice. That would be nice.
Would be lovely, but I think it's just indication to say that that is the current turn.
Yep.
Here.
Buddy popping out a couple Fan Rotom. But from here, it looks like Alberto might have done enough.
Yeah, it looks like Alberto really has squeezed all of the value out of his resources.
Yeah.
Just from utilizing it at the right time, utilizing that clever grasping draw.
Oh, that was such a good move.
Don't overextend, right?
Yeah. That's been the defining point here. You're eager to win your first regional championships, but you have the patient approach as Tord is going to quickly Thornton and get another Pidgeot by the looks of things.
Yep, stretcher for the Pidgeot, Rare Candy back into it.
He's played supporter now. What can Quick Search do that changes this situation?
What is available for you, Tord? Just double checking. There's a double turbo energy.
Yeah.
Everyone in the crowd,
Ursaluna perhaps
murmuring as well. What is available? We're all here trying to figure out with you, Tord, trying to work out what the line of play is. Alberto just sitting back, watching as Tord
coming out from the Quick Search
goes through the motions.
He's always going to do this. He's always going to make the opponent play perfectly for the remainder of the game. But it is just going to be the KO from this Terapagos. So Tord taking his first couple of prizes.
This goes into turn 1 into Alberto now. Remember, Alberto only has one prize remaining, and this is turn 1 of time. Remember, as time has been called, we have 3 additional turns. When time is called, the player's turn is turn 0, and then we have 3 additional turns. So Alberto will be turn 1, back into Tord for turn 2.
Was it Squawkabilly EX coming in here? Are we trying to attack with Squawkabilly? It's going to be a cancelling Cologne.
Here we go. There's the Squawkabilly with a grass energy being attached.
Trying to load up an attacker on the bench here as best we can. Yeah, we're free retreating this Cleffer.
So we're going to be seeing a Motivate for the 2nd time today. After Daniel Magda's stream Motivate onto his own
Couple energy on Regidrago V-Star. And 0 damage onto the Terapagos. Passing back over to Tord here. Alberto still not overcommitting. The crowd are very happy with this. This is Tord's final turn of the game. And I don't see a way. There'll be a final quick search here from Tord by the looks of things.
One last check. What's available to him? Does have that Noctowl in hand as well. But what is there?
Counter catcher up the Regidrago V-Star.
But I think with this being your last turn, taking 2 prizes here, which is unfortunate. It takes the knockout. 2 prizes remaining, but Alberto Conti, turn 3 of time, draws a card. Is this the moment, Alberto, where you are named Gdańsk Regional Champion? You're going to be ahead on prizes. Can you even take one more? Is it possible? Is it possible?
Let's see a draw from Ogapon for the excitement, the suspense. Oh, it's a Super Rod.
Super Rod to put back cards into the deck. Oh, there's the Radiant Charizard as well.
That's Fire Energy.
Grab the cards with a Prime Catcher with Fez and Dippity.
Draws for our final prize here. So no theatrics needed for Alberto. He can take that final prize card. And here he is, Alberto Conti, your regional champion here in Gdańsk. The world invite is secured. He is your #1 ranked player this season, and he is on a tear with Regidrago V-Star.
The quote-unquote form player of this season so far. Not only will he be continuing as #1 in the European leaderboards, #1 for the European stipend, he has that automatic invite, and he has taken down his first ever regional championships. Congratulations, Alberto Conti.
Have to echo those thoughts. Congratulations to Alberto. Played flawlessly in that set. Had some really awkward positions there. Let's have a replay of the entire series here, starting in that game #1, where Tord was able to establish a couple Bouffalants in the game, but couldn't find that Pidgeot EX, Alex, which meant Alberto could take out the Pidgey early and really dominate the board state.
Yeah, that first turn from Tord, having to decide between utilizing all those double turbo energies, the Iono, or the research as a supporter for the 2nd turn, because remember, he went first. He had the initiative in game 1, but just fell a little bit short because couldn't get into those Noctowl pieces.
And we just saw he was a lot short in that game 1, Alex.
Yeah, well, the Noctowl would have at least got him a little bit closer.
That's true. There were big misses there for Tord in that game 1. Progressing on into game #2 then, it was Alberto who had the slower start. It was a Prime Catcher from Tord, taking the first couple prizes into a Regidrago and set the tone. I think the big difference was here that Alberto missed on his V-Star, so Tord was able to get that Pidgeot rolling, and also we saw the very cool line of play with the Thornton candying into a Dusknoir out of nowhere to take out the 1 Regidrago V-Star in play.
That was massive, and then utilizing that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to take those prizes as well. That big tanky Pokemon able to protect it, not only through Bouffalant's Curly Wall ability, but Penny as well. And then Alberto just not having the resources really to come back here. But game 3 was where it got really, really shaky at times. We saw a massive Trifrost there from Alberto Conti, utilizing Apex Dragon to copy Kyurem's attack, knocking out those support Pokemon that were sitting there waiting for Tord. And it just didn't quite fall in Tord's favor from then onwards.
Yeah, Tord trying his best to set up damage across multiple V-Star Pokemon and chase the energy, but at that point we were running down on minutes on the clock, and Alberto got himself into that position where the shenanigans can no longer happen. There's no more Dusknoir at 1 prize, there's no more Briar, so Tord is limited to just attacking with Terapagos, and that's far less dangerous, which meant Alberto could get to the bottom of his deck, find that Radiant Charizard, and sweep up that final prize.
Yep, super, super happy for Alberto there. Again, he's got that automatic invite. He is our Gdańsk Regional Champions. Commiserations and congratulations also to Tord as well. Of course, I'm sure him going from top 32 position straight into the top 16 is fantastic to see. And we know what kind of a force Tord is to reckon with. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of him again this season.
Yeah, no doubt we're going to see plenty of Tord Reklev. Here is confirmation then of our Masters bracket, how it played out. Tord was able to progress into the finals, defeating a Snorlax player. Then we saw a thrilling game against Magnus, playing that Bennett. So Tord had a lot of passing to do in his way to the final.
Yep, unfortunately, at that point, it was where the Bennett brothers had fallen down in top 4. Both a mirror match between Magnus and Mateusz in that top 8 allowed Magnus to proceed, but was stopped by Tord in the end. But the other half is where we saw the Regidragos take down both Iron Thorns EX. Oh, it was both Iron Thorns EX, wasn't it? In top 8 before they faced off in a mirror match, and Alberto was able to take that down 2-1, surpassing his Lille top 4 and going into the final before overcoming Tord himself.
I love seeing players of this caliber get that reward. They've worked so hard in the game. They constantly keep chipping away, getting a little bit further each time, and you can see it coming. We've seen for seasons that Alberto has been right on that precipice, and finally he can call himself a regional champion.
And finally we can say EU have taken home their own regional championships. We've already semi-adopted James Cox, and he's another player who was in a similar spot where he was consistently performing at all of these massive tournaments and then finally took the crown. And we've seen yet another player in the same spotlight take down a regional championships.
Whew, what a weekend it's been. Let's see how it started off then. We have our meta breakdown that we can show you for day 1 and see what was played this weekend, because once again, it was the story of Raging Bolt being out there in force. But interestingly enough, there was only 2 archetypes above that 10% threshold in day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Lugia V-Star was one of those decks that we know a lot of players were intrigued to bring to this tournament. We all, as casters, had thought Regidrago might have seen a bit more of an uptake after that victory in Lille. But only a few of those die-hard players who had been playing it for so long and to such perfection, just like Alberto. I combined his name and first name and surname there. Alberto did. He played it all the way to the final and obviously took down the victory. But the biggest losses there we saw were from those rare candy decks there, I think.
The Charizard and the Dragapult not having a great time. Let's just yoink the attack from Regidrago instead. Having a look at our day 2 then, Terrapagos has been a story of the tournament. Made it all the way to the finals, of course, but had a terrific day 1 to day 2. You didn't see it on the day 1 graphic in the top 6 archetypes. It was just hanging on in the 7th place position, but then it jumps all the way to the most popular deck in day 2 of the tournament. The best records all going by way of Terrapagos Dusknoir. The other archetypes doing pretty well, and Gardevoir EX was also an undercurrent in the tournament where Bennett's Gardevoir EX is becoming a real threat in the metagame.
Yeah, especially here in Poland, where, you know, the creation of the deck seemed to kind of stem from these shores, especially with Mateusz piloting the deck to such a great finish as well. But at the same time, we also saw Iron Thorns really, you know, shoot through and shoot upwards in terms of the actual standings by the end, with 2 in top 8 as well. You know, Steve Lawson was able to pilot it to a fantastic spot, as well as our other player in top 8 at the same time, but both just fell a little bit short when they faced up against the Regidragos.
Yeah, it's still definitely a threatening archetype that we do have to respect, and that actually creates a really interesting format going into the LAIC. There's still Buenos Aires as well, one more tournament we can have to look at, but looking at that top 8, it's going to be very tough to figure out how you adapt to the format, because Iron Thorns is back, which is a really annoying deck to play against because it has those coin flip opportunities whilst also shutting down abilities. Then there's Bennett EX, which also shuts down another vast portion of your deck as well, those item cards. There was 2 of each of those archetypes in the top 8. Then there was Snorlax as well, another archetype that you have to respect, change your deck list accordingly to appreciate that matchup. But then there's still the Regidrago V-Star getting a back-to-back victory here in Europe in our regionals.
Yeah, Terrapagos falling ever so short despite its great conversion into day 2. I mean, the biggest thing I could take away from this graphic of all of our top 8 players and our final standings, of course, was that it feels like there were 5 control decks, effectively, right? You've got just the 5 casual, you know, Judge Path type decks of the Iron Thorns, you know, the new reincarnation of that. Snorlax control, blocking everything, you know, just kind of wearing out your opponents of resources. Whilst Bennett Gardevoir, I mean, there's so much we've been able to highlight across this weekend so far, just being able to item lock and then cause damage to tick over with those Monkey Dory Adrenabrains. But the true event winners of our tournament this weekend, we've already just seen both players perform to such a great tournament and such a great finish. Alberto Conti is our champion once again.
hats off to both players for a thrilling final. It literally came down to the wire, 75 intense minutes, plus those turns of time, don't forget. So yeah, fantastic to see from both these players. We know that they're going to be back at the top tables in no time. They follow the circuit, they're going to be at the internationals, so keep an eye out for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tord hasn't quite taken down a tournament yet this season, but we know he's going to keep going, keep having at it, and there's plenty of opportunity for him to do so. And I can't wait to see what else we're going to be seeing coming soon with LIC so close now.
Going to be a really interesting one, and flying the Terrapagos Dust Noir flag as well. It feels like he's been championing that since the start of Stellar Crown. It hasn't got its win yet, but this will go a long way to proving that it is one of the top contenders in the game, because Tord pretty much is known for either creating the best deck in the game or playing the best deck in the game and making the kind of the strongest deck list out there. So Terrapagos Dust Noir also one of those archetypes that we definitely have to give credit to, and I believe that there's going to be an increase in the next couple of tournaments based on that result.
Yeah, everyone's going to be testing the Tord build of it. You know, he's playing the slightly special nuances with the 202 Pidgeots line, and also the kind of kooky kind of a Dust Swan line as well. 201, if I'm not mistaken.
201 Dust Noir only.
And then plenty of respect for the control archetypes with the Penny, the Fortin, the Professor Churros scenario, and the Power Pad. So there's a number of ways to just maneuver away from pesky Pokemon blocking you, for example.
And if nothing else, the double Bouffalon, I think it is proving itself to be worthwhile in enough matchups that if you want to have these records at this point, you can go X2 or X11. You need to have Bouffalon, that extra power in your deck list to make it happen. So that's what I want to see from future Terrapagos.
Yeah, I mean, just making a 290 effective Terrapagos EX or a 320 effective Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is just fantastic. But just a quick reminder of what our players have been playing for across this weekend. Of course, just very quickly, to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim, California, it's the top 125 players in the Masters division. And we've already mentioned Alberto's already top of that leaderboard, and he's just secured it even more with a further 350 CP there. Tord walking away just a little bit shy of that at 325. I'm sure that parachutes him into sort of the top 4 already at that point. And then, of course, the massive prizes, Joe.
Yeah, Alberto walks away 10K richer, not too shabby. Also a chunk of booster packs in tow. What a fantastic tournament it's been for him. For Tord, another chunk of change in the wallet as well that he can't be too sad about. So amazing prizes to be had here at our top level. There's an invite that we've given away and a whole heap of championship points as well to go towards these travel stipends. And these guys get around the globe. They are going to be coming back to these tournaments. So they are going to be very thankful to be in that race.
Yeah, I'm sure Alberto is going to be heading off to LAIC as well. He's, again, a player who just loves kind of traveling. He mentioned it in that interview where he's like getting a chance to go out with friends, have good dinners, and just kind of have a great time.
It's going to be a good dinner tonight, I think.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, absolutely stunning. When you have that winning mentality like he does, it's going to be a fantastic meal no matter what after a huge celebration of a crazy final.
Yeah, and speaking of celebration, I think that's enough here from the desk of myself and Joe for that finals. We're going to have a quick look over at the stage.
After a long weekend here in Gdańsk, Poland, we have had 1,369 trainers compete with a dream starting on round 1 on Saturday. But we ended up with 2 finalists. Please welcome to the stage, finalist from Norway, Tord Reklev. Tord, not your first time at this rodeo. Unfortunately, we fell just short. Not like an international winner's interview, but almost like it. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I honestly feel really happy. We got pretty far, and you know what? I'm very satisfied, and I also think Alberto's due this win for sure.
And a lot of thankfulness there, of course. You know, you had a great battle in finals. Of course, as I said, fell short. But, I mean, almost being at the point where you can call yourself the greatest player of all time, of course. You know, what goes through your head when you're heading into these finals?
You know, I just try to drink water, keep cool, and play my best Pokemon. I was like, a little bit tired at the end here. Did mess up the stadium thing. Honestly, I think I would have lost that anyway. So it didn't really matter, but, you know, a little bit awkward.
So for a mess up that didn't matter, again, crowd, give it up for Tord Reklev. Now with a finalist, there's always a winner. This time, a first-time regional champion. Consistent player for a while. Top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. It's none other than from Italy, Alberto Conti! Now I do know, other than of course thanks to everyone to help you, there's a massive crowd cheering for you. Let's hear that again, please. A lot of support, something that no one is without. Become a regional champion. I mean, how does it feel to win it?
Feels amazing, honestly. Feels really good. I want to say a huge thanks to all my friends that are here, that are in Italy, that are in Germany, everybody, everywhere. I got so many messages. I got cheered by everybody in the room today, so I'm really happy to win.
Now, of course, it's a little side question here. We know that your favorite card all time is Giratina V-Star, one that lies among my own heart as well. Of course, we had the question, of course, what is then your favorite Pokemon?
So, my favorite Pokemon is now Tatsugiri.
Y'all heard it. It's the little fish, Tatsugiri. And speaking of Tatsugiri, it's fantastic in a port city. Now, of course, we can't do this out again. So, everybody give it up for Alberto Conti! And with that said, let's throw it over to all my casting friends over at the couch.
Hello.
Hi, Joe. How are we doing?
Yeah, that was a pretty thrilling final that we just had there. Thanks so much, Jesper. Great ceremony there. And we're here to wrap up the day for you. Nothing else left for us to say, so should be pretty good.
I'd like to think Jesper's about to join us, surely. So. Hi, Jesper.
Hello, mate. You're right.
Switching mics and everything. Speaking of that, yes, I am doing all right.
No, I didn't. I was like, well,
just thought I'd say hello.
Oh, it was really nice to say hello to you, Joe. We're very good friends, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. But, oh my gosh, I bet you guys can still hear that crowd. They are going for it. And I love to see the enthusiasm that all of these fantastic events bring. But let's wrap up day one. What was everyone's favorite moments?
Oh, I mean, I had the game with Joe. We were watching the Gardevoir deck in action. I mean, David pulling such a humongous game back against Ricky against that Dragonforn's deck. And I mean, we were both counting out David several of times in that match. You told me.
No.
You told
I
me.
said there was a line of play. Definitely a line of play.
Yeah, sure thing you did. But you
I said it was a narrow path, I think.
Oh, yes, but you definitely told me. You were so close to saying it was all over and done for, but still pulled it back, and that has to be my favorite moment.
That's
of day
also
one.
my favorite game, to be fair. That was so close.
And then day two wrapped it up really nicely. We had entirely different matchups. We had a couple of repeats, but only with different players. It was absolutely insane, and I love the variance of this format. How about you, Alex?
I mean, there's only, for me, one real star of this show, right? This show also became very similar to Lil James Cox. This became the Alberto Conti show. I mean, we had him on stream numerous times, but he was like demolishing every sort of opponent and just kind of making it through the mirror matches, the Iron Thorns that he had in top 8, and then of course facing toward Reklev himself and then taking down a regional championship. Just amazing to be there and actually see it in action.
When you're wanting to become a regional champion, you think that your opponent is going to be Tord, because he's always in the finals. You just know that he's going to be the one you're coming up against. He's inevitable. That's how it goes on in your head. If you want to win a regional, you have to beat Tord. That's how it works, and that's what happened.
And let's check out our final standings. Looky here, we have seen pretty much, let's check. Yes, we've seen pretty much everyone on this graphic today, and I was overjoyed to be able to bring our winners to the stage as well.
I mean, I'm just so happy to see, you know, Alberto finally grabbing his first regionals win as well. And that has been, you know, the story of this weekend as well. On top of that, I mean, again, Retro Drago V-Star.
I mean, we'd all love to see Tord take down another regional, right? And do it with a deck that was my caster prediction as well. I mean, he was carrying the flag for me, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short. But, you know, again, kudos to Reklev for that consistency between different decks, some of the best decks in the format, some of the strangest decks I've seen him play at times as well across regionals, and it's just amazing to watch him.
Yeah, but Tor's had plenty of days that's been his, but today is all about Alberto. He had exceptional lines of play. I think many players in that position, a game up, or in that final game, I should say, wanting to flip that V-star marker rather than taking a turn off, going for that grasping draw. A really, really good patient line of play from him that secured his victory in the end.
Absolutely, and it's those sorts of plays that really define our champions. And speaking of champions, we've got 3 on the graphic now, and we're raging straight in to a fantastic lineup as we saw Ryuki Okada and then James Cox, and now we can add Alberto Conti to our list.
Yeah, we can finally add a European regional champion. I know we've said James is a bit contentious, but Alberto's solidifying that we are able to take down our home regional championships as well.
And we've got many more opportunities to do so as we continue through our beautiful season in many amazing locations. We are not done. We are far from over, even though we've wrapped up here in Gdansk.
Yep, that's going to be the last European event in the Stellar Crown format, but there's still Sao Paulo to go as well, which will be the last Stellar Crown event. And then we get into a whole new format, new set coming out, Surging Sparks. There are pre-releases going on right now. You can start getting your hands on the cards. So strategies are once again going to be changing.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of time to get yourself signed up for one of these events because we still have plenty of time to enjoy lots of Pokemon TCG fun. So if you haven't already, you should check out our channels, including our Twitch, where there's actually an entire week full of fun still to be had. Let's take a look.
Yeah, Monday we've got that live Pokemon Center holiday unboxing with the Pokemon cast. That's something, whenever there's a live sort of segment, it's fantastic to watch because then we get to see the true reactions of everyone involved as well. But again, moving into Tuesdays, remember every day we have something.
Every day
we have Pokemon Black and White, which is a fantastic era of Pokemon.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for that. Definitely be on in the background while I'm sorting out all my cards, ready for the next set to dawn upon us.
And the LEI pre-show, that's massive. That's one not to miss on Friday. Really looking forward to that one. Setting us up, probably going over some of the things we saw this weekend, but also across the globe, sort of getting us ready for that international championships. You always want to be watching those events.
Absolutely. They really give you a glimpse into what's going to be happening, what we can expect, and it really builds the excitement for the event. And so, you know, we don't just have LAIC though. We've got much more to look forward to here in Europe, as our next event will be in Stuttgart in Germany. I'm very, very excited for this one. Home of mechanical wonders and gardens galore. A beautiful botanical city, and I could not be more overjoyed to visit there again.
I hope you learned something there, Jesper.
Oh, yes, I did. Definitely feeling I've gone back to school, and I'm definitely looking forward to Stuttgart. You know, first European regional championships we have with Surging Sparks, that is.
Absolutely, and I can't wait for that. But we do have one more event, as we've already mentioned, that we need to respect that's still in this meta, and that is our first international championships of this year, LAIC, the Latin American International Championships, which we're going to have a little sneak peek of.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Fusion, RJ international champion.
November 15th to 17th. If you think it's your time to win, then you better be getting yourself over to LAIC. It's ever so exciting. If you've ever felt the aura of an international championships, it's on another level. If you think we've hyped this up, oh, you wait.
Especially the Latin American International Championship. All that Brazilian flavor will be getting on there, and I promise you, that's not a show you want to miss.
Not at all. And of course, right after LAIC as well, we have our next North American event, Sacramento, an absolutely stunning city and state. So we're going to be seeing that on November 22nd to 24th.
Plenty more action anywhere you go. You can travel all around the world for these tournaments. It's not long, you know, every week it seems there's going to be an event for us. It's fantastic when you're doing the local level and then waiting until your big tournament. And in the US, that means they have plenty of time now to prepare themselves for Surging Sparks. And it means that they're going to go straight from LAIC and hop on over and have a new format.
That is crazy. It just does change in the wind like that. It's going to be so flippant and quick, but we do have to prepare for both formats at this stage, and Surging Sparks is well on its way. As you mentioned, our pre-release events wrapping up at the end of today as well, so hopefully you guys got some great pulls, and if not, you're going to have to wait until release day now. So fingers crossed for your release day booster boxes, which I'm sure lots of you have got on the way. But don't forget that to catch all of the action and not miss a thing, you need to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure you pop that in your bookmarks. You're going to get all of the best news about our broadcast schedule, about which casters are going to be on which events, and of course what time our broadcasts are going to start. So it's the best place to catch up on all of the latest information. So make sure that you get yourself over there. And of course, don't forget to follow us on all of our lovely social media channels as well. We want to see you on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to make sure that we're seeing everything that you're saying, because we love being able to interact with you guys where we can. So please give us a good show and make sure that you're following us on Twitch and YouTube so you don't miss anything.
Yeah, and for you only just turned up for the finals, go back and watch. Go back on the Twitch, go back on the YouTube, catch all the action from across the weekend. There were some amazing games on both days.
Absolutely incredible, and we had the opportunity of seeing all of them, but you guys should definitely catch up on everything we've seen. Thank you so very much for joining us for this absolutely phenomenal event where we got our stellar crowned champion of this event in Poland. We'll see you next time, guys. Make sure you buckle in for the ride, because we're setting sail.